Chapter 1. I shifted around on my seat, making sure most of my body was hidden by the bus stop's protective wall. I knew the bus didn't come by here for at least another 15 minutes, and by then, I would hopefully be long gone. Or I would be, as long as the young girl I was keeping an eye on left her house when she usually did. I paused, letting my previous thoughts run through my head, rolling my eyes when I realized how strange it sounded. It was thoughts like that, as well as a few other equally surreal moments, that made me stop and question my sanity. It had been nearly a week since I found myself here, in a world that, on the surface, seemed so familiar but, on closer inspection, was so radically different. I was currently sitting on a street that looked no different from any suburban street from my world. And yet, this morning, I saw a teenage girl flying through the air, dressed in a tiara and a golden outfit. Hello, my name is William Kalus. I'm 28 years old, technically currently homeless, and stranded on a version of Earth that makes my Earth's 2020 look like a paradise of calm, certainty, and bountiful prosperity. Oh, and I'm a mage. In a world where there was no magic. That was a relatively recent development, actually. In fact, it was one of the several things about this new life was the right word, I supposed, that made me question if I had lost my marbles. You see, I died. I kicked the bucket, bought the farm, bit the dust, gave up the ghost, and cashed in my chips. I died surrounded by people looking down at me, their phones out, recording as I gurgled and gagged on my own blood and shards of my ribcage. A car, some dinged-up old shitbox, had slammed into me going way too fast for the road they were on, flung me across the street, where I skidded to a stop along the sidewalk. I remember my thoughts being remarkably clear at that moment. I knew instantly I was dying. No amount of doctors or medicine would be able to separate the shredded remains of my internals from what was supposed to be my skeleton. I could feel myself dying, slowly losing strength, my heart slowly stopping. Then, as the light faded, I slipped away. The last thing I managed to do in my old world was to lose control over what little of my bowels were still intact. Is everything all right? A familiar voice whispered into my ear, coming from just over my shoulder, despite the fact that I knew no one was there. I'm fine, just thinking, I answered quietly, taking solace in the familiar presence that surrounded me. I felt a comforting, slightly worried sensation wrap around me before it reluctantly pulled away. After a moment alone, my thoughts sunk back into my first steps into my current situation, this time slightly buoyed. I had died, and a second later, I woke up, standing in some sort of ethereal dimension. It was beautiful, but it made me feel incredibly small, standing amid planets and galaxies like someone had taken all the best images of space and photoshopped them together. Then, the entities came. There weren't any faces or anything I could even identify as a body, but I could still feel their presence, like a weight on my soul. I was told in no uncertain terms that I had been chosen, that I was being taken and sent somewhere to participate in a forced after-death adventure. I was then informed that there were no alternatives and that I had no choice in the matter. I had the oddest sensation that someone had pissed them off. Thankfully, they did give me 2 separate boons, a sort of reluctant apology since they weren't even pretending to care about what I wanted. The first was called blank spot, with a pinch of someone else's problem added in, to keep me from being attacked immediately for not belonging or standing out. At the time, having no idea where I was going, I had only been mildly thankful. Being a blank spot would undoubtedly come in handy, after all, but most settings didn't really require that level of protection, right? Turns out that was a stupid assumption. There was a lot I didn't know about this world, but even some short time at the Brockton Bay Public Library told me that any protection against what this world called thinkers was a massive advantage. There were people in this world who could see the future, and the past, and could divine all sorts of information from seemingly nowhere. It was like Marvel and DC decided to have a kid, and it was born fully formed with a grudge against its own well-being and sanity. I didn't recognize it in the slightest, and that was perhaps the scariest thing of all. Well, it would have been until I read about the Endbringers. I suppressed a shiver, though my frown shifted to a smile as a warm breeze blew over me, washing away the encroaching panic. Thank you, I muttered, feeling the wind rustle my hair slightly. After spending a minute or so just sitting at the bus stop, stewing in my bad luck, I shook it off. I knew, eventually, I would most likely be able to handle the Endbringers, whatever the fuck they actually were, but reading about what they were capable of was still harrowing. It made me want to run away and hide myself in the middle of nowhere, where they would never go. It made me want to invest all my next recharge into something that would let me leave this world and escape to one not currently circling the drain. But no, I couldn't do that. As horrifying as the realization had been, I now knew I was too good of a person to run from something like this. As much as I hated the entities for snagging me away from whatever afterlife I was heading towards, they had given me power and a mission to help this world survive its encroaching apocalypse. Thank God I got something powerful enough to make that possible. It was interesting because I recognized my power. Or, rather, I recognized what it was based on. Inspired inventor, the ability to spend an allowance of recharging points to purchase knowledge of topics. I knew a few different versions existed, all from fanfiction, but I wasn't sure of its exact origins. Depending on just what version you were talking about, the user was restricted by how many points they received, as well as how expensive buying each stacking level was. My version was different at its very foundation. Rather than tech or scientific knowledge, my version was focused on magic. I got 6 charges every 2 weeks to spend on the knowledge of spells, rituals, potions, and everything in between, with each level of knowledge costing its number in charges. So my 2 charges in healing spells cast 3 points, as did my 2 in lightning spells. My 2 in geomancy were free, but I'll get back to that. I also got the opportunity to earn a few more charges in the form of quests. I wasn't exactly sure what activated the quests, I just knew that I would occasionally get new ones. My first and current quest was to prevent a young girl from triggering. Since the quest activated, we had been keeping a close eye on her, which was why I was creepily waiting outside their home at a nearby bus station. "She is on the move," the whispering voice said into my ear. "Coming out of the front entrance, just like usual." I nodded and focused on the moment. According to my task, sometime between 2 days ago and tomorrow, a young girl would live through something so terrible that she would undergo a trigger event, the process that was this world's power genesis. According to what I read online, it was considered the person's worst day ever, something so terrible and horrifying that it would forever mark them psychologically, while also giving them superpowers. Interestingly enough, the theory seemed to be generally discounted and hardly talked about, despite my power clearly believing it was correct. It also seemed to think this particular young girl's life would be much better off without one. Another breeze, this one a bit rougher, pushed at my back, and I stood up, accepting the nudge for what it was, a reminder to move. Just down the street, I could see the young girl step out onto her front porch, waiting impatiently for someone else. A woman, not old enough to be her mom, stepped out soon after. Immediately, the young girl started to walk down the front steps, forcing the woman to hurry and catch up. When they got to the edge of the front walk, the younger girl clearly wanted to go left, while the older woman wanted to go right. For a moment, they debated before the woman sagged, and the young girl cheered, leading the way in the direction she had wanted. Despite the woman losing whatever debate they were having, both of them were smiling and chatting as they walked, making their way down their street and towards the city. I was pretty sure they were on their way to visit one of the young girl's parents at work, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to invade their privacy too much, just enough to stop whatever catastrophe was supposed to happen from happening. I followed after them from a distance, relying on the breezes and nudges to keep me on track whenever I lost sight of them. I didn't know when it would happen, I just knew that it would happen eventually. The pair continued to walk toward the city, the buildings getting more and more dense as they went. They were cutting through an area that didn't have a very good reputation, which was probably what the debate had been about. I watched as, further down the street, the pair turned around the corner, disappearing from view. Suddenly, gunshots echoed through the streets. They were depressingly common in this city, but these came from the street my current target had just headed down, and I couldn't help but curse. Defying all personal expectations, I rushed forward, crossing the street and stepping around the corner. There, only a dozen or so feet past where I had lost sight of them was the woman and the girl. The girl was partially cowering beside the woman, who was now lying on the ground, clutching her stomach. Beyond them was some sort of ongoing gang activity, the A's and Bad Boys, or ABB, if I remember their colors correctly. Even as more bullets flew, shattering a nearby car window, I pushed and ran around the corner, ducking low. I approached the pair, finally in range to hear what they were saying. "Dinah, go hide behind a car, it's okay, I'll be okay," she said, sounding weak already, even as Dinah was trying to drag her into cover with her. "Just go, sweetie, it's okay. I got her girl, just go," I said, reaching down to grab the woman's arms and pulling her behind a car. I wasn't sure, but I might have seen a few bullets slap and skip off the asphalt just about where the woman had been lying. Once we were behind cover, I started examining the woman's wounds. If the growing blood stains in her clothes were any indication, she had been shot 3 or 4 times. "Is she going to be all right?" the girl, Dinah asked, ducking down as another bullet whizzed over us. "This is all my fault, I should have known the area." Before I could do anything, the woman passed out, her face pale from blood loss. Dinah screamed, reaching out for her in panic. "It's okay girl, she is just unconscious," I explained, but I knew that it was a bad sign. She was losing too much blood way too quickly. If I didn't do something now, she would be long dead before help got here. "Alia, is anyone looking?" I asked, not looking away from the woman, waiting a few seconds for a warm, encouraging breeze to flutter around me. "All right then, leap of faith," I muttered, before reaching deep and pulling on my mana, guiding it into my hands as I placed them over the woman's stomach. "Sajida Mea Karn Vental ABIs." My hands glowed for a moment, 2 small circles appearing around my hands. The circles glowed gold, as 4 arcane symbols appeared inside each one. The sigils pulsed, and my magic released into the woman, reaching inside her and pulling out 4 bullets. The small but lethal chunks of metal slid out through the holes in the woman's clothes, rolling off to the ground. Dinah gasped, her eyes wide as she watched me perform my magic. Refacere carnum, musculus etos, I intoned next, my magic flaring again in the same gold color. Altiorum intentionum salutis. Impel corpus sanguine egit. This time, a pair of gold bands, made from my mana, expanded from my hands, wrapping around the woman's torso. More arcane symbols traced around the band, spinning around it as I added an extra boost with the additive second spell. I was using a good chunk of my mana to make sure this woman would be completely healed. With the final pulse, the energy of the magic poured into the woman, heading right for her wounds. The blood and holes remained in her clothes, but I could feel the magic working, repairing almost all of the damage the bullets had done. When the glow subsided, the woman was looking significantly less pale, and her breathing had returned to normal. The young girl, Dinah, looked like she was struggling to figure out who she should stare at, me or the newly healed woman. You saved her, she said excitedly. Are you a cape? You can heal people. Yeah, I did, but... Dinah, listen, I need you to keep this a secret for me, I asked, trying to impress just how serious the situation was to the young girl. The gangers are running, and the police are on the way, Alia whispered in my ear. I'm keeping your conversation quiet, but you don't have long. Trusting Alia to have my back, I focused on Dinah, who was looking at me while desperately clinging to the woman's hand. I'm not ready to debut yet, and I don't have my mask. I pointed out. Technically, that wasn't 100% true, I just didn't have it with me. I had made one as a precaution, only to realize there was no way I would be able to follow after the 2 of them with a mask on. Of course, if I tried to put it on before coming to help, chances are I would show up too late. Oh my gosh! The young girl said, you're right. I won't tell anyone. I'll take your secret to my grave. You don't have to go that far, I assured her. Just tell anyone who asks you aren't sure what happened. Oh. I'll tell everyone I fainted after pulling Aunt Claire out of the street, she said, surprising me with the decent idea. Does that work? I think that works perfectly. Thank you. No, thank you. She said, leaning over her aunt to give me a hug, surprising me yet again. Thank you so much. It's time to go, Alia whispered before I could say anything else, and I slowly pulled away from Dinah. You're welcome. I'm just glad I could help, I said with a smile as I stood, looking around and seeing that no one was really looking our way. Good luck. Dinah called after me as I stepped away and jogged around the corner, out of sight. Slipping away was easy to do with all the chaos, even as the police started to arrive on the scene. Alia guided me along through alleys and across parking lots until I finally recognized where we were and could make the rest of the way from memory. After about 15 minutes of walking, I reached the abandoned shop where I had been living. Its windows were all solidly boarded up, and its interior was pretty wrecked and covered in graffiti, but after some time spent cleaning it up, it was passable. Most importantly, it was dry. It was raining when I first arrived, and while it was surprisingly warm for December, the rain would have absolutely killed me if I had tried to sleep in it. I pull off a loose plywood board from one of the back windows, jiggling it free of the board holding it in place. I then carefully crawled inside, disappearing into the abandoned shop's interior. Once inside, I reached out and lifted the board, sliding it back into place and hiding the entrance completely. Chapter 2. With the window now sealed, my eyes quickly adjusted to the dark interior. It wasn't completely dark, as there were too many gaps in the boards for that. I had also bought a battery pack that was currently running some lights, just enough to make the place livable. I charged them with a rather handy lightning spell. I looked around, making sure that I was alone. Call me paranoid, but with thousands of para-humans, or capes as they were frequently called by the public, I was a bit slow to trust my surroundings. The front of the shop had been a mess of broken shelving, cabinets, and other junk, which I had thankfully been able to sort through and break down. There was still a pile of trash tucked into one of the closets, but with the place at least partially cleaned up, I could almost pretend I wasn't squatting. As I looked around the area, a breeze blew in, picking up as it passed me. Dust started to swirl a bit as, before my eyes, Alia took her physical form in front of me. Her hair, which was cobalt blue around her head, fading into white and dark grey at the ends, flowed over her shoulder, never quite going completely still. She could almost pass for a pale, rather tall human woman if not for her long ears, angular features and swirling blue eyes. Also, her body had a tendency to flicker and fade, only to reform seconds later. I knew she could stop that if she focused, but why would she when we were alone? Well done, William, she said with a warm smile. You did a fantastic job helping that woman and the poor girl. Yeah, Mission accomplished, I said, returning her smile. Got a single point for it, just waiting to be spent. We both know that was just a bonus, she responded with a knowing grin. You would have happily helped for absolutely nothing. Rather than answering her directly, I shrugged, stepping by her to sit down at the old, ratty, but relatively clean couch I had grabbed from off the street one night. I could feel her clearly when she was this close, the connection between our souls making talking technically unnecessary. Alya was my familiar of sorts, a soul-bound air and wind elemental, and my second boon for being stranded here in this world without my consent. She was carrying a small sliver of my soul, which bound her to me at a level that was far beyond anything I was capable of. I was unlikely to reach the level of magic to understand it for a very long time. As an air elemental, she was capable of becoming invisible as she blended with her element, spreading her senses and consciousness around a vast area. She could whisper into my ear from long distances, muffle sounds around herself and move around incredibly fast. The downside to that was her durability or lack thereof. Anything more than 10 or 15 pounds of weight or force caused her physical form to almost pop, reducing her to rapidly dispersing clouds. Still, she had been an incredible asset and part of the reason I was still sane, keeping me grounded as I came to terms with my new situation. Hell, she was the only reason I had money to eat and buy the few things I could, having spent quite a few nights spread out around the city, finding lost and abandoned things worth selling and even a few forgotten caches of cash, probably dead drops for the gangs. We stopped once we realized that showing up at the pawn shops with new stuff to sell every day was going to draw more attention than it was worth. Still, we had a couple $1,000s tucked into the ceiling tiles above the back room. Have you decided what you will do with your reward? She asked, floating down beside me on the couch. I frowned and chewed the inside of my lip, shaking my head. It's a toss-up between saving it and what we discussed before, I responded, leaning back on the couch. I closed my eyes and dove back into my mind, viewing the purely mental layout of my powers. It wasn't anything cut and dry, like a menu or a readout, but I could still sense it like I had somehow gained an extrasensory ability. At first, my ability might seem complicated, but thankful the entities that stranded me here included a pretty comprehensive understanding alongside the power itself. I got 6 charges every other week, and at the very moment, Sunday night became Monday morning. I could spend that charge on any subject of magic that I could think of. If the subject was broad, the charge was more spread out, and while I was getting more knowledge, the potency was lower. For example, if I spent a charge on healing magic, I would receive a spread of all healing magic, from enchantments and potions to rituals and spells. However, all of this knowledge would be incredibly low potency, with most of it being useless. On the other hand, when I spent a charge in healing spells, the information I gained was restricted to actively cast healing spells, but the potency of those spells was high enough to actually be useful. Even better, when I invested 2 more points to raise the topic to its second level, my repertoire and understanding expanded even more. As far as I could tell, I was the equivalent of a competent first-year college student, focusing on healing spells for his education. I even got a decent download of basic first aid since several healing spells required some action before they were cast, like setting a bone before casting a bone healing spell. On top of my purchases, I also had 2 extra additions. The first was a seemingly random gift that I had no control over. Shortly after arriving, but after Alya had found the shop, I randomly gained 2 levels of a topic called geomancy. It was honestly perfect and exactly what I needed, which made me think that whatever the source was, they were on our side. Geomancy was a ritual-adjacent form of magic that used something called a geomantic partial, basically, a unique ritual circle carved into stone, or in my case concrete, that allowed a mage to transfer certain properties of stone and metal to their own bodies. With 2 charges, I was capable of taking 8 pounds of steel and transferring a significant portion of strength and durability to myself. As a squishy, vulnerable standard human, it was extremely comforting and useful. With my current setup and materials, it was far from perfect, but I still rarely left the shop without absorbing something, even if it was usually the subpar steel scrap from all of the shop's shelving. Eventually, I would switch to something like tungsten or titanium, but that was once I had more money to burn and wasn't worried about attracting attention. For a while, I briefly considered putting 3 of my future points in geomancy but ultimately dismissed the idea. While it would be interesting to see what a level 3 topic would look like, and I was sure there would be plenty of useful knowledge to gain, I was happy with the level I had now. Yes, geomancy very neatly filled a void in my magic, namely my strength and defenses, but I was satisfied with its capabilities for now. I was also curious if its purchase had just been random and if I would get another random topic, which was actually kind of exciting. Honestly, I wouldn't be too upset if I got another level of geomancy, but the thought of another random magical topic at the same level of geomancy? That was exciting. Who knows what I would get, and who knows what sort of synergies I would be able to get out of whatever I got. So that was my power. So far, I had 2 levels in geomancy, 2 levels in healing spells, and 2 levels in lightning spells. Alya and I had discussed my offensive options for a while, eventually settling on elemental spells, specifically lightning. We had chosen that because not only was it flexible for power output, in case I needed to take down a brute or unpowered civilian, but it also worked well with Alya. Alya and my connection was soul deep, as her consciousness was literally made around a tiny sliver of my soul and my magic. This meant that she was always going to grow with me, rising in power as I did. She couldn't perform magic per se, but since I now had some decent skill with lightning spells, she had gained a small sliver of storm aspect. It wasn't much, and using it really tired her out, but if I continued to grow in power, learning more and more lighting spells and further attuning myself to that element, so would her capabilities. Besides, in a world where a bit of static shock could ruin a computer worth thousands of dollars, being able to generate something akin to a very low-level stun baton for a few seconds was more than enough to be useful. I think testing the waters is a good idea, but having a charge on hand for emergencies is more important, Alya said, repeating her earlier opinion. Getting a preview of what you might need might be more efficient, but keeping it in reserve is safer. I know, you're right, I said, nodding in agreement as I opened my eyes. All right, I'll keep it for now. Can always just spend it later if I change my mind. Of course, Alya said, rolling her eyes at me. I'm going to continue searching, William. I nodded, giving her a wave before she disappeared, her physical form swirling away into the air. I could feel her close by, but diffusing herself like that meant the connection was a bit less direct. She was around, not standing next to me. That feeling shifted as she moved away, her invisible, intangible form no doubt floating above and through the building. Currently, she was looking for a large amount of slate, so I could remake my geomantic partial, the ritual circle I used for geomancy. My current one was currently carved into the concrete floor of the shop, which I had exposed by prying up the linoleum tiles. Concrete, though, was heavily influenced by its man-made nature, meaning that it made filtering out unwanted aspects of the metal I was using extremely difficult. Even now, I could feel the extra 30 pounds weighing down on me. My enhanced strength stopped it from being detrimental to my movement, but I could feel it in my own momentum. I could also feel a slight decrease in flexibility. I would be able to get rid of those unwanted aspects, as well as prolong the duration and increase the potency with a better setup, but that required materials. Most of them I could buy easily, but the slate wasn't exactly something I could buy cheap at CVS. Alya was searching through abandoned buildings for slate countertops or slate tiling. It was unlikely we would find anything, but she disliked sitting still, and I wasn't about to stop her from helping out. She had made it perfectly clear that she was not human, so things like overworking her army basically having complete control over her was not an issue. It still felt weird, but apparently, she was more than happy about the situation. According to her, natural, unbound elementals were thoughtless aspects of nature that had no intelligence or emotions. They just simply existed, like a naturally occurring computer, in worlds and realities where magic steeped more deeply into the fabric of the material plane. Binding an elemental to yourself was incredibly potent magic, but in the process, she gained active thought, a sense of will and desire, and emotions. She insisted it was a more than fair deal, and she was happy to work for me until the day that I died, which she fully expected to be a very, very long time. For obvious reasons, I was very interested in learning the magic required to replicate the binding process since she insisted it was beneficial to both parties, but she assured me it was likely to take several levels to fully understand the process, which I just couldn't spare at the moment. Even worse, I wouldn't be able to bond with another elemental until my soul had a chance to heal fully, or I risked damaging it. Not exactly something I liked the sound of, so I reluctantly put the plans of an elemental strike force to the back of my mind. Not long after Alya left, I started cleaning out the geomantic partial. The unique ritual consisted of 7 circles that surrounded and connected to a larger central circle. Dozens of arcane symbols and lines were carved around each of these circles. At the moment, each of those symbols was caked in soot, but while performing the absorption they would contain my blood. It wasn't much, just a drop per symbol, but the whole thing was still a grisly process, only made palatable by a numbing and cutting spell from the healing spells topic. I was really looking forward to when I didn't do that anymore, but at least there were only 3 or 4 dozen symbols. Generally speaking, the more symbols, the more complicated the spell or action you were attempting to perform with magic. That's what separated rituals from spells. Even the most skilled archmage could only control his mana through a dozen, maybe 2 dozen free-floating symbols. But rituals could contain hundreds, even thousands of those symbols, the mana guided through them through the caster's blood or other medium. I was just finishing up the final circle of symbols when I felt Alya's familiar presence return. "Welcome back," I said, sitting back and wiping my brow. "Find anything?" "I have searched all surrounding abandoned buildings in this part of town and beyond," she responded, her form swirling into shape as she talked. "I'm afraid I have yet to find any slate." "Yet?" "I can't say I'm very surprised," I responded with a frown. "It's fine, I'll just have to buy some." "A task for tomorrow," she said, not so subtly pointing out it was time for some rest. I doubt anything is open now anyway, I responded with a chuckle. But it is time for some sleep. I quickly washed my hands and cleaned up my work, before setting up my bed, which was just the couch with the back cushions removed to give myself a little room. I said good night to Alya, who responded in kind before she vanished. I could still feel her, but now she was all around the shop, keeping watch while I slept. Chapter 3. The process of getting ready for the day without running water was a bit of a pain. I had to get up, walk to the nearby gas station, buy my breakfast from inside, and then fill up a large water container from a spigot at the back. I would then walk home, strip down in the shop's carefully cleaned bathroom, and wash with the water. It took some getting used to, but it was better than not getting clean at all. You know, you wouldn't have to do this if you joined the Protectorate, Alya pointed out as I walked out of the bathroom, drying my hair. They would surely provide you with a home. Alya, we've been through this. It wouldn't take them very long to figure out my powers are weird, even with me being a blind spot, I responded, shaking my head. And I have no idea how they would react to that. They are all terminally terrified of masters, which I can't really blame them for, but how would they react to knowing that at any time, I could dump a couple of charges into a master topic? I'm not saying no. I'm just saying not right now. In all honesty, I was tempted to join up, as the benefits would be nice. But something about the weird, PR-heavy focus turned me off. I understood that maintaining a good reputation was important, but their stance just seemed over the top. That, combined with my own issues being a one-of-a-kind anomaly in this world, made me very wary. I was also nervous about superhero shenanigans. The one universal constant to all superhero realities was that people with powers, or engaging with people with superpowers, always ended up in weird scenarios and happenstances. I'm sure that I would stumble into my own weird stuff sooner or later, but staying out of everyone else's, for now, could only be a good thing. With my morning ablutions complete, including stripping back down to apply geomantic absorption, I headed out into the city. I had already found the address of a place where I could buy slate tile, so all that was left was to walk there. As I walked, Alya followed along, invisible to everyone, including myself, keeping an eye out for threats or avoidable issues. So far, since I arrived here, she had helped me avoid 8 pickpocket attempts and 3 muggings. She was also a godsend for directions. As I walked, I considered how the previous day had gone. While I was glad everything had worked out in the end, I was worried about having to reveal myself to Dinah. If I had been following her more closely, I could have stopped her aunt from ever being hurt in the first place. The problem was that I had been following them around for 3 days at that point, so maintaining a healthy distance was essential to keep from being caught. I'm pretty sure stopping her from triggering would have been nearly impossible from the back of a police cruiser. At the end of the day, all I could really do was hope the young girl would keep her promise to keep my secret. She looked to be old enough to understand the concept, and she seemed eager to do so. That said, I only needed her to keep my face from being spread around. Everything else was just a luxury. When I arrived at the tile store, buying the tiles was pretty easy. People didn't ask a lot of questions when you pretended to be confident, and while I got a strange look when I threw 2 packages of slate tile over my shoulder and walked out, I assured them my ride was parked nearby. In truth, with the steel I absorbed that morning, I could have carried a lot more without breaking a sweat. Of course, I got plenty of looks lugging the large boxes through the streets, but there wasn't much I could do about that. The weight wasn't nearly enough to get me labeled as a brute or anything. After all, the guy at the store had carried them just fine. When we finally got back to our temporary home, I was eager to get to work. The first step was clearing out more of the linoleum since I wanted to keep the older partial for now. Once the space was clear, I laid down a 7-foot square of the slate. The lip of the linoleum was just enough of an edge to keep it all in place, and once the tile was down, I got to work. Fuse simul lapis, I muttered, directing a band of mana between my pointer and middle finger, an arcane symbol appearing at each one's knuckle. I ran my fingers along the seam between the tiles, and for a moment, the edges on either side glowed before they fused together, becoming one continuous piece of stone. This was one of several very low-level earth and metal spells I had learned from my levels in geomancy, focused on preparing materials and creating and repairing partials. Once the 7-foot square of slate was all fused together, I started sketching out the design. My first partial had been a 7-circled diagram, a specific version used to help stabilize poor ingredients and materials. Now that I was making a properly planned and drawn diagram, I was switching to a 9-circled version. It used slightly more absorption material and required much more precision in carving, but it would greatly extend the absorption's duration and potency. It took me an hour to mark out all 9 circles, the central sitting space, as well as all the arcane symbols, then another 2 to slowly carve them with scalprum lapis, another minor earth spell. There were nearly double the symbols in a 9-circled versus a 7, which made me very happy that I was switching from using just my blood to using a mixture of my blood and beeswax melded together with a specific preparation spell. Not only was it more stable, but it also wouldn't burn away with every use, as long as I gave it time to cool after every absorption. When I was finally finished, I was more than happy with the results. The inlaid arcane symbols, and the precisely carved lines were all nearly perfect. This was just about the pinnacle of what I could achieve with my current level of geomancy. Any absorption complete with this partial would last at least 8 hours, nearly double the old limit. Not only would it drastically increase the amount of time between rituals, but I could also perform an absorption before bed, and I would be protected most of, if not the entire night. I spent a few minutes admiring my work, during which Alya stopped in with her physical form to congratulate me. It all seems quite well made, William, she said, walking around the slate square. Perhaps we should invest in some better metal. I do want some tungsten, now that I have a partial that can handle filtering out its weight, I admitted. But if I start walking around, trying to buy tungsten and titanium, it's gonna get some attention, not to mention I don't actually know where I would go to buy those metals. Can't exactly check Amazon. We talked for a bit long, mostly about what she had seen around the few blocks she was watching over before she vanished again to resume her patrol and observations. When she was gone, I made my way to the couch, sitting down and closing my eyes. When I first arrived here, I was given a small introduction to magic and how it worked. It wasn't much, since the entities clearly expected me to use my charges to gain any real information. Still, just because it was basic didn't mean it was useless. The first thing I learned was that mana was the fuel, or at least the catalyst for almost all magic, and was generated by any creature with a soul. Essentially, a soul would give off mana as a natural part of its existence. This process did not drain the soul or anything like that. I was not at risk for using up all of my mana, save for some minor discomfort. Generally speaking, the more complicated a soul was, the more mana it generated. For example, a wolf would have much more mana than a dog, while a whole pack of wolves combined would have nothing on even the lowest forms of draconic lizards. It wasn't just based on intelligence, but it was generally considered to be a good first sign. Age also affects the complexity of a soul through experiences and maturing. That's why magic users grew more powerful with age. You could also improve how much mana you could bring to bear with practice, either repeatedly casting spells and using your mana, draining your reserves over and over again, or by meditating and circling your mana through your body. Meditation also improved your body's condition, as your mana basically purifies your body. I wasn't going to turn into Steve Rogers, but I had already noticed a slight shift in my natural flexibility. As I sat down on the couch and slowly began to circulate my mana, weaving out along my limbs, dancing it across my body, through my skin, and all around me, I let my mind wander. As of this night, I had exactly 7 days left before I regained all of my marvelous mage charges. Combined with the singular point I had gained from my quest, I would have 7. Plus, I had prevented little Dinah from triggering, saving her aunt in the process and keeping her from a life of, well, I didn't quite know what her life would have been like, but Marvelous Mage was giving me the sense that she wouldn't have been having fun. Hard not to be proud of that. Alya and I had discussed a lot about what I would focus on for my next round of points. Eventually, we settled on an idea, or at least a general concept, one I would need to refine before using. A common thread through a whole lot of magic-centric stories from my old world was the idea of the wizard's home. Whether it was a massive magical tower, a floating city in the sky or, a pocket dimension sealed away from danger and influence, or even just a small house with magic built into every board, they were a mainstay of the genre. And I wanted one. Not just because it would be cool as hell, because it would be, but because I needed a place where I was safe, protected, and secure. A place where I could work on my magic in peace, and start to really make a difference. There were a lot of aspects of my powers that would attract a whole lot of attention, and I needed to be sure that I had a place I could go to be safe from the worst of it. Even more important, though, was the fact that I needed secure and permanent workplaces for my magic. Spells might go with me, but as in the case of geomancy and so many other types of magic, I needed a secure place to install cauldrons, carve in ritual circles, and purify workshops. While making the geomantic partial had taken a few hours and only cost me $300 or $400 in materials, geomancy was widely considered to be a very basic field of magic. What I knew was pretty close to its top level, and while I'm sure there was more to learn, its ritualesque partial reflected its relatively simple scale. Beeswax and blood were one thing, but there was no way I would make a gold inlaid healing ritual circle in some random abandoned shop, not until I could confirm it was safe. That's why I was considering spending all 6 of my incoming charges on 3 levels of wizard homemaking, or something of that nature. Judging by what I got from 2 levels, having 3 would mean some serious information about making my own little slice of magic paradise. Of course, it would also mean that I didn't gain anything else new, and while I was satisfied with my lighting spells, the durability and strength I gained from geomantic absorptions, as well as my healing, dedicating all of my points for a 2-week period to a single topic was a rather significant commitment. The best case scenario, in my mind, was that after buying the first and second level of whatever the wizard home crafting topic settled on, I would be able to tell if I needed to invest in a third level immediately or if I could wait. The worst case scenario would be me spending any of my points, only to realize I had barely uncovered anything and that I had basically wasted the points. The chances of that happening were not zero, which was way too high for me to be happy with. Overall, it was hard to plan what I wanted to do, at least beyond the basics, since there was no real way to know what I would get for each stacking level. I did know that if I ended up having points left over, I was absolutely spending it on something I could use to generate minions. I didn't really know what it would be, exactly, since I already knew elemental binding would be a high potency topic that would require a whole lot of points before it was useful, but I definitely wanted more minions. I continued to meditate until I felt my steel absorption run its course. Eager to test my new partial, I quickly distributed a few piles of steel rebar that had been scavenged from an abandoned construction site. Once I was done, I stripped down and sat in the center circle, letting out a deep breath. I put my hands down in front of me, my fingertips just touching the inner circle. I pushed and guided my mana out of my hands and into the carved slate, letting it spread around until the whole partial was filled. It took significantly more mana than the 7-circle partial, but as the ritual was completed and I stood, I could feel the difference immediately. I was less stiff, and I could feel my steps were lighter as well. I flexed and stretched for a few minutes, getting used to the slightly increased enhancement through jumping jacks and push UPS. When I was done, I was just about to sit back on the couch when I could feel Alya return. Before I could greet her, she whispered urgently into my ear. "How much longer does your steel absorption last?" she asked. "I just reapplied it half an hour ago," I said, now on full alert. "Why, what's happening?" "There is a man, just a few blocks away. He is severely injured, his breathing is very shallow." I cursed, hesitating for a moment. I could feel Alya holding back, waiting for me to make my decision. For a moment I almost asked her why she would tell me that, before realizing that that was unfair, considering I would be upset if she hadn't as well. "All right. I'll grab my mask." Chapter 4. I was out of the shop and walking quickly down the sidewalk less than a minute after Alya reached out to me. I was hardly even paying attention to where I was going, letting my soul-bonded friend guide with the blowing wind. As I did, I made sure to duck into an alley or two, sliding on the black overcoat I picked up at a second-hand store. I had already pulled on my white shirt before I left, leaving me in a costume that vaguely paid homage to deceased Constantine. Love him or hate him, the newer versions of him rocked the punk, devil-may-care outfit. My get-up was a bit darker, lacked the red tie, and I covered my hair with a black beanie, but I had to stand out somehow. The last bit of my costume was my mask. I knew I would need one eventually, so I made it one night while I was bored, using a sheet of metal I bought for my geomancy. Normally, I wasn't the biggest fan of the idea of a secret identity, but having found myself in a reality with superheroes, I wasn't about to give up the advantage. I'm sure eventually I would fuck up, and my identity would leak, but until then, I would try my best to keep the mask on. The mask itself was copper, made by pressing the sheet of metal against my face after a steel absorption, using my enhanced strength and resiliency to mold it to my features. The result, after a few minutes of work, was a pretty decent, vaguely human mask. A quick metal cutting spell later, and it was trimmed to cover my features completely. It curled up and around my jawline, primarily to hide my beard, but with enough room for me to open my mouth and talk. I cut the 2 eye holes last, before using my thumb to smooth over the edges, literally grinding down what would have usually been a dangerously sharp edge. It was attached to my head with straps from a hockey mask, comfortably and securely holding the metallic mask in place. Having examined myself in the cracked but mostly intact mirror of the shop bathroom, I knew it was intimidating but not creepy, at least in my opinion. It showed just enough human features to identify with but not enough to look overly detailed. It was also obviously a rough design, one I would probably ditch as soon as I could. With the helmet seated, I picked up the pace, my heavy footfalls echoing down several alleys as I jogged to where Alya was leading me. Sure enough, as I turned the final corner to see Alya appear over a collapsed figure, sprawled on the ground. I cursed and ran the final distance, kneeling beside the man. "Sir? Are you conscious?" I asked before looking up at Alya. "He is still breathing, but barely," she said, answering my unspoken question. "Well, he is unresponsive." "Fuck it," I said, rolling the man over, only to curse at what I saw. The man's shirt, a decent-looking outfit as far as I could tell, was littered with stab wounds, blood leaking out of them at an alarming rate. There were way too many to even think of just stabilizing him, and he didn't have the time for that. This man needed healing now, or it would be too late. I quickly put my hands on his stomach, where most but not all of the damage was done. "Ad sananda vulnera qui hoc corpus penetrant," I muttered, using a particularly powerful healing spell specifically designed for stabbing wounds. Both of my hands glowed, and several lines of energy extended outward from each of them, connecting to each of the man's wounds. When all of them were connected, discs of golden energy formed over each of them before sinking down into his skin. As the energy disappeared, 5 arcane symbols spun around each of my hands. After another long moment, I pushed the spell forward, activating the healing magic. This spell would continue to heal as long as I held it, so I closed my eyes and concentrated on the spell, maintaining the connection until I could feel each healing line pull away. Their job's done. Impel corpus sanguine egit, I muttered, using a blood regeneration spell since a significant portion of his was on the ground or in his shirt. The healing spell I had used to fix the stab wounds had been very specific, so it didn't help that much with replacing what was lost. When my final spell had run its course, I leaned back. The man's breathing slowly returned to normal, and, after a moment, his eyes fluttered open. I idly noted that Alya immediately swirled and vanished when the man's eyes began to open. For a moment, he looked around wildly, his eyes darting back and forth, before eventually locking onto me. Jesus Christ! He shouted, trying to crawl back away from me, his eyes wide with shock and fear. Hey, relax, it's okay. I said, holding up my gloved hands, trying to show I wasn't going to hurt him. I'm not going to hurt you. After a few seconds the man stopped, his eyes still wide as he looked at me, trying to decide if I was about to kill him or not. Eventually after a moment, he calmed down slightly, letting out a long breath. Well, you don't look like any E88 shit I heard of, he said. Who are you? Don't really have a name yet, to be honest, I said. Call me Mage for now. Well. Mage. What happened? He asked, looking around at the alley. You tell me, I just found you here while, on patrol, I explained, the man looking back up at me. I got here just in time to keep you from passing on. That seemed to spark some sort of memory, because his eyes went wide again, and he hurriedly checked his body, hand sliding under his shirt, desperately checking where his wounds had been, only to find a bloody and shredded shirt covering an unmarked stomach. Those fuckers jumped me. He said, followed by a long string of curses as he struggled to stand. Those fucking Nazi fucks. Whoa, hold on there buddy, I get the anger, but you just recovered from losing a lot of blood, give. The man managed to stand, only to immediately start to stumble backward. I rushed forward and managed to snag him before I was forced to heal him again, this time of head trauma. Thankfully my enhanced strength made it easy. I carefully helped him to the side of the alley, letting him sit on some sort of crate. There you go, take it easy, don't worry, that will fade, your body is still catching up to your blood loss, I explained, the man nodding in understanding, though I think it was mostly just reflex. Thank you, god damn it, that should have killed me. But you healed me, didn't you? He said, looking up at me as his brain caught up with what was happening. How? Sorry, wait, dumb question, you're a cape. You like Panacea or something? How come I ain't ever heard of you? I'm pretty new to the scene, pretty much the first night I've been out in this, I explained, tapping my mask, and yes, I'm a healer like Panacea, though from what I've read our powers are pretty different. Hey, first night, you say? He asked, shaking his head. Damn, ain't that just the devil's luck? Jumped in an alley and cut up like a sirloin, only for the newbie to stumble by and fix me up. He laughed for a long minute, and for a moment, I was worried he might turn manic and begin to freak out. I spoke up, trying to keep him from spiraling. Listen, do you have a phone to call the cops or? I asked, looking down the alley nervously. What? Oh, there's not much point in that, kid, he explained, shaking his head. To many E88 sympathizers on the force, things tend to get lost when you call them out. And somehow, they always know. That was disturbing news. If there was that level of corruption in the police force, and by a cape-back group of neo-Nazis, that was all sorts of fucked, and made me very wary of dealing with them in the future. That's disturbing to hear. I responded, the man snorting at my understatement. Though I gotta ask, you don't seem like their usual target demographic. The man, who appeared to be maybe 10 or 15 years older than me, so probably around 40, chuckled darkly and shook his head. His skin was certainly white, and I was pretty sure he had blue eyes, though it was a bit dark to tell. I run a soup kitchen and homeless shelter on the outskirts of South Docks, he explained. It used to be no man's land, but the E88 started to push into it during the fall. Now, they are trying to push the kitchens and shelters in the area to only cater to white folk. Worse, some of them started agreeing. It's all a load of bullshit. Shocking, I said in a flat voice, getting another snort from the man. Well, if you don't want to get the cops involved. Before I could even start to leave, the man held out his hand, his eyes looking hopeful. Wait. Listen, thank you for healing my dumb ass. I can't believe how damn lucky I am. He said, his voice trailing off before he shook his head and focused back on me. I hate to ask more of you but I gotta know. Could you heal more people? I looked at him and frowned before realizing he couldn't see my frown, so I responded. What do you mean? I mean, could you fix up more people? He asked. We get a lot of sick people at the shelter and kitchen, and we end up turning a lot of them away cause if we don't, whatever they got will only spread. Lots of injured people too hurt to work, people who can't afford insurance. As he trailed off I nodded in understanding. In all honesty, I had considered a similar idea already. I knew Panacea healed at Brockton Bay Central Hospital, and not long after I arrived, I considered going down there to see if I could help. A mix of fear and uncertainty concerning the repercussions had kept me from going through with it. Now, hearing that people who couldn't afford to go to the hospital, people who would never see Panacea, needed help? It was a good motivator, even though I thought his suggestion could use some work. You realize me showing up at your shelter would mean a hell of a lot of attention, I pointed out. Lots of gang attention. Lots of Cape gang attention. That's a good point, he said with a frown. I don't even know how I'm going to handle this. He admitted, pulling at his shirt, which was torn, cut up, and blood-soaked. Maybe hire some security. I suggested. I bet you there are some homeless people out there willing to play bouncer for a reservation and food. That's actually a pretty good idea, he admitted, rubbing his chin, clearly unaware he was spreading blood along his face. I know a few boys who would jump at that, especially if I included a couple bucks under the table. For a moment, the man was silent, considering his new idea. I was just about to start retreating again when a thought occurred to me. What if I went out to them? I asked. I'm sure people group up, form communities. I could go out and meet them, heal whoever needs it, before moving on. That would work, though it wouldn't get everyone. Once I get some reputation, I can come by and visit the shelters. By then, it will be clear I'm just helping the less fortunate, not just visiting your place specifically, I assured the man. It would be safer for everyone involved if I just showed up randomly. What would you need from me? He asked, looking at me seriously. These folks need all the help they can get, so what can I do to help? For a moment, I considered saying nothing, but I realized I would have to cross a significant trust barrier, before people started to let me help them, especially with an unknown power. I knew my healing had no side effects and no drawbacks, but it would take a while for people to just trust me outright. Would you be able to connect me to people? I asked. People those communities trust? A good word in the right ear will make this a lot easier. Yeah, kid, I can do that, he said with a nod, his smile returning. I know just who to start with. You give me a day or so to find some people, knock on some doors. I can do that for you. Good, that's great. That would help immensely, I said. I have a feeling those communities won't be quick to trust, but starting with a foot in the door would help me a lot. You don't know the half of it, kid, he said, his energy growing again. Maybe even get a couple guys to go with you, just in case. Nothing too obvious, but... Actually, I would prefer you didn't, I said with a wince. I can handle myself, and I'd rather run than try and fight anyone. Besides, a big group of people showing up will only make it harder to gain their trust. Well, now hold on, I'm not sure I feel comfortable leaving you alone with a crowd like that, he said with a frown. Most of the homeless in this city are decent people, but there's always the assholes. I chuckled, before jabbing my finger out, a bolt of electricity jumping from my digit and slamming into a nearby trash barrel, melting a thumb-sized hole in the side. I chuckled when I looked back at the man, his eyes wide and jaw hanging down. I'm a bit of a grab bag, I explained. I can take care of myself. I guess so, he admitted, looking back at me. Well, Mage, I look forward to working together. Same here, Mr. Shit, my mom would slap me stupid, he said, shaking his head, sticking out his hand for me to take and shake. Name's Tony Capelli. I chuckled and shook his hand, the man clearly excited about the good fortune he had somehow stumbled on. He quickly passed me a card, which had the address and name of his shelter and soup kitchen, Hope's Kitchen. I slid the card into my inner pocket, before promising to call him in a day or so. After that, we shook hands again and the man left, intent on heading home. I had Alya follow him back, just to make sure he made it there in one piece. Chapter 5. It took me a few hours to fall asleep when I got back to the shop, mostly because I was wired from what I had just agreed to. I knew deep down that I was going to get involved with this world's Cape scene. I had already mentally committed to helping this world, even committed to someday fighting the Endbringers when I was powerful enough. But all of that had been future concepts, not real hard steps. The power I would need to fight the Endbringers was astronomical, so far from what I was now that it hardly felt real. This, though? It was a much more real step forward. A step out of my comfortable anonymity. Okay, Yes, showing up and healing Dinah's aunt was my real first step, but that had felt different. I was just following the task my powers gave me. I couldn't even consider going back on my word. Between Tony's contagious excitement and my own guilt and stubbornness, there was no way I would let myself step out on my word. I maintained that I wasn't a self-sacrificing hero, but I was hoping to at least be the kind of person who helps in general. When I did finally fall asleep, it was the fitful, tossing and turning kind, where I spent most of the night barely dozing, rather than fully sleeping. I woke up just as tired, if not more tired, than I had been when I fell asleep. There was only one cure for a night like that, greasy food and a double shot of espresso. I left the shop after cleaning up a bit, heading to a nearby breakfast cafe. Once I had my breakfast, I headed down to the boardwalk to enjoy my food by the ocean. It wasn't nearly as pleasant a view as you might expect, with the beaches covered in trash and stained with oil, and the view of the ocean itself was marred by the boat graveyard. I could see it clearly from where I was, though it would have been better if I couldn't. The whole thing basically looked like several mountains of rusted metal, half submerged in the ocean. There were at least 2 massive cargo ships partially sunk, with who knew what else shoved together and falling apart. It was like staring at the physical embodiment of economic collapse. A cold breeze blew at me, and for a moment, I panicked, looking around for trouble. Alya frequently used cold wines to warn me I had turned in the wrong direction or something was coming, so feeling one suddenly immediately put me on alert. I only stopped looking around furtively when a warm breeze blew over. Sorry, that one gust slipped by, Alya admitted, talking softly into my ear. I was watching a pair of enforcers. Anything wrong? I asked as I lifted my egg sandwich to my mouth. They were just watching you, but they moved on, she assured me. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on them too. I nodded and continued to eat, drinking my coffee and enjoying the morning. Eventually, when I was done, I leaned back on the bench. You're worried, Alya said, not as a question but as a statement. Can you really blame me? I asked, taking a sip of my coffee. Once we start doing this, a lot of people are going to take a pretty big interest in me. I knew it would happen, but I was hoping to have some more to work with before I did. I'll be watching over you, as always, she pointed out, the crashing waves losing a lot of their volume as she muffled our conversation. And I don't think you would be happy with yourself if you declined. Yeah, you're not wrong, I admitted, letting out a long breath. I could feel her presence pushing by me, ruffling my hair before dispersing around me once more, watching over a significant portion of the area at once. It was impressive how much ground she could cover, but I knew from experience that while she could feel such a large space, she couldn't watch everything at once. Instead, her focus drifted, while anything aggressive, violent, or noteworthy would tug at her awareness, prompting her to look closer. She was not omnipresent, and if someone was subtle enough, they could get pretty close before she noticed. Eventually, I stood from the bench and stretched, my back loosening after a moment. With one more look out over the ocean, I started making my way back through the city. I wanted to grab some steel scrap, so I had some stocked up. That would only take a few hours, but I would likely take my time exploring the city and looking for a place to eventually make my permanent home. I ended up spending most of the day doing that, returning to the shop as the sun started to set. The next day, I realized I was lacking a critical piece of infrastructure, so I grabbed a bit of cash from the ceiling tile stash and headed downtown. It didn't take me long to find a shop selling prepaid cell phones, and while one of the clerks tried to upsell me, I insisted it was only for temporary use, so I didn't need anything fancy. In all honesty, the phones in this world were kind of crap, both because it was 14 years earlier than I was used to and because the world's tech industry kind of screeched to a halt when the endbringers started crushing cities. Even if I spent thousands of dollars on the best phone they had, it would still be pretty basic when compared to what I was used to. I walked down the road, letting Alya guide me as I focused on booting up the phone and getting it started. When it was all set up, I punched in the number on the card Tony had given me. The phone rang twice before a familiar voice came through the phone's speaker. Even before I could say anything, I could feel Alya muffling our conversation. Hello? Who is this? He asked. Tony, hello. It's Mage, I said simply. You told me to call you. Mage. Yes. I'm glad to hear from you. He said excitedly. Listen, I managed to get a hold of a few people, and one of them is interested in meeting you tonight. Could you do that? Yeah, I can do that, I responded, scratching my cheek. Where exactly would we meet? There's a small park not far from where the kitchen is, we are going to meet there. It's a bit of a walk to his community, but he didn't want to bring you too close without meeting you first. That's fair. All right, Tony, I'll be there. The older man gave me some brief directions, directing me to an area a half-dozen blocks away from the address on the card he had given me. After a few more words, I hung up and started heading back to the shop to reapply my steel absorption. I could feel I still had plenty of time on my existing charge, but I wasn't about to risk running out when I was out and about all masked up. Why was I getting masked up when the meeting with Tony wouldn't be happening for 5 or 6 hours? Because, while I was determined to help, I fully realized there was a lot about this situation that I didn't know about. So, rather than flounder about and possibly mess things up, I wanted to talk to someone else who could heal like me. I was going to seek out Panacea and ask for advice. I left the shop after packing my costume into a small leather messenger bag, since there was no way I was going to walk across the entire city in my costume. Not only would I feel like an idiot, but the chances I would attract the wrong kind of attention skyrocketed the further I went. I took my time walking across the city, making my way deeper downtown, trying to find my way to the hospital. Luckily for me, there were clear and obvious signs that directed me to the Brockton Bay Central Hospital. Eventually, as I got closer, Alia found a spot for me to change. I quickly pulled out my costume, taking off my shirt to reveal the same white shirt I had worn before. I threw on my mask, then my beanie, before finally pulling on my black overcoat. Finally, I folded up my shirt and slid it back into my bag, letting Alia partially manifest and carry it to the roof of the building I was hiding behind for safekeeping. Once I was dressed, I admit it took a few minutes for me to leave the alley I had changed in. The night I rushed out the door to save Tony, I hadn't been thinking much about what I looked like. Even better, I had somehow managed to completely avoid any onlookers. Now, I was about to step out into a heavily populated area, dressed up in what would have constituted a bad Halloween costume back home. I didn't consider myself to be easily frightened or scared, but I had always had a weakness for public speaking, and being at the center of a large group. It wasn't quite social anxiety, at least as far as I knew, but whatever it was certainly kicking in now. Could I make a recommendation? Alia asked, picking up on what I was feeling through our connection. Right now, with that mask on, you're not just William Kalus anymore. You're William Kalus, Mage of Brockton Bay. Healer and Master of Lightning. Step into that role and let it protect you. I let out a long breath, letting her words roll over me, nodding along with her suggestion. You know, for being new to this whole consciousness thing, you are pretty wise, I pointed out, purposely standing up straight. The wisdom of youth, I'm sure, she responded with a giggle. I don't see the world as complicated as you do, it makes seeing the truth easier. Must be nice. I paused for another moment before finally stepping out of the alley before I could get inside my own head again. The effect was instant, with the people around me going silent and immediately focusing on me. I forced myself forward, though, ignoring them as best I could. As I continued to walk, the stares turned to whispers, and soon those changed to people pulling out their phones, snapping pictures, and taking videos of me. Should I short out their phones? Alia asked, and I had to bite back an instinctual urge to say yes. No, it would only cause problems, I said with a frown, though it was hidden behind my mask. Best to save that ability for later. After making my way across the last street, I was finally standing in front of the hospital. It was well maintained, with clean white walls and a bright, well-maintained sign. Even the street in front of it was newly paved. I nodded to myself before slowly making my way to the front door, opening it, and stepping inside. Immediately, I could tell it was unnaturally quiet. The large open area was almost entirely devoid of movement, with nearly everyone focused on me. I resisted the urge to cringe away from the attention, and instead pushed forward, following the gentle, encouraging breeze. As I approached the front desk, the 5 people sitting behind it remained frozen, until finally, one of the older ones stepped forward. She reached out and pulled the 2 younger-looking women back, stepping forward to greet me. She even managed to smile. Hello, welcome to Brockton Bay Central Hospital, she said calmly, standing directly in front of her co-workers. Is there something I could help you with? Yes, actually. I'm new to Brockton Bay, and I wanted to meet Panacea, I explained, smiling beneath my mask when the older woman frowned. No, I'm not some groupie or looking for free healing. I wanted to shake hands with the fellow healer and discuss how it works here, mostly to avoid stepping on any toes or making a scene. That surprised the older receptionist into silence again, though she broke through much quicker this time. You're a healer? She asked, her eyes wide. That's incredible, Hey! What's going on here? A loud, brash shout came from down the hall, and suddenly, a costumed girl came flying down the hall, stopping just a few feet in front of me, her arms crossed. She was wearing a golden tiara on her head and a predominantly white costume lined with gold highlights. Even her boots were marked with gold. Despite the situation, the first thought through my head was that she must fly everywhere when wearing her costume, as her shoes were way too white to actually be used. Who are you, and what are you doing here? She said, her face colored with just the slightest hint of a sneer. It wasn't quite disgust, more along the lines of suspicion and distrust. For a long moment, I was frozen, a creeping nervousness rising up through my head. Like I was an ant and a very annoyed giant was about to step on me. Before I could do anything, Alya was there whispering into my ear. She is influencing your mind, she explained. I can feel it through your bond, it doesn't reach your soul but it reverberates through your feelings. As if all I needed was permission to ignore it, knowing it wasn't real was enough for me to push through. I still felt like a small kid on the bad end of a big bully, but now I could fight it. I'm new to this, but for now, I am going by Mage. I assume you are Glory Girl? I asked, recognizing the young woman from the many photos online. Whatever you are doing with your powers, I recommend you stop. This is a hospital. It's no place for posturing. For a moment, I thought she was going to push, in fact, I could feel her emotional manipulating power start to tick up, only for someone to reach around her and grab her arm. Vicky, calm down, the person said, tugging the teenager's arm. They aren't doing anything wrong. They were asking about you, she responded, partially turning to reveal Panacea standing behind her, dressed in a white and red cloak. And? Everyone is asking after me here, it's the hospital, she responded, rolling her eyes before focusing on me. Though it's more than a bit aggressive to roll in unannounced. I wasn't aware you made appointments, I responded, feeling the mental pressure pull back slightly. What are you looking for? She asked, adjusting her cloak around herself, looking at me with eyes that... Well, they seemed a lot more jaded than I would have expected from her age. They also looked incredibly tired. I don't do requests, and I don't do on-the-spot healing unless it is an emergency. If you are from out of town, you'll have to wait in line, the young heroine continued, gesturing behind me. I turned to look and found dozens of people sitting in the lobby, all watching us with wide eyes. No, I do not require healing, I assured her. Rather, I came to talk to a fellow healer. The robe-wearing parahuman's posture changed immediately, and her barely restrained indifference disappeared, replaced by sudden interest, her eyes locked on me. What did you say? Chapter 6. The young woman's sudden shift at my words was startling, but since healing was such a rare power to have, I could understand some strange reactions. I was hoping to get some advice from the city's best healer, I repeated. Like I said, I would have. You can heal? Panacea asked, releasing her sister and taking several excited steps forward as she cut me off. How does it work? What method? What? I withstood a barrage of questions, eyes wide and answering none of them. The young woman continued getting closer, eventually looking up at me. Despite me being several inches taller, I still took a small step back, overwhelmed by her rush. It took her nearly a dozen questions for her to finally realize I was still not responding. Perhaps we could talk a bit more in private, I suggested before she could continue her tidal wave of curiosity. I'm not sure. Glory Girl is welcome to come, I quickly added, suddenly aware it sounded like I wanted to be alone with her. As well as any doctor or nurse you think might be a good addition. We can trade answers and discuss how this whole thing works. As I talked, I could see that, at first, she was going to refuse my offer. That was fair, considering how it sounded. When I corrected myself to include her sister, as well as a doctor or nurse, she seemed a bit more okay with the idea, finally nodding in agreement. I suppose I could take an early break. Unless there are any time-sensitive cases. Panacea said, looking over her shoulder to a doctor standing a few feet away. There's nothing that needs your attention immediately, he responded, looking down at the chart on his clipboard before looking at his watch. I believe conference room 4 should be open at the moment, as long as one of the residents isn't using it to sneak a nap. Okay, let's go then, she said, heading back down the hall she and her sister had arrived from. Panacea clearly knew her way around the hospital because she navigated it like she was born there. We went down a hall, weaving between nurses and doctors, before stepping into an elevator, which closed with a ding and started ascending. We stood in silence, with Panacea looking excited and eager, while Glory Girl was still watching me closely. The doctor looked calm, as if this was just another Tuesday. After a few seconds, I reached out my hand to him, which he took and shook after looking at it curiously. Sorry about that, I was a bit overly focused, drive. Dr. Pilota, he answered, returning my firm shake. And I understand. Thank you for being polite. Of course, I came to you guys, after all. Not long after that, the elevator door opened, and Panacea once again led the way, making a beeline for a door at the end of the hall. Once we were all inside, I sat down on one of the chairs, trying to set the tone as casual and, more importantly, calm. This prompted everyone else to do the same. For a moment, the room was quiet until Panacea cleared her throat and started talking. So, what were you hoping to learn? She asked. I'm happy to help another healer, but I'm not sure what you need. Well, first, I wanted to know if there were laws or rules regarding parahuman healing, I responded. I tried looking online, but I couldn't find anything precise. Well, that's kind of a complicated subject, the healer responded with a wince. Technically, all you really need to use a beneficial power on someone is their permission. But the PRT prefers you to go through their power testing first, so your abilities can get tested for any unfortunate side effects, or, well, they basically want to stop a repeat teacher. Who? I asked before I could stop myself, internally wincing for showing ignorance about this world. Teacher? You know, hands out low-level thinker and tinker abilities, but he mastered anyone he gave them to. Glory Girl responded with a frown. He's in the birdcage now, but he was pretty scary for a while. The PRT still stumbles on some of his minions occasionally. That's horrifying, I freely admit. How common are master powers? Human masters are on the rare side, Glory Girl said reassuringly. But the label of masters also includes people who control other things. Like plants or projections. Crusader, from the Empire. His projections make him a master. Could we stay on topic for now? Panacea asked with a frown, giving her sister a look. While technically all you need is their permission, the PRT will push for power testing. If you refuse, there is a non-zero chance they might find a way to strong-arm you. How? I asked, furrowing my brow. Are we talking about using the wordings of rules to trip me up or just straight up bending them to fit? If you ask my mom, it's the latter or worse, Glory Girl responded with a frown. But Gallant says he's only ever heard of the first one happening, and only when someone needs to be investigated. While I wasn't usually one to harp over government conspiracies or assume they are always out to get us, trusting a government agency to only bend the rules when they really need to set off so many alarm bells. Still, I would reserve my own judgment for when I could back it up with my own experiences, not just second-hand gossip from a ward's girlfriend. I'll keep that in mind. Okay, now it's my turn, Panacea said, leaning forward eagerly. How exactly does your healing work? What sort of limitations do you have? Now, there was the big question. Since Alya and I first arrived here and realized that powers all seemed to come from the same place, even if no one was sure where that place actually was, we knew I would have to come up with some sort of explanation for my own powers. In a Marvel or DC, I could have just said magic, and people would have shrugged and moved on. Here, though, people considered powers to be science they didn't quite yet understand, which meant everyone who claimed magic was looked at like they were slightly off their rocker. Even a respected member of the Protectorate was seen as a little crazy just because he pretended to use magic. Not only that, but the fact that I was gaining magic over time and would be able to guide myself to grow in new, powerful ways made me a trump with hilariously potent potential. That was too much to reveal before I could defend myself. Thankfully, Alya and I had plenty of time to come up with a reasonable excuse, one that would work to explain what I could do. Or at least it would hopefully work until I was powerful enough that it didn't really matter anymore. I'm a grab bag, kinda, I explained with a vague gesture. I have an energy source inside me, and I can do a whole bunch of stuff with it. It all drains from the same source within me, so I'm not sure if it counts as many smaller powers. I can use it to heal, make myself tougher, or... I raise my hand and cast a low-level shocking spell, basically just making an arc of electricity jump between my fingers. It was simple, meaning I could control it easily without words or the glow of mana. All three of them jumped at the sound, but I only kept it going for a second, so none of them did anything more before I stopped. It's nothing crazy, and I can run out of power, but I like to think what it lacks in strength it makes up for in versatility. Also. I trailed off, biting my lip and looking away, doing my best to look embarrassed. It requires a lot of concentration, so I've found that rhythmic speaking helps me concentrate. Combined with some of the light shows that using the source makes, there's a reason my real name is probably going to have to do with magic. But you don't actually think it's magic, right? Panacea asked, obviously worried that the new healer was a nutjob. No, of course not, I lied, shaking my head. But I have a theme, so I might as well stick with it, right? Oh, thank God, she said, letting out an audible sigh of relief. That's good to hear. You have no idea how crazy some of the powers are magic, people are. Almost as bad as the ones that think they've been blessed by God. I've healed a few of them at Endbringer battles, and they can be a lot. The young girl suddenly stopped, cutting off whatever she had been about to say. It seemed that she was more than a bit off kilter, probably due to myself. Anyway, as much as it might suck to kowtow to them, just going through their power testing is probably your best bet, she continued. The hospitals around the city require it, and the Protectorate won't be nearly as on your case as they would be otherwise. That's unfortunate, I admitted with a frown. But I shouldn't be surprised that the government would insist on oversight. In all honesty, I will most likely be focusing away from the hospital since... Wait, what? You're not going to be helping here? Amy asked, suddenly a lot less calm. Why not? Please, healing abilities are very rare. Please don't think you need to run off and fight to be a hero. I never said that I wouldn't help out, especially in emergencies or critical cases like children, but I plan on focusing my abilities on the less fortunate population of the city, traveling between some of their camps and such to offer my healing, I explained. I want to help, but I have my own things I need to do as well. I won't be able to dedicate all my time to the hospital. While I thought I was being reasonable, but from the look I was getting from the young healer, it was clear she didn't agree. I assumed you were trying to be a hero, but I guess we shouldn't have. She said, her entire demeanor starting to change. Her tone was cold and judgmental, such a drastic shift that I physically leaned back. I do intend to be a hero, I responded, more confused than angry at her tone. But I'm not willing to spend my entire life here at the hospital. There are doctors and nurses here who I'm sure are perfectly capable of handling most cases. As I said, I will be going to some of the city's homeless camps, and eventually soup kitchens and the like too. If you have a healing ability, then you're best off working here at the hospital, not off getting yourself killed fighting on the streets, Panacea fired back, cutting me off. Going out to help the homeless is fine, but you have a responsibility to use your ability it as best you can. The room was silent for a moment as all of us took in what the young woman was saying. Both Glory Girl and Dr. Pilota seemed shocked, though the former seemed more confused about the vehemence and tone, rather than what she was actually saying. While I could feel my blood pressure rise from the young woman's tone and aggressive, holier-than-thou assertions, I quickly reined them in. This was essentially a child, a high schooler who was probably just repeating the opinions of people around her. More than anything, this behavior made me worried that someone was feeding her some very unhealthy opinions. I choose to help where I can, not because it's my responsibility, but because it's what I want, I said, frowning under my mask. I owe nothing to anyone, and while my power is a part of me, it does not define me. What kind of hero would put themselves before the people that need help? She responded, shaking her head. You can't really consider yourself a hero if you are going to be so selfish. Seeing the annoyance, almost disgust still on her face, I decided that enough was rough. I can see that, somehow, this conversation is no longer amicable, I said, standing from my seat. I think it's best if I go for now, before anything worse is said. Thank you for your time, Panacea. Glory Girl. Dr. Pilota. I left the conference room behind, letting the door shut as I walked away. I let Alya guide me out of the building, easily ignoring the stairs and phones now that I had, whatever the hell that had been on my mind. Before I knew it, I was making my way through the alleyways again, looking for a place to change. What the hell was that? I asked, feeling Alya's presence pull in tightly around me. It was like a full personality reversal. It appears she has formed some unhealthy opinions, Alya said, floating across the alleyway in a half-formed, wispy state. It was concerning to listen to. And the way her sister first intercepted me. I pointed out. It was like she was a few seconds from attacking me. You did read that she had a bit of an anger issue, my partner pointed out. They are teenagers with superpowers. Not very hard to see how that might create some issues. Yeah, still kind of worried about what Panacea said, I admitted, finally stopping in the abandoned spot where I stored my back. That didn't seem healthy. I agree, Alya responded before swirling away and returning with my messenger bag. I may not have much experience with teenagers. So about the same as me. I pointed out before gesturing for her to continue. But is it not normal for teenagers to struggle with questions of self-worth and responsibility? I mean, yeah, along with a whole list of other problems. I confirmed with a frown. But that sounded like more than just a phase. Do you think I should tell someone? Maybe try to contact her parents. I think that you are very early in your time here, she responded simply. Yeah. Well, I'm sure I will be rubbing elbows with her, despite her clear distaste for me, I guessed with a frown. I'll give it some time. Maybe try to ask around. We talked a bit more while I finished changing out of my costume. When I was done, I made my way away from the alleyways and towards somewhere I could have lunch. After a few slices of pizza and a beer, I headed back to the shop. I still had a few hours before I was supposed to meet up with Tony and whoever he managed to get in contact with, and considering it was likely to be a late night, I decided a quick nap was in order. I reorganized the couch into my bed and set an alarm on my phone before laying down and closing my eyes. Despite the rough afternoon, I still managed to fall asleep quickly, soothed by Alya's constant refreshing breeze. Chapter 7. I woke up a whole 10 minutes before my alarm was set to go off, and I spent that time reabsorbing another batch of steel. I was already loving my 9-circle partial. Not having to clean the runes and reapply my blood every time I wanted to use it was amazing in and of itself, but the added time and lessening of unwanted aspects was a huge bonus. I spent a few minutes cleaning myself up before heading out into the city. It was considerably darker by then, the afternoon having turned into the early night as I napped. Finding a spot to change was easy as we made our way to the pre-agreed meeting spot, as the city slowed down and the streets emptied out. The city of Brockton Bay was in rough shape, and while that didn't mean the sidewalks were empty, even at night, it was clear to see that people knew better than to walk around as darkness settled over the city. As we walked, now dressed in my uniform, I quietly talked to Alia. Originally, I had intended to ask Panacea if any name requirements or guidelines weren't advertised to the general public. I was now fully aware that she was just a teenager, one clearly struggling with some less than healthy opinions. I would find no help from her, so I was back to square one. I knew from Readingfo, an online Cape forum, that some name conventions, like copying the names of gods and goddesses, were taboo. They also claimed that picking the name of a deceased Cape was okay as long as it had been a few years. Thankfully, a few searches through the Cape wiki attached to Fo showed that no one had the name I had been thinking of. After a long walk, I finally stepped into the small park that Tony had directed me to. It took me a second to spot a car parked nearby, with Tony standing next to it. Next to him was an older man, at least 50 years old. He was smoking a cigarette while talking to Tony, both of them standing under the light of a nearby street lamp. Tony seemed pretty nonchalant about what was going on, either because he was confident in something or because he was naive. The second man, on the other hand, was almost constantly looking around, much more suspicious about his surroundings and clearly waiting for something to happen. Considering the differences in alertness levels, it was no surprise that the stranger spotted me first, saying something to Tony as I approached, nodding in my direction. Tony turned to see me, waving as I got closer. "Mage, good to see you," he said, reaching out to shake my hand as I got closer. "This is John. He's gonna take us to one of the nearby encampments." "John, nice to meet you," I said, reaching out to shake his hand. And I actually settled on a name. "Call me Arcanum." "Well, Arcanum, Tony is a good guy, but he is about as gullible as a puppy, so I'm going to need to see your healing with my own eyes," John said with a voice like gargled granite, taking one last pull from his cigarette, before dropping it to the ground and stomping on it. "Understandable, I don't blame you for wanting to see my abilities firsthand," I assure him. "Do you have an injury, or?" Rather than answering, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a shockingly large knife, passing it to Tony, who winced and accepted the weapon. He looked at it for a second, looking up at John, before looking back down. He was about to cut his palm when I spoke up. "Hold on, just wait a second," I said, holding up my hand, Tony stopping immediately. "Two things. 1, if you're determined to make Tony cut himself, at least let me numb his hand first. 2, there is an alternative. Just let me heal your lungs." Tony visibly sagged in relief, pulling the blade away from his hand. He mouthed a thank you to me while John looked at me confused. "My lungs?" John asked, looking at me with a raised eyebrow. "What about them?" "Well, you're a smoker, right?" I asked, gesturing to the crushed butt on the asphalt. "I should be able to clean out the tar and smoke residue, plus heal some of the damage. Some of it might be too old for me to fix, but they will be better than they are now." For a moment, he watched me, looking at me with discerning, suspicious eyes. After a few seconds, he reached out his hand to Tony, who eagerly gave him his knife back. When the weapon was once again hidden, sheathed in something behind his back, he focused back on me. "Well, what do I have to do?" he asked. "Nothing, just give me your permission to heal you," I said with a smile. "Is it gonna hurt?" "There's gonna be some golden light and a few strange-looking symbols. The energy I make is going to go into your body, but there won't be any pain." "I give you permission," he said, almost seeming to chew on the words. "But you should know, people know where I am and what's going on." "Well then, we best not keep them waiting," I said, before stepping closer and raising my hands. "Ad tolendum venenum ex pulmone." A pair of golden vertical ovals appear around my hands, 4 arcane symbols surrounding each. Normally, that would be way too much for me to use at once at my current skill level. Thankfully, these were the same 4 symbols, just repeated, which made it significantly easier to handle. Once the symbols lined up with the ovals, they shifted forward, sinking into the man's body. This spell was specifically made for cleaning contaminants that were breathed in, something especially useful for alchemists and smokers. Ad tolendum venenum ex pulmone. I cast again, waiting for the golden glow to fade again. Sana damnum ad pulmones. Sana damnum ad pulmones. I cast the cleansing spell again, just to make sure I got everything, before following it up with a healing spell focused on the lungs. It was very specific, which should increase the depth of what it could repair. It started as a relatively normal-looking spell before it dissolved into a mist that flew into John's mouth. It was all symbolic, as the energy could have just as easily gone through his chest instead. The first spell caught him off guard, but since I warned him about the lights and weirdness, he managed to control himself. However, the golden mist going into his mouth and down into his lungs was too much. He stumbled backward, looking angry and reaching back toward his weapon. What the fuck was that? He asked, cursing at me as he recovered. What the fuck are you trying to do to me? I ain't. He stopped mid-sentence, his brain finally catching up with his body, realizing that his last breath had been remarkably easy. He took another breath, his eyes slowly widening as he just kept breathing in, his lung capacity suddenly much closer to what it should have been at his age. I could see him wince, no doubt anticipating a hacking cough brought on by the deep breathing, only for nothing to happen. Goddamn, I knew it was bad, but I had no idea I lost that much, he admitted, a smile growing on his grizzled face. Alright, your mojo works, even if it's freaky as hell. Yeah, I know. It's why I went with a magic-themed name, I admitted with a shrug. Technically, the chanting isn't necessary. It just makes it easier. Hey, well, it's weird, but I won't argue with the results, he said. Okay, let's go. Without much more to say, John turned around and walked away, heading across a nearby street and waving for us to follow. Tony was the first to move, clearly trusting his friend, and I was right behind him. I couldn't help but smirk as John chucked his cigarettes into a dumpster as we walked. On the way, I answered questions about the uses and limitations of my power. I explained that I could heal current wounds with no issues, clean infections out, and beat back most diseases. I also explained that the older the injury, the less I could do about it, and I could only ease the symptoms of genetic issues. Cancer was straight out of my wheelhouse. That was a limitation on my topic choice, as healing spells, as far as I could tell, were more about returning a body to its natural state. As genetic issues were part of a person's natural body, healing spells didn't do much for them. Cancer was more or less in the same boat since it was the person's own cells going out of control. It would be like trying to heal away a finger. I wasn't 100% sure, as my knowledge didn't extend that far, but I heavily suspected that this was an intrinsic issue tied to healing spells. As far as I could tell, a healing ritual or some other healing process would stand a much better chance of fixing those issues. John seemed to get the distinction and assured me he would call me to the people I could help and warn the people I couldn't. It took us 10 minutes to finally arrive at the camp, which came out of nowhere. 1 minute, we were walking behind an old, abandoned car dealership when suddenly we were stepping into a shanty town. The camp had been completely hidden by a line of trees and a garage that ran at the back of the car lot, which I imagine was probably the only reason it existed. I had no doubt that people, including the police, knew it was there, but it was better somewhere hidden and out of the way, which people didn't complain about, than somewhere that detracted from the city's natural charm. It only took a few seconds for people to realize we were there, first spotting John, then Tony, and me. I had a feeling Tony had been here before, but I was obviously a bit of a spectacle. People started stepping out of tents, opening doors to ramshackle structures built from pallets and scrap wood. As we walked deeper, I got John's attention. Sorry if this is a stupid question, but I got the feeling that Brockton Bay has a lot of abandoned homes. Why not try living in those? I asked, thinking of my own temporary home inside the abandoned shop. Because if you start breaking and entering, the cops have to do something, he said with a frown. It's a lot easier to ignore if we squat in somewhere nobody cares about. Plus, we need to stick together, another voice said, startling me enough that I whirled around, hand raised, ready to cast. If the groups are too small, we get picked off by merchants. It was a woman, somewhere around my age, with a shaved head and scars that ran along the left side of her face. The eye on that side was cloudy, and what little I could see of her left side, even her arm, was covered in wraps and cloth. When she stepped out from between two tents, John stopped as well. Picked off? I asked, meeting her eyes. How so? Merchants are small time wastes of space, John responded, prompting me to turn and look at him. Nobody joins them by choice. You get hooked, and then you join. Sometimes people get hooked cause they abuse, sometimes the merchants hook them on purpose. How often does that happen? I asked. Not very, the scarred woman responded. But enough to be a worry. E88 is worse, John said, practically spitting out the gang's name. They take anyone not white for initiations. I feel a rising anger in my chest at the horrifying conditions these people are living in. The homelessness is bad enough, but the constant threat from fucking Nazis. Fuck. Don't worry about it, we get it, hero man, the woman said. No need to worry about us, the dregs and forgotten. Can't exactly stop that now, I said, shaking my head. I can't do anything now, but I will help soon. The E88 is a fucking stain. The fact that they exist is an affront to just about everyone. I will do something about them when I can. John didn't seem convinced, and neither did the mystery woman. Even Tony winced at my statement. I couldn't blame them, of course, not really. The Empire had a ridiculous amount of capes and resources. They also had a reputation for smacking down capes that stood up to them hard. For now, though, I can help by making sure everyone here is as healthy as I can make them. John mentioned Tony found someone willing to heal people, she said, looking past me to John. The fact that he brought you here must mean you're not full of shit. He fixed my breathing, John explained. I can breathe like I'm 30 again. Is that right? She said, studying me for a moment. I guess you aren't completely useless. Good luck then. She gave me a sarcastic salute with her unwrapped hand, before walking back through the gap in the tents she had emerged from, disappearing from view. I frowned, opening my mouth to call her back and offered to help her when John grabbed my shoulder. Don't. She'd just say no, he said, shaking his head as I turned away. She doesn't like people mentioning her marks. Who was that? I asked with a frown. I could have helped her. Goes by Mary, not her real name, John responded. Showed up one day, asking for help. Pulls her weight, but she is flighty. He struggles for a moment to find the word, but when he does, he continues with a frown. She won't let you help, not the kind to want her marks gone. I chewed my lip at his statement, wondering how he could possibly know that. Unfortunately, it was too late, and she was long gone, so there was no point in arguing about it. I turned back and gestured for John to lead on, the older man guiding us through the tents and lean-tos. Our first stop was one of the newest-looking tents. John leaned in the open flap, and after a few minutes, a younger man stepped out. He winced as he did, limping and immediately sitting near the entrance. John introduced us to the young man, who was apparently the victim of a mugging, resulting in some cracked ribs and a slice across his thigh from a knife. He was clearly nervous, but John assured him I was the real deal. After confirming I had his permission, I cast a few spells on him, cleaning out a minor infection and healing the cut on his thigh, before finishing off with his ribs. All in all, it took about 2 minutes to do, and while my magic had been reduced by a significant amount, it was almost full again by the time the young man finished thanking me. Right. Well, who's next? I asked John with a smile. Chapter 8. After turning to John and asking who was next, several people around the camp started shouting, asking to be next. For a moment, I was worried the whole camp would rush us, and I would need to demonstrate my other magic, but John was on top of it. He quickly stood on a small stack of pallets and shouted for everyone to be quiet, and surprisingly, they listened. Hey! Everyone calm down! He said, lit up by the various fires and lights that illuminated the otherwise dark camp. I know everyone is anxious, but we need to do this one by one. Arcanum has already agreed to help everyone, so take it easy, and we will get to you, even if it takes all night. People seemed to settle at his words, and he climbed down off his stage, nodding for Tony and I to follow. He led us through the crowd to a much older tent, one layered with ratty, hole-filled tarps. He climbed inside and, a minute or so later, came back out helping an older woman. She was struggling to stand up straight, and as John helped her sit back in a weathered old rocking chair, I could see the joints of her fingers swollen with arthritis. I winced when she whimpered in the process of shifting in her seat. John gave us a brief introduction, and I quickly got to work. A half a dozen bone and general healing spells later, she was doing much better. Usually, I wouldn't use such general healing spells, as they tended to decrease the effectiveness of other healing while also doing a poor job of actually fixing significant problems. However, in this case, I was using it to ease the signs of old age, which they did rather well. I was not de-aging her, simply healing a lot of the issues that crop up as people get older. Since it was so widespread, general healing spells were quite effective in soothing them. When I was done, the older woman stood up straight, tears pouring down her face. She thanked me profusely, switching between praying for me and asking if there was anything she could do. I told her to live well and that I was happy to help. As John guided me to the next person, Tony stayed behind to talk to her, apparently familiar with the older woman. For the next few hours, we traveled around the camp, taking care of dozens of different injuries, ranging from a simple case of the flu all the way to a serious issue with an older man's leg, which was infected from a dog bite. Of course, there were some things I couldn't fix, but even the genetic issues I found could be mitigated with some healing to wash away the symptoms. They would return, but some of them would take years. Several people tried to pay me, trying to hand me meager amounts of savings, but I, of course, refused, assuring them that I was happy to help. I was about halfway through this when Alia whispered to me. The woman from earlier, Mary, is watching from the roof, she said softly, directing me to look up and back with a gust of wind. Sure enough, Mary was looking over the camp from the roof of the abandoned car dealership. She was sitting with her legs hanging over the side of the roof, watching us as we worked. She clearly spotted me looking at her, but I simply waved before returning to healing. I had had time to think about what John had said, and I realized that he had mostly been right. Had she wanted my help, she would have stuck around, and I wasn't about to try and force healing on anyone. When I finally finished healing everyone from the camp, I happily shook hands with John before saying goodbye to the few people who had been following me around, watching my work. I also passed John my cell phone number so he could call me if there was an emergency. After that, I picked up Tony, who had hung back to talk to a few of the people I had healed, before leaving the encampment behind. Quite a few people wished us both well as we left, stepping out of tents to shake our hands or simply say goodbye. As we left, both of us were quiet until we reached his car. "You did amazing work today," he said with a smile. "The people you helped didn't have many options, and many of them would have been dead in the next few weeks, or been forced to do some unkind things to get the help they needed." "Just happy to help, Tony," I said with a smile. "Any news on where I can go next?" The other people I knew were hesitant to agree to a meet-up, he admitted with a frown. The only reason John did was because he recognized that a few of the people at his camp were really starting to struggle. "I'm hoping that will change once the word of what you did today gets around. Give it a few days, and I'll know more." "Sounds good. Thanks for setting this up." "I was happy to Ma Arcanum," he said, correcting himself and pointing at me with a cheeky grin. "I'll be in touch in a few days." I watched him climb into his car and pull away, waving as he did. Once he was around the corner, I looked around to make sure no one was listening in. "That went pretty well," I said, feeling the weight of Alya's presence as she pulled in close to focus on me. "Any thoughts? Notice anything weird?" "Nothing worth noting," she responded, the wind tugging at my arm, pulling me towards home. "I did not notice anyone around the camp who didn't belong." "That's good," I responded as I crossed the street. I made my way through the city, stopping where I had changed the first time to stuff my costume back into my bag. When I finally arrived back at my temporary home, I climbed in through the usual window, sealing it back up after I did. By that time, I was starting to really feel the late hour despite having taken a nap earlier. It was almost 2 a.m., and when I finished putting my bed together, I was out like a light. The next morning, I woke up late, my mind foggy from the lack of sleep. I used a general healing spell, which washed away some of the fatigue and fog, but it wasn't a complete fix. I found myself finishing my morning routine slowly before making my way to buy some breakfast. "I need better magic to mitigate sleep," I mumbled to myself, taking a long sip of a large coffee. I have to imagine it's possible to do it with magic, and being able to cut down on sleep would give me a lot of free time. A cold wind whipped around my legs, and I rolled my eyes, feeling pretty clearly that Alya was telling me to stop complaining. With breakfast in hand, I made my way to the city library, which was my primary source of information for the last week. I quickly sat down at one of the computers in the corner, tucked away from prying eyes. I was pretty sure I would get yelled at for having a drink near the computer, but I would be careful. It took me a few minutes to log in, but soon, I was scrolling through FO. It took some time to scroll through the unfamiliar message board, but eventually, I did find the Brockton Bay string, immediately finding what I was looking for. "Didn't take them very long," I mumbled, clicking through the post labeled "New Cape sighting at BBCH." I read through the thread, chuckling to myself at just how similar it was to some of the boards at home despite the crude structuring. I was half expecting a and my axe joke to pop up at any second. Details were, unsurprisingly, scarce about who I was, but people did notice that when I was leaving, I was moving quite a bit faster, almost stalking out of the building. The general consensus was that I was there to get healing from Panacea, and either she couldn't help because she couldn't do brains, or she refused to help, potentially because she was known to refuse people who made demands or ambushed her. A few people commented that they were surprised that Glory Girl herself hadn't responded to the thread, as she had been tagged, and she apparently liked to pop in when she was, even just to confirm that she couldn't talk about anything. I stopped after about 10 minutes of reading, making sure that no wild theories had developed. I half expected to open it up and find the website filled with insane ideas, but everything seemed to be tame, at least for now. None of it was close to the truth, mind you, but I wasn't worried about that. I quickly shut down the computer, but stayed sitting for a moment, staring at the screen. "What's wrong?" Isla whispered into my ear. "Kind of felt like snooping on Facebook, wondering if anyone was talking about me," I responded, grabbing my coffee and standing from the seat. It's not a nice feeling, and it reminded me of why I deleted social media back home. I tried to pull on the connection we shared, more closely showing her the emotional bundle that the whole FOMO, missing out, gossip rag bundle of issues that social media caused. It was a very particular combination of emotions, and I could feel her reaction as she studied the glimpse I was giving her. "I can understand why you don't engage," she responded once I had pulled the familiar feeling back, letting it fade. "Will you not use FO officially, then?" "Needs must when the devil drives, unfortunately," I mumbled back as I left the library. "Apparently, a lot of Cape business is done there. I'll probably have to set one up eventually." Shaking off the funk, I focused on what I would be doing for the rest of the day. I could go out and find some more high-quality steel. I had enough for now, but since I was using between 16 and 20 pounds of it a day. It didn't sound like much, but considering I was basically stealing it in rebar form from abandoned construction sites and lugging it around the city, it was a pain intended to go down quickly. Do you think it might be time to make a statement? Alya asked, voicing a thought spinning in the back of my mind. You have a few days before Tony gets back to you. Why not patrol the city? It's not a bad idea, I admitted, though I said it with a frown. But I'm not prepared to start pushing back the gangs, not yet. I could take down some thugs, sure, but I'm not hedging bets on the capes. Also, the whole patrol thing feels so useless. What are the chances of actually stumbling into a crime happening while walking around the city? Considering I would be guiding you? She asked, holding back a chuckle. Very high. I stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, her words surprising me. Damn it, I said, shaking my head as I started walking again. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Alya, please poke me when you think I'm forgetting about stuff you can do. I already do, when I notice things, at least, she assured me. However, the gift of free thought I gained from binding to you does mean that I am just as capable of missing things as you are. I nodded in understanding before heading down a street that would eventually lead us back to the shop. I had left my costume at home, so I would need to retrieve it before we could go out on patrol. The more I walked, though, the more I realized I had a problem. I'm too slow, I said, finally climbing through the window of the shop, sealing it back up with a practiced hand. You might be able to find people who need help, but past a short distance, I won't be able to get there in time to actually help. And there's nothing you could do to increase your speed? Alya asked, reforming into her solid shape, following me as I walked further into the temporary home. Hypothetically, I could run until I was exhausted and then heal away some of the fatigue, but that only works so much, and it's still just running speed, I added. Not fast enough. Technically, if I got my hands on some mercury, I could use that to increase my speed and buff my stamina, but it would only be double at maximum. 40 miles per hour is not bad in a city, Alya pointed out. 40? You think I can run 20 miles an hour? I asked with a snort. Yeah, mercury would get me to 20, maybe 22, tops. No, I need something else. Besides, where the hell would I get that much mercury? What else could you do? Well, long term, we could start selling stuff again until we have enough for a ride, I suggested. A motorcycle could work since a car would just get stuck in traffic. But even that would take a while and... I think I have a better idea anyway. The spare charge. Yeah. It's only one, so I would have to be extremely specific and pick something relatively low-end in terms of power and complexity, I said, now standing and pacing around the room. Maybe if I focus on a singular spell. Do you know a spell you could focus on? Alya asked. No, at least not specifically enough to count, I admitted. We spent a few minutes brainstorming ideas before eventually settling on some things to try. First, I tried to think of a lighting-themed teleportation spell, something that would ping off my 2 levels of lighting spells. Unfortunately, Marvelous Mage considered that to be too similar to the existing topic, so it wouldn't work. Next, rather than trying a pure teleport spell like Blink, which we assumed would be too powerful and complicated, we settled on trying to increase my speed and stamina. While I doubt it would get very far with one charge, being able to run a bit faster without stopping would drastically increase my range. With the decision made, I dove back and reached for the charge. I pushed towards the concept, focusing as much as possible on physical movement enhancement spells, hoping to keep the category separate from any teleportation concepts. The charge took to the concept easily, forming into a chunk of knowledge that flowed into my mind. Once it settled into among my other charges, I smiled and looked at Alya. I take it that it worked? She asked. Yeah, and pretty well, too. Come on, let's go out and I'll show you. Chapter 9. Once we were far enough away from the shop that I didn't feel worried about leading people to the area, I quickly donned my uniform. As I did, Alya and I discussed what my singular charge had unlocked. Almost all of it is low level, very short buffs, I explained, securing my mask tightly. Most of them are, well, they are kind of useless. A few of them might end up coming in handy eventually, but the time to cast is too long for them to be useful in a fight. With my mask on, I pulled out my overcoat, pulling it on and tugging it straight. I then sat down on a crate to pull off my shoes and pull on my combat boots. There is a jump spell that increases my jump height and a spell to slow my descent from tall places, but they take a good 6 or 8 seconds to cast, I explained, tying my boots before standing. Handy if I see the issue coming and have time to pause, but like I said, I probably won't be using them in a fight. I thought you said you got what you wanted. Oh, I did, I assured her. It's a bit on the low end, but we expected that, having only used one charge. It's like a double buff, increasing my speed and burning mana to wash away the stamina drain. That seems, more advanced than I would have assumed a level 1 purchase would surrender. Well, it's a low-level buff, tied directly to how much mana I'm burning, I explained. Higher levels might offer more efficient ratios, but I won't know for sure until I buy it. Plus, I have to hold the spell while I use it. So far, almost all of my spells were functionally one and done. I would focus and chant the words, and the spell would form, and then it would cast. There were a few spells in the healing spells topic that I could cast and hold, the most useful of which would pump a trickle of healing energy into a person to just barely stabilize them, keeping them alive while using the barest amount of mana. There were also a couple of lightning spells, but those were even less like the new spell. Basically, I would cast the spell and hold it, letting my mana trickle in to keep it active. While I was holding it, I would be unable to cast any other magic without first dropping the old spell. This didn't come without a benefit, though, as I could adjust how much mana the spell was burning to give myself a quick burst of speed, or to lower the buff down to the point that my mana regeneration would mean I could hold it forever. Okay, Alya, I said, settling into my uniform. Go ahead and start. There's a mugging going 1 block to the east, Alya immediately responded, not even waiting for me to finish. 3 men attacking a pair of women. Damn it, I cursed, already running out of the alley. Lead me there. I ran out into the street, scaring the crap out of a few pedestrians before running along the sidewalk. As I did, I focused on the spell, casting it on myself as I ran. Marahona Potstas Cursus. I called out as I focused my mana around my hands. Several pale blue bands formed around my wrist, sliding down over my body, linking around each of my limbs and torso. Immediately, what little stamina I had used returned, and my speed increased. I adjusted the spell as I ran, quickly toning it down until I could hold it for a long while without running out of mana. I was still significantly faster than I was before, my boots pounding on the ground as I moved. If I had to guess, my speed was just around half again what I was usually capable of, so most likely 12 or 13 miles per hour. I wasn't exactly breaking any records, but the fact that I could essentially do it forever meant I could still get around the city pretty well, especially with Alya guiding me along the most direct route. Next alleyway, Alya whispered into my ear as I wove between people, skidding to a stop at the entrance of the alley. Sure enough, 15 or 20 feet into the trash strews gap between buildings was a small group of people. 3 men stood leaning over a pair of women, all 3 of the men wearing ski masks. As I watched, one of the men was going through a purse, one already lying half torn on the ground. Both of the other muggers were armed with knives, and I could see a pistol tucked into the waistband of the one going through the purse. Hey! I called out, somehow managing to keep the stutter out of my voice. Put down the purse and put your hands on your head. Cape. One of the knife-wielding criminals said, pointing me out to his friends. Funnily enough, the gun-toting guy did drop the purse, but instead of putting his hands on his head, he immediately reached for his gun. I jabbed out with 2 fingers, sending a small bolt of electricity out to slam into his arm, burning him and rocking him back. With his attempt to shoot me sufficiently delayed, I held out my palms. Atonitus Imbre Fulgur. I shouted, 3 arcane symbols appearing around my hands before popping, lighting firing out, and washing over the 3 muggers. The electricity made them jump and convulse, falling over and collapsing to the ground. As they were still recovering, I quickly walked over them, pausing over each man. Somnum Scintilla, I said, mana dancing between my pinky and thumb, drawing out 3 sparking arcane symbols, which flared, pulled together and dropped from my hand. The sparking charge dropped down and landed on the first man's chest, instantly sinking into his body. He clenched and arched his back as the spell overwhelmed his nervous system and knocked him unconscious. He would wake up 4 or 5 hours from now with a headache, feeling like he had been tossed. I quickly cast the same spell over each of the other muggers before finally standing up and turning to the 2 victims. They were both standing half a dozen feet away, one of them in front of the other, as if to protect her slightly younger friend. The one in the back was quickly developing a black eye, while the one in front had a busted lip. It's okay, you're safe now, I said, trying to sound confident. They won't wake up for a few hours. Are both of you okay? Any serious injuries? It took a moment for them to respond, the one with the busted lip speaking first. And no, I think we are okay. She said, looking back at her friend to confirm, getting a small nod in confirmation. Thank you. It's not a problem, ma'am. I was on patrol and spotted these chumps, I said, shoving the closest man with the tip of my boot. Giving you a hard time. Why don't we get you guys out of this alley and call the police? They both nodded, the protective woman leading the other out. I pointedly ignored the fact that the older one chose to step on the criminals in her path, rather than over. As I followed after them, I quickly rolled all 3 of the muggers into the recovery position before exiting the alleyway. Both of the women had sat down on the curb. It didn't take long for the shock and adrenaline to fade, as within seconds of sitting down, the younger woman burst into tears. I gave them space, standing nearby as I called the police. They promised to send a squad car down after confirming that the victims were healthy and the aggressors were incapacitated. Arcanum, hey. The older woman asked, having overheard me talking to the police. I don't recognize you, so you must be new. Very, still trying to figure all of this out, I admitted, rubbing the back of my head. Doing okay so far, I think. Yeah, I would say so, too, she said, giving me a weak smile. I don't think that would have ended well. Yet. Oh. Would you like me to fix that? I asked, tapping my lip to point out her injury. Fix it? She asked, gently touching the cut along her lip, wincing as she did. Yeah, I can heal people, I explained. I think I'm okay, she said with a frown. No offense, but you just admitted you're new. No problem, I completely understand, I said, holding up my hands in acceptance. I would be a little iffy about it as well, in your shoes. We waited for a few more minutes in general silence, broken up by the occasional sniffle from the younger victim. There were quite a few people hanging around, watching and even recording, but I ignored them. I knew this was coming, and I just needed to push through it. Eventually, a police cruiser pulled up and parked beside the sidewalk. Two cops, one older, slightly graying woman and a younger man, stepped out of the cruiser, both of them approaching slowly. The older woman said something to the man I couldn't quite hear before stepping closer to me. Her partner turned and focused on the victims, talking in soft, hushed tones. Arcanum, I assume? She asked, giving me a look that told me she had seen it all and wasn't impressed. Yes, ma'am, I said with a nod. I was patrolling the neighborhood when I spotted those men making themselves a nuisance. I nodded back down the alleyway to where the three muggers still were, lying on the ground in the mud, grime, and trash. Unsurprisingly, they hadn't moved, still lying in the positions I had put them in. They dead? She asked, suddenly a lot more tense, her hand sliding down her side. No, ma'am, just unconscious, I explained. I have the ability to knock people out for a few hours. Your power is to knock people unconscious? She asked with a snort, giving me another look. I guess that makes me a cape as well. That's just one of them, I explained with a chuckle. They will wake up in a while with a headache and some muscle aches like they were tossed. Hey, well, let me take your statement, and then you can be on your way, she said, pulling out a pad of paper and a pen. I spent a few minutes describing what I had seen, and what happened afterward. When I was done, I helped them load the three unconscious men into the back of their cruiser, their arms locked up in handcuffs. The older cop expressed her thanks for the help before climbing back into the cruiser and pulling away. By that point, both of the women were long gone, having called for a cab. All right, Alya, I guess you can start looking for another one, I said quietly, giving some of the pedestrians around me a wave and a nod. With the police and victims gone, the crowd's pressing curiosity quickly got the better of them, and they began getting closer, many of them still holding up phones. Rather than have to deal with anything, I gave one final salute before running off, picking a direction and reapplying the running buff as I went. I moved through the city, ignoring pedestrians as I did, stopping a few times to get my bearings and adjust my course. For about an hour, nothing new happened, and I basically just crisscrossed the city a few times. I was tempted to push further into rougher neighborhoods, but a healthy dose of caution held me back. I was looking to help and start building a reputation for myself, but I wasn't confident enough in my powers to fight other capes. Of course, I was running through what was normally considered Empire territory, but, well, I might have been deluding myself a bit about how risky what I was doing was. After just about an hour went by, Alya once again whispered into my ear, warning me that there was a car accident just a few blocks down the street I was about to pass. I immediately cut and ran towards the accident, Alya once again proving how invaluable she was by guiding me there. I arrived at what seemed like a pretty rough accident, with the crossover and a normal car both looking pretty mangled. Both cars were in the center of a four-way intersection, and at a glance, it appeared someone hadn't spotted what color the lights were. As my marathon spell faded, I jogged into the street, looking into the broken window of the nearest vehicle, the car. Sitting there, partially hidden by the airbag, was a woman, probably around my age. She was dazed and had cuts along her face and burns along her arms. Her left wrist also seemed a bit rough, maybe broken from the airbag, which was probably where the burns were from as well. Ma'am, can you hear me? I asked, looking past her to make sure there weren't any other passengers. Ma'am. Yes. Head. Ma'am, you were in a car accident, I asked, reaching in and tearing the airbag cloth free from the deployment device. I need you to focus on me. I am a para-human, and I can assist you. Would you like me to help? She seemed to focus on me long enough to realize I was wearing a mask, and after a moment, she nodded. Not wanting to waste any time, I double-checked that the crumpled door was stuck shut before getting to work. Scalpir metalum, I intoned, focusing my mana on my hand. My energy spun up and around my pointer and middle fingers, spiraling around it until it reached their tip. An arcane symbol flashed, and the small, glowing, 3-inch white blade extended from my finger. It was just about the most basic metal cutting spell out there, but it came free with geomancy as a way to prepare metal for the partial, so I wasn't about to complain. I quickly cut along the door lock and hinge before pulling the door away from its frame and tossing it to the side. The woman was starting to wake up fully, the days passing. When I stepped back to her side in the frame of the door, I gave her a once-over to make sure she wasn't impaled or bleeding anywhere. "Ma'am, I want to help you out of the vehicle, but I'm worried about your neck and head trauma," I explained, the woman wincing as she shifted in her seat. "The good news is, I am a healer. If you allow me to treat you, we can avoid all the worry." "Healer?" she asked, focusing on me, her eyes locking on mine. Are there any side effects? You might notice some fading in older scars, as well as any old injuries, but that's it." She chewed her lip for a moment before eventually nodding, wincing a bit as she did. I reached in and quickly cast 4 different healing spells, fixing her wrist, which was definitely broken, her concussion, and the burns along her arm. She watched me with wide eyes the whole time, but when I was done, she smiled. Thank you," she said, starting to get out of her seat. I helped her out until she was standing steadily. "No problem, ma'am," I said with a smile. "Now sit tight. I need to go take a look at the people in the other car." She nodded, pulling out her cell phone, while I turned to head to the crossover. In the distance, I heard approaching sirens, so I put a little pep in my step. I respected the hell out of any emergency service workers who kept up in a city like Brockton Bay, but I also knew this would be easier to do without them getting involved. I hurried to the next vehicle and got to work. Charges so far: Geomancy, XX. Healing spells, XX. Lightning spells, XX. Physical movement enhancement spells, X. Chapter 10. The next vehicle was in slightly better shape than the first, probably due to its larger size. All 3 of its occupants were thankfully better off as well. 2 children were sitting in the back, with an older man in the driver's seat. Other than a little whiplash, bruises, and some minor burns from the airbags, all of them seemed to be in good shape. The children were terrified, but the father was actively helping calm them down. I helped the dad get out first since there was no immediate danger, and he could help corral the scared kids. As I did so, I explained my ability to heal. The father considered my offer, eventually accepting the healing for himself first, then letting me heal his children when that went well. Unfortunately, with everyone recovered, the father soon became distracted, spotting the woman from the other car. He immediately stormed off, his face set in an angry scowl. "Where did you earn your license?" he screamed, approaching the woman. The light was clearly red. I didn't see you." She tried to explain, still clearly shaken. "I was pulling right, and I..." "Then you should have opened your fucking eyes," he shouted, arms up as he gestured, making the woman flinch. "I bet you were on your cell phone, not even paying attention." "My kids." He took another aggressive step forward, looking like he was seriously going to lose it. While I understood the anger, he had just been in a car accident with his children in the car, and it certainly looked like the woman was in the wrong. I needed to stop this before it got out of control. Whoa, I said, stepping in between the two, confident I could take anything the man had easily. "I know emotions are running high right now, but this is not the time or place for that." "But she could have killed." "I know, sir, but screaming in the street while your children watch is not the best way to handle this," I pointed out, putting my hands on his shoulders and forcing him to step back. "I'm sure whatever happened here will come out in time, potentially with the aid of lawyers. But for now, why don't you go comfort your children? They just had a rather traumatic experience." At first, I thought he was going to shout in my face, but mentioning what his children had just been through seemed to knock something loose in his head. He turned back to see his young children standing listless, looking lost and shocked. He nodded weakly before moving quickly back to them, wrapping them both in a tight hug. When I was sure he was done yelling, I turned back to the woman. "Are you okay?" I asked, getting a nod back. "Good, why don't?" Before I could finish, an ambulance pulled up at the scene, as did a fire truck and a pair of police cars. The latter seemed to be a bit overkill, but considering all 4 of the police officers who climbed out of the cruisers made a beeline for me, they must have been specifically sent to handle me. The following conversation was a bit tense, but overall, it went better than I had hoped, especially considering how poorly Tony had talked about the BBPD previously. They were mostly concerned that I had injured people trying to help, but when the EMTs couldn't find anything wrong with any of them, and all of them confirmed my healing, they backed off a little. During that time, Alya warned me that we had a pair of capes approaching, though they didn't appear to be hostile. I wanted to ask her for more info, but I couldn't exactly whisper a question when I was so close to other people. Listen, I get it, but spinal issues weren't anything I needed to worry about, I assured the officer, focusing on him for a moment. Unless they were missing an entire limb, I could have fixed any injury they had. I was mostly concerned with them getting out of their cars. The police officer seemed to at least let it go, though they didn't seem happy about it. I got the feeling that the BBPD wasn't exactly the biggest fan of the many capes that populated the city, a sentiment I could honestly understand. Hard to be happy about something when a good chunk of them were villains. One of the officers took my statement and, begrudgingly, thanked me for my help. I shook his hand and wished them good luck before turning around. And almost walking headfirst into one of the costumed heroes that Alia mentioned. He was a taller man, dressed in a primarily red, lightly armored costume, with plates along his chest and arms. The top half of his face was covered in a red visor, which I had to assume was only opaque in one direction. As I turned, he took a step back while raising his hands. I recognized him from a few pictures I had seen online as the Protectorate hero, Assault. Whoa, sorry, there buddy, didn't mean to sneak up on you, he said with a smile. I'm Assault, and this here is Battery. He gestured to the woman behind him, who I had completely overlooked as my attention was focused on Assault. The female hero was dressed in a dark grey, almost deep blue suit, skin tight, of course, decorated with light blue, almost teal lines that mimicked internal circuitry. Her helmet covered most of her head, save the bottom third of her face. She simply nodded, leaving the talking to her partner. It's all right, no harm, no foul, I said, slowly extending my hand, making sure not to spook either of them with sudden movement. Name's Arcanum. It's nice to meet two of the Protectorate's finest. Here, that Battery? We are the Protectorate's finest. Assault said, shaking my hand and shaking it, his smile somehow seeming even more friendly. It's nice to meet you as well, Arcanum. So, what can I do for you two? I asked, slowly walking around them and off the street. I haven't done anything wrong as far as I know. No, nothing like that, he assured me. The PRT gets contacted for anything cape-related that goes through the BBPD, so we decided to come out and say hello. We missed you at your first call, the mugging you stopped. I nodded in understanding. By some unspoken agreement, we began to walk and talk, making our way down the sidewalk. People stepped out of our way, and Assault would wave and smile at people as we walked past. I see. I can imagine it's difficult to get a hold of us sometimes, I said, the older hero nodding. It can be, and it can be important since lone heroes, well, there's a reason there aren't many of them, he admitted with an unhappy frown. Other cities seem to have more, I pointed out. They seem to struggle here. Unsurprising considering just who they are up against. We stopped at a corner where Assault and Battery both signed a few autographs. Despite no one knowing who I was asked to sign a few as well. We all brushed off any questions, which I was happy to do. I was still thrown off by the autographs. You're not wrong. There is a lot to be wary of, especially for a new guy just starting out, he warned. But enough about that, why don't you tell me a little about what you can do? Be careful, Alia whispered into my ear. He has an earpiece in, and someone is pushing him to find out more. I frowned behind my mask but realized that I shouldn't really be surprised. Of course, professional heroes would have people backing them up, and of course, they would be rather interested in what I could do. Well, I'm a bit of a grab bag, I admitted. But not technically. I gave them a general explanation of my powers, in that I fed them the same half-lie, half-underselling explanation I gave Panacea and Glory Girl. As I got to the end, I noted that Assault was being very quiet. When I finally finished, it took him a minute to respond. Geez, when you said you were a grab bag, you weren't kidding. Assault said, shaking his head. Healing, lightning, and physical enhancement? A pretty impressive combination. Yeah, well. Just good luck, guess, I said, rubbing the back of my head. It might not be as good luck as you imagine, Battery said, speaking up for the first time since we started talking. Having that many abilities puts a serious target on your back. Yeah, but they aren't that potent, I said. It's not like I can heal like Panacea, right? And that was true, no underselling required. While my healing spells were very impressive, they were only 2 levels strong. Serious injuries required multiple casts of each spell, which reduced the potency of each repeat cast on a single person. Even then, I really couldn't bring people back from the brink of death. Dinah's aunt, which felt like weeks ago, not just a few days, had been on the far end of my ability and had required some of my most potent spells. Even then, I hadn't healed her completely. Yes, she wouldn't die, but her muscles would need a lot of time to heal back to full. My friend, comparing yourself to Panacea when it comes to healing is like comparing yourself to Hero if you're a tinker or Legend if you're a blaster, Assault said, shaking his head. Just what you did today for the accidents was impressive, especially since there were no side effects or a ridiculous process. Well, other than speaking in a dead language. You're at risk for being forced into a gang, Battery said, folding her arms and earning a look from Assault. You would be much safer working with the Protectorate, where you can get proper support on protection. I understand the sentiment, but I am confident I can handle the danger, I assured them both. It's not that I have anything against the Protectorate. I just think I can do more good on my own. How? If you work with us, we can help keep you safe, and you can use your powers in a way that benefits the most people, she said, directly challenging my statement. For a long moment, I was silent, giving Assault a look, only to find he was equally surprised by Battery's aggressiveness. While I didn't doubt that both of these individuals had more experience than I did, her we know better tone grated heavily on my nerves. Still, making a good impression trumped any temporary need to fire back. Be that as it may, I want to work alone for now, I repeated, being a bit more blunt the second time. Though, Panacea did mention that you guys can verify my healing is safe. That's right, we can, Assault said, recovering from his partner's rather rough sell. We can. He paused just long enough for me to notice, before continuing right where he left off. We can do that as part of our power testing. Power testing? Yet, we have facilities set up to test a variety of powers, from strength and durability to the potency and danger of blaster powers, even your electricity, he explained with a smile, though it seemed less open than before. Come in, let us do our magic, and we can make sure your healing is safe and symptom-free. Even if it's not, we might be able to come up with ways to mitigate any side effects. The pause he made was highly suspicious, and I could see it in his posture that he knew I noticed it. Still, being a PRT, or Protectorate verified healer would mean that I could help more people, which was worth a little paperwork and a couple hours of showing off my magic. I would be more concerned about showing off what I could do, if that wouldn't change radically over the next week. All right, I can agree to that, I said with a smile. Should I set up an appointment or? That would be best. Our secretaries tend to get a bit jumpy when unknown parahumans show up out of the blue, he said with a smirk, prompting me to rub my face, only to feel the warm metal of my mask. Yeah, in hindsight, not my best plan to show up to the hospital like that, I admitted, shaking my head. But in my defense, Panacea doesn't have a way to set up appointments. Pretty sure that's on purpose, he explained, before adding. But you could have contacted New Wave through their website and set up a meeting with them. I was quiet for a long, drawn-out silence before letting out a long sigh and shaking my head. Right, of course I could. Well, at the risk of tempting Murphy, I'm going to go. I will set up an appointment as soon as I can. Sounds like a plan, Arcanum, Assault said with a smile, reaching out and offering me his hand. I shook it confidently before turning and walking away. Eventually, I cut into an alleyway, putting on speed while using the marathon spell to cut away my need to stop running through the city. At this point, it was starting to get later in the afternoon, so Alia subtly guided me back to where I had left my civilian clothes. You noticed that too, right? I asked, finally stopping in the secluded spot not too far from the shop. The pause Assault made. I did. I couldn't quite make out what the person on the other side of their radio was saying, as the sound was pretty muted, but I could tell that they got louder just before he stumbled. Something to do with the power testing, I said with a frown, shaking my head. I'll have to keep my eye open. You intend to go through with it? She asked, slightly surprised. I would have thought the pause would be enough to dissuade you. Normally, it would have, but I really want that PRT approval for healing, I said with a frown. Maybe I won't have to spend so much time convincing people to let me help them if I was properly accredited. Let's just hope Battery isn't part of the process. She was certainly rude, Alia agreed. I can't imagine her method of recruitment works very well. Which makes you wonder why they sent her, I wondered out loud. Maybe a good cop bad cop routine? Trying to enamor me with Assault so I'm more casual around him in the future. I considered the idea for a moment, as I folded up my overcoat and slid it back into my messenger bag. After mulling it around in my mind for a minute, I shook my head. I can't just assume they were trying such an underhanded tactic on someone they were hoping to recruit, I guessed. I mean, they should know better than to piss off random parahumans, right? Perhaps you shouldn't assume competence. Alia suggested, getting a snort out of me. Maybe, but assuming incompetence is way worse, right? I responded before putting my messenger bag strap around my shoulder. I'm a little worried about how they reacted to me being a grab bag, I said with a frown. They seemed shocked. I did some research on grab bags before claiming to be one, but it's possible I misunderstood their level of potency. This meant I had been casually admitting to and showing off that I had multiple powerful abilities, attracting a lot of attention to myself because I assumed I was coming off as a mid-tier power at best. I had been naive despite trying not to be. Worse, this was going to get more difficult as I developed more and more magic. I let out a long sigh, trying to shake off the admittedly disappointing attempt at subterfuge. I needed to focus on the fact that I was doing good, that I had helped plenty of people at the camp, and that I would continue doing that as long as Tony could find more groups for me to help. I may be bumbling through this a bit, but I was still doing good. Alright, I need to get something to eat, and then we can head home, I finally said out loud. Mind finding me a pizza place, Alia? Rather than answer, a warm breeze blew past me, and I followed it out of the alleyway. Chapter 11. When I finally got back to the shop, stomach full and feeling a bit calmer about everything, I pulled out my burner phone and called the Protectorate hotline. I inquired about power testing, specifically for my healing ability. They seemed to have been waiting for my call because I was immediately transferred up the chain. After discussing it with a few people, it was decided that I would make my way to the PRT headquarters at around noon, where I would spend the afternoon measuring and testing my powers. The more I talked about it, the less I liked the idea, but I was still hoping that having the PRT healing approval would be worth it. The idea of a group having accurate measurements of all my abilities sounded absolutely terrible, and the only reason I was considering it was that they had no way of knowing if I was telling the truth, meaning I could hold back. Even if I didn't, it was only a matter of time, literally, before I would be adding more powers and abilities to my repertoire. With my appointment set up, I sat down on the couch, closing my eyes and leaning back with a groan. Do you think it's worth it? I asked Alia as she formed into her solid shape, sitting beside me on the couch. Revealing some of my abilities for them to certify my healing. For you, yes, she said confidently. I could feel your disquiet at being unable to heal those 2 young women we saved from being mugged. If you had certification from the PRT, they might have accepted. I'm sensing a pretty big but there, I said, opening my eyes to look at my bound partner. What is it? Nothing, just wondering how much of a risk it is, she admitted. Imagine if your powers didn't grow. How risky would this be then? It would be a hell of a leap of faith, I said with a frown. A leap of faith in a government-run program on a superhero world. You think these guys are more like S.H.I.E.L.D. or Cadmus? You mean dangerous by accident or dangerous on purpose? She asked. Yet. I couldn't really say, not without directly infiltrating the building, she responded. But if people went in and never came out, people would know. There would be rumors about it, at least. People would shy away from Protectorate capes, not run up for autographs. Rumors. Damn it, I'm being stupid, I said, shaking my head. I already have someone who would know this. I quickly selected Tony's number on my phone and dialed, waiting patiently for him to pick up. Arcanum. Good to hear from you. Tony's familiar voice nearly shouted. Is everything alright? Yeah, everything is fine, Tony, I said. You got a minute to talk? Yeah, I'm just at the kitchen, doing some paperwork, he explained. What's up? So, I was invited to the PRT headquarters to go through power testing so that they could verify my healing, I explained. The problem is, I don't know much about the PRT. I wasn't a cape nerd before this, and I'm not from around here. Hey. Can I ask what the point is? He asked. Seems like a waste of time. As long as you ask permission first, you're covered, right? Well, if the PRT signs off on my healing, people will feel better about letting me heal them, I explained, scratching my cheek. I've already had a couple of people refuse, and, well, they were just a bit roughed up, but I want to keep that from happening somewhere serious. Hey, that's fair enough, I suppose, he admits. Well, the PRT and Protectorate have a reputation for being kinda useless around here. Why? Well, they don't do much these days, Tony explained, his frown audible. Now, to be fair, the situation really isn't in their favor. The E88 is packed to the gills with capes, and the ABB is run by a fucker who went toe-to-toe with Leviathan. Wait. Lung fought with Leviathan. For a bit, when it sunk Kyushu, he explained. I've seen some of that footage and, well, I can't say I blame them for not wanting to fight that. What about rumors about people who do power testing or about stuff like that? I asked. Stories of capes getting taken advantage of or anything. Well, I gotta be honest, Arcanum. Before you came around, I didn't do much thinking about capes either, beyond how to avoid them, he admitted. That said, no, I haven't heard anything. I can ask around if you want. Nah, no point. I got an appointment tomorrow afternoon, I explained. I just wanted to know before I accidentally walked into something stupid. I'll send out a search party if you get lost, he joked, and I chuckled along. Oh, and I'm hoping one of my contacts in the homeless groups around the city is going to respond soon. Tomorrow at the earliest, so we should get news about if they accept sooner rather than later. That's good. I'm looking forward to helping again, I said with a smile before idly checking the time. Alright, well, thank you for the information, Tony. I appreciate having a second opinion. No problem, happy to help, he responded. I'll talk to you soon, hopefully. Alright, until then. I could hear the phone disconnect as I pulled it away from my ear, closing the call from my end a moment later. Well, that's about as good as I'm gonna get, I said. Tony seems like the kind of guy who would hear about that, even if he wasn't big into capes. Alia nodded in agreement, and after a bit more discussion, I prepared myself for sleep, eventually turning in for the night. The next morning, after my normal morning stuff including breakfast and getting clean, I went about the usual process of leaving the shop and hunting for a spot to change. This time, rather than heading to the line between downtown and the commercial district like I normally did, I made my way deeper into downtown, heading off to the PRT headquarters. As I walked through the streets in my costume, studiously ignoring the attention save the occasional wave to some younger children, I made a note of just how better the conditions were downtown. The PRT and Protectorate had a pretty firm grip on this area, which was unsurprising considering it was where PRT headquarters was, and it showed. When I finally arrived at the headquarters, I stopped to look up at the building. It was mostly concrete, coming off as one of those cheap, simple public works that popped up in cities that desperately needed facilities but couldn't afford to do anything fancy. The windows were all barred, and the glint on the glass showed it was deceptively thick, probably bulletproof. The PRT symbol, a shield with the logo on it, was displayed above the front entrance. If I had to guess, the simple nature of the structure was a purposeful misdirection to hide the fact that it was actually pretty well reinforced. Or maybe I was just being optimistic. After letting out a long breath, I walked through the front door, looking around to take the interior in. It seemed surprisingly modern and obviously fastidiously cleaned. Along one wall was a small waiting area with a space clearly marked for a guided tour. On the opposite side was a gift shop filled with Protectorate memorabilia and souvenirs. Directly in front of me was the front desk, with 4 people working behind it. On either side of that was the entrance into the rest of the building, guarded by 4 large PRT agents, each armed with assault rifles and armored in full SWAT gear. They stood in front of 3 metal detectors on one side and what looked like a simple security station on the other, which I assumed was the exit, with the detectors at the entrance. A soft breeze broke me from my examination of the front entrance, pushing me to the desk. I let out a breath and moved, ignoring the people sitting at the guided tour waiting space as they snapped pictures. Hello, my name is Arcanum. I set up an appointment. I said to one of the receptionists. Of course, Assault is already on his way to act as your chaperone, she said with a smile. Here is your guest badge. She reached into a yellow envelope and handed me a tag with an image of me on the front. Judging from the angle of the photo, I could only imagine they grabbed it from a social media post or maybe some body cam footage. I was clipping the tag to my jacket when Alia whispered into my ear. Assault just stepped out of a side entrance, she said softly into my ear. He is coming this way. Arcanum. Glad you could make it, Assault said from behind me, prompting me to turn and face him. Good, you already got your tag. Let's go this way. He nodded towards a door along the wall, one clearly marked as off-limits to civilians. Assault, good to see you, I said, reaching out to shake his hand before following behind him. I was happy to hear you set up an appointment, he said as we stepped through the side door. Especially cause I get some overtime to guide you around. Happy to help, I said with a chuckle. So what's up first? Well, I'll be honest, the folks who run the testing facility are very interested to see what you're capable of, he admitted. The description you gave me really perked their interest. I nodded as he talked, following along silently as he took me deeper into the building. Eventually, we stopped outside a pair of double doors, the government hero pushing them open. Inside was a relatively large room filled with more than a dozen different machines. They all looked like strange, white-gray medical contraptions with knobs, joystick-like handholds, platforms, and scanners. It wasn't quite mad scientist levels of crazy tech, more like if a mad scientist sold out and someone refined and mass-produced their equipment. Right, this is Testing Lab 1, Assault explained, staying near the door but gesturing to the entire room. This is where a lot of blasters and more esoteric energy stuff is tested, like Vista's spatial mumbo-jumbo, or in this case, your lightning. I quietly listened and nodded along, asking polite questions until a pair of technicians joined us. They guided me to a specific machine, one designed to measure electricity. Or, rather, it would be after they attached a few pieces to it, meaning it was some sort of multipurpose device that could be shifted to multiple uses with the addition of certain pieces. While that was being set up, one of the people running the tests asked me a series of questions about my powers, specifically my electrokinesis. I insisted it was not electrokinesis, but they assured me it was at least a form or offshoot. Considering I had already planned to obfuscate my abilities at least partially, I just went with it. If that's what they wanted to call it, even if it was inaccurate, I wasn't going to argue. After the machine was set up, now sporting an exposed copper rod, while the rest of the machine was covered in rubber, the technicians disappeared. A quick look around showed they had retreated behind an enclosed observation bunker along one side of the large room. The man asking me questions quickly finished up after that, joining the others with a bit of a bounce in his step. The observation room was raised up off the ground by a couple of feet, meaning it could look out over the entire room. It was clearly built to withstand a variety of attacks, keeping its inhabitants safe even if the people in testing lost control. Assault gave me an excited wave from inside, following it up with a thumbs up. Okay, whenever you're ready, why don't you start off with what you could consider a low-level attack? One of the men in lab coats suggested, his voice coming out from a speaker. I gave them a thumbs up before simply stabbing out with my finger, launching a single spark of electricity. It slammed into the copper pole, which I assumed they thought would attract the spell, even if that wasn't how it worked. The targeting for most of my launched spells was all mental, which meant my electricity could completely ignore how normal electricity was supposed to work. Over the next 45 minutes, I cast a few dozen spells, a few silently, but most of them chanting like normal. They would frequently ask me to cast a spell multiple times, repeating spells they thought were interesting and asking questions when something strange happened. Eventually, when they were satisfied, they spoke through the loudspeaker again. Alright, now we want to see how powerful you can go, they explained. For this next one, give it everything you got. For a moment, I considered the request before nodding in confirmation. I did have something that I would consider my most powerful lightning spell, which I had no issues showing off. In terms of pure power, it was the highest one I had, but it had almost no flexibility or anything else going for it. It was just pure power. It also took way too long to cast for most circumstances. After a moment, I raised my hands to just above my head, laying the index middle and pointer finger over the others so they formed a triangle with my thumbs touching. Evocabo fulgura ad percussiondum et dispersiondum inimicum meum. Calling out the spell took about 3 seconds, a lifetime for open combat. As I chanted, I brought my hands down in a half circle on each side, rotating them until they were down at chest level, palms pushing forward. As I moved my hands, arcane sigils appeared in the air, connected by a constant line of my mana. Before the first sigil could fade, I pushed out with my hands, a final line of mana connecting them together. Suddenly, the spell snapped, and a bolt of lightning arced from my hands and slapped out against the copper rod, discharging an immense amount of power. Thankfully, the spell dampened my vision for a split second as the bolt flew out, or it would have at least partially blinded me. I let out a deep breath, my mana almost 4/5 drained. My body felt wired and jittery from accessing so much mana at once. The feeling faded as my mana reserve slowly equalized. Not bad. Assault's voice called out from the safety of the observation room. I gotta say, I can see why you went with Arcanum. I chuckled and nodded, studying the machine I had attacked. It was obviously hot, since I could see heat waves emanating from the exposed copper. But other than that, it seemed intact. I had some visions of destroying their machine, but I suppose I just wasn't that powerful. Yet. At the lab workers' request, I repeated the attack a few times before a few technicians came out to disassemble the machine, and one of the lab workers came out to ask me some more questions face to face. When they were done, I asked a question of my own. So, how exactly do you guys test healing? I asked, watching one of the techs testing the equipment. It's honestly what I'm most interested in. I really want official approval from the PRT that my healing is safe. Oh, well, there really isn't a standardized test for that since it's such a rare ability, he admitted. As for official approval, I think that involves healing some volunteers, who would then be put under observation for some time. I don't really know for sure, though. It's not really part of what power testing. So you're saying that I didn't have to go through power testing in order to get official approval? I asked, looking over the lab worker's shoulder to see Assault, who was now visibly wincing. No, not really. The man said, now a bit confused. Did someone tell you it was? Yes, that's exactly what I was told, I responded with a frown, locking eyes with Assault. If you'll excuse me for a moment. I walked around the man, leaving him confused as I walked straight up to the Protectorate hero. For a moment, he tensed as if he anticipated me attacking him. When I stopped, he seemed to take that as a good sign. Take it easy, Arcanum. I can explain, he insisted, raising his hand up to ward off any aggression. You lied about the process so I would go through full power testing, I said, not willing to tiptoe around anything at this point. Why? Orders. He said simply, not sounding particularly happy about it. For a long moment, we were silent while I tried to figure out what to do. The temptation to leave was high, but I wanted what I came for, damn it. Set up the healing test so I can get approval, I finally said. Then I am leaving. Yeah, that's fair, the red-clad hero agreed with a nod. Would you like to wait here or? I looked around for a moment before plopping down on the corner of some random device. After a moment, he nodded before turning and whispering in harsh tones, presumably through his radio. Chapter 12. Assault Whisper yelled into his radio for a good few minutes before eventually guiding me through the PRT to a small waiting room, really more of a cutout corner along a long, mostly empty hallway. As we walked, Assault kept looking over his shoulder at me. When he gestured to one of the seats, he talked for the first time since we left the testing room. All right, Arcanum, if you wouldn't mind waiting here for a bit, we just need to get the volunteers ready, he assured me. I want to apologize for lying to you. I was ordered to, but honestly, I should have said no. You've done nothing to deserve that kind of treatment. His admission catches me off guard, and for a moment, I look up at him with a frown. Then why do it? I asked, continuing when he opened his mouth. I know you were ordered to, but why were you ordered to? Because, well, honestly, the PRT director is paranoid, and your powers are a bit confusing, he explained, looking back and forth down the hallway. She assumed you were lying, so she wanted to get a look at your powers on her own. I was being purposely vague, I responded, shocking the man for a moment. Because I had no interest in displaying my powers for everyone to see, my only concern was being accredited for healing. Hey, well, I can't blame you for that, he responded, scratching his chin. Certainly not now. You're going to get in trouble for this, aren't you? Oh yeah, I'm surprised they haven't already. Oh wait, here we go. I was confused for a moment before I followed where Assault was looking. At that moment, another hero came around the corner, one I recognized as Miss Militia. She was dressed in a stylized and lightly padded version of military fatigues, with a sash around her hips and a bandana obscuring the bottom half of her face, both of them stylized US flags. She had a holster on her hip, with an ethereal green revolver, the manifestation of her powers, holstered inside. Assault, Director Piggott wants to see you immediately, she said, her face obscured by her bandana. Yeah, I'm going, he said with a smile and a sarcastic salute. Sorry about all this, Arcanum. Yeah. Thanks for being honest, I said as I watched him leave before focusing back on Miss Militia. I don't suppose you're gonna apologize too. When she refused to say anything, I couldn't help but frown. According to the online reports, after Assault, Miss Militia was the most personable and approachable member of the Brockton Bay Protectorate. And yet, somehow, I ended up sitting in front of her as she watched me closely, her glowing green sidearm shifting several times. You know, I was at least looking forward to meeting fellow heroes, even if I didn't want to give away all my secrets, I pointed out, meeting the woman's eyes. This isn't exactly a great introduction. Then again, at this point, I shouldn't be surprised. Introductions haven't exactly been going well so far. First Panacea, then Battery, now this. I'd say more, but I'm worried I might actually summon Murphy himself here to make it worse. Despite the fact that most of her face was covered, I could see her expression soften. It was at least nice to know she wasn't wholly remorseless or emotionless. I waited patiently in the hallway for around 20 minutes, with Alya occasionally whispering secrets into my ear. She was mainly concerned about them ambushing me somehow, though I didn't think that was likely. Even if I admitted that I was playing fast and loose with what I was actually capable of, I hadn't actually done anything wrong, not that I knew about, at least. The entire PRT and Protectorate would have to be ridiculously broken or corrupt for them to actually make a move on me at this point. After about 20 minutes, when the urge to just leave was starting to get really hard to ignore, Miss Militia reached up and touched her ear. She nodded once before focusing on me. They are ready for you now, she said simply before leading me down the hall, eventually stopping outside what looked like a miniature hospital. Over the next 2 hours, I healed a dozen PRT volunteers, working on injuries ranging from a twisted ankle all the way up to a broken arm and a gunshot wound. All of them were recent, which made sense, considering they must have a quick-in with Panacea. The process was relatively painless, even with a pair of doctors looking over my shoulder the entire time. I could practically feel their eye rolls and scoffs when I started chanting and moving my hands around, even with the various arcane sigils floating in the air. When I finished healing all of the volunteers, I discussed some of the limitations of my healing, as well as how some of it worked. This, I was completely honest about, giving them as much detail as I could provide, which was a lot considering just how much information I got for each level of investment. When the doctors were satisfied, meaning they were finally done trying to trip me up and make me look silly for chanting, Miss Militia returned to walk me out of the building. Either she was given permission to talk to me, or she was taking a page out of Assault's book, because she spoke up as we walked. I would like to give you the Protectorate's official apology for the confusion around power testing and verifying your healing ability, she said as she walked, her glowing green weapon set on a switchblade. It was unprofessional and underhanded. It really was, I agreed with a nod. But I got what I came for, and I was never going to join anyway, even without an egg on your face. Are you sure? She asked, turning to look at me, somehow radiating genuine concern. I know Battery was a bit aggressive in her explanation of why it's important, but none of what she said wasn't true. You are in significantly more danger on your own. I know, but I don't need people on my back, forcing me to do stuff I don't want to, I explained with a shrug. Like lying to a new hero because my boss wants a better understanding of his powers. That got a win-ce out of her, and for the rest of the walk, she remained quiet. Eventually, we reached the same door I had entered with Assault. We stopped, and Miss Militia held something out for me, a pair of cards. One of these is for the people you can talk to about your verification should something go wrong, she explained. The other is for Assault's hero line. He wanted you to have it. Keep in mind, this is not a publicly available number. I paused for a moment before reaching out and taking them both, sliding them into one of my many pockets. Thank you, Miss Militia, I said, shaking her hand, careful not to crush it with my enhanced strength. It's unfortunate how this day went, but I'm sure in the future we will joke about this. Or at least Assault will. That got a smile out of her, the exposed parts of her face shifting enough for me to tell what she was doing. With one final goodbye, I stepped out of the door into the front lobby. I took a quick look around before turning to the exit and walking out and into the street. With a sudden abundance of time, I was tempted to try my hand at some shopping, but instead, I decided I would be better off going on patrol. I had about 6 hours before my absorption ran out, and since I was already in my uniform, I could get right to it. All right, Alya, why don't you spread out, I mumbled to myself. Start looking for anything interesting. I could feel her agreement as she pulled away, spreading herself over a massive area around me. In all likelihood, she wouldn't find anything, especially so close to the nearby PRT headquarters. I would likely have to cover a bunch of distance before I was in a rough enough neighborhood. I quickly cast the marathon spell, letting the stamina enhancement rush over me as I began to jog, heading north toward the docks. My last patrol had been in the bad areas of downtown, towards the west, where E8 held territory. Today, I would be working my way along the north side close to the south docks. It took me about 20 minutes to get to the right area, and I could really start the patrol. I ended up walking all around the area, spending hours jogging and walking. The entire time, even with Alya's help, I saw next to nothing. Once, I scared off some guys looking into a car, which definitely wasn't theirs. I would have been happier if I hadn't been sure that the second I left the area, they would be smashing the windows to grab whatever was valuable inside. I also helped a pair of lost kids, who had assured their parents they would stay nearby and had instead rushed off and gotten lost. Their parents were very glad when I led them back with Alya's help. I was happy as well since I couldn't imagine that situation going well, especially as it was getting darker at this point. There were still a few hours before sunset, but it was still too close for comfort. I was finally making my way back home, or more specifically, making my way back to where I left my civilian clothes to change when I heard someone from above me. Mage. Hold up. Frowned and turned, looking up to see Glory Girl floating down from the sky. As she approached, I could see a conflicted look on her face. She glanced at the people stopping to look at the both of us. It's Arcanum, actually, I said before following her look around. What can I do for you? Nothing, I just spotted you when I was flying over, she explained. But, maybe we could talk, somewhere private. I looked around at everyone watching, frowning at the complete lack of privacy. I was about to ask where she would like to go when Alya whispered in my ear. The rooftop, it's clear, she said, tugging on me with the wind and pointing me to a nearby building. When I spotted what my partner was pointing out, I nodded toward it. I'll meet you up there, I said before walking into an alleyway. As I moved, I cast a relatively quick spell, twin blue bands slinking down my arm, similar to how the marathon spell worked, only with fewer bands that all went down to my legs. Vermi Altius, I chanted, before jumping up, my spell boosting my jump considerably, way more than I thought. Whoa! I passed over my target, a lower offshoot of the larger building I had directed Glory Girl to. I ended up tumbling and rolling as I overshot, having assumed I would have to lift myself up, not clear the lower floor entirely. What the fuck? I said quietly, standing up and dusting myself off. What the hell was that? Your strength is enhanced, Alya pointed out. You could already jump much higher than normal. And the spell only increased that, I muttered with a nod. Okay, let's try that again. I quickly cast the spell again, running along the lower section of the roof before jumping, pushing myself hard. Between my enhanced strength and the buff in my legs, I easily cleared the edge, landing on the flat roof. This time, however, I was ready and landed smoothly on the roof, a smirk on my lips. I really needed to revisit my running. if there was a way to leverage my enhanced strength as I ran. Everything all right? I turned to see Glory Girl floating a dozen or so feet away, touching down on the roof easily, patting her skirt flat as she looked at me with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, still getting used to the powers, you know. I explained, and she nodded understandingly. Oh, tell me about it. The amount of phones I went through when I first got mine, she responded, shaking her head. Hard to control yourself sometimes, you know. I know the feeling, I said, chuckling softly. So, what did you want to talk about? Well, I wanted to apologize, she said, rubbing her arm, the spitting image of an embarrassed teen, mostly because that's what she was. I kinda messed up our first interaction, and then, well, Amy had a meltdown. Meltdown? I asked, making sure my concern was audible since she couldn't see my face. Is she okay? Well, she is pretending to be, she admitted with a frown. She's not your biggest fan at the moment, though. I think something about you really got under her skin. Which is totally not your fault. I looked around the roof, spotting an air conditioning unit not too far away. I made my way to it and sat, gesturing for her to continue. Tell me what happened. I might not be able to help, but I can at least listen. Apparently, I had been standing on the low end of a failing dam, because all Glory Girl needed was my permission before opening the floodgates full send. The young woman started talking and didn't stop for several minutes. I can only imagine she didn't intend to be as open as she was but got caught in the moment, because eventually, she stopped to take a breath and froze. She was explaining how Amy had been sneaking out at night to go to the hospital again, when she appeared to realize just how much she was revealing. Relax, I said, holding up my hands. I'm not going to say anything to anyone. Who would believe me anyway? She laughed nervously, before shaking her head. I just don't know what to say, she admitted. She insists that nothing is different, which means that I've been a horrible sister and didn't realize she was working herself to exhaustion because she thought it was all she was good for. What about your parents? I asked. Have you pointed it out to them? Well, Dad has some issues, she said, chewing her lip. And I think Mom might be part of the problem. What do you mean? I asked, sitting up straight. Mom is really intense, she admitted. And she pushed Amy to volunteer at the hospital in the first place. I'm worried she might have the wrong idea because of that. I took in what she said, rolling it around in my head for a long moment. Eventually, I nodded. Do you want my advice? It couldn't hurt. Well, I can't say I know enough to offer a simple solution, but I will say. I said, trailing off to restructure my thoughts before eventually continuing. Sometimes, the best response is to lay it all out on the table. It sounds like your sister needs help, and you might be one of the few people who's noticed. So help other people notice it. Just like you, they can't help if they don't know. You'd be surprised just what a little communication can do. The young woman, dressed in a white and gold supersuit and gold tiara, floating several inches off the ground, chewed her lip as she nodded. I guess. I'm just worried. I'm worried it won't be enough, she revealed. That I'll tell my parents, and they won't do anything. I leaned back, my eyes wide at that statement. On one hand, it could be nothing more than an anxious teenager, worried that people don't care enough about her to listen. On the other, it could be an admission of something much worse. Well, if that's the case, then go up the chain. She looked at me now, confused at what I said. I raise my hand to hold off the inevitable question. When you tell your teacher there's a problem, and they do nothing, you go to a different teacher. When they do nothing, you go to the principal, I explained. When they do nothing, you go to the superintendent. If they do nothing, and the problem is bad enough, you call the police. If you tell somebody something that is their responsibility to take care of, and they ignore it. I go up the chain, she repeated with a frown. Aunt Sarah, maybe. I don't know, Glory Girl, there is a lot about this situation I don't know, I admitted. You're going to have to use your own judgment. Yeah, okay, she said with a nod, seeming to gain confidence as a plan formed in her head. Thank you for listening. I just wanted to apologize, but... Hey, I'm glad I could help, I said with a smile, though I idly noted she couldn't see it. I hope everything works out. I do, too, she said with a solemn nod before pulling out her phone. I need to go. It's getting a bit late. Thank you again. She waved before taking off into the air, rising above the buildings before blasting away at a pretty impressive speed, leaving me on the building, watching her go. I couldn't help but shake my head as I watched her fly away. Chapter 13. As I stood there in silence, my mind stuck like a jammed clutch of gears, grinding and twisting against each other. Eventually, Alya blew a cold breeze over my face, breaking me out of my stupor. That was interesting, I said as the distant young hero finally disappeared, dipping below the tops of a faraway building. Not to mention just about the last thing I expected to happen today. I did not know humans could talk that long without breathing, Alya said, whispering into my ear as usual. Be nice. She is obviously dealing with some really serious stuff, I gently reprimanded with a frown. I would have offered my number, but I wasn't sure how she would take that. I'm more than 10 years older than her. I'm sure you'll hear about it eventually, she commented. The drawbacks of living in the open. They are celebrities. Yet. I'm starting to reconsider my cavalier attitude to my identity, I said, shaking my head after a moment. All right. Let's go get my civvies, then go home before anything else weird happens. It took 25 minutes to walk back to my clothes and another 15 to change and make it back to the shop. Despite me tempting Murphy, I made it all the way back without anything strange happening. However, when I was literally 15 feet away from my secret entrance, my phone rang. I quickly picked it up and answered, looking around to see if anyone had heard the ringtone. Hello. Arcanum. It's Tony, a familiar voice said on the other side. How's life treating you? You reach out to the PRT. Life's going, Tony, not much more it can do but that, I responded, chewing on my lip as I tried to open the entrance to my temporary home with one hand and failed. Give me a second. I placed the phone along the windowsill before finagling the plywood barrier open. I slid into the shop with a practiced ease, grabbing my phone and reinserting the barrier once I was inside. While I was doing this, I was contemplating how much I should tell Tony about what had happened in the PRT, or how much I should tell anyone. They had clearly lied and tried to take advantage of the situation, and the only reason I found out was the ever-present weakness of bureaucracy, specifically the lack of communication. If I was so inclined, I had every right to plaster it on the front page. But I really couldn't afford to make enemies, especially not government-backed ones. It also wasn't a big enough story to serve as blackmail, not that I would seriously consider doing that anyway. Hey Tony, I'm back. Sorry about that, I responded after putting the phone back to my ear. I did make it to the PRT for the whole dog and pony show. With any luck, I should be accredited soon. Well, that's good, I supposed, he responded, not trying to hide the fact that he clearly didn't understand why I cared so much. Anyway, I got word back from one of my pals. He said he would act as RN to a large group in the docks. I know this group. I've dropped off blankets there one bad winter. It's nearly double the size of John's place, set up in a couple old warehouses just on the edge of the area. When can we expect? Lots of rough guys on the bad end of their luck, Tony explained. It's a rougher place to live, especially homeless, so it doesn't have the variety that John's place had. Lots of homeless dock workers, old guys, grizzled and broken. Plenty of veterans, too. All right, that's fine. You know I can handle myself for normal people, I responded. What about gangs? Are we gonna be stepping on anyone's toes? Kind of, but not really, Tony said, quickly continuing. Technically, ABB owns that area, but they don't really defend it because it's trash. You're more likely to run into merchants, though they hardly count as a real gang. All right, as long as we don't step on anyone's toes and cause trouble for the people we are trying to help, I'm happy to go, I agreed. When is the meeting? Tomorrow, 10 in the morning, he responded, cutting me off before I could ask my question. I know it's weird, but my pal said it will make keeping an eye on you easier. Plus, they don't have any real reason to hide. Nobody wants the building they are squatting in. All right. Just give me an address and some basic directions, and I will see you tomorrow. Tony fed me a few general landmarks to help me navigate, as well as the address, just in case. After a few minutes of casual chatting about how the soup kitchen was going, we hung up, and I crashed back on the couch, having spent the last few minutes pacing. Well, I guess we know what we are doing tomorrow, I said, watching Alya form up beside me on the couch. What do you think? I think that helping people makes you happy, and healing people makes them happy, so it is a win-win, she responded with a smile. I was referring to the location, I said with a frown. So far, we have avoided Cape conflict by sticking in generally safe places. The docks are not what anyone would call safe. I will be keeping watch over you, she responded. You cannot let fear hold you back. It's a very reasonable fear to be scared of someone with superpowers, Alya, I said, shaking my head. But I get your point. I settled in for the night, setting up my bed and crashing early. 10 in the morning wasn't nearly early enough in the morning to be worried, but if I went to bed late, well, I was a bit paranoid, and I wanted to bring my A-game. The next morning, it took me an hour to walk across the city, find a place to get changed, and finally arrive at the meeting spot. As I was walking through the docks, it was hard not to let the state of the area get to me. Almost every building was run down, covered in graffiti, and surrounded by trash. Some of the active businesses made an attempt to clean up, but the grime, trash, and desperation was just too deep. Eventually, I found myself in a pothole-filled parking lot. Along the far side was not one, not two, but 3 burnt-out cars, abandoned and rusted. I spent about a minute standing around, sitting on the hood of the closest car, when Tony's car pulled in, going slow to keep from blowing a tire or throwing a shock. Rather than parking, however, Tony stepped out of the passenger side door, waved to someone inside before heading to me, the car turning around and leaving. As if sensing my question, he chuckled. "Cars end up on cinder blocks here quicker than you can turn around," he explained with a morose chuckle. "Better to get dropped off and picked up." "Fair enough," I responded with a shrug. "Listen, Tony. I know you want to come with me, but I'm fine with you just making the introduction and leaving." "I don't." "Let me stop you right there," Tony said, shaking his head and cutting me off. "My father might have been a bastard, but he did teach me a few things before my mother kicked his ass out on the curb. One of those things was that you never send someone to do something you aren't willing to do yourself. I know you can handle yourself, but I'm not sending you out here alone, not when I can help keep things calm. I know a lot of these people, and a lot of them know me." I let out a sighing groan before chewing the edge of my lip. I was silent for a moment before finally making up my mind. "Tony, I'm going to tell you something, and I don't want you to ask any questions," I said, giving him what I was hoping was a severe look. "If shit starts to go down, and you hear a very close woman's voice telling you where to go or what to do your best to listen to her." He opened his mouth, obviously wanting to ask what I was talking about. Thankfully, he seemed to catch my nonverbal hint before he could say anything. He let out a sigh and nodded. "All right, Arcanum, I've been in enough trouble to know that you better off not knowing voice," he said, nodding in understanding. "I'll do as you said, as long as I can." We waited in the parking lot for another 10 minutes before, finally, a man stepped out from between 2 nearby buildings. He was old, maybe late 70s, with a wicked scar along his jaw, with quite a bit of it missing. It was clearly a very old wound, something that could potentially be mitigated by intense plastic surgery. Or magic. "Tony," the man said simply, a gruff voice altered by the damage to his mouth. "This them?" "Yeah, Gregory, this them," he said. "How you holding up?" "Depends," he said, eyeing me up and down. "On if he is full of shit. I could demonstrate," I suggested, the man's stare intensifying at the offer. "Will it hurt?" "No, but you may feel strange phantom sensations, depending on what I'm healing," I explained. "Fuck. Do it." I nodded to the man, stepping closer and holding my hands out. First, I cast a diagnostic spell because while I could see his face, there was nothing else I could see. When the skin was done, I had to stifle a gasp. The man was falling apart. Their joints were failing, their bones weakening, muscles deteriorating from poor nutrition, along with some pretty serious damage to his liver. He alone blew half of the cases I treated at John's group out of the water. "This may take a few minutes," I explained, pausing for a moment. "And there will be some of those phantom sensations. I keep the spells going for nearly 15 minutes, slowly easing most of his long-term injuries, fixing a lot of damage due to malnutrition and drinking. None of it was gone completely, however. It was way too old to wipe away, especially his facial damage. That said, I did manage to ease his suffering quite a bit, fixing a good amount of internal and external damage. I managed to fix a good portion of his jaw, regrowing and healing some of his teeth, before encouraging some of the skin around the injury to soften and grow. His jaw would likely never look the same, and it was impossible to miss that, at some point, this man had been hurt pretty badly. Now, however, the scarring was much lighter, and the hole in his jaw was gone. It honestly looked like he underwent extensive corrective surgery when it was finally done. When I was done, the man spent a few minutes getting reacquainted with his body. "Damn good work," he said before promptly turning around and walking away. As he left, I turned to Tony with a confused expression. "He is a man of few words," he explained with a shrug. "Pretty sure we are supposed to follow him." Looking back, Gregory was already across the street, so we had to rush to catch up, finding the now much more spry man before he could turn a corner and disappear. We followed him for a few more minutes before he finally led us to a pair of warehouses tucked behind a few other buildings. Quite a few people were walking around, sitting on crates and boxes, talking and working. It was like at a miniature community, with people cleaning, tending to the buildings, and more. We quickly drew a crowd as people spotted Gregory first, spotting that he was healed before looking back at Tony and me. Of course, the old man ignored everyone, leading us inside the smaller of the two warehouses. The interior of the warehouse was surprisingly orderly, with tents and tarps being used to divide up individual spaces for people to live in. Looking around more, I spotted strings of lights hanging from the ceiling, strung across poles and walkways, lighting up the interior. It was honestly an impressive setup, especially considering the condition of the area outside. Rather than lead us around to people who were injured as John had done, Gregory seemed eager to foist us onto someone else, apparently finding a younger man, probably just about my age, to pass us off to. The young man was a few inches taller than me, with short brown hair and dark brown eyes, a 5 o'clock shadow on his face. Gregory quickly said a few quiet words to the new man, before patting his shoulder. Then he left, turning away and leaving without warning. Before we could even thank him, he had slipped back into the crowd, disappearing in seconds. We watched him go for a moment before the new man chuckled, shaking his head. Sorry, Gregory can be a bit intense when he is anxious, the man said, reaching out to shake my hand. Name's Charles. I returned his handshake, careful not to break anything, before looking around at the gathering crowd. After giving Tony a glance, I looked back at Charles. We were under the impression that Gregory would help us help the people around the camp, I said, the man nodding in understanding. I know, don't worry, the man said with a small smile. He was testing you, apparently. That was him telling me you passed. Congrats. Should have known, Tony muttered quietly to himself behind me. He looked good, Charles said, pushing past Tony's commentary and giving me a hard look. You can fix stuff like his face. I spent a few minutes giving him the lowdown on just what I could heal, what I could help, and what I could do nothing about. He listened closely, taking in everything I said, before nodding at the end. All right, if what you're saying is true, there are quite a few people here you could help, he said. Are you willing to travel to people's spaces, or do you need us to bring them to you? Bring me to the people who are struggling or immobile, I said simply. When we are done with them, we can set up a line for those of able body. Sounds like a plan. Lars. The shout caught me off guard, but if Charles noticed, he didn't mention it. A guy, probably a few years younger than me, who had been standing off to the side, quickly stood and rushed over. I need you to handle this, Charles explained. I'll be walking around with Arcanum, taking him to people who need help. Sure thing, boss, Lars replied with a serious nod. Charles nodded and handed the man a clipboard of all things before turning to me and gesturing back the way we came. Let's get you started then. Chapter 14. Charles led us back down to the tents and lean-tos, people actually stepping out of our way as we moved. He didn't have to lead us far, as we very shortly stopped at one of the many nearby tents. Charles reached out and knocked on a nearby support beam. After a few seconds, a raspy voice came from inside. Come in. The voice said, followed by a cough. I gave Charles a look before gesturing to my mask and general get-up. It took him a moment to realize that, yes, a random masked man stepping into your tent would be shocking as hell and probably not the greatest start to process. Rather than scare the living crap out of whoever was inside, Charles stepped in first, and I joined him a minute later. The person inside was struggling to breathe, having caught some sort of upper respiratory infection that was filling his lungs with liquid. They had the common sense to lean him upright so he could breathe a bit easier, but that was all they could really do for him. Thankfully, I could fix that. A quick series of spells later, a man who was certain he would die on the streets when he woke up was praising me, God, and various other deities for a new lease on life. I assured him it was just a simple para-human ability, and eventually, he calmed down. When we left his tent, his words of excitement and relief had attracted a large group, all of which were staring at me with wide eyes. Seeing that we were at the precipice of what could possibly turn into a clamor, I stepped forward to cut it off. I will not leave this camp until I have had a chance to examine anyone who is ill or injured, I assured the crowd. We are starting with some of the worst cases first, but after that, I will see to everyone. Just please, have patience. After a moment, people nodded, several of them dispersing back into the indoor shantytown. Others hung around to watch, probably to keep an eye on me in case I tried to break my promise. Once it was clear that we weren't about to be swamped by people looking to get healed first, I turned back to Charles. Who's next? Charles led me around the first warehouse and then through the second, guiding me to some of the unhealthiest and most at-risk people the community had. As before with John's group, there were a few things I couldn't cure. Thankfully, all of those cases had ways that I could treat some of their symptoms and ease their suffering. After about an hour of walking around, Charles was sure we had gotten the worst of people, so we set up shop outside in the relatively fresh air. He sat me down in a folding chair, and a line of people looking for healing quickly formed around me. It was nearly 3 hours before I was done, which I knew was way too long for just this community. Someone must have gone off to gather nearby people as well, pulling for the homeless who preferred to live on their own. Charles nearly called people out on it, stopping some he recognized as not living in the community, but I stopped him. I'm glad they are going around getting people, I said with a shrug. The point here is to help people who can't just go get help from doctors or even panacea. I'm happy to spend all day here. He looked a little shocked to hear that, but, after a moment, nodded in understanding. Eventually, after healing everything from broken bones to stomach ulcers, the line ran out. I stood and stretched, looking around to make sure no one else was coming. Well, that looks like everyone, I said with a smile. Bit of a workout, but I'm glad I could help. You really are, aren't you? He asked, looking at me with a frown. I think I need to apologize. When you first arrived, I was sure you were just looking for a PR boost. I kept expecting news crews to show up or something. But you really stuck around and healed everyone. Even that guy with a hangnail. Can you really blame him? I asked with a chuckle. If I knew someone was healing people and I had one, I would go get it fixed, too. He even had the decency to wait until the end. The man chuckled and shook his head, eventually nodding in agreement. Either way, thank you. It's nice to know not all of you are obsessed with fighting and looking good for pictures. I imagine I'm going to have to fight people eventually, I admitted after a long breath. I wish I didn't have to, but I don't really have an option. But I would like to do nothing but this, helping people around the city. We stood there for a long moment, before eventually I remembered something. Listen, do you guys have any cell phones? I asked. Yeah, we keep a couple of prepaid for emergencies, he said. Why? I want you guys to have my number. Call me immediately if it's an emergency. Otherwise, you can call me when normal injuries stack up, I explained. I wish I could come out for every pulled muscle and bruise, but I have a feeling life is only going to get more busy for me. He quickly took down my number before I went off to find Tony, who was having a very animated conversation about some sort of sports team with a few of the community members. I eventually pried him away, leaving the community behind. Several people tried to offer me gifts as I left, but I politely refused. I knew some people had issues receiving something for nothing, but I refused to set a precedent for healing the less fortunate for gifts or cash. I had no issues charging insurance companies or hospitals for my abilities, but random people off of the street? Absolutely not. We had been walking for 15 minutes when Alya whispered something into my ear. You're being followed, she whispered, causing me to freeze up and almost stumble. Looks like they were waiting for you to leave the community. I think they are called the Undersiders. As I recovered from almost tripping, I cursed under my breath and looked around. Unsurprisingly, all I could see were the walls of the alleyway. I tried my best to remember who exactly the Undersiders were, trying to recall the research I did. They had some sort of smoke conjurer, a dog master, and two more that I couldn't remember. What is it? Tony asked, picking up on my anxious looks. Something wrong? I think we are being followed, I commented, quickly putting some pep in my step, practically pulling Tony with me even as I whispered to Alya. Did they see Tony? I don't think so, she responded. The dogs are following your scent. They never really saw you. Where did they get my scent? I don't know. It doesn't matter, anyways, I said, shaking my head. Guide Tony away, towards downtown. Arcanum, what is? Tony began to ask, only to freeze as I assumed Alya started talking to him. He looked at me with wide eyes before nodding. I'll call you later. Good, now go. He nodded and left, jogging down the alleyways, turning a corner, and disappearing. Meanwhile, I turned around and walked back, stopping at a four-way intersection of alleyways, a space that slightly opened up. I spotted a junked and dumped washing machine, which I kicked over flat on its side, making it the perfect height to sit on. I quickly sat down, taking in a long breath and holding it for a few seconds before letting it all out. The Undersiders were known as low-level villains, doing small jobs and occasionally raiding ABB assets. They were annoying, probably underselling their abilities, and usually chose to run rather than fight. I don't know why they were following me, but my best bet was to come off as confident as possible while preparing myself to run if need be. I chewed the inside of my lip, feeling very alone with Alya focused on guiding Tony away, but I did my best to calmly wait for her to return. The temptation to head down a different alley was pretty strong, but if they were tracking my scent, then I didn't want to lead them anywhere close to where I lived. A minute passed, then another. Finally, halfway through the third, Alya returned. They've stopped, she said softly. They were arguing about approaching you now that they lost the surprise advantage. How do they know that? I asked, confused, only to curse a moment later as I remembered. Fuck, that's right, one of them is a thinker, aren't they? Damn it, I need to do more research. They are coming again, walking slowly. Okay, should I run? I asked, my eyes locked down the alley they would be coming from. I could probably outrun them. There's not really a point of hanging around. True, there really isn't, Alya agreed. And yet, you're not going anywhere. I don't like being followed, I said after a moment, a scowl working into my features behind my mask. I want to know what the hell they are up to. Especially since it puts Tony at risk. What about their thinker? I have a plan for that. Do you think you can beat them all? She asked calmly. Unless their fourth has those monster dogs out already. I asked, feeling a sense of negativity come from our connection. In that case, I think I can hold them off long enough to run. Plus, you could always help even the playing field. I could feel a sense of approval from Alya as the team of villains, all of them basically teenagers, came around the corner. There were 4 of them, all dressed in costumes. The first, the leader, was Gru, whose name I only remembered because of the reference. He was wearing a leather jacket, pants, and gloves, with a modified bike helmet depicting something vaguely resembling what a Gru looked like. Behind him was a young woman, the thinker, dressed in a purple and black skin-tight suit. She was wearing a domino mask and a cocky smirk that got right under my skin immediately. Next was another young woman whose costume hardly counted as one, just a bomber jacket, t-shirt, and jeans. Her face was obscured by a simple party store wolf mask, and she was trailed by 3 dogs. The last member, slinking around in the back, was a thin young man with a smiling theater drama mask on. His outfit was simple as well, a pair of slacks with a frilly collar jabot around his neck. He was also the only one carrying anything, a scepter of some kind in his left hand. They approached slowly, stopping just before entering the small open area at the 4-way intersection. "Hello," Gru said after a moment. "Stop," I said simply. "I'm not saying a word more until your thinker leaves. At least 100 yards. The leader, Gru, froze at that statement, and the thinker herself recoiled. I don't know if it was kid naivety or just a lack of planning, but they clearly hadn't considered that option. According to reports, Tattletale, the name just coming to me as I stared the group down, could pull information out of thin air. She claimed to be psychic, but most refuted that as a possibility. I'm sure if she was as good as what the online information seemed to indicate she was, she would still be able to figure some stuff out, but depriving her of access to me should help. The way they reacted to my request indicated I was right. I don't. I stood up from my spot and started to walk away, making it within a few steps of another alley before Gru spoke up. "Tattletale, retreat," he said simply, and I stopped, turning around. The girl whirled to look at her leader, staring daggers at him, before turning to look at me as well. She must have seen something because she flinched, turned around, and left, walking back the way they came. Gru opened his mouth to talk, but I held up my hand and waited. After a tense 30 seconds, Alya whispered that she was out of earshot. "Good. Now, why were you following me?" I asked, not letting him get a word in. "You were in our territory," he explained, his voice muffled by his helmet. I had the feeling he had to talk a bit louder than normal to be heard. "We needed to know what you were doing." "I was healing the sick and injured at the homeless camp," I responded. "Weren't you watching me?" "We were. We want to know why." "Because I can heal people, and they had people that needed healing," I explained with a shrug. Nothing more than that. There was a silence after that, as if the group expected someone else to speak up. When no one did, I couldn't help but chuckle. "Let me guess, that's when Tattletale would usually speak up and confirm if someone was telling the truth?" I asked, shaking my head when they didn't respond. "Someone's a bit spoiled." "Fine, you were healing them from the goodness of your heart," he said, trying to regain his footing in the conversation. "How does your healing work?" "Thoughts, prayers, and positive vibes," I responded, wiggling my fingers, jazz hands style. "Why would I tell you guys? We are interested in hiring you, maybe even putting you on a retainer, in case one of us gets injured," he said. "We would be willing to pay a good chunk of money for your services." I stared at them for a long moment before letting out a long breath and shaking my head. "Look, I'm sure that whatever reason you guys are villains is complicated. Shit like this is rarely simple," I admitted with a shrug. "If I saw you dying on the street, yes, I would likely heal you. But I'm not going to sign some sort of contract to make house calls to people robbing stores and stirring up trouble. Just like I won't heal other villains or gang members." "We understand," Gru said, giving me a nod. "Since we approached under a truce, I assume we can leave like that." "Sure," I responded with a shrug. "I'm not going to be hunting people down, not unless I'm forced to." He nodded, and together, the group slowly retreated, keeping a close eye on me as they did. Eventually, as the last of them disappeared around the corner, I finally released a long, slow breath. "Kind of fucked that the best first impression I've had with para-humans has been with a bunch of kids playing at being villains," I said with a frown. Chapter 15. After spending a minute waiting for Alya to confirm that my uninvited stalkers were entirely gone, her presence pulled back to me. "They are leaving," she confirmed, her voice even quieter than usual. "Are you satisfied with their reasoning for following you?" "Vaguely," I said, not sounding entirely sure. "Reaching out to the new healer on the block, offering cash for his power, it makes sense," especially to a group who wouldn't have access to Panacea or Uthala. But not completely. I mean, from what Foe says, you should never assume certainty when a thinker is involved, I responded with a frown. I just hope she didn't get to pull too much information from me before she left. She was cursing and muttering as she made her retreat, the air elemental offered. Her frustration seems to point towards no. Hey, well, I'll take it as a good sign, I responded. But I also need to keep it in mind in case she did. With my visit to the second homeless camp complete, I still had quite a few more hours in the day. Having left my number with Charles, I regretted not doing the same with John. So I spent the rest of the day in a vague patrol, slowly making my way towards the smaller community. I ended up stopping a mugging on the way, zapping a ski mask-wearing idiot who was threatening an older man with a knife. When the police arrived, I gave my statement before continuing on, eventually stepping into the moderately hidden community. The place looked different during the day, even if at this point the sun was starting to get lower. The warm light of the fire had given it a campy, homey feel, which was gone in the light of day. This was a place where people with nothing went, where every day was a question. I handed John my number, as the man also had an emergency prepaid line, just in case. While I was there, I healed a younger man who popped out his shoulder while doing manual labor. It had already popped back in, but a quick spell reduced the swelling and healed the joint completely. I spent a few minutes talking to everyone and even helped put up a new tent by driving several pipes into the ground by hand. Once I was done at the camp, I repeated my earlier meandering patrol, this time focused on getting home. My only stop was in a seemingly random alley, where I had stashed my civilian clothes. I was just pulling on my sneakers when Tony called. Arcanum. Is everything okay? He asked in a rush. Your friend explained what was happening, but I didn't want to call back too quickly, just in case you were busy. Yeah, Tony, everything is fine, I assured him. It was the Undersiders, sniffing around, trying to size me up. They wanted to know if I would put a price on my healing, sign a sort of contract to heal them. Oh, hell. How did that go? As well as it could have, I admitted. They approached me civilly, so I let them leave the same. Not happy to have to deal with a thinker, but it is what it is. So, they just popped into chat and left? He asked, disbelief clear even through the phone. Why? From what I've read, the Undersiders usually don't engage in combat. Their MO is blitz and run, I explained. I told their thinker to fuck off and acted confident. That either threw them off or they are even less aggressive than Foe thinks. Either way, it's done, not much we can do about it now. Yet. I'm glad it turned out all right, he said. What would you have done if? I would have smacked them hard and ran while they recovered, I explained with a shrug. The only one of them who could keep up with me is Hellhound, but only if she had transformed her dogs and rode on their back. The space we were in was too tight for that, so I was pretty safe. Tony and I chatted for a bit longer, mostly talking about our next healing trip. I brought up my trip to the smaller community before he promised to start looking for more contacts in some of the other communities around the town. After that, we finally said goodbye and hung up. I was glad he was doing well, even if Alya had already confirmed he had escaped unharmed. I was also glad that the Undersiders weren't the kind of villain group to find out who I was traveling with. If they even knew I was. I finished changing into civilian clothes as the sun dipped behind distant buildings. With nothing else to do in the day, Alya was guiding me to a sandwich shop a few blocks over for dinner. I got back to the shop about 30 minutes later with a meatball sub and a bag of fries. I sat down on the couch and ate, surprised by the quality of the food. Okay, so, we made contact with another community, healed a lot of people, chatted with some teenage villains, who were actually more polite than most of the heroes we met, I listed out. Got my number to the smaller community, stopped a mugging, and found a nice sub shop that's pretty good. Not bad for one day. You listed the sub shop with everything else. Good morale is important, I said with a grin, leaning back on the couch. Don't underestimate the impact of a good meal. The rest of the night went by pretty quickly, with Alya and I discussing some plans for the following day. I decided that the first thing I was going to do was finally spend some time working out how my geomantic absorptions played with my newest additions, the physical movement spells. I had almost tumbled off the roof when I tried the jump aid spell, and now I wanted to know if there was some way I could leverage my increased strength with my running. I knew from experience that my enhanced strength did help with general movement and the like. Moving around was understandably easier when I could bench press half a ton or more. That said, I didn't quite notice that enhanced strength directly translated into better running speed. Was it because magic differentiated speed and strength so differently? Buffing my speed with geomancy required mercury, so was the steel absorption restricted from giving me speed? I discussed it with Alya as I prepared for the day, eventually making it out of the shop and into the early morning streets of Brockton Bay. We concluded that, as far as we could tell, this was not some sort of gamified, balanced magic system that I was tapping into. Limitations existed, but they weren't arbitrarily created to balance out mechanics. If a spell, ritual, or anything else caused tangential benefits, I would be able to count on those, not have them repressed in the name of fair gameplay. So, if the magic wasn't the source of the issue, that meant that I was most likely the source instead. Which was a good thing, because that meant I could change or adapt in a way to fix it. Alya looked around us as I walked, eventually settling on a stretch of mostly empty alleyways. They were all connected together in a long line, an adequate place to test my speed issues. I had to make one pass through to clear the alley out, pushing a dumpster to the side and cleaning up a few bags of trash. Once I did that, however, I had a straight shot to practice my running. Even better, it was slightly out of the way, which hopefully would keep people away. Okay. So let's start by doing this normally, I mumbled, mostly to myself as Alya was dispersed, keeping an eye on the area around me. I jogged down the alley, then sprinted, trying to get a sense of how I was moving and pushing off the ground. While moving was still a drain on my stamina, I could feel that my muscles were not actually struggling with the weight. The cardio is draining, but not the aspect of carrying myself. I could only imagine that the sensation had hidden behind the normal stamina drain of running around, but now that I had identified it, it was much harder to ignore. I slowly made my way back along the alley, wanting to have as much space as possible to run. When I was there, I quickly cast the marathon spell. Marahona Potstas Cursus. I intoned, the blue energy bands encircling my hands as I started to move at a jog. I spent 20 minutes running back and forth, getting to know the marathon spell just a bit better. While I did know plenty about it already from the initial information download, it was still only one charge, meaning there were a lot of gaps and missing information. When I was confident I had a good feel for the spell and what it did, which was different from understanding the magic itself, I started trying to figure out how to apply my increased strength to my speed. I started by simply trying to push myself to go faster. That did garner some results, but it threw off the equilibrium of the marathon spell. Basically, I could hit around 25 miles an hour, but it was very tiring, especially because it drained my mana in only a few seconds. It was interesting and potentially very useful should I need a burst of speed at the end of a run. Unfortunately, it required me to drain my mana quickly to keep up. I couldn't even make it all the way across the impromptu alleyway track. I messed around for a little while longer, switching between running with and without the marathon spell and also trying various different gaits and runs. Eventually, I settled on sort of a vaulting, loping run, pushing off extra hard with each foot. After a bit of experimenting, I managed to get it to where it was just enough of a run to count for the marathon spell. It also looked a lot better than else I had tried, especially the gallop. Thank God Alya could confirm I wasn't being watched, because I made a real idiot of myself galloping and skipping around. When I settled on a proper form, I ran up and down the alleyway, marathon spell engaged, letting Alya count out the seconds. When I was done, I repeated the process, but this time while doing my new vaulting run. The result was a significant time reduction, which meant I was absolutely going faster with the vault. Well, I'm kind of spitballing it, but I figure that was about 20, maybe 25% faster, I said, sitting down on a barrel at the end of the alleyway. If I want better numbers, I'd have to do this at a track with a stopwatch, but until then, I think I was hitting a solid 20 miles per hour. Makes me want to shake hands with Usain Bolt. The fact that he could beat me in a race even with my magic is crazy. I spent a few minutes sipping from a water bottle, recovering from my experiments, before finally deciding it was time to go out on patrol. I still felt a bit silly just running around the city, looking for crime, but it was a part of being a hero. The more I got out there, the more people would trust me, which, in turn, would make it easier to help people. So, at about 11:30 in the morning, I stepped out of the alley and onto the populated street. As always, I got plenty of stares, pointing, and camera flashes as I started to run, vaulting through between the sidewalk and the road. I did immediately learn, through a series of stumbles that I thankfully recovered from before falling on my face, that vault running was not quite so easy when not in a straight line. When running, turning is just a series of small adjustments, at least as long as you are doing it right. With vault running, the points of contact with the ground, which was where you made your adjustments, were few and far between. That meant, if you weren't paying attention, it was very possible for you to be in the middle of a vault, need to turn, and be absolutely incapable of doing so. Really, the only solution to this was to pay attention, meaning that as long as I wanted to go full tilt, I couldn't just casually run through the streets. I would need to keep my eyes peeled and my head in the game. Luckily, I did not learn this by crashing into anyone, though there was a street lamp with a series of suspiciously finger-like imprints, where I was forced to reach out and yank myself to a stop before I collided with someone. That wouldn't have looked good. While on patrol, I vaguely and slowly make my way across the city, heading towards a tech store I knew of, the one I bought the lights and battery bank I used for the shop. I was fully aware of the scene I was making just walking inside while still wearing my full costume, but I wasn't about to try and buy a police scanner in my civilian identity. If the PRT had any intelligence at all, that would activate all sorts of alarm bells. It took me a few minutes to get in and out of the store, mostly because a couple of kids, who had been playing a demo stand for some video game console, spotted me before I could sneak out. When I finally left, just a little bit poorer, Alia found me a space I could be alone in, an empty roof not too far away. Once there, I spent about 15 minutes reading the scanner's manual so that I knew how to use my new toy backslash. After a bit of troubleshooting and a pair of AA batteries, I was the proud owner of a scanner capable of listening to police and fire broadcasts, meaning I could now show up at larger emergencies like fires. With that set, I went back to my regular patrol, now with a police scanner tucked into one of my jacket pockets. It was hooked up to a pair of earphones, only one of which was tucked into my ear. The scanner was turned down pretty low as well, low enough that I could ignore it easily but loud enough that if the people talking on it started getting excited, I would be able to tell. I vaulted through the streets, making my way through the city. I made sure to mostly stick to the streets, keeping off the sidewalks and away from squishy people. Chapter 16. With my testing done and a new increase in my response time and overall travel speed, it was time to move on to my second objective for the day. Getting my phone number into the hands of whoever was in charge at the local hospitals. Despite my rather unfortunate experience with Panacea and whatever drama had resulted from that, including what Glory Girl was dealing with, I had been telling the truth when I met them. I absolutely wanted to help the hospitals during emergencies and with cases that Panacea couldn't handle. According to what I could learn online, Panacea couldn't heal anything to do with the brain. That was a rather large hole in her abilities, one that confused me greatly. It was an odd place for a healing power to suddenly stop, but from what else I had learned, having weird limitations on some of the more powerful abilities wasn't uncommon. Still weird, in my humble opinion, but definitely not uncommon. There was a name for it, apparently, but I couldn't remember what it was. I ran across the city, heading towards my target, focused on getting another item off my list. I made good time, only stopping once to scare off a bunch of kids with spray cans from putting graffiti on the back of a laundry mat. When I got close to the Brockton Bay Central Hospital, I sat down at a nearby bench and pulled out my phone. It took a few minutes to negotiate, but eventually, I got an appointment of sorts. A doctor had agreed to meet me and allow me to prove who I was. If that went well, they would introduce me to one of the medical directors. I was honestly surprised it was that easy, but apparently, I had underestimated the waves I was making. News of my trip to the PRT had spread, as had my help among the homeless. Also, Dr. Pilota, the doctor whom I had met with alongside Panacea and Glory Girl, spoke well of my politeness, even in the face of what they were kindly calling a stressful day for the Wonder Healer. Once everything was set, I made my way to the hospital itself, this time making use of a secondary entrance usually reserved for staff. A doctor let me in before taking me to an office nearby and shutting the door. We talked for a while, and I demonstrated that I was, in fact, a para-human, though I explained that my healing ability would only work on an injury. He also confirmed, through the number I was given by Miss Militia, that the people I had healed as part of the accreditation process were still undergoing observation, but no abnormalities had occurred as of yet. I was then passed off to a medical director, an older man with grey hair, a full mustache, and thick glasses. His office was considerably nicer than the previous doctor's, a perk of success, I assumed. Arcanum? It's good to meet you, he said, holding out his hand, which I shook before taking a seat in front of his desk. I wanted to thank you for coming in despite the issues with your last visit. I'm not concerned about it, sir, I explained with a shrug. Whatever the situation is, I want to help where I can. And we appreciate that, he said with a nod, focusing on me for a long moment. What exactly are you looking to accomplish? Well, I understand that Panacea cannot repair brains. I asked, the man nodding slowly in response. That isn't a limitation for me. So, in cases where she cannot help, I'm more than happy to come in when necessary. Especially for life-threatening issues. I'm also available for large emergencies. I spent about 10 minutes describing exactly what I am capable of fixing and how some of my healing spells work. The director seemed surprised by some of the details I was able to give. He even ended up taking a few notes on my limitations and abilities. He also called the PRT number. He had a much more in-depth discussion with the head of their medical department. I assumed they knew each other because he called him by his first name. Eventually, we started discussing exactly what I wanted to be called in for and what I wanted in return. I am not dedicating 100% of my time to the hospital, I emphasized, the older man nodding in understanding. I am more than willing to stop by every other day or so to spend an hour or two healing all brain injuries, and I am happy to be called for specific cases that require immediate attention. I will heal anyone 18 or under for free, as well as any life-threatening emergencies. For everyone else, if the person has insurance that covers it, I expect the usual para-human rate. I will be making the exceptions to that rule personally. The usual rate? The man asked, raising an eyebrow. Please, I said with a scoff. If you're trying to tell me that the American healthcare system hasn't completely internalized, categorized, and created a full paperwork trail for para-human aid in a hospital setting, then I would like to meet the real director, please. Besides, you have Panacea here. You must know how to pay her. The man chuckled and nodded, leaning forward to put his elbows on his desk with a nod. It's a bit complicated, but the hospital can put you on staff as a specialized consultant. We would pay into an account held by the hospital that you could withdraw cash from or attach a card to, he explained. Though I would point out that Panacea refuses all payment, as is her right. Seriously? Why? What do her parents say about that? I said with a frown, which turned into a scowl when the man went CE. Wait, are you saying that her parents refuse payment for her? I believe that is all I will say on that subject, he responded, now looking upset at himself for having to stay quiet. The room was silent for a moment before I shook my head. It wouldn't be fair to blame whatever clusterfuck was swirling around Panacea on him, especially when he likely had no control over the situation. Well, unless he had direct proof of abuse. As a medical professional, he was a designated reporter, meaning it was his responsibility to report it. Either way, I was now fully invested in the situation. Between what Glory Girl had said and what I was now learning, I was beginning to suspect the source of Amy's issues was a lot closer to her home than I first thought. Where I was once satisfied with Glory Girl knowing something was up, and her agreement to do something, it was now time to follow my own advice. I would check in with Glory Girl sometime within the next few days. If nothing had happened, I would be kicking the problem up the chain. I did not know who exactly was higher up the chain, but I would figure it out. Right. Well, the consulting account system would be fine for me, assuming it all works, I confirmed with a nod, breaking the silence. I would offer to heal people now, but I assume you can't allow that until my verification goes through. You are, unfortunately, correct, he responded, looking out of the windows that lined his office, his face pulled down in a frown. I wish. The man trailed off, and I could feel there was something he wanted to say, so I stayed silent as he worked through whatever it was he was struggling with. Eventually, he turned back to his desk, opened a drawer, and started to search through it. Do you smoke, Arcanum? He asked, pulling out a very old, crumpled pack of cigarettes. Do I? No, I don't, I said with a frown. My uncle passed away from lung cancer when I was 2. I always hated them. Well, I would consider it a personal favor if you could take these and smoke them, he said, reaching across the desk to hold them out to me. There is space for smoke breaks in the back of the hospital, outside by the employee parking lot, where you entered. I frowned, sitting still and looking at him for a long moment before my brain finally connected the dots. I nodded and reached out, the older man pushing the pack into my hands. I took them and stuck them in a side pocket. Thanks, I've been looking to form a habit, I said. I'll probably be out there for a good 30 minutes, making sure it really sticks. You're welcome, he said, sounding very much like he was the one saying thank you. If that's all, I will call you when your accreditation goes through, and we can talk in more detail. Sure, that works, I responded, standing and reaching out to shake his hand. I look forward to working with you, he said with a nod, before guiding me out the door, a bit of energy in him that was absent before. Enjoy your smoke break. I nodded and made my way down and out of the building, letting Alia guide me to my destination. I stepped out into a small cordoned-off area, empty save for a couple of chairs, a picnic-style table, and one of the tall cigarette bins. I picked a chair and sat down in it, pulling the partially crumpled carton out. I pulled one of the death sticks out and used a crackle of sparks between my thumb and pointer finger to light it. Keep this lit for me, please, I asked Alia softly, a breeze blowing across me. My soul-bound familiar did more than just keep it going. She pulled air through the cigarette, somehow gathering the smoke up and making it look like I was breathing it out again. All this was in spite of the fact that my mask did not have a hole to breathe through. After a minute, she spoke up, whispering into my ear. What are we waiting for? She asked, curious. Why are we here if you hate smoking? Because he was trying to tell us something without actually saying it, I explained quietly. You have to read between the lines. I see. She said, clearly not understanding fully. As advanced and understanding as she was, the signs that she wasn't really human still peeked through occasionally. We sat in silence for another 10 minutes, pushing my first cigarette into the ashtray and starting another. I had just barely made it halfway through that one when a woman came bursting through the door. She was older than me, maybe by 8 or 9, and had the weathered look of a woman under an incredible amount of stress and suffering. Her hair was unkempt, her clothes stained, and she looked like she hadn't seen the sun in days. Wrapped up in her arms was the child, a girl maybe 3 years old, dressed in a hospital gown, unconscious and covered with bandages. The woman looked around rapidly before spotting me, her eyes wild. You. Are you Arcanum? She demanded, crossing the distance between us. Yes, is everything all right? I asked, standing from my seat and jamming the cigarette into the trash. No. My baby, she has. We were in an accident, and she hit her head, she explained, tears pouring from her eyes. Please, Panacea can't do anything, and they said she was inoperable. It's okay, ma'am, I'll take a look at her, I told her confidently, guiding her to the table. Lay her down here. The mother nodded and quickly laid her on the table. By now, a pair of nurses had come out, and while one looked around nervously, the other simply watched. Do I have your permission to heal your daughter? I asked, looking into the woman's eyes. Yes. Please. They said she might never wake up. For a moment, the woman looked as if she was about to collapse, but the nurse who was calmly watching came forward to help her sit in one of the chairs. With her permission, I turned to the child, quickly doing a scan and frowning. The poor kid was in a heck of a state. I could tell that at one point, she had a cracked skull and a damaged spine, along with a crack along her femur. Now, though, all she was suffering from was a brain bleed and some rather acute malnutrition issues. Cerebrum seds est anemi, sana hanc mentum, et is potentialum restitu. I shouted, pouring my magic around the young girl. As I chanted, my magic wove itself into a complicated web around the child's head, forming into a many-sided polyhedron. Arcane symbols lit up in 7 different panels of the polyhedron. After the smallest lull, the spell flared, pulling on my mana as it poured healing energy into the child. I could feel the tendrils of magic as they reached into the girl's head, healed the internal damage, cleaned up the blood, and wiped away almost any trace of the injury. As the spell finished its task, it shimmered away in a sparkle of light, fading away into nothing. The second that spell faded, I began chanting again, immediately moving on to the next injury, and then the next. Finally, when I was done I stepped back. Did it work? The mother asked. Is she going to be okay? Yes, it worked, I explained with a smile. Your daughter is completely healthy. The woman almost shoved me to the side to reach her daughter, but I could only smile as she hugged her closely. The daughter, confused and probably a little cold, quickly woke up in her mother's arms. I stepped back to give them their privacy. Should I start another? I asked the calm nurse quietly, already reaching for the nearly empty pack of cigarettes. No, there's no one else as urgent as her, they responded, watching the touching scene. We are already risking jobs here. No reason to do that for some concussions and a tumor you can't fix. All right, in that case, I'm off, I said, giving the nurse a nod. If you need me, your boss has my number. She nodded as I turned around and walked away, my hands in my pockets as I crossed the parking lot. The happy sobs of the woman and the confused questions of the young daughter followed me until I rounded a corner of the hospital. Congratulations, Alya said, warm wind rushing through my hair. That was well done. Yeah, thanks, I responded with a shrug. Just glad I could help. You saved that young girl's life. You did more than help, she pointed out. I also now understand what you meant by reading between the lines. I snorted and shook my head, crossing a street and making my way down the main road. I'm glad I could help you understand, I responded. Now, what's next? Chapter 17. While what happened at the hospital was mentally draining, it was too early to head back to the shop for the night. So, instead, I decided to walk around the city for another patrol. It was just around 3 p.m. by the time I left the hospital, so I had a good chunk of time to kill. Technically, downtown was Empire territory, so my first goal was to angle myself away from the center and towards the border between it and Docks South. I hated the idea of being forced to leave an area because of Nazis, but I knew I had very little chance of coming out on top if I picked a fight with them. They had a disgusting amount of capes supporting them, especially considering the movement they represented. Even if a terrifying amount of them weren't capable of soloing me into the ground, they would still be able to overwhelm me with numbers alone. I was counting down the minutes until I was powerful enough to stand up to them. For now, I needed to bide my time. Staying off the Empire's radar was an unfortunate necessity for the moment. Or, that was the plan, at least. Unfortunately, that plan went out the window as, about 10 minutes later, Alya directed me to an alleyway just off the route I was running. As I turned down into the path, I spotted a trio of big, heavily tattooed white guys looming over a single black man who had clearly been knocked to the ground. He was bleeding from a busted lip and trying to crawl backward away from the marked Nazis. Fuck, god damn it, I cursed, before entering the alley and raising my voice. Hey! What's going on here? I called out, all of the people turning towards the sound of my voice. The man on the ground spotted me first, his eyes opening wide as they locked onto me. His expression shifted from fear and anger to one of hesitant hopefulness. The 3 Nazis all turned to face me as well, all of them looking shocked at my interference. "Fuck, it's a cape," one of them cursed, one of the others slapping him in his stomach to shut him up. "What the fuck do you want?" the largest and most heavily tattooed of them all aggressively asked. "This ain't any of your business. Just keep on walking." 3 dumbass standing menacingly over someone who is bleeding. I rhetorically asked. "Something tells me that is absolutely my business." The same member who had told me to take a hike took a step toward me, doing his best to seem intimidating and unconcerned. "Look, chump, I'm sure you're a big bad hero, but this is Empire territory," he explained as if I was a particularly slow child. "Just go on and get the fuck." I cut off whatever dumb shit he was about to say by launching a quick spark of electricity. The zap made the man jump and yowl like a stuck cat, slapping at the hole I had burned through his jeans. When he tried to recover, he quickly learned that the leg that the spark had struck was useless. He nearly collapsed backward, one of his buddies having to catch him before he could. "I'm gonna cut you off right there." "I don't care whose territory we are in," I responded, walking forward, my hands crackling threateningly. "I'm not gonna let someone get the shit kicked out of them because a couple of overcompensating punks decide they hate black people." For a long moment, I felt like they were about to charge me, but eventually, they pulled back. As all 3 of the Empire goons slinked away, keeping an eye on me as they escaped. I considered trying to stop them, but I had a feeling that even if I apprehended them, they wouldn't spend much time in jail. Besides, my priority was the injured man, who was starting to breathe funny. As they disappeared down the far end of the alleyway, I waited for a breath or two to make sure they weren't coming back before I approached the still struggling man. "Hey, take it easy. The bastards are gone," I explained. "You all right? Anything broken or?" "My hand and my chest, they stomped on me pretty hard," he said, hissing in pain and revealing a mangled, purple hand and several dirty boot marks on his torso. "Pretty sure they broke something." Looking at his hand, specifically 2 of his fingers that were definitely bending in directions they weren't supposed to, I couldn't help but flinch. That must have been one hell of a stomp. "Yeah, you've definitely got some damage here. Would you like me to fix it?" I asked, reaching out and holding his hand up by his wrist. "I've got a healing power that should let me fix this right up." "Healing? Like panacea?" "No, my power works completely differently," I explained. "But the end results are basically the same. You not being hurt." He debated internally for nearly a full minute before finally agreeing to let me help. Compared to some of the stuff I had been fixing over the last week or so, this was relatively simple, as was fixing the other bumps, bruises, and scrapes the 3 Nazis had given him. Once he was back on his feet, I asked if he wanted to call the cops. He laughed and shook his head. "What for? So they can arrest me for disturbing peace or something?" he asked, shaking his head. "Nah, I just need to get the fuck out of here. Much less likely for them to plant some coke on me so they can apprehend me after I resist arrest." I nodded, not particularly surprised by his statement. I had heard a lot of bad news about the police here in Brockton, especially those that hung around downtown specifically. I watched the man leave with a worried, anxious speed to his walk, his head on a swivel as he went. I couldn't help but curse and shake my head as I watched him step onto the sidewalk and turn out of sight. Why did it seem like everywhere I looked, all I could see were more signs that this city was hanging on the precipice of full-tilt chaos and anarchy? "This place is broken," I said, feeling Alia coiling around me, still invisible. Like a ticking time bomb just waiting to explode into unrecognizable chaos. "The worst part is, I'm not sure if it would be better off or not. At least the board would be wiped clean in the process." "That sounds like a great many people would be hurt," Alia pointed out. "Yeah, I know," I responded, rubbing my neck. I wasn't actually suggesting that. Confronted with just how screwed up this city was, I found myself unwilling to continue my patrol. It felt futile, more so than usual. It was painfully clear that I would never be able to make a real difference until I could directly face the kind of threats the city held. I needed a power-up desperately, but I wasn't sure if I was going to get one. The time for my second group of charges was fast approaching, and while I could dump the points into something new and flash, I also knew I needed a home. There was a lot of magic I could access in the future that required a place to work, and I wasn't about to spend days, and who knows how much money setting those up somewhere I would have to abandon the second someone found it. I needed a permanent residence, some place I could protect and hide with magic. A place I could retreat to, if necessary, that I knew wouldn't just fall over like a stack of cards the second any cape with a brute rating knocked on my door. The issue was that every point I ended up spending to unlock the ability to build a place like that was also points I wouldn't be able to spend on making myself more powerful. My only real option, assuming I continued with my plan to invest points in some sort of mage home branch, was to invest slowly and hope I got lucky enough that 1 or 2 levels of knowledge was enough. I highly doubted it would be since it was such a broad concept, but I could still hope. There was also a chance I would get a new quest. I wasn't 100% sure what the criteria were for getting one, but I had a feeling it had to do with the points recharge cycle. The most likely scenario I could think of was that I was going to get 1 quest per cycle, but I wouldn't be able to confirm that until I had more experience. That night, I barely slept, the towering, daunting reality of just what kind of uphill battle I had gotten myself into weighing on me heavily. Alya did her best to soothe me with a cool breeze, but I still tossed and turned for most of the night. When morning finally came around, my first stop of the day was a nearby coffee shop. The heavenly bean juice just managed to wake me up enough that I could be considered a functional human being. When I was done kickstarting my brain with caffeine and confectionaries, I headed back out into the shop to get ready for the day. The process was a bit drawn out because I had to refill my water containers, which included a trip to the nearby gas station. I had to admit, the idea of finally having a place with running water, working lights, and other usual amenities was also a big part of why I was still determined to stick with my plan of building a stronghold of some kind. I might be determined to do as much good as I could in this world, but that didn't mean walking to a gas station every morning for shower water wasn't grating. It was the very definition of first world problems, but I couldn't exactly help it. When I was finally ready for the day, I headed out into the city, donning my costume and going back on patrol. At this point, I was just killing time, both until my charges were refilled later tonight and for Tony to get back to me about the next outreach stop. According to him, there was only one more large homeless community left. It was somewhere between John's and Charles's place in terms of size, and Tony was certain he would find an inn soon. Once we had helped that community, I was hoping to discuss the idea of them spreading the word whenever I was about to stop by. Charles's place had already done that to an extent, but I wanted them to understand I was happy to heal anyone who would come by and needed the help. I was happy with the progress I had made in healing people so far, but I knew there were a lot of people I was missing. As I contemplated the future and the next steps I was going to take, I continued my patrol. About half an hour in, as I was walking around the blurry line between the docks south and downtown, Alya got my attention. "There's a pile of trash robbing a corner store 2 blocks to the east," she said, blowing against me in the right direction. "Some sort of golem." "Golem? I don't recognize that description," I frowned, quickly altering my course and starting to vault toward what Alya had spotted. "Anything I should know?" "Whatever it is, it already knocked out the store owner," she responded. "He is behind the counter." I cursed and pushed myself to move faster, my mana draining as a result. I skidded to a stop just a few buildings away, only to watch a wave of trash pour out of a corner store. The windows of the building were smashed, and quite a bit of food, magazines, and other loose stuff from inside the store was being pulled outside by the wave. Once it was outside, the wave formed into a shabby, half-formed humanoid, maybe about 8 feet tall. It turned to face me, freezing for a second. "What do you want?" "I'm not going back," a voice said from inside the golem-like amalgamation of trash and food, somehow still quite loud. "I just need the food. I can't eat any more rotten trash." I stopped about 24 feet away from the shaggy trash golem, partially because I really didn't want to get closer to the stench. I put both of my hands up, trying to calm the para-human down. "It's okay, big guy, I'm not gonna fight you," I said. "It sounds like you're struggling, I know how that feels." He stopped, the golem rocking back slightly as if confused. It took him a minute to constitute a response, and even then, it lacked most of the vitriol his first shout had. "I'm just so hungry," he admitted. "I ain't got nothing. Nobody waited for me." "It's okay. You got a name?" I asked, taking a few steps closer. "Something I can call you?" I was thinking about Heap," he admitted. "All right, Heap. My name is Arcanum," I responded. "By the sounds of it, you must be pretty hungry. Why don't you let some of that trash go, and I'll buy you lunch. As much as you can eat." "I don't need your pity," he responded, the scowl in his voice clear as day. "I can do this just fine on my own. I just need a bit of food, then I can start." "Start what?" "I don't know. Getting back on the straight and narrow, stop stealing. I just need a bit now." Something about the way he was talking told me this man was struggling to keep it together. Part of me wondered if he was a case 53, a living pile of trash, but I wasn't sure if asking that was a good idea. "That's good, but starting that out by stealing isn't a great look," I pointed out. "Especially after assaulting the clerk." He had it coming. The trash golem shouted, its limbs sagging for a moment before pulling back together. "I have nothing." "William, there's something on the roof above you, some sort of mist," Alya said into my ear, trying to make herself heard over the loud shouts of Heap. "It's Whatever she was about to say was cut off as a black crossbow bolt suddenly appeared in Heap's chest with a dull thud. Both of us looked down, me and the golem, to where a bolt had stuck into some metal panel from some sort of appliance, as well as a whole rotisserie chicken wrapped in plastic. The bolt itself was clearly special, with a vial of some kind running through the shaft. For a long moment, we were silent until, finally, the large trash and food golem snapped free of our collective shock. "You were just setting me up!" he screamed. "You son of a bitch!" The golem turned, trash gathering up in his arm as he charged at me, the wave of trashing drawing in against him as if he was pulling for more density. Before I could even react, he swung his arm out, extending it outwards and side-swiping me with a surprising amount of force. It lifted me off my feet and slammed me into the side of a van. The trash overwhelmed me, and for a moment, it blocked out the sun, the world going black. Charges so far. Geomancy, XX. Healing spells, XX. Lightning spells, XX. Physical movement enhancement spells, X. Chapter 18. It took me a moment to gather my senses, as the stench of the garbage and the rattling of the impact completely threw me for a loop. Underneath all that, I was undamaged, the impact unable to overwhelm my steel absorption. I was still pinned, though, as after the initial impact, the blow turned into a crushing grinding force, as if he was attempting to squash a particular resilient insect. Rather than try and fight against his superior mass, when I finally collected my thoughts, I reached out with my arm and grabbed the first edge I could get my fingers around. I then pulled, first with one hand, then with two, before finally managing to pull myself free in a spray of trash. I stumbled away from the car, paper and cans falling away from me as I held up my hands. "Heeb. Wait, I don't know," I started to say, only to have to dive to the side, skidding to my feet as I dodged another wide, heavy blow. "You don't need to do this. We can still talk." "You talk, I'll just crush you," he shouted back, raising a large trash limb up into the air, looking to slam it down against me. "Fulgur parvum fragmentum," I shouted, even as I jumped to the side, dodging the falling blow. Using the fully worded and symboled version of my simple jabbing lightning spell amped up its power considerably, a disk of blue energy formed around the tip of my finger. 3 arcane symbols spun around it for a moment before a thick blast of electricity lanced out, jumping from my finger to the Heap's large limb. The electricity impacted the trash and was absorbed, the energy dispersing his control over the loose material. The limb lost cohesion past the impact point, slamming into the ground in a much less solid and dense form. Unfortunately, the trash almost immediately started pulling back into the trash pile, feeding Heap's size, the large limb already reforming. "Fuck," I said, watching the arm grow back in seconds, Heap laughing. "That's right. Can't keep Heap down," he shouted, his laughter carrying a manic undertone to it. "Gonna fucking crush you." I was about to try and talk to him again, only for another bolt to sink into his trash body, this time into his head. He shouted again, advancing on me with a fist raised. With a curse, I realized that this situation was no longer salvageable. It was time to put him down before he hurt someone. Like me, for example. I dove and rolled to the side, casting lighting spells as I did, electricity lancing out as I ran around Heap. He was clearly tough, as golems tended to be, but he was also slow. I just needed to use his slow speed to my advantage. I pestered him with lighting, switching between full-powered and non-verbal jabs, all while outrunning his attacks, which only got more and more aggressive and wild as he got angrier and angrier. Eventually, I had enough time to cast a spell that took a bit longer to use. Magna Pila Suspendus Scintilla. I shouted after blasting both of his arms off, his attacks pausing as he regenerated his limbs. Magic flared around my hands as I held them together like I was about to catch something. I guided that magic into a swirling pattern between my hands. 6 arcane sigils flared to life in a triangle around each hand, a sparking ball of electrical energy forming between them, the size of a softball. I dumped a decent amount of energy into the spell before lobbing it underhanded at the para-human golem. The crackling ball of energy soared right to the base of the golem's feet, where the heap of trash seemed to pull into the main body. It detonated on impact, a large ball of electricity exploding outward from where it landed. The explosion knocked the golem to pieces, and for the first time, I saw the man inside of it. He was, well, as unfortunate as it was, he was pretty ugly. He had a rather pronounced pot belly, only made more obvious by his lanky, thin limbs. Luckily, he was wearing a crude mask, literally just a piece of cardboard with holes cut into it and attached with rope. Despite the power of the spell, Heap immediately began to recover, trash flowing back to him, a lot of it starting to smolder. Thankfully, I didn't need to wait as I clearly had an opening. I rushed forward, plowing through the trash and tackling the man out of the reforming golem. I could feel something snap, as if I had pulled a sagging elastic band until it gave way. Heap let out a scream of pain, scrabbling against me, trying to escape my grasp as I pulled him completely free of the trash pile. Despite his shouting and screaming, I wasted no time in putting him down on the ground and quickly intoning Somnum Scintilla as I cast the lightning stun spell, the little ball of energy falling down and knocking him out. I double-checked his pulse, which was high but steady, unsurprising since we had just been fighting. I was pulling out my phone to call in the attack, when Alya whispered into my ear. Whoever was shooting bolts just turned back into smoke, she warned. They are coming down, they reformed on the sidewalk. They have their crossbow pointed at your back. I looked over my shoulder, confirming my suspicion that the one firing crossbow bolts was Shadow Stalker, a ward. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. I knew for a fact her crossbow was very much not a threat, so I focused on confirming that Heap was okay. What are you doing? She asked, her footsteps getting closer. I'm confirming he is okay, I answered simply. Why were you talking to him? She asked, her voice filled with accusation. He your buddy or something? I was attempting to talk him down from attacking me, I explained. What are you doing alone? I was under the impression that it is against ward rules to patrol alone. Oh gee, would you look at that, she said in a blank, uncaring tone. We must have gotten separated. I rolled my eyes at her tone before carefully lifting Heap onto my shoulder, carrying him closer to the store. Where are you going? She asked, following after me. Put him down and get on your knees. I kept walking, though I did shift Heap so nothing vital was behind me, in case Shadow Stalker had the bright idea to shoot me. Shadow Stalker, I am moving Heap closer to the crime scene, I explained. He mentioned there being a store clerk inside. Something about me dismissing her so casually must have really set her off, because I had only made it a single step further before a crossbow bolt slapped into my shoulder. It punched through my clothes but broke when it hit my skin. Are you out of your fucking mind? I shouted, whirling around on the teenager. Did you really just shoot me? I already told you what I was doing. I don't care about some clerk. She shouted back, already loading her crossbow. You will. I rolled Heap off of my shoulder, the para-human landing in a pile of trash, confident he was fully out. Even as he was falling, I leaped forward. Shadow Stalker reacted with surprisingly good reflexes, turning to smoke and backing off, but not before I could tear her crossbow from her hands. I snapped the string with a single tug before dropping it back to the ground. I then turned and walked back to Heap, picking him up again. By now, the crowd that had formed around us was in the hundreds, with dozens of people holding out their phones as they recorded the interaction, though that had been going on since the start. I carefully put the unconscious para-human down at the front of the store, sitting him up along the wall. She isn't gone, Alya warned me quietly. She is getting closer, in her smoking form. Will, watch out. A searing burning pain flared along my back, just below my left shoulder. I cursed and spun around, lashing out with a burst of near-instinctual electricity. Shadow Stalker had somehow bypassed my durability and stabbed me in the shoulder with one of her bolts. Even before I was turning, she was once again a cloud of smoke, pulling back to dodge what she must have thought was a backhand slap. Instead, electricity spiked through her as she shifted back into her smoke form. While the burst would normally not be enough to seriously hurt anyone, it forced her to drop her smoke form, where she collapsed to the ground, screaming and twitching. Fucking hell, what the fuck was that? I shouted, quickly standing and taking a single step forward, only to feel a wave of exhaustion wash over me. It's a tranq bolt. Alya almost shouted into my ear. You need to do something. Tranq? Oh. I managed to connect the dots in my quickly swirling and slowing mind, barely managing to remember the proper spell. Purger sanguis mus quid me effectus. The usual golden glow of healing magic formed around my hand, even as my vision started to waver. Arcane symbols in a swirl of magic appeared over my heart, cleaning all the blood that flowed through it. Almost immediately, the overwhelming exhaustion abated, and I could stand up straight. Once I was sure I wouldn't keel over, I walked over to the still groaning form of Shadow Stalker, quickly rifling through her utility belt. She feebly swatted at me, but I ignored her. Instead, I grabbed a zip tie, dragged her 3 feet to the sidewalk, and wrapped her arms around a street lamp before zip tying her wrists together. I repeated the process with her legs, before finally stepping back. I nodded, satisfied with my work, before casting the blood-purifying spell again. The exhaustion had started to creep up on me again, but I could feel its effects fading completely. I let out a long breath, before making my way inside the shop. Unsurprisingly, the place was a disaster area, but my only concern was the clerk. Hello. I called out. This is Arcanum. Is anyone here injured? I heard a groan behind the counter, so I quickly rushed around to check. Just as Alya had warned me, a man was laying on the floor, stirring but unable to sit up. His face was cut up and bloody, and he had the signs of a serious knock to the head. Alya, I whispered. Check the rest of the store for victims, then go outside and keep watch. I can't imagine we are going to be alone here for long. With a few small splashes of water on his lips, and through his hair, I managed to get the clerk aware enough to agree to healing. He had a pretty serious concussion and deep cuts along his cheek and scalp, but I fixed those up pretty well. When he was awake and fully healed, I slowly helped him to his feet. Miss Militia and 2 other wards are here, Vista and Aegis, Alya whispered. They are freeing Shadow Stalker, but she is still out of it. I let out a long sigh before continuing to help the man outside. By the time we stepped out into the sun, he was more or less moving under his own power. Arcanum, freeze! Miss Militia shouted, an orange-stocked shotgun already readied on her shoulder. You are under arrest for assaulting a ward. I held my hands out slowly, making no sudden movement. I was pretty sure she was currently using non-lethal rounds, since that was what the bright orange stock usually represented. That said, I really didn't want this to spiral any further than it already had. Miss Militia, I will go quietly and without struggle, I assured her. If you have one of the wards watch one of the recordings made by these lovely bystanders. Please. For a long moment, I thought she was going to deny my request, as unusual as it was. Thankfully, cooler head prevailed, and she gestured to Aegis, who flew forward and landed by a group of people. Several bystanders attempted to shove phones at him, and he simply accepted the closest. After over a minute of watching, Aegis winced and looked up at his superior. Miss Militia, you might want to come see this, he said. It doesn't look good. The Protectorate heroine looked over at the ward, before fixing me with a glare. I promise I won't do anything. In fact. I looked over my shoulder, confirming my position, before carefully sitting down on the side of the curb, my hands still spread. I looked back at the female hero before shrugging. After a moment, her weapon swirled back into green energy, shifting to a pistol, which she holstered on her hip. After that, she made her way to Aegis's side, watching whatever video he had. Even though I could only see her eyes, it was impossible not to see her expression shift from annoyed to confused, then finally settling on angry. When she was finally done watching the first recording, she shifted along the crowd to find another person with a different angle. After watching that, she began speaking into her radio, holding her hand to her ear. As she did, PRT troops arrived, making quick work of the crowd, pushing them back and cordoning off the area. A trio of guards gathered up Heap, quickly transferring him to a van and driving away. As this happened, Miss Militia continued to talk in hushed, rapid words, standing far enough away that I couldn't hear her. Thankfully, Alya had no real issue. She is just explaining the situation, talking directly to Director Piggott, Alya informed me. I can't hear what the director is saying. After a few minutes, during which Shadow Stalker is released from her constraints and taken away in another PRT van, Miss Militia approached me again. It seems I owe you an apology. Again, she said, holding out her hand. Yeah, maybe try and keep that from being a habit, I responded, taking her hand so she could help me to my feet, standing from the curb. Look, I didn't want to hurt her. She's just a kid, but... You were attempting to de-escalate the situation, she finished for me. Even after she shot at you once. You should. Arcanum, do you need medical attention? She paused and shifted halfway through her sentence as if suddenly realizing that, yes, I had, in fact, been stabbed. Actually, I could use your help, I admitted, turning around. I can't reach it, could you yank it out? I can heal it myself after it's gone. She seemed frozen at the request but eventually nodded. She reached into her utility belt and pulled out a pair of nitrile gloves, as well as a whole bunch of gauze or something along the same lines. I turned around to give her access to the bolt. Okay, just let me. Blinding pain fired in every direction as the Protectorate heroine yanked the arrow from my back. I could vaguely feel her applying pressure to keep me from bleeding too heavily. Numb myself, I managed to finish through clenched teeth. Never mind. I'm sorry, I didn't know you could do that, Miss Militia admitted, sounding genuinely horrified at what she had done, watching as I quickly healed myself. I thought you were going to say clench, which would have only made it worse, so. It's fine, honestly. The pain is already gone, I assured her, letting out a ragged breath. See, good as new. See, she said, seeming to seriously be off step. Eventually, after a few moments, she seemed to visibly restart herself and finally continue. Arcanum, Director Piggott would consider it a personal favor if you would come in to discuss what has happened here. Do I have a choice? I asked. And would I be home before dinner? Yes, Miss Militia said with certainty. To both questions. I looked at the patriotic hero, trying to determine what my best option was. My first instinct was to tell her to fuck off, but even if I wasn't their biggest fan, I wasn't looking to piss off the PRT or Protectorate any more than necessary. On top of that, I had no doubt this was a complicated situation, and a large part of me wanted to know more. Deciding that the risk was worth getting some background information on what had just happened, I nodded in agreement. In that case, lead the way. Chapter 19. After confirming that I was willing to meet with the director, I had to give my statement to a PRT officer. After that, we waited for the PRT troops to finish securing the location. As we did, I chatted with Miss Militia and Aegis for a while, the latter seeming nervous at first but quickly calming down after a minute or so. I also got a few answers for what exactly had happened. Shadow Stalker was with us on patrol when we first got word of the robbery, the young hero explained. The first call didn't make it clear it was a para-human, so we broke off our route intercept. Then we got confirmation that it was a new cape that nobody recognized. Wards aren't cleared to engage unknown capes, so we had to retreat. When we were told to pull back, Miss Militia was called to take over the response. Shadow Stalker claimed radio troubles and continued to move. That a common problem? I asked curiously. Shadow Stalker ignoring orders. Aegis opened his mouth to respond, but he finally seemed to notice that Miss Militia was giving him a pretty hard look. He quickly shut up, his eyes wide as if he had just realized what he was saying. I couldn't help but chuckle at his slip-up. It wasn't exactly a state secret, but he clearly had revealed more than he was supposed to. Poor kid would probably end up getting a talking to about operational security or something. Unsurprisingly, he refused to talk to me after that. During all of this time, Vista had been engaging with the crowd, talking and signing autographs. It was smart, drawing the public eye, but I felt like it was wasted in this specific scenario. Still, it kept them from trying to push the boundary that the PRT troops set up. When the scene was finally under control, the PRT officers started to gather the trash that Heap had used as his golem. When I asked Miss Militia why they were shoving the pounds of waste into bags and boxes, she explained that it was just standard procedure. They needed to contain it until they were certain Heap's powers didn't contaminate, spread, or otherwise alter the material it used. Imagine if he retained a connection to the trash he bonded to, she said. He could use it to hurt people, even while sitting in a cell. Luckily, we didn't need to help with the cleanup, because the only reason I wasn't gagging from the smell was because Alia was maintaining a gentle breeze away from me and my escorts. When it was time to go, Miss Militia guided me to the back of a PRT van, empty save for the driver. Normally, I would be nervous about just climbing into the vehicle and submitting to the whims of the driver, but it was very clearly not a prison vehicle. There was no barrier between the driver and myself, the seats were normal with no restraints, the door had a handle on the inside, and as far as I could tell, any armor the vehicle had was designed to protect the people inside, not keep them from escaping. Hell, I even shook the driver's hand as a test, the nameless agent accepting the shake with an air of confused acceptance. When we pulled away, I could hear Miss Militia's motorcycle revving up beside us, traveling alongside the van. Unsurprisingly, the PRT agent wasn't that interested in conversation, so the ride was silent. Thankfully, it was also short, only 3 minutes passing before I climbed out of the van. Gone was the open street, replaced by fluorescent lights, concrete, and asphalt. We had parked in the PRT motor pool compound, which turned out to be under the main building itself. A quick elevator ride later, and we were inside the main building, Miss Militia guiding me to my final destination. I was basically fast passed through the building, right into Director Pigot's office. Anything I should know? I asked quietly as we approached. She doesn't appreciate humor, she said after a pause. Just be straight with her. I nodded in understanding as the Protectorate heroine knocked on the wooden door, opening it when a voice called from inside to enter. Inside the simple, unadorned office was a single wooden desk overloaded with stuff. It wasn't messy by any stretch, it was just neatly organized without a hint of being dirty. In fact, the whole room was meticulously clean. Despite that, the desk still looked cluttered because of the sheer amount of stuff on it. There was a desktop computer, a laptop, and several stacks of paper, 2 of which were more than an inch thick. One of them, the one the director was reading, was stored inside the classic Mania folder. "Hello, Arcanum," Director Pigot said, putting the folder she was reading from down. "Have a seat." I nodded and sat down at one of 2 chairs, Miss Militia taking the second one. As I sat, I got the opportunity to study the woman herself. Emily Pigot was a large woman, her fat, unhealthy form at odds with her clean, crisply pressed clothes and tightly braided hair. She came across as a no-nonsense military woman, but someone had messed with her weight slider during character design. After a moment of silence, during which she didn't so much as twitch her eyes away from me, she finally spoke. "Do you understand why there was an attempt to trick you during power testing?" she asked, seemingly completely unashamed by her actions. "I assume you saw the opportunity to learn more about an unknown para-human in your city and took it, I guessed after taking a second to recover from the sudden topic shift. You probably would have gotten away with it, too, if you had briefed your testing people." "That has been discussed," she admitted, now with a frown. "That is not the reaction I anticipated. What am I supposed to do? Throw a tantrum?" Toss around threats? I asked. That wouldn't get anything done. Don't get me wrong, you lost even the slightest chance of me ever joining up, but I'm not going to cry and scream that it's unfair. The look she gave me said that a tantrum was exactly what she had expected from me, but after a moment, she continued. I appreciate the candor, she said, actually sounding appreciative and shocked by it. Most para-humans would not be so forgiving. No, not forgiving, I refuted, shaking my head and leaning back in my chair. Not throwing a tantrum is very different from letting bygones be bygones. You and your organization burned any bridge between us before either of us could attempt to cross it. We can work together out there, but I do not trust you, not by a long shot. That seemed to flip a switch in Director Pigot's mind, as if the world suddenly made sense again. She nodded in seeming understanding before continuing. And what of your healing? She asked. I was told you are already in talks with Brockton Central. I am. They are just waiting on PRT approval, I explained, pointing out that the ball was in her court. Only a full day left before we can declare the volunteers you treated successfully healed with no side effects, she explained. When we issue you your verification, would you be willing to heal PRT agents and Protectorate heroes? Of course, with the same stipulations as the hospital, I nodded. Under 18 for free, adults have to pay unless it is a life-threatening injury. Emergencies happen as they come, but I always reserve the right to say no. How much is the fee? How much is the standard fee? It depends on the injury. Then it sounds like you have your answer, I responded with a shrug. I suspect you're not dumb enough to underpay me, either. Honestly, I expect you will primarily be calling me in for head injuries since Panacea doesn't seem to charge, and you guys are okay with screwing her over. Her mother refuses to accept payment on her daughter's behalf, she responded with a frown. There was nothing we could do. There is always something you can do, Director Pigot, I corrected. But that's not what you called me here for. Unless I'm once again the victim of a misdirect. No misdirect this time. I simply wanted to get that discussion out of the way, Pigot responded, leaning forward and bridging her fingers together. I wanted to discuss the recent incident. While the footage captured of Shadow Stalker's actions paints a clear picture, I would like to ask you a few questions about the incident. I'll do what I can, I responded, gesturing for her to continue. What exactly were you discussing before Shadow Stalker fired her weapon? She asked, glancing to the side at her computer. I was attempting to calm Heap down, I explained easily. He was clearly agitated, but he also seemed confused. I was hoping to calm him down enough to get him to surrender. And then what? She asked. What would you have done if you succeeded? That would depend on what was going on, I explained. I was under the impression that there is a certain amount of leeway for recent triggers. Depending on the situation, the large woman admitted. But that's not for you to decide. I never claimed it was, Director, I assured her. I was simply trying to de-escalate the situation before more people got hurt. Admirable, she said, though her tone portrayed a different opinion, mainly that she considered it foolish or pointless. What was it that Shadow Stalker said? She questioned my connection to Heap and accused me of being his ally, I said with a shrug. I ignored her because it was untrue, and I was concerned about the store clerk. And when you disarmed her? I was concerned she would hit Heap, who was already neutralized, or worse, a civilian, I explained. I did not want to hurt her, so I took away her weapon. At the time, I assumed I would be fine. I did not know she could phase objects into people in her smoke form. And what did she say? She shouted that she didn't care about the store clerk, I responded with a shrug. I was placing Heap down when she attacked me. Yes, the footage corroborates that, she admitted. Could I ask you a question? I said, catching her off guard, stopping whatever she was about to ask next. When she gestured to me, I continued. Where exactly did that come from? Shadow Stalker's attack, I mean. I did some research on capes and people before I put on the mask, and I did know that she was a vigilante before joining the wards. Shadow Stalker has some issues when it comes to appropriate levels of force and violence, Pigot admitted. She was a probationary ward, meaning that we were attempting to rehabilitate her. We were told she was making progress, but for obvious reasons, those statements are now being investigated. But she is clearly just a kid. How does that sort of thing slip under the radar? I asked, not entirely satisfied by her response. To be frank, I don't entirely know, she admitted, leaning back, her own frustration evident. But when I find out, heads will roll. Why are you telling me all of this? I asked, curious as to why she was being so open. Because I am hoping to convince you to let the PRT handle the press about this unfortunate event, she admitted without shame. Footage of the entire situation is already all over the internet, but our people are already working on the best way to spin this into something that isn't a complete disaster. And what exactly is the situation? I said, emphasizing the last word to get my meaning across. That the PRT and Protectorate value our children, even those who are lost and struggle with the law. Shadow Stalker was nearly arrested and sent to juvie when we caught her being too violent during her vigilante days, but we offered her one last chance to clean up her act, Director Piggott explained. Publicly attacking a hero, a PRT certified healer who was clearly only trying to help, especially when their back is turned, is not the kind of behavior that the wards stand for. She has failed her last chance and thus must now face the consequences. How silent do you want me to be about this, exactly? I asked, ignoring the clear attempt to butter me up with the declaration of my PRT certification. Standard boilerplate answers, she responded. I regret what happened, but since I do not know the whole story so, I cannot comment on the details. Are you going to ask me to sign anything? Would you? Absolutely not, I responded, staring back at the director. Then there's no point in asking, is there? She responded. I suppose not, I said. Why should I let you dictate what I say? I made sure to keep my tone calm rather than aggressive. I wanted to know her reasoning first so I could make an informed decision. Because we are struggling to maintain positive PR on a normal day, with disasters like this, she explained. If people can't trust us to protect them, this city is going to fall apart. A lot of people are going to get hurt when they turn to less than legal places for protection. I was tempted to tell her no, but I couldn't deny that she wasn't entirely wrong. As much as I thought the Protectorate as a whole went overboard with the PR, the local branch was on shaky ground as it was. Some of that was deserved, at least according to Tony, but losing more trust would not be a good thing. I wasn't sure just how badly this event would be received, but it would certainly not be good. I didn't like it, but I saw her point. I will keep the information about Shadow Stalker to a minimum for now, I finally responded. I would be more upset about it, but since I don't know the details of the situation, I would only be telling the truth anyway. Director Piggott let out a long sigh, sitting back in her chair, though I could see a slight wince as she shifted her body. Once it passed and she was comfortable again, she shook her head. Arcanum, I will be the first to admit that your introduction to the PRT and Protectorate was a wash, she said, sounding very much like she hated admitting it. That said, it was nothing personal. While I understand your faith in the system was shaken, not everything is as simple as it may seem. We are fighting an uphill battle in this city. We are outnumbered and often outgunned. We have to grasp whatever advantages we have, and taking a chance to gather intel is something we can't pass by. Director Piggott, I know I am new to this, but I would like to think I am pretty perceptive. I know what kind of workload you and your people must be under. This city is disturbingly few steps away from being run by neo-Nazis, after all. That alone says just how dire it is. I pointed out. I'm not naive enough to assume that you have the luxury of playing by the book in all circumstances. Eggs, omelette, all that jazz. But if I could offer some advice? Save the back alley strong-arming and cigar room dealing for people you don't mind pissing off. It's not worth losing potentially valuable allies, especially when you fuck it up. Piggott leaned back about halfway through my response, and I could feel Miss Militia staring at me as well. Once I was done, I stood up from my chair and stuck out my hand, taking a step closer to the director. It's been nice meeting you, Director Piggott, but I believe it's time for me to head home. For a moment, I wasn't sure if she would take my hand, but eventually, she did, reaching out to give me a single, quick shake. She then gave Miss Militia a look and a nod. As the Protectorate member stood, Piggott directed her attention back to me. I appreciate your agreement and your cooperation, she said. I understand that coming back probably wasn't something you were looking forward to. It was good to see where we are both at, I explained. And to make sure I could get my opinion on the matter heard. Piggott nodded before Miss Militia led us back down to the motor pool. As I was about to climb into the van, I turned to the gun-toting hero. Any idea about what's going to happen to Heap? You weren't wrong about exceptions being made for trigger events, and this is his first crime, she admitted. In all likelihood, we will be transferring him out of state and giving him a chance to prove he can change. Assuming he agrees and can control himself. I nodded and sat down in the back of the van, closing the door behind me. After a quick ride in the PRT van, I was back in the same neighborhood as before. Completely drained from the whole ordeal, I quickly changed into my civilian clothes and headed back to the shop. Tonight was the night my charges were refilled, and I could feel my anxiety rising as each minute went by. Chapter 20. The trip back to the shop was thankfully uneventful. Alia kept an eye open for any crimes or accidents as I made my way to the random alley that I used to swap clothes, but once I changed, I was off the clock. Honestly, it made little difference to me, as I spent most of the time in increasingly deep thought. By the time I was climbing through the shop window, finally back at my temporary home, I was more or less just working through the motions. Thank God for Alia, who had to blow me back on course a handful of times, having to resort to harsher and harsher gusts of wind to get my attention. My mind was working overtime, just a complete cyclical mess of anxiety about my incoming charges. Alya, I need to make a decision, I said, immediately starting to pace around the shop interior after sealing up the window. I need to make up my mind about what I'm going to use my charges for. Why don't you talk it out? She said, reforming into her physical form before sitting down softly on the couch. What are your options? Right, yeah. Good idea, I agreed, nodding as I paced. Well, I'm going to have 6 points to spend. The plan was to spend a chunk of them on some sort of base building topic. Magical strongholds or maybe wizard towers. Something like that. It showed how frazzled I was by my incoming choices that my brain immediately started chasing after the proper name to call what I had planned on unlocking. I wanted something that would provide options for both protection and comfort. Obviously, protection was more important, but I still wanted a nice place to live, with running water and lights, and preferably a real bed. I had been slumming it for so long, and call me selfish but... William? I can feel you starting to spiral, Alya said, standing up and taking my hand, gently pulling me to the couch. Take a deep breath and relax. Even if you can't figure out exactly what to spend your charges on now, they will keep until you can. I took a deep breath and released it, nodding along with her words. She was right, of course. The worst thing I could do was panic and assign my charges while I was freaking out because I felt like I had to. I took a few more deep, slow breaths before I could finally feel myself calm down. Right. You're right, I agreed. I need to relax. Good. Now, you have a plan, so why are you second-guessing yourself? Alya asked, her cobalt blue hair flowing back as she looked at me. Well, I've been holding back from fighting capes because I'm worried I don't have enough power, I explained. The Empire could easily overwhelm me, and I couldn't go toe-to-toe with Lung. Pretty sure he can melt real steel, never mind the resilience I get from geomancy. What sort of magic would you get in order to make yourself stronger? Alya asked. Well, my first instinct is to double down on lightning, I responded, chewing my lip. I have a feeling that the spells will start to get more flexible and more interesting at the 3rd level. What about geomancy or healing? I'm happy with where geomancy is right now, I explained. I'm never going to be a brute force, slug it out kind of fighter. Being able to make myself more durable is great, but I'm not spending 3 more points to unlock more of that. As for healing, I will probably end up getting more healing spells eventually. But what I have has served me well so far. So lightning spells do seem like a solid option, Alya agreed. So why not put 3 points into whatever base building subject you decide on? Then, you can hold on to the 3 remaining points while you work on your new home. Then, if the first 2 levels of base building prove to not be enough, you can consider your options, but if it is, then you can put them into lightning spells. Yeah, okay, that's a solid plan. But? Alya asked, picking up on my indecision. But? I'm still worried about investing points into base building, I admitted, standing up from the couch. I was no longer panicking like I was earlier, but I still liked to pace when I was thinking. It seems frivolous to spend points on something I might only use a few times, especially when I'm so concerned about fighting the gang capes. Think of it this way. Having a safe home will make it easier for you to survive, meaning that you can help more people, the air elemental pointed out, floating up from the couch to stand beside me. If you get killed in your sleep because someone ambushes you at night, you can't help anyone. I thought I had you to keep that from happening. I do, but if today has proven anything, she said, pausing to reach out and touching my back, right where Shadow Stalker had managed to stab me. It's that we can't trust parahumans' powers to behave like we assume. Someone might be able to get by me. I let out a long breath. In all honesty, Shadow Stalker making it through my absorbed resilience was freaking me out more than I was letting on. It was at least partially responsible for my previous rising panic. I knew very well that I was not invincible, especially not from some of the heavy hitters hanging around Brockton Bay. Still, being bullet and stab proof, as well as super strong, had given me some confidence to take on challenges I would have been nervous to approach before. Now, that confidence had been shattered by some stupid kid who could turn into smoke and was weak to electricity. Yet, having a safe place will make me feel, well, a lot safer, I admitted. I'm just worried that I'm investing too many points into it and that I won't get enough in return. 3 points is not a small investment at this stage, not to mention if I have to spend all 6 because the first 3 aren't enough. Well, perhaps you are approaching the problem from the wrong angle. She suggested, not entirely confident in it. We know being specific about what you want can help make things cheaper. Is there a way you can do that? I opened my mouth, for what I don't know, as I immediately realized she was right. Being specific and cutting down a concept to something specific had been the key to getting my lightning and healing spells powerful enough to be useful with only 2 levels. I had thought that restricting it to the subject of base building would be enough, but with Alya's suggestion, I realized I had more options than that. Rituals, I said, looking at Alya with wide-eyed excitement. I need to learn rituals. Technically, I already knew a branch of ritual magic pretty well in the form of geomancy. But the concept of rituals as a whole was massive, beyond anything I had unlocked by a ludicrous degree. Buying rituals as a subject to get access to advanced magic, would be like trying to learn advanced lightning spells by buying repeat charges of the spell's subject. That said, it was still exactly what I needed. Rituals were, by definition, complicated and time-consuming, but they were capable of incredibly powerful and detailed results. Where a spell might have one or two actions, a ritual could do dozens, hundreds, maybe even thousands of tiny little things, all working together to make massive, potent changes. They could do anything from instilling magic into an object to changing the weather. But again, it was a massive subject. Buying the ritual subject in its entirety would be like trying to fill a 5-gallon bucket with a teaspoon. But I had an idea. If I invest points into something like magical strongholds, I'm going to get a whole lot of information about how to make magic buildings, right? I asked, once again pacing. But it's going to be from all sorts of different subjects. I might get an alchemical process to transform granite into a nearly indestructible magic rock or an enchantment that tells me who is at the door no matter where I am in the building. But I don't need all of that. You need rituals? She asked, still not understanding what I meant. Exactly. But rituals are a massive subject, too big to try and level up in mass, I explained. So I'm going to cut out a massive portion of the subject, and then invest all 6 points into it. Wait, what happened to lightning spells? She asked, now thoroughly confused. I was holding back those 3 points because I need to be stronger, but rituals can absolutely do that for me, as long as I can get deep enough into the knowledge, I explained. The key is cutting out everything that I don't need. When I bought lightning spells, I got a good chunk of knowledge, but it was very lopsided. I have no idea how those spells work other than an understanding of what they do. I couldn't tell you one arcane symbol from another. But what if I flipped it around? Instead of buying a whole list of rituals and only scratching the surface, I invest points into ritual design and crafting. You would get all of the building blocks of rituals. Alya said, her eyes widening as she realized what I was saying. But because you're not actually getting any of the specific rituals, each point of investment would go much further. Exactly. With 3 levels invested in ritual crafting and design, I should get the knowledge of how to make ritual several degrees more complicated and powerful than I would have if I bought the ritual subject wholesale. But, you would have to design everything yourself, she pointed out. Maybe, but with the way Marvelous Mage works, that should be much more simple than if I was a mage learning new things, I pointed out, my anxious pacing now turning into excited pacing. Rather than having a list of symbols that I would have to work out to define, I should just get a download of the information about each aspect, with all the blanks filled. I mean, I don't think I'm going to unlock the entire subject with 3 charges, but I think I will make enough progress to be useful. And best of all, it's going to be useful in everything, not just for base building. We already know what they are capable of from geomancy, but who knows what else I'll be able to design. If that is what you think is the best path, then very well, Alya said with a smile. I agree, having the ability to design your own rituals does sound like an incredible boon. Should you consider doing the same for spells? It's certainly an option, I admitted, nodding in agreement. But I'm wary of having 2 subjects that require work and training. I guess we will see how this works first. She nodded, and we continued to discuss the idea, making some tentative plans about what sort of rituals I would be able to design. Despite my excitement, though, there wasn't much we could do until I unlocked the points. With a new plan set, one I was actually confident in, I started setting up the bed and pulling out the cushions on the sofa. I had 6 hours before my charges returned, and I wanted to get as much sleep as possible before then since there was absolutely zero chance I would go back to sleep after. Somehow, by some miracle, I managed to fall asleep pretty quickly once I laid down. When I woke up, I could feel the charges starting to build in my mind. Rather than jump up and panic, I simply rolled over onto my back, letting the slow, trickling energy fill up, slowly counting upward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and finally, 6 mental little pips of energy, representing the potential increase of my powers. I could feel that they wanted to be used, wanted me to pick what they would unlock. Rather than give in to the temptation, I ignored them, pushing them down and waiting semi-patiently. It took a few minutes, just long enough for me to start worrying that it wasn't coming, but the extra subject finally arrived. It started with the same feeling of the points recharging, but rather than the points feeling like potential, they felt like they had already been focused. Once the first charge settled, a deluge of information flooded my mind, all about the lower levels of Druidcraft. I barely had enough time to be confused by the name before the second level started to fill, eventually releasing the knowledge when it was complete. The sensation of trickling power faded, leaving me with 6 unused charges and 2 new levels. Slowly, I sifted through the levels of Druidcraft, expecting to find information on summoning animals, shape-shifting, or even communicating with nature. Instead, I got magic pertaining to the care and growing of plant life, from daisies and roses to mighty sequoias and just about everything in between. At the lowest level, this magic was used to affect and heal plants, encourage growth and increase seeding, all on a small scale. Mid-range had more large-scale magic of the same variety, including spells and rituals that would let a whole field grow with minimum water or in weather it normally never could. At the highest level, that I had access to, at least, I could grow and direct the growth of plants and trees on a large scale. The strangest thing about it was how it was presented. From the name, I expected a touchy, feely, earthy crunchy type of magic, but instead, it came across as more industrial. This was magic meant to be applied to harvests and gardens, things meant to produce food for large amounts of people and manipulate tree and plant life in ways that were useful for people, not exactly conducive to Mother Nature. Some of the spells, if pushed too far, would absolutely kill the plants in exchange for one more bountiful harvest. It was as if someone had taken the name Druidcraft and slapped it onto a farmer's grimoire. After a few minutes of exploring my new knowledge, I stumbled on something that I couldn't help but laugh at. Well, I guess I know what kind of wizard home I'm going to build, I said after calming down a bit. How so? Alya asked. My bonus levels are all about something called Druidcraft, I explained. Basically, a bunch of magic that would make any farmer jealous. But at the very high end, I can do some pretty interesting stuff with trees, like controlling their growth and shaping them into just about anything I want. And that means? It means that we are going to build a treehouse, I explained with another chuckle. I'm going to make the coolest fucking treehouse anyone has ever seen. That certainly sounds like an interesting home, she admitted with a smile. Have you invested your other points yet? No, I wanted to see what the bonus subject was, I explained. I still don't know how it works. I closed my eyes and focused on my idea. Rituals, one of several basic forms of magic, was truly a massive subject, one that held untold potential. But I didn't want rituals themselves. I just wanted to know how to make them. As I focused, I slowly introduced the first charge into the idea. Immediately, it latched on, almost eagerly accepting the concept. The knowledge arrived, like it did every time, in a flood, filling my mind before slowly pulling back to a more stable presence. As I explored my purchase, I couldn't help but laugh again, nearly jumping out of bed to celebrate. The knowledge I had gained wasn't flashy, that was, until I focused on an idea for a ritual. But, when I imagined the need for a healing ritual, my mind was suddenly filled with options. It was not a wholesale ritual waiting to be copied down on the floor, but instead, everything I needed to know to design a ritual of my own. Several of them, in fact. I would need to do some work, but I had, at my fingertips, all the parts and knowledge that I needed to get it done. Even more impressive was how the options shifted when I wondered how to make one that was even more powerful. There was a surprising amount of depth to my knowledge, especially considering there was only one charge in it. It had worked. All that was left was to invest more charges and see what I got. Chapter 21. I took my time investing my points, each added level resulting in a rush of new knowledge washing over me. It was an incredible sensation, to feel my skill advancing, to suddenly have access to so many more tools and concepts. The magic behind rituals was fascinating, and I was chomping at the bit to test it out. Not long after dropping my last 3 charges into the 3rd level of ritual, I left the shop at a quick walk. It wasn't even 1 AM, but this earth had its own version of chain, one-stop shop stores like CVS and Walgreens. With any luck, they would have what I needed. Rituals were a magic of materials and design, which meant I couldn't just jump in. I needed to buy a few things first, then spend some time preparing. As I walked with purpose, my brain was still alight, examining all of the knowledge I had gained. The first thing I realized was that I hadn't been entirely correct in thinking that rituals could be used to create complicated things. The process of designing and creating a ritual was complicated, though I had a significant leg up with all of the knowledge that had just been downloaded into my brain. Despite their complicated nature, they were almost always dedicated to creating singular effects or phenomena. I could create a ritual to enhance a shield's ability to withstand attacks, but it would be nearly impossible to create one to allow that same shield to react to different types of attacks in different ways. That was the work of enchantment. That isn't to say that it was impossible, just that it was very difficult and would likely result in a hilariously expensive and complicated ritual circle, to the point of being completely unfeasible. There was a lot of overlap between rituals and enchantment, at least in physical objects, with each side having things it could and couldn't do, as well as pros and cons and strong and weak points. That said, the width and breadth of what rituals were capable of was staggering. With every idea that popped into my head, I could see some way to achieve the concept. Some of the results wouldn't even be close to feasible, since creating boots that would blast me in one singular direction with enough force to fling me through the air was not actually flying, but still. The second thing I realized is that despite having a clearly widespread of knowledge, I did not gain everything connected to rituals. There were several spots I could see that were clearly missing continuations, almost as if the subject stopped dead in its tracks. I would have assumed this was knowledge I just didn't have access to for this level, except that geomancy fit rather neatly at a space quite similar to suddenly cut subjects. It took me a minute to realize that these spots were sections of ritual magic that were either so specific or had shifted and evolved so much that they weren't considered to fall under the broad title of rituals. Like geomancy, these would likely be ritual adjacent but still clearly be their own things. I had some loose sense of what some of them could do, like chimerization, which was basically like geomancy but with animal parts. Yet, I was glad I got geomancy. When I finally arrived at the store, I made my way back to the office and school supplies section. I filled a shopping basket with graph paper notebooks, a calculator, pencils, a whiteboard, dry erase markers, highlighters, a protractor, a compass, and several boxes of simple white chalk. I grabbed some breakfast as well, but it wasn't anything exciting. When I paid for everything, I immediately headed back to the shop, relying on Alya to get me back safely. When I finally arrived back at my temporary home, I immediately got to work. There were so many things that I wanted to make, but I decided my first creation would be a bit of a test. The urge to start big was strong, especially since my understanding of ritual crafting meant I could have puzzled out some incredibly impressive rituals in essentially the same time it took to design something on the simpler side. Designing a ritual was an interesting process. There was a disturbing amount of math involved, though the subject wasn't nearly as scary as it used to be. I was pretty sure I now had what was a college level of mathematics in my head, though it obviously didn't really apply to any equivalent fields. Building the ritual itself was like a combination of solving a complicated equation, balancing a geometric proof, and discerning a difficult logic puzzle, all of which were interconnected and, therefore, had a tendency to shift and move as you tried to solve different aspects. Altering one angle would change the value of a separate variable, requiring a new solution to a later logic loop, which in turn affected the original required angle. There were also rules that affected the ritual's effectiveness. For one, sacrificing materials was a core part of ritual magic. I could do a frankly ridiculous amount of things with nothing but some treated chalk and a flat surface, but most of that would be low level, and frequently it wouldn't be permanent, either. Not only that, but as a general rule, the more simple a ritual was, the less powerful, potent, or specific it was. With several lines, some circles, and less than 24 arcane symbols, I could create a bowl that would heat its contents. It would work, but it would only have one setting, and would require me to constantly feed it energy, which it would burn through ridiculously fast. With 100 symbols, 15 layers of circles, and hundreds of lines, I could create a bowl that would heat its contents, use ambient magic, the bowl itself wouldn't heat up, and it could just kind of tell how hot its contents needed to be. The first ritual I would need to complete was actually one of a handful of complete rituals I had gained from the 3 levels of ritual design and crafting. The purified, treated chalk that was required for a significant portion of rituals was apparently considered part of the ritual crafting portion, meaning I got its creation ritual circle in full. I took some of the spare slate from the tiles I had bought for the upgraded geomancy partial and laid it out on one of the still standing shop counters. I then used a rather gnarly spell to cut a slit into my pointer finger and create a sort of magical, glowing fountain pen, formed around the newly cut hole. I spent about an hour setting up the small, basic ritual, finishing the process by carefully laying a dozen sticks of chalk into the center focus circle. There were several different chalk creation rituals bouncing around in my head, all of them with various levels of complexity and intent, but this was the most basic. Alright. You watching, Alya? I asked, not taking my eyes off the small, blood-red ritual circle. I am, she responded, sounding confused. Why are you so excited? Your geomancy rituals are much more complicated than this. Yeah, but this is step 1, I explained. When it's done, I'll be able to do all sorts of rituals. After you design them. Really? I asked, standing up straight and looking around. This is groundbreaking stuff, Alya. Magic of a new type, something fundamental. Don't harsh the vibe, dude. I could actually feel her internal eye roll through our connection, and I couldn't help but snicker to myself as I turned back to focus on the ritual. I gave it one last check before reaching out with a singular finger, touching a specifically designed line of blood. I pushed my magic out of my finger and into the line, the ritual eagerly drinking my magic. After a moment of feeding the spell, it flashed, a dull red glow flaring up from the arcane symbols. The blood I used to write out the ritual burned away in a blink, leaving behind black soot that I would have to wipe away. In the center of the ritual, sitting in the focus circle, were 12 purified sticks of chalk. I knew that several aspects of their makeup had changed, but the only visual cue that something had happened was that they were all now a pastel red rather than pure white. I clapped and pumped my fist, celebrating the successful ritual. I took the chalk, slid it back into the box I had taken it from, and took out the next 12, repeating the ritual after wiping the slate down. Now, I had a full box of 24 purified chalk pieces. With the most basic ritual ingredients complete, I grabbed the bag of stuff I bought from the store and sat down on the couch. Now that I had chalk, it was time to start designing my first ritual. Again, I could have gone big and made my first custom ritual something crazy, but I thought it would be best to start small, something basic and easy to recover from if something went wrong. That said, I still wanted my first creation to be something useful, so I set out to find a middle ground and make something appropriate. A wizard's staff. It was more than a bit cliché, but then again, everyone clearly thought I was already leaning into the my powers are magic shtick anyway, so what was a bit more lean? The first part of the project would be the main staff, which I would ritualize to infuse with lightning elementalism. Depending on how complex and potent I was willing to push the ritual, it could have a pretty solid increase to my casting power. Not all spells would work with it, but those that did would be much more potent. The second part would be a crystal of some sort, one that I would ritualize to contain a single spell, which I would have to charge it with. Depending on what I stored inside the crystal, it could really up my on-demand power. I would probably end up shoving the most powerful lightning spell I had inside it, since it took too long to use in most combat scenarios. The staff part was easy, as I could grow it from just about any tree, though I hoped to use a spell from my druid craft to locate a particularly old or magical tree if such a thing existed in this world. The crystal didn't necessarily need to be anything specific, but it needed to be the size of my fist at least, so I thought my best bet would be to call around places selling interior decor. All I needed was a big chunk of quartz or something, the most important part being that it contained a crystalline structure of some sort. Hell, with a little research, I could probably set up a ritual to make a giant salt crystal. A natural source would be better, but beggars can't be choosers. I spent the rest of the night and the first handful of hours of the morning working on the two separate rituals, managing to finish them both by 9 o'clock. After that, I did my normal morning routine, including a steel absorption. All the while, ideas for my eventual new home danced around in my head. Of course, a project like a wizard stronghold was likely to be a work in progress for many years. When I was ready for the day, I headed off for the nearest forested area. Brockton Bay was a decent-sized city, smaller than Boston, but only by about 20%. What it did have going for it, beyond its expanding harvest of para-humans, was a surprisingly large forested area around its outskirts. It was some sort of government-backed preservation or conservation area, a remarkably large swath of land without anything but a few hiking trails running through it. This area continued right up to and around the mountains responsible for the bay's abnormally temperate winters, at least for its location. It took me half an hour to walk to the outer limits of the city, which was where I quickly changed into my costume. While I didn't like the idea of showing off my interest in the area at all, I would be using magic in the open, so I needed to wear the costume, just in case. Once I was changed, I walked into the forest, ignoring the trails completely. Alya could guide me back if I got really lost, and there was very little chance I would be able to find what I was looking for along one of the many trails. Once I was a good way into the trees, I cast my first spell from the druid craft subject. It was designed to locate powerful trees and plants, most likely for harvest if the theme of the subject held true. It was a simple spell, not surprising considering it had no control scheme, no discrepancy adjustment, and no way to control its selection. You just cast it, and it points you to magical plants. Considering my assumption that magic didn't exist in this world save for me, I was suitably surprised when the spell latched onto something immediately. I quickly oriented myself before taking off at a run, the spell guiding me deeper and deeper into the forest. After a good 20-minute run, using the marathon spell to keep me going, I arrived at a small clearing, at the center of which was a truly massive yew tree. With how large it was, it had to be ancient, and considering yew trees could live up to 3,000 years, that was saying something. I also realized that I had gotten a bit more than just magic from my levels in druidcraft. I approached the tree slowly, running my hand over its flaky, peeling bark. It was far from what I would call a beautiful tree, with moss growing on its branches and trunk showing its age. Still, you could practically feel its age as you stood next to it. Rather than force it to grow a whole new branch, putting a lot of strain on the tree in the process, I used my enhanced strength to climb up the trunk. When I reached the first branch of appropriate length, I put my hand at the base, my fingers splayed wide. Pareri voluntatum meme, et incrementum ac figurum vias planti mutere, I intoned, magic flowing through me. Between each of my fingers, arcane symbols appeared, flaring with green energy. A second set of symbols appeared ahead of them before both sets sank into the tree, disappearing into the living wood. The tree seemed to shudder as I could suddenly feel my will cut into the wood. After a moment, I let out a breath, my eyes closed, forming what I wanted on feel alone. When I opened my eyes, I was holding a smooth, almost polished staff, 2 meters long. I had smoothed the branch out everywhere but its grip, growing a gnarled cup where I could place the gem. Until I was ready, I would need to keep the branch alive with magic so I could seal the crystal cage shut when I was done. With a final mental command, I cut the branch from the trunk of the tree before I quickly jumped down. There, I spent another minute examining the fruits of my labor. What do you think? I say, asking Alya. Not bad, right? It is more than adequate, she commented. Congratulations. Thanks. I said, looking around now that my forest task was complete. Let's head back, I still need to find a crystal. Chapter 22. I was just about to step out of the woods and back onto the trails when I realized I now had a problem. While I knew the area around the trail center was empty, thanks to Alya, I was now carrying a just under 6-foot-long wooden staff. It was incredibly eye-catching, meaning that people would be able to identify it almost immediately on sight, which made walking around with it in my civilian identity impossible. Not only that, but it would lead people directly back to my temporary home if that was where I carried it, too. Thankfully, the stick was still only 20 minutes old, and I already had plans to keep it alive as long as I could. With a whispered spell, I slowly curled the staff up and around itself like a snail shell, compacting a 6-foot staff into a 1.5-foot wide disc with a bulge at the end for the crystal. It just barely fit into the side satchel I used to carry my costume and civilian clothes. Well, keeping the staff alive just became even more important, I commented, pulling off my black overcoat next. How long can you do that for? 20, maybe 30 years. I said, filing through my druidcraft knowledge. There's a ritual to preserve splicing branches that I could probably modify, and with a couple of the fertilizing and maintenance spells. I'll have to keep one end in a bucket so it can get some water. And the ritual to enhance its connection to electricity won't be affected. That's the good thing about rituals. Their effects are anchored to an object, not to magic symbols or jewels, I explained. As long as the staff is whole, the ritual will stay intact. It's almost like a conceptual thing. Even carving off pieces wouldn't do it. The ritual effect won't stop until it was truly, at its base essence, broken. Once I was back in civilian clothes, I headed back into the city, making a beeline for the library. I had a whole list of things I needed to buy, which meant I needed to do some research. Until I had my own internet hookup, the library would have to do. After an hour or so of searching the internet, I found a few locations around the city that I wanted to check out. It was mainly stores that sold knickknacks, home decoration places, and a few other stores I was hoping would carry crystals and other things I needed. I remember one of my aunts having 2 amethyst chunks as bookends when I was younger, but I had no idea how common that kind of thing was. I was sort of hoping that the city would have some sort of Wiccan or witch store, but there was nothing that I could find with the research I had done. It seemed that with capes and endbringers running around, Wicca and other things like it never really gained an avid following. Or maybe I was just looking in the wrong places. I was far from an expert. Still, this was a city, and despite its harsh conditions, people were still living their lives, trying to make the best of it. Not to mention that the city did have a portion that was more well-off, which meant stores to cater to them. It took 2 stores before I finally found a place that had a chunk of rose quartz big enough for my staff. Once I got that, I brought it directly back to the shop since it was a bit big to be lugging around. Once that was set and I had a quick snack break, I immediately headed out again. When it came to ritual material sacrifices, the level of specificity varied depending on the ritual's design. I was confident I could get my hands on a few specific things, so I designed my rituals around them being definitely included, while leaving more vague slots open for ideas and concepts rather than specific objects. For example, I needed a vessel of some kind, preferably one made from something natural. While that requirement could very easily be filled by a carved wooden bowl, a chiseled stone bowl would work just as well. In a similar vein, I needed something that was considered empty or unfilled, but was still a solid object and didn't actually have room inside it to store anything. A drained battery would work, as would an empty hard drive, though both of those would throw off the ritual a lot because of how complicated and artificial they were. I planned on getting an empty book of some kind to fill that particle need. By the time I finished shopping, I was really starting to feel it in my wallet. Alya had done such an amazing job finding things to sell and just randomly lost money that cash really hadn't been a problem yet. Now, however, after spending so much money, I was really looking forward to starting to heal at the hospitals. Thankfully, I had enough to buy what I needed, so I quickly headed back to the shop, eager to get started. The first thing I did was tear up more of the linoleum tiles off of the floor. While the chalk ritual had been small enough to fit on a single foot-wide tile, rituals ranged from that size all the way to a dozen meters and beyond. Very few people would actually try and do a ritual that large, as it would be ludicrously complicated and very likely to fail, but it was still technically possible. Once I had a nice big patch cleared, I used another spell from the ritual crafting part of my most recent purchases to smooth and level the surface. It was already pretty much level, but the concrete was rough enough that I spent an hour sanding it down to a much smoother space. Once that was done, I got to work copying the first ritual from my notes. After I was finally finished, using up a full stick of purified chalk in the process, only 2 more steps remained. The first was laying out the sacrificial materials in their appropriate locations, and the last was to activate the ritual. There were 4 sacrificial circles in the staff ritual, as well as the focusing circle. I uncurled the unfinished staff and carefully laid it in the focusing circle, which was the center of the ritual. After that, I placed a bundle of coiled copper wire, a natural chunk of hematite, a stack of batteries, and a small electric motor into the 4 sacrifice circles. Technically, modern, factory-made things weren't the best to use in rituals, especially when mixing with something organic like the yew staff. That said, electricity is hard to attune anything for, especially on a budget, so I needed to accept a few cut corners. Besides, I had seen this coming when I designed the ritual, so I had done everything I could to at least partially compensate for the modern things. Once everything was set, I knelt beside the ritual, putting both my hands inside separate energy gatherers. After taking a deep breath, I finally began. I slowly poured magic into the ritual, the chalk lines gradually beginning to glow a pale blue. That was the influence of the lightning or electric element I was attempting to fuse to the staff, as a neutral ritual would just glow white. Unlike the ritual to create the refined chalk or the process of geomancy, this ritual was going to take some time. Altering materials like wood required a gentle hand. Otherwise, you risked damaging the focus or a lesser result. So, I knelt there, slowly but surely feeding magic to the ritual, keeping it under control. The ritual circle I had designed did have some basic buffers to absorb spikes in energy, but nothing that could handle a complete wash. Thankfully, I had Alya to talk to, or I would have had a lot harder time controlling my patience. After about an hour of constantly feeding the ritual magic, each of the sacrificial circles pulsed brightly. I watched as the object inside started to disintegrate, glowing cracks beginning to form as each of the material's essences were fed to the ritual. The process took another 5 minutes before the ritual was finally concluded. I cut the flow of magic, and the glowing chalk lines faded, revealing that chalk itself had long since burned away, the lines of magic self-sustaining as long as I fed them. I stood up slowly, using a bit of healing magic to fix my bruised knees, before picking up the staff and turning it over in my hands. I traced my fingers along the smooth wood, following shiny copper veins that were now visible, gleaming under the shop lights. It looked almost natural, like the copper had grown with the tree. The handle was now black and shiny like the polished hematite. Thankfully, it still felt like rough wood, making it easier to grip than the rest of the staff. Even with the inorganic elements that showed through the ritualized wood, it still registered as a fully alive plant, responding to my magic as I curled it up and straightened it back out. I tested this a dozen times before I was satisfied that the ritual hadn't screwed anything up. Once I had confirmed that, it was time to check if the ritual had actually worked. I held up the staff, aiming it across the room. Fulgur parvum fragmentum, I said, casting one of my most basic lightning spells, focusing it through my staff. Rather than a disk of energy forming around my fingers as I jabbed out with it, it instead formed around the tip of the staff. 3 arcane symbols spun around it, before a single blast of electricity slapped out against the far wall. It slammed into a metal panel, noticeably denting it and leaving a fist-sized spot of glowing red, near molten metal. Holy fuck! I said, my eyes wide. Right off the bat, I could feel that it hadn't been a gigantic power boost. But, then again, I hadn't expected it to be. It was, however, much more of a boost than I had anticipated. The verbalized version of that spell was potent before, enough to knock off Heap's trash limbs when I was fighting him, but it was still around the edge of non-lethal. Unless, of course, I fired it directly into someone's heart. With my staff, though? That had absolutely just been lethal. I fired off the spell a few more times, this time not doing the chant or even summoning the sigils, wordlessly casting the basic spell. Usually, this was enough to blast the paint off of a surface or incapacitate for a few seconds, depending on where I hit them. With the staff, it was leaving little cherry red spots in the metal plating every time I cast it. Well, there's my boost in combat magic, I said, lowering the staff, the butt hitting the concrete floor. Damn, that was more than I was expecting. Maybe the U really was magically charged. Your target is still smoking, Alya warned. I looked up at the target, and sure enough, smoke was beginning to pour from behind it. I quickly ran over, snagging my water container as I did. Luckily, it was still only smoldering, meaning once I pulled the panel away and splashed some water on it, the smoke died down. Yet, note to self, no more lightning inside. I said, a hot, humid breeze rolling over my shoulders as Alya made her displeasure known. All right, sorry. I'll be more careful. Good, she said, the warm breeze dying out. Now, are you prepared to finish your creation? After giving one last check to make sure we weren't about to burn the shop down, I started copying down the next ritual. This one was slightly more complicated than the last, primarily because of how many more sacrificial circles I had included, though there were more arcane symbols and lines in it as well. In the end, the quartz crystal sat in the focusing circle, while an empty handcrafted wooden box, a dried, empty gourd, an empty leather-bound book, several small uncracked geodes and a large bowl carved from a burl were oriented around it in their sacrificial circles. It had been a pain in the ass to get all of these things back to the shop, but with Alya's help I had just barely managed. When the ritual was finally set up, drawn out, and filled with the appropriate materials, I knelt back down beside it. This ritual did not have the same need to go slow as the staff ritual did, but I still couldn't go full blast without risking the materials. That meant that it was done in just under a fourth of the time, saving my knees some suffering as I poured my magic into the appropriate spots. Around 15 minutes later, the ritual was complete. All of the sacrificial materials cracked and turned to dust, which faded away into nothingness as the ritual infused the crystal with what I wanted. When the dust settled and the glowing stopped, I stepped into the faded and used-up ritual circle, picking up what had once been a hunk of rose quartz. The chunk of crystal had lost its pinkness, replaced by a blue core with light blue crystals. The actual shape was the same. As I was studying the crystal chunk, Alya picked up my staff and carried it to me, passing the ritualized branch of yew. Carefully, I slid the blue quartz into the staff bulb before using druidcraft to seal the crystal inside. I played around with it for a few minutes, trying to get it to both look good and be stable enough to fight with. Eventually, I settled on a grasping vine look that gripped around the base tightly, stopping about halfway up the crystal and leaving the rest of it fully exposed. Once it was set and secure, I quickly tested the crystal out, infusing a healing spell into it. It was an interesting sensation, to feel a spell click as it completed, only for it to immediately vanish, but I couldn't argue with the results. With a quick jab of the staff and a shout of cast, the healing spell inside the crystal would fly back out. I tried it with a few more spells, including another lighting spell, and found that the spell release happened with pretty consistent accuracy. Of course, this was useless for any spell that had to be cast at a touch, unless I was going to start poking people to heal them. But it was perfect for a high-end, powerful lighting spell, one typically too long to cast in combat. Even better, I could cast it through the staff and then into the crystal, meaning not only was it powerful on demand, but it was supercharged. I offered it to Alya with a proud smile. "Well? What do you think?" I asked. "My first real ritual creation, and not too shabby either." "It is well done, William." "Congratulations," she said, taking the staff from me in her corporeal form so she could inspect it. "What are you going to do now?" "Now, I'm going to do a bit more shopping," I confessed, getting a raised eyebrow from my elemental partner. "I know, but this won't be more than 20 or 30 bucks. Then we will go visit some of our less fortunate friends. I want to try out more druidcraft." Chapter 23. Having spent the morning and early afternoon running around working on rituals, I was looking forward to doing something different. Don't get me wrong, I was incredibly eager to get started on several projects, not the least of which was my new home. However, I needed to make sure I didn't forget what was important, helping the people of Brockton Bay and my own mental health. Staying sequestered away in the safety of my temporary home would only turn me into a wizard recluse. Besides, I was quickly approaching brokenness and needed to spend some time not spending large amounts of money on ritual materials. With any luck, my healing would pay enough to keep me afloat. I just needed to wait out the PRT's test. I left my temporary home, dressed as a civilian, just around 4 p.m. Alya quickly helped me find a place to change and stash my clothes before I headed out into the city. My staff clunked on the concrete sidewalk as I walked, and while I was doing pretty well ignoring the attention, it was hard not to feel the new stares attracted by the new implement. I was halfway to my destination when I passed by a small corner hardware store. An idea flashed through my mind, and I smiled. I whispered for Alya to keep her eyes open before I went inside, waving casually to the cashier as I entered. After perusing the aisles for a few minutes, I finally found what I was looking for, a leather tool belt loop. It was a simple leather strap with a snap button on one side, made for latching miscellaneous tools to your belt. I handed some cash over to a stunned clerk, informing her to keep the change when she didn't respond, before working the belt attachment into my costume. I then used the plant spell to coil my staff up tight, hooking it onto the tool strap securely. It was a bit bulky, but the majority of my staff was now hidden by my overcoat, restoring my casual, Constantine-inspired look. I would probably end up changing my costume once I had more time to dedicate to improving my equipment, but for now, I was happy. With my staff secured to my hip, I cast the marathon spell and ran to my destination, a corner store that I knew had a decent produce selection. Once again, I stepped inside with a casual wave to the clerk before I grabbed a bag and filled it with a few oranges, apples, avocados, peaches, and pears. I paid for them in cash, and this time, the clerk was able to recover enough to ring me up and hand me my change. I tossed the coins into a donation box of some kind before heading back into the street. After a quick check with Alya, I headed back off, making my way to the first homeless camp I was introduced to. I slid in behind the old abandoned car dealership undetected, Alya guiding me in without drawing attention to it. Once I was close, it wasn't difficult to get someone to direct me to John, the unofficial leader of the group. Arcanum, good to see you, he said, shaking my hand as I got close. How are you feeling? I feel fine. I asked, tilting my head in confusion. After Shadow Stalker attacked you, we were worried the PRT might do something stupid, he said, shaking his head and looking frustrated. News traveled pretty fast about it. She's not popular around here, likes to assume all homeless are merchants or criminals. Yet. That doesn't surprise me, though I don't think you'll have to worry about that for long, I admitted, shaking my head. Still, she was a kid. I hope they can help her with whatever turned her into that. Better man than me, John said with a snort. So, what are you doing here? Happy for a visit, but there's not many who need healing, and nobody who needs it urgent. I'm not here for healing, though I will help anyone who needs it, I assured him. I'm here for something else. I reached into my bag and grabbed an apple, tossing it to the older man. Ha caught it easily and looked at it before looking back up at me. A bag of fruit? He asked, sounding confused. Not to be ungrateful, cause it's a nice thought, but I don't know if one bag is gonna be enough. Oh, I know. These ones aren't for eating anyway, I explained with a cheeky grin below my mask. How about I patch up anyone who needs it, then I can show you what I mean. The grizzled old man didn't seem too happy about being kept waiting, but he couldn't deny his people healing, so he nodded and led me further into the camp. There wasn't anything too major, a couple of deep cuts and a pretty bad pulled mold muscle, but I was happy to help either way. When I was done, I had him lead me to the edge of the community. There, along the outskirts, was a large patch of decent quality dirt. I handed him the bag of fruit and knelt down on the ground, quickly digging a hole with my hands. Toss me an apple, I said, the man passing me one silently. I quickly buried the apple under about 2 inches of solid, placing my hands on either side of the now filled hole. Hanc plantem fortit aer crescunt, radices deponent, I intoned, pressing my hand firmly against the dirt. My magic pushed into my hands, a green circle appearing around each of them. A single line extended from each circle, forming another circle around the hole I had just refilled, 6 arcane symbols spinning around it. For a moment, my energy sank into the ground before I could finally feel a slight rumble as the seed began to germinate at an extremely accelerated rate. A small sprout appears from the ground, growing and aging fast. After nearly 30 seconds, it was a small sapling, just under a foot tall, with leaf-covered branches. I knew from my downloaded knowledge that it would have a considerable root system as well. Over the next 20 minutes, I cast nearly a dozen different spells, some repeatedly, lacing my magic not only through the ground and the soil but the plant and sapling as well. Luckily, this process was almost standard, according to my knowledge, so I was confident in the results. Soon, the tree towered over us, a full-grown apple tree with green leaves hanging from the branches. I smirked as I stood, turning back to look at John, only to find a good chunk of the community had come by to watch. I couldn't help but rub my neck and gesture back to the tree, turning away from the crowd as John stepped closer. So, this guy is gonna grow a lot of fruit pretty quickly. Probably 10 or 15 apples a day once it gets going, I explained. You don't have to worry about much, I'll have to come visit once every 3 or 4 days to tend to it, but between it and the rest of the trees I'm about to grow, you should have a pretty serious supply of fruit. John seemed to struggle to speak for a long moment, almost 30 seconds. He alternated between looking at me and looking at the slowly growing apple buds along the branches. Arcanum, that was, what the hell was that? He finally asked, giving me a strange look. My power is weird, I answered with a shrug. I have a source of energy inside me, and I can use it to do a lot. Right, well, thank you, he said. How many of these can you grow? Let's find out, shall we? We spent the next 2 hours planting, nurturing, and growing massive fruit trees, all along the side of the community, enough to significantly help keep everyone fed. The magic itself was multi-layered, specifically designed to help the trees grow large amounts of fruit. It was horrifically detrimental to the lifespan of the tree, reducing their lifespan from about 100 years to maybe 5 or 6. On top of that, if I didn't stop by to regularly support them by refreshing and recasting the spells, the trees would wither and die in only a few days. There were rituals to fix that, just at the higher levels of my knowledge, but I wasn't about to introduce my rituals to the public, especially with how they reacted to me making the trees in the first place. No, the spells would do for now until I could unlock more levels of druidcraft or come up with some way to introduce my rituals without people clutching their pearls and whispering about Satanism. Unfortunately, by the time I was done setting up the plants at John's community, it was getting pretty late. The sun had set, and the streets were getting dark, so I decided to go home and get some rest. That meant going back to find my stashed civilian clothes, changing, and then heading back to my temporary home. The next morning, I woke up early, and I headed out to the second community, the one run by Charles. He greeted me just as friendly as John did, though his smile told me he knew something was going on. I admit, news might have reached our ears, he explained after I called him out. I had to calm down a few people who thought you were skipping us over since you didn't show up yesterday. It was getting late, and I didn't know what kind of lighting you guys would have, I explained with a shrug. And that's what I told them, he responded, patting my shoulder. I spent a few minutes healing anyone who needed it before repeating what I had done for the other community, this time on a slightly grander scale. The docks community was more extensive than John's, so I made them more trees to better keep up with the demand. When I was finally done, I dusted off my pants and hands, stretching my back and making my way to Charles. Like before, I had garnered a sizable audience during my work. I waved to some people before pulling Charles aside. These will produce a good amount of food, I explained. It's for everyone to enjoy. I plan on stopping by tomorrow to check on them, but in all likelihood, you'll get some fruit before I stop by. And is this all safe? He asked, looking up at the orange tree I planted. I mean, Arcanum, you realized you just grew a bunch of trees from basically nothing, right? I mean, I grew them from seeds, I pointed out. Perfectly normal seeds I bought from a store yesterday. Honestly, I would be more worried if I hadn't seen you grow them, but I still gotta ask, he pointed out. Are they all safe? Yes, all of the fruit grown this way is safe, I assured him. If you would like, I can go through and taste test them all before you start eating them. I mean, it might make everyone feel better about it, he admitted. Personally, I think I can trust you though. Alright, save some for me, and I'll eat them when I come by to check on everything, I said with a shrug. If it makes people feel better, that's fine. You got a lot of trust from coming by to heal us and not making a scene, Charles admitted. Most aren't gonna wait, but a few are slower to trust than others. I understand. Can't exactly blame them either, not with all the crazies out there, I responded, shaking my head. Well, I'm gonna move on. Gonna go see if I can go find some trouble on patrol. Alright, Arcanum. Thank you for all your help. I shook Charles's hand before leaving the community behind, heading out on the same path I had taken the last time I had visited. I was walking for about 5 minutes before Alya whispered into my ear. Someone is heading your way, she said. Don't worry, it's not the Undersiders. It's Mary, the woman from John's community. It took me a second to remember the scarred and bandaged woman, recalling how distrustful she had been. I assumed there was some sort of trauma involved, considering her injuries, so I didn't exactly blame her. Is she sneaking around or looking to catch up? Seems like she is trying to catch up, Alya responded. Not being very quiet. She is trying to intercept you from the side, cutting a few corners. I nodded and purposely slowed down, letting her easily intercept me as I walked along an empty, mostly abandoned street. Healer, zapper, and now a farmer, hey? She asked as I passed by an alley, the bandaged woman leaning against the wall, waiting for me. Interesting combination. What can I say? I'm multi-talented, I responded. What can I do for you, Mary? No, Mary was last week, she explained, shaking her head. I'm Sarah now. Right. Well, what can I do for you, Sarah? She stepped out of the alleyway, approaching me silently before walking around me as she got closer. She was definitely looking me up and down, as if trying to puzzle out just who I was. Why would you make the food for everyone? She asked, stopping once she had walked all the way around me. You know the PRT are going to be looking at you now. I gave her a strange look, confused at her question. Not because of what she was saying, as I was fully aware that this would definitely get the PRT's attention. Rather, it was how she asked. Out of everything she could have asked, that was not the angle I had predicted her going to. It seemed, well informed. They are already focusing on me, I explained. As for why I did it, I wanted to help. Free food to supplement what they can already gather will help make things easier for them. Assuming it's not gonna poison them or something, she added. Or worse. It's 100% safe, I explained, resisting the urge to make a joke. I'm coming by tomorrow to do a checkup, and I'll be eating some of the fruits. You're welcome to come by and watch. I started to walk again, passing the bandaged young woman. I didn't have a problem chatting with her, but I also wasn't gonna stand around doing nothing while she mistrusted me for a while. Sounds like fun, she said sarcastically, her footsteps following after me. So, what else can you do? What do you mean? I asked, following a breeze from Alya towards the center of the city. Well, you can heal, throw around lightning, and make yourself faster with that running thing you do. You're tougher, and now you can do that plant voodoo, she responded. So, what else can you do? I make a mean chicken parm, I said, shaking my head. The key is to season the chicken, the dredge, and the breadcrumbs for maximum flavor. Of course, the world's first super chef, she said. Think that would qualify you as a tinker? Probably not, I said, unable to stop a smile from ticking up the corners of my mouth. She chuckled, and for a moment, I thought she was going to ask another question, but Alya whispered into my ear. She turned down an alleyway, she responded. Pretty quietly, too, like she wanted to keep you thinking she was following you more. She tried to Batman me? I asked incredulously, turning around to see that she was, in fact, long gone. Damn it. Should have spun around quicker. Maybe I should run and catch up. After a few seconds spent contemplating my options, I shook my head and turned back around, letting Alya guide me away from the community and back to the more populated parts of the city. Chapter 24. I was about 5 minutes away from the general transition from the docks to downtown when my Cape phone rang. Alya whispered that she would keep an eye out and muffle my words while I pulled out the cheap, prepaid flip phone. Hello, this is Arcanum, I stated once the call was connected. Who is this? Arcanum, this is Assault, the familiar voice said through the phone. How's it going? Just about as well as I could hope, I responded honestly. I'm surprised to hear from you, didn't think they would let you off the hook that quickly. I was let off for good behavior, he responded, his smile audible through the phone. They also tasked me with being your main point of contact. Thought my act of honesty would help you trust me. I paused for a moment to consider his words. I did trust him marginally more than the rest of the PRT and Protectorate, but only by a slight degree. They had seriously fucked up my first encounter with them, and just because Assault grew half a brain and a conscience didn't mean it was all sunshine and rainbows between us. Especially after the Shadow Stalker incident. Anyway, what are you up to? The older hero asked. I just finished visiting one of the homeless communities around the city, I responded politely. There's something you need. Well, as of 10 minutes ago, your healing ability was officially sanctioned by the PRT as safe, he explained. It will take a bit to get out to everyone, including the hospital, but in the meantime, would you mind coming in? We have 2 agents with concussions, one of them pretty serious. Yes, absolutely. Could you send a pickup to save time? That was my next question, he admitted. I gave him my location, which was actually where I was going to be once I crossed into downtown. We hung up, and I quickly jogged into position, an unmarked PRT van pulling up alongside me after a few minutes. We exchanged confirmation codes before I climbed into the empty back seat. About 5 minutes later, we pulled into the familiar space of the underground PRT motor pool. Assault was waiting for me as I climbed out, while his partner in crime Battery was nowhere to be found. We appreciate you coming in, he said, extending his hand to shake, which I took. I can't imagine this is your favorite place right now. I can handle it, I assured him. I might not trust you guys, but I don't think you're stupid enough to do anything else. Yeah, that's fair, Assault agreed with a wince, nodding in understanding. After a moment of silence, walking through the building, he continued. Listen, there isn't a lot I can say without getting into serious trouble, but I think you should know that a lot of questions are being asked about what happened with the whole power testing thing, he explained, chewing his cheek as he tugged at one of the red plates of armor on his chest. Director Piggott was asking the questions, and I was cleared of wrongdoing. I frowned at his words, trying to connect the dots at what he was alluding to. If Piggott didn't know what was going on and Assault was just following orders, someone below Piggott must have given those orders. And if they were asking questions, then that calls into focus if they should have given the orders. I could feel Alya's confusion as well, and after a moment, I shook my head. It sounded like something was going on behind the scenes, and they weren't sure what it was. The implication, however, was that the orders weren't legal or official. It raised a lot of questions and was a lot less reassuring than I think Assault intended it to be. And that was assuming, of course, that Assault was telling the truth at all. We were quiet until we reached the PRT in-house hospital, where one of the nurses guided me to my patients. The first was conscious, though clearly not having fun. Apparently, he was hit in the head a bit harder than necessary during a training exercise, and I had him cleared up in just a few minutes. The second man was a bit worse off, having been clocked in the head with a bat. His helmet had almost certainly saved his life, but the trauma was still major. In the end, after scanning him to make sure there wasn't anything else going on, I ended up having to use my most powerful brain healing spell, the same one I used to heal that poor child at the hospital. When I was done, I stepped back and let the doctor begin his own examination, carting the now sleeping man away. Nicely done, thanks for your help, Assault said with a smile. Battery is on her way with your payment. It only took a few seconds for the female hero to arrive, who handed me a rather overfilled money envelope. I accepted it and took a peek inside. $10,000 in mixed bills, Battery said, answering my question before I asked. Unmarked and clean for you to spend in costume or in your civilian ID. Thank you very much, I said, managing to drag my eyes away from the cash and look back at the two heroes. This will help immensely. After that, there wasn't much small talk to make. I did ask Assault if the PRT van could drop me off at Brockton Bay Hospital, as I was sure they would like to know I was finally verified as safe. He called in the request, and 15 minutes later, I was stepping out of the unmarked van in front of the hospital. Luckily, I had remembered to call ahead, so my visit didn't catch anyone off guard. In fact, the same medical director I had talked to before was waiting for me at the main entrance, standing by the medical secretary's desk. Director Kalus, good to see you, I said, shaking his hand. Did you get an opportunity to call the PRT? I did, and everything seems to be in order, he confirmed with a smile, reaching up to adjust his glasses. I will be escorting you around today, until we can designate someone to be your handler of sorts. Makes sense. Any idea how many people I'll be looking at? 23, he explained, catching me by surprise. I may or may not have been notified in advance by the PRT in-house doctor, which meant I could call in a few people who you might be able to help. There are also 4 long-term patients for whom we are hoping you can help. So this is a lot? I asked, looking around as the man led me to a nearby elevator. For head injuries, yes, he confirmed. We don't keep non-concerning minor concussions on site, though we can offer them your help if you're so inclined. Sure, sounds like a plan, I agreed, continuing to follow the older man as he stepped out of the elevator and into a much busier ward. For the next 5 hours, I was guided from room to room, healing as many of the patients as I could. Unfortunately, 2 of the long-term stay patients were beyond help, as the damage to their brains was way too advanced and old for me to do much about it. There was only so much brain damage I could fix before it started to not work. I could probably restore the brain matter itself, but my know-how was telling me that that was more or less pointless. The remaining 22 people were fully healed, many of them shaking my hand or even giving me a tearful hug once I was finished. One man, in particular, was ecstatic to finally be free of the Damocles sword of a brain aneurysm. He had been living in fear for quite a few years that it would eventually rupture and kill him. Now, he could finally be free from that fear. When I was done, the director happily handed me a large envelope containing the information and details for the special account the hospital had set up for me. It even included a debit card for me to use, already activated and ready for me to use. I appreciate going the extra mile, sir, I said as the old director led me out of the building, this time out the back, through the same smoking exit I had left through before. Nonsense, you're more than welcome. The fact that you refuse payment for children, emergencies, and people without coverage more than makes up for any inconvenience, he said, patting my back. Any ideas when you will be back? I think that's more up to you, I explained. I'll come in for emergencies, but grouping people together would be appreciated. Reasonable, and appreciated, Director Kalus responded, nodding in understanding. We will do our best to organize what we can. Do I have permission to pass your number to your handler? Yes, but please try and vet them first, I added, holding up my hands when he gave me a look. I'm sure all your employees are trustworthy, but handing out that number is a big deal. Fair enough. I will ensure that they take the responsibility seriously, he confirmed. Once more, we shook hands before I left through the back entrance, heading away from the hospital. My first goal was to find an ATM and use it to check the balance of my new hospital-funded account. In total, I had treated 11 people who met my requirements for needing to pay, and their insurance was doling out my paycheck. Now, according to what Director Kalus had said, the account contained a flat $5,000 as a sign of good faith, but that number would go up once I treated patients to that value. He also warned me that it would likely take a day or 2 for that money to make its way to the account. Considering I was getting paid for 11 people, I was expecting that number to jump prodigiously. With my numbers checked, my business was finished for the day, which meant it was time to return to the shop. I had 6 or 7 hours before I needed to go to bed, and I wanted to spend that time working on my next project. I had proven that my ritual design and crafting subject was sufficient to do all sorts of fun stuff, but now it was time to tackle the whole reason I selected that subject in the first place. The sooner I had a safe, stable home, the sooner I could start making some bigger moves. Admittedly, what exactly counted as bigger moves eluded me, but I could tackle that issue once I had a real bed to sleep in. For the remainder of the night and the first few hours of the next morning, I did nothing but plan, design rituals, and discuss my options with Alya. I was really flexing all 3 levels in ritual design, pushing what I could do to the limits, both in potency and breadth. This was the foundation of my home base, after all. I needed it to be as good as I could manage. Not only that, but it would function as the foundation for any further upgrades and additions, prompting me to really think outside the box. At around noon on the third day of the latest charge cycle, I left the shop and visited both of the homeless communities. I didn't stay long, as I was just checking up on the trees and sampling the fruit of each. All of them were good enough, perfectly edible and enjoyable, just nothing to write home about. That was another symptom of the forced growth and accelerated production. I made sure to make a spectacle of eating the fruit, making sure that everyone knew that they were safe to eat. When I was done putting on a show to reassure any hesitant people, I did snag something from the woods around the dealership community. The building blocks that would eventually make up my new home, a handful of perfectly normal acorns, located through one of my druid craft spells. After saying goodbye, I made my way back to the shop, stopping to grab a chunk of granite from an abandoned building on the way. The granite, plus a few pounds of steel from a construction site and a brick from a random building, all sat perfectly in the sacrificial circles of a new ritual, feeding into the pile of acorns in the focusing circle. The ritual was finished in a few minutes, producing acorns with metal, granite, and brick veins running through them. I tried to stomp on one to break it and only succeeded in firing the acorn across the room as it popped out from under my heel. The goal was to significantly enhance the strength of the trees grown from those acorns. Technically, these new oaks could reproduce, but one of the more basic spells in Druidcraft was a plant sterilization spell, which would remove a plant's ability to produce viable seeds, pollen, or anything else capable of spreading its offspring. I knew what I was doing would not make the PRT happy, but as long as nothing I made could reproduce, I wasn't breaking any laws. I made sure that every tree I had grown for the homeless communities had that spell cast on them multiple times. I could argue that it was less biotinkering and instead a simple striker ability, but I wasn't sure they would see it that way. With my new building materials complete, I gathered up my stuff and headed out of the city. The most obvious place to build my home was in the forest, where any trees I grew would be camouflaged from above. Once I had found a nice spot, a small clearing I could fill in with a bunch of massive trees, I quickly planted one acorn. Druidcraft, at the high end of what I had available, was frequently used to build things like bridges, dams, fences, and other stuff. It was also used to build homes and even fortresses. However, I wasn't ready to start building my home just yet. Before I could do that, I needed to perform several obfuscation-focused rituals to discourage and redirect people away from my home. Not only would getting them up now make hiding the construction much easier, but it would give me time to find more resources for some of the more potent rituals I wanted to perform later. I muttered my spells and sank my magic into the ground, manipulating the modified acorn into growing and putting down roots. The strengthened seed drank in my magic greedily before following my direction and growing upwards. It was an unnatural shape, but the tree was completely under my command. It grew and grew, creating a flat wooden surface under my feet, extending 3 or 4 meters in all directions. The wood was smooth and cool to the touch, with the surface like stone but with the rigidity of steel. When it was done, I pulled away from the spell, standing up to admire my work. It was plenty large enough for what I needed and almost perfectly flat, making it the perfect place to perform rituals. Well, that's step 1, I commented. Only several dozen left to go. Chapter 25. Once my new ritual platform was complete, I took about 3 hours to rapid-fire a handful of rituals. Things to redirect attention elsewhere, to subtly dissuade people from getting closer, and to confuse people who somehow pushed past that. Each one was designed to be challenging to detect and definitely on the weaker side, but I was hoping that they would weave together to create a much more potent effect. They also lacked any sacrificial materials, meaning they would all fade in a day or so. That was fine, however, since it would give me a chance to gather and secure everything I needed to make some more enhanced protections. Setting up the permanent equivalent would likely take a few shopping trips and a few more days of work. Once the temporary rituals were in place, I headed back into town to do my first round of shopping, then headed back to my temporary home. I had finished designing most of the rituals the day before, but I spent the rest of the night coming up with my final, most important ritual. I was hoping to basically cap all of the protection rituals I was doing with something special, something that would enhance their effectiveness. The next morning, I packed a large bag, courtesy of my shopping trip, with everything I had purchased so far before making my way back out into the forest. I spent most of the morning and a few hours of the afternoon completing some of the larger, more complicated rituals. I only got through 2, since drawing each of them out took 2 hours separately, and I had to clean up the ritual space after each one. By the time I headed back into the city, the clearing I had claimed as my own would be more and more off-putting the closer any uninvited guests got to it. It was a more powerful effect than the temporary one I had first put down, designed to convince people that this was an unfriendly part of the forest, maybe even a bit spooky. Each effect I was weaving was a balancing act between powerful enough to work and subtle enough not to draw more attention through its existence. Honestly, the hardest part of the rituals I had created so far was keeping the effects from doing anything strange to a person's mind. Most of the methods my knowledge came up with when I designed the various Notice Me Not-esque rituals, wanted to help the experience smooth out in a person's mind. Unfortunately, while that would have significantly helped keep the spell subtle and undiscovered, I knew that any sort of mindfuckery that happened outside of the affected area would get a whole lot more negative attention. Setting up a series of perception filters in dissuasion areas was one thing, but making someone forget they ever encountered the location, or reinforcing that they should never come back was not going to go over well. Basically, I was hoping to give the area a stranger effect but avoid a master rating in the process. I finally finished the perception and dissuasion filters on the 5th day of the new charge cycle. It had been a few days of running back and forth between the forest and the city, shopping for sacrificial ingredients, and creating complicated rituals. By the time I was done, people wandering the woods would simply be redirected without any issues, and people specifically looking for me or my home would be turned around enough that they would never actually succeed. My weakest point was if someone capable of flying decided to investigate but did so from incredibly high up. I could only push the ritual effects so high, after all. Still, I was confident that I wouldn't have to worry about people finding me, barring some sort of unfortunate power interaction. Besides, these were just some basic, low-level protections. I was hoping to apply more to my actual home. Speaking of which, now that I was finished preparing the area, it was finally time to start actually building. Originally, I had envisioned a grand wizard's tower built from a great tree towering over the forest. I had even considered going off to find redwood saplings to start off with. Unfortunately, I quickly realized that massive, fuck-off towering trees and hidden secret spaces were very much mutually exclusive. Eventually I would feel confident enough in my magic and what I could to build such an obvious target. For now, however, I was much more confident in my ability to stay hidden than I was to withstand whatever this world could throw at me. That meant that, rather than a tower, I was going to go with a sort of compound, with several tree buildings spread out through clearing. Each building would serve a different purpose and, once the clearing was filled, would hopefully look relatively normal from up high despite the trees in it being incredibly squat and wide. I was also planning to sink most of the actual functional spaces down 3 or 4 feet into the ground, basically living in a stretched and manipulated stump. Not only was that the densest part of the tree, but it would also make it easier to get more bang for my buck, at least space-wise. I wouldn't need much space, nor would I need very many buildings at first. The platform was all I needed for most rituals, and other than a bedroom to sleep in and somewhere to perform geomancy, that was all I really needed so far. More buildings would undoubtedly come over time, but for now, the list was short. At the very least, this would serve as a temporary place for me to live while I build up the confidence and powers to build and hold a proper wizard's tower. Basically, this was step 1 of many. Going from ideas and concepts that I had gotten from Druidcraft, I started my first building. Rather than start with something crucial, like my bedroom, I instead started with a storage tree, a place to keep ritual materials, or whatever else I had lying around. This was practice and confirmation of the methods and ideas I saw in Druidcraft. Also, since it was probably going to be full of ritual stuff, I grew it right next to the ritual platform. Just like the fruit trees I had grown for the homeless communities, I used a variety of spells to encourage the modified oak to grow, stopping several dozen times to adjust its shape. As the tree got bigger and bigger, I specifically grew it around the side of the ritual platform. Its roots tangled and merged with the roots of the ritual platform, forming a corner wall on one side, which I modified with organically grown shelves. An actual door formed, which I would have to cut free in order to use, that led into an enclosed section for more sensitive storage. Seeing an opportunity, I used another acorn on the opposite side of the platform, growing it in much the same way, before connecting the branches of the 2 towering trees, creating a natural canopy. It wasn't 100% watertight yet, but that would come later. For now, though, I had a partially enclosed ritual platform with storage on opposite sides. Well, what do you think? I asked, watching as Alia took her physical form to inspect the finished structure. It is beautiful, she said, running her hand over the smooth, sturdy shelves. Will the other structures follow this pattern? More or less, I said, vaguely responding with a shrug. It really depends on what it is. My bedroom is going to have to be sealed, for example, unless I want to be damp 24/7. I'm sure you could design a ritual to solve that. Of course I could, but that doesn't mean I should, I explained. Nothing wrong with solving things the old-fashioned way. Either way, I have an idea to help with that anyway. A final ritual when I'm done with the first run of buildings. Rather than try and push my luck and attempt to build a bedroom tree, and most likely end up messing it up as I build in the dark, I decided to head back home. Handily enough, I could now leave behind most of my equipment, which, so far, I had been hauling back and forth. My chalk went into the closed-off interior storage while everything else, including some spare sacrificial material, went into the shelves. The return trip home started off quiet, the city slowly winding down as the sun got lower and lower over the horizon. As I made my way home, the scanner radio I had bought sparked to life. This was nothing new, as I had been studiously ignoring it report things I couldn't help with, either because it was too far away, or because the police had a handle on it already. This time was different. I stopped to listen, reaching into my coat to turn up the volume. Multiple instances of gang activity started to pour in, with riots trashing multiple storefronts downtown. I opened my mouth to tell Alya to start scanning around for any trouble when my phone rang. With a sinking feeling in my chest, I pulled it out and put it to my ear. Hell! Arcanum! John's familiar voice shouted through my phone. Listen, the Empire is here, looking for you. I froze, my body going cold like someone had dunked me into the bay. This was it, the other shoe dropping. Who? How many? As many details as you can. It's 3 of them, and goons, we. The sound of a heavy impact, sounding suspiciously like a fist hitting someone, silenced John. I clenched my fist as I listened to someone grappling with the phone. Eventually, it went quiet before I heard a new voice. Arcanum, is it good to finally get a hold of you, the voice said. Now, as you can imagine, we would prefer to meet you face to face. I suggest you make your way over here, or perhaps I will start making examples of the disgusting vermin hiding cesspit. Before I could say anything, the phone cut out, and I cursed. For a moment, I was tempted to hurl my phone into a nearby wall, but I managed to hold back. Alya, lead me to the dealership community, I said, already preparing to run. The Empire is making a move to try to recruit me or take me off the other board. Turn around and start running, she said, her voice tinged in concern. Are you sure this is a good idea? Attacking me alone? Alone? Fuck that. I know what's going on here, I explained with a snort, already running back the way we came, following Alya's subtle instruction and turning on my next right. They are going to try and take me by holding the other group hostage. If they are going to play dirty, so am I. As I ran, I quickly called Assault, who immediately revealed there was more than just a few riots going on. Empire went crazy about 5 minutes ago, started throwing Molotov cocktails and flipping cars, he explained, sounding like he was also running. Fenja and Menja are running around downtown too, with Hook Wolf and Cricket fucking up some stores not too far away. We had no idea what the riot was about, though now. They are distracting you, I said. Fuck. Arcanum, we can't come to help you, he said. Not until things have calmed down or we get reinforcements in from the people who are off shift, but that takes time. I know. Give us 6 or 7 minutes, and we can get you some support, he said, continuing when I stayed silent. Arcanum, you can't. I hung up before he could try and convince me not to go, mostly because I was worried he would succeed. This was insane, stupid, and so fucking reckless, but I didn't have a choice. John and his people didn't have 5 minutes. The E88 would know their timeline, and there was no way they would wait around for someone to get ready. If I waited for reinforcements, the community would be slaughtered. The E88 were bloodthirsty enough to go through with their threats, and considering that the homeless in Brockton Bay were dime a dozen, their image wouldn't even take a scratch. The community was in danger because of their association with me, and there was no I would let that slide. Still, while I continued to run, I had time to plan. Trying to bargain was out because I couldn't submit myself to the E88, and that's all they wanted. I refused to help them, but I also knew I wasn't strong enough to resist if they started getting bloody. Sure, given a week and a few days, I could dump 6 charges into a teleport spell and just leave, but who knew what they would do to me in the meantime? The E88 had connections to the Gesellschaft, and they were known for some pretty fucked up methods of breaking and mind control. 9 days was plenty of time to be broken. If using myself as a bargaining chip was out, and appealing to their better nature was a lost cause, then talking at all was pointless, which meant striking before they could react was my best bet. No giving myself away in the name of a fair fight, no conversation to try and talk them down, just immediate assault. I couldn't afford to hold back, not with innocent people being held against me like that. Alya, as soon as I attack, I want you to start zapping any E88 phones or radios, I said, darting into an alleyway. Then focus on being the eyes on the back of my head. Very well. A minute later, we were approaching the community, so I pulled out my staff and extended it. My most powerful lightning spell was already inside the crystal, but I was saving that for something special. I let the marathon spell drop, quickly charging a jump spell to leap up onto the roof of the dealership, still running full tilt. I then leaped across the gap to the garage. There, I could finally see the community. The E88 had corralled the homeless along the fruit trees I had planted only a few days ago. Most of the tents and shelters were now destroyed, with one even on fire, billowing up black smoke. There were around 10 goons armed with weapons that varied from baseball bats and knives to pistols and rifles. Around them stood 3 capes. Luckily, the E88 enjoyed showing off their capes, which I could identify pretty easily from my research. The most obvious was Rune, as she was hovering in place on a manhole cover. She was decked out in a black and red robe, a witch or magic user's costume that actually sent a ping of annoyance through my brain. She was kneeling on her floating ride, looking down at the people below. Just under her and further away was Alabaster, dressed in combat boots, a tan shirt with red lines running up along the slides, and black pants. His skin was white, like paint white, and since his appearance made having a civilian identity impossible, he didn't even wear a mask. The last, standing tall with his arms behind his back like a general observing his troops, was Krieg. He was dressed in a literal Nazi uniform, with a heavy, older-style gas mask covering his face. I skidded to a stop at the far end of the garage. Already, I could see some of the Empire goons turning to look at me. Without hesitation, I jabbed my staff forward, clenching my eyes shut while covering my face with my free arm. I shouted as loud as I could, pouring my magic into the spell. Excicati et Etonitus. Even with my eyes shut tightly and my arm over them, I could still feel the spell being fired off. It was a simple spell to stun and daze, meant to be cast non-verbally. Now, however, I cast at its absolute most powerful and focused it through my new staff. While I couldn't see it, I knew it was flying forward across the camp. When it detonated, the light was still bright despite my eyes being covered and closed. The explosion of concussive force slapped across me, the world suddenly silent as my hearing was ruined like a snapping cord. If I didn't have healing, I had probably just ruined my hearing significantly, if it recovered at all. Thankfully, I was already casting a spell to fix it as I opened my eyes and leaped off the building, face at a snarl as I prepared to fight. Chapter 26. By the time my feet slammed into the ground, I could hear the impact, as my ears were fully healed. Around me, I could see and hear people screaming, holding their eyes or their ears, quite a few of the E88 bleeding from the ladder. I could see Rune lying on the ground, her manhole mount not far away. She had been flying when the stun bomb spell had gone off, taking the brunt of the explosion straight to the face. Not only was her leg twisted in a way that was not normal, but her ride had also slammed into one of the gang members, his shoulder a disfigured mess. He was lucky it wasn't his head. I advanced towards the group, jabbing out with my fingers to launch sparks of lightning, which arced across the clearing into the crowd of E88, driving a few of the screaming men to the ground. I ran closer, swinging my staff and clocking another stunned gang member, shattering their arm with the blow. I then slammed my staff on the ground, sticking it up straight in the dirt. Magna Pila Suspendus Scintillii I intoned, casting one of the few spells that wasn't compatible with my staff because it was two-handed. I tossed the coconut-sized ball of lightning magic that formed in my hands, the spell landing on the ground by a large clump of still reeling neo-Nazi bastards. It exploded, a blast of blue lighting energy that knocked the Empire thugs down and tossed the closest into the air. As I yanked my staff free of the ground, I took a small moment to look over where the victims of this bullshit were. Most of them were already fleeing, stumbling away and running into each other. Thankfully, the stunning blast spell came with the ability to marginally direct the effects of the blast, so I managed to avoid hitting them directly. Usually, the less potent side was pointed back at the caster to avoid deafening and blinding yourself, but I was happier with the alternative. I cursed as I realized quite a few of the people were still injured, and others were being dragged away, bullet wounds bleeding large red stains in their clothes. Some of the Empire goons must have fired instinctively from the blast of stunning magic, the sound of the shots covered by the damage to my ears. Before I could move to help, a massive blow struck me from behind, slamming directly into my skull. The impact almost drove me to my knees, even with my steel absorption. I cursed and swung an arm out, casting the same wordless blast of electricity that I had used to counter Shadow Stalker's attack a few days ago. As I spun, I could see Alabaster stumbling backward, armed with a baseball bat, his body still twitching from my counter. It looked like my 5 seconds were up. "Fucker, you know I can't feel that, right?" he shouted, already raising his bat again. "You can't stop me." He swung the bat back at me, but I managed to raise my forearm to block it. The bat cracked, half snapping from the impact. Rather than mourn the loss of his weapon, the pale white mutated cape pulled out a pistol that had been holstered at his hip, firing as he raised it upward. Bullets slammed into my leg, stomach, and chest, hitting harder than anything I had been hit by before. They didn't penetrate my skin, but each impact was like a deep physical blow, like a hard punch from a professional boxer. I slammed my staff down at his hand, which broke with an audible crunch, his pistol falling to the floor. This didn't slow him down, though, as his other hand was already bringing up his other pistol. Rather than try and disarm him again, I brought my staff back up to his chest. "Fulgur parvum fragmentum," I shouted rapidly, almost stumbling over the incantation but managing to plow through. The full-worded, staff-enhanced spell slammed into his chest, blowing a chunk of his shirt and skin off, revealing his sternum to the open air. He fell backward from the blow, the lightning slamming him down into the ground. I cast the spell twice more, one on his chest again and then again on his pistol, causing the bullets to cook off and explode in his hand. Mentally counting down, I whirled around, casting magic as quick as I could, taking down the E88 foot soldiers one after the other, keeping them from reorganizing and getting back to their feet. The already scattered gang members futilely tried to escape my range. My final target was Krieg, who was starting to recover from the initial stun, already standing to his feet. I knew he was a brute, so I quickly full cast my spark of lighting, the spell sparking out and slamming into his arm. He screamed again, clutching his arm as he collapsed back to the ground. I felt a wave of confusion, but I didn't have the time to consider it as something slammed into my side. A blade slid off my skin, unable to penetrate, slicing into my clothes instead. I told you, you fucking kike prick. You can't take me down. And you. My rebuttal was cut off as the villain's reclaimed pistol being fired along my back, 6 shots that I'm pretty sure cracked at least 2 ribs. Thankfully, they missed my spine, or I would not have been able to power through and turn to face him. I spun around and once again slapped the gun from his hand, but not before he fired twice more, hitting me in the stomach. The impacts drove the air from my lungs, making it impossible to curse nearly as loudly as I wanted to. This man was nothing but a fucking nuisance, and if he kept distracting me, Krieg, who I was pretty sure could actually hurt me, was going to pick me off at his leisure. Frustration getting the better of me, and knowing that he would regenerate from it anyway, I slammed my staff under his chin, even as his broken hand flipped and returned to its unbroken state. Cast. My vision dimmed as a bolt of lightning the width of a basketball exploded out of my staff. It arced upwards into the sky at a low angle, completely atomizing Alabaster's head in the process. It seared his flesh, cauterizing his neck, and then continued upwards into the night sky, eventually dissipating a few hundred meters upwards. Alabaster's body slumped to the ground, headless and motionless. Knowing I was once again on a 5-second timer, I spun around, turning to find that Krieg was already running, carrying the still unconscious Rune on his shoulder, one arm hanging useless by his side. Several other gangers, basically everyone who could stand, were running with him. I spun back around and rushed to the nearest homeless community member who had failed to escape, clutching their leg as they tried to stop their wound from bleeding. They were pale from blood loss, shivering in the cold as their bodies struggled to keep functioning. I quickly started to heal them, using every second I had. When I finished with them, I moved on to the next, always keeping one eye on Alabaster. With every second that passed, I expected him to stand back up. That was his power, after all, always recovering from no matter what damage he took. Only this time, he didn't. He stayed exactly where he was, blood oozing slowly from the partially cauterized wound. I was on my 3rd patient when the Protectorate finally arrived in the form of Dauntless, one of their more easily recognizable members. He was dressed as a stylized Roman soldier, complete with a golden helmet, chest armor and a leather strip skirt. His shield, spear and boots all sparked with white electric energy, spitting and crackling audibly, even from this distance. The hero landed among the still unconscious members of the E88, scanning the area with his weapon ready. Once he spotted Alabaster, he tensed, raising his shield and clearly preparing for him to get back up. I turned back to what I was doing, focusing on the people who were injured. By now, some of the community members who had managed to run were returning, allowing me to fix their ears and damaged vision. I had just finished telling all of them to go find other people who were affected so I could fix them, too, when Dauntless finally spoke up. Arcanum, what happened? He asked, the crackling of his armor and weapons getting closer. I stood and turned, happy to see that he was at least approaching me calmly, his weapon not pointed at me. Behind him, I could see Alabaster, still headless, now had handcuffs on. I've been helping this community with healing and a few other things, I explained. It must have gotten back to the E88, and they tried to use it against me. I walked past him, giving him a wide berth as I walked to some of the unconscious or struggling Empire members, of which there were 4. I understand, but wait, what are you doing? He asked, sounding concerned as I kneeled beside a broken gang member. Rendering aid, I explained. I scanned the gang member and healed them exactly enough that they wouldn't die, but left everything else, including the mangled arm from the nearby manhole cover, alone. Wait, why, did you stop? I stopped the internal bleeding in his shoulder and fixed the cracked skull and brain bleed, I explained with a shrug. The rest is up to him. I finished stabilizing the other 2 gang members before standing up and wiping my hands off on my jacket. Now, what were you asking? I asked, walking back around him to help more of the returning community members. What happened with Alabaster? I finished healing someone's ears, pausing both to answer and to let my mana refill. In the distance, I could hear the sirens getting closer and closer. I don't know, I admitted, shaking my head. I was under the impression he would revert any damage to himself. That's what his power is, right? Yes, I've experienced it dozens of times before, he agreed. He is annoying to fight. What did you do? I fired a massive fuck-off lighting bolt through his head, I explained, starting to heal people again. Ask Assault. He saw it during the whole power testing debacle. You Okay. I don't understand why his powers aren't kicking in, but considering he isn't reverting. Dauntless stopped talking and began to sub-vocalize, clearly talking to someone through a radio or other device. As he spoke quietly, I suddenly remembered that Alya had been very quiet throughout the whole fight. Now that I was paying attention, I could still feel her through our connection, but she felt incredibly weak, too weak to even talk. It would be at least a couple hours before she would be strong enough to communicate. I shook my head and returned to healing the victims. It didn't take long for the PRT and police to show up after that, as well as a single ambulance. Considering there were supposedly spots of E88 activity all over the city, the fact that even one showed up was surprising. Not long after that, Assault and Battery also showed up, entering the clearing at a jog. Arcanum, it's good to see you in one piece, Assault said, heading directly to me. Do you feel up for going over what happened? I nodded and began to retell the last, well, it was technically under 10 minutes, even if it felt like hours. As I did, I could only watch as the PRT and police started covering some of the bodies around the clearing with white blankets. Up until this point, I had been pointedly avoiding looking at them, but now I couldn't look away. I don't know why my lightning killed him, I said, shaking my head as I answered Assault's question. I was under the impression he had been hurt a lot worse than this over his career here at the Bay. He has been. I've seen him reduced by everything below chest by friendly fire from Purity. Assault agreed, shaking his head. It's not even the first time he has been hit by electricity. A few months ago, Glory Girl dropped him onto a live power cable. He walked that off fine. Do your powers have some sort of trump effect? Like their damage is always true, or it beats regeneration? No, absolutely not. I'll admit, my attacks don't always behave like normal electricity, but there's nothing in them that would counter someone's power, whether it's regeneration or, whatever he could do, I said, gesturing to the alabaster's corpse. Are we sure he is dead? Is there any variation of his revamp? No, it's always 4.3 seconds, Assault responded. Okay, listen. This is obviously some sort of power interaction or an unknown problem with his powers. Considering he was absolutely engaging you with lethal intent. I scoffed and grabbed the bottom of my shirt, pulling it up to reveal what I knew was some severe bruising. Sure enough, looking down, I could see some horrendous levels of purple and black forming where each of the pistol rounds that Alabaster was firing at me impacted. As if to hammer home the point, a few of the flattened bullets fell out of my clothes as I freed them. Just acknowledging the bruises and most likely cracked ribs was enough to remind me I was really pretty beat up, the pain seeming to flare at the attention. Damn, yeah, okay, Assault nodded, wincing as he saw the injury. Listen, I'm going to make a judgment call and say you're free to go, but please, don't move too far outside the city. This is pretty clear-cut, especially if all these people collaborate on your story, but well. I will definitely lose my job if you run. I'm not going anywhere, I explained. Especially not when the other community I just helped is at risk as well. Right, okay, good, he said, reaching up and running his fingers through his hair, shaking his head. There's gonna be a lot of waves from this, Arcanum. A lot of waves. I know. But doing nothing wasn't an option, I responded, nodding in agreement. They threatened innocent people to get to me, and I slapped them down for it. Yeah, I don't blame you, he replied. But the E88 doesn't respond well to power games. They will push back, especially with a member dead. I know, I said, turning to look around. I suddenly felt very exposed, standing there in the clearing behind the dealership. Alya was still recovering, and I had no way of knowing what was going on in our surroundings. As my heart rate began to increase, I had to physically resist the urge to pull my winter cap off to reveal the restriction I was feeling. Not too far away, I spotted John, who I had healed earlier, standing by and talking to some of the people from the community in hushed tones. I turned back to Assault. Keep me in the loop if you can. The man nodded, and I gave him a half-hearted salute before turning back and making my way to the group John was talking to. It was time to see what I could salvage from this. Chapter 37. I approached the group slowly, not wanting to startle or catch anyone off guard. Part of me half expected John and the others to tell me to fuck off the second they spotted me. I had been the reason they were targeted, after all, and they were well within their rights to want nothing to do with me. So imagine my surprise when John reached out and patted my shoulder when I was finally standing next to him. Looks like we are in it now, hey. He said, shaking his head. You realize those Empire bastards are going to claim they did nothing wrong and that we attacked them, right? I wouldn't be surprised, I responded, caught off guard by the camaraderie and inclusiveness. We need to move the community, he said, chewing his cheek. But even if we do, I'm worried about future reprisals from the Empire. We? I asked, my brain not quite keeping up. Yeah, we. He responded, looking at me like I was slow. You healed us, fed us, and when we were threatened, you defended us. You're one of us now, Arcanum. But, it's my... No, you get that thought out of your fucking head, he said, slapping my shoulder. You think this is the first time the Empire gave us trouble? Stopped by to send a message? Son, you ran into a 3-on-1 fight like a goddamn guardian angel. Nobody has ever run to help us like that or put themselves in harm's way to protect us like that. Nobody blames you for this. You didn't force the Empire to do this. I looked at the older man for a moment, before scanning the crowd of homeless and less fortunate. They looked back, some with tears in their eyes, others with hard looks that spoke of John's allusions to this not being the first time. Despite the array of emotions being displayed, none of them looked at me accusingly. Okay. Thank you, I said, my eyes getting a bit watery behind my mask. What can I do to help? We need a new place to live, John said with a frown, looking back at the wrecked space behind them. Now that the police are here in force, and it's a crime scene, they can't just turn a blind eye. They aren't gonna let us stay. Damn it. Okay, do we have any options? I asked. I can regrow the trees somewhere else. We just need to find some place with some halfway decent soil. Not off the top of my head, John admitted. I've been focused on keeping this place stable. Before I could respond, one of the nearby members stepped forward, wringing his hands. I recognized him as someone I healed during my first visit. I hate to suggest it, he said, looking like he was worried what people would think. But we could all just split up and spread out. We can't do that. Both John and I turned to find Mary. Sarah, just standing there. She had definitely not been there a second ago, and I cursed Alya's temporary absence. The fact that she had snuck up on all of us was a bit worrying. If we split up, we'll just get picked off one by one, she explained. Sticking together is what kept the merchants and ABB from snatching us up and the E88 from picking off the usual minorities. Being a group attracts too much attention, the man pointed out. Arcanum can't always be around to protect us. Tasha's group split up a few days ago, Sarah revealed, a gasp echoing through the group. Apparently, they couldn't stand up to the Empire's pressure, and rather than throwing their black people to the dogs, the community is split. Tasha is already dead. That got another gasp, and I couldn't help but curse. Tony had been trying to find a way to get in touch with that community, but hadn't been having much luck. They must have already split or been too suspicious to respond. And now it was too late. What about the other community I helped? The ones further into the docks? I asked. They have shelter and numbers. What if we combined you guys together? It will make it easier for me to help and keep the Empire off you. Charles's place? John asked. They are a bit close to ABB territory, but I know a few people there, they would help if they can. If the two groups merge, I can come up with some way to make you guys safe, I assured them. I can't talk about it now, but I can figure something out. That got me a few odd looks, especially from John and Sarah. Out of everyone, they seemed to pick up on the fact that I did not just mean my own strength or defending them from attacks myself. While I didn't have something specific in mind, I knew I could come up with something. I had ideas, so many ideas, but I had no idea how many of them were bullshit and how many of them would work. I would need some time to come up with something. I needed to get back to my temporary home, grab my stuff, and head back into the forest. I would put making a home in the forest on hold for now so that I could focus on making sure these people were safe. I'm sure Charles wouldn't mind if I crashed at their place in the meantime. I was nervous to leave them alone anywhere. Sarah/Mary, John, and I talked and planned for a few more minutes before I pulled out my phone and called Charles. He picked up immediately. Arcanum, what can I do for you? We have a problem. I spent a few minutes describing what had happened, explaining the damage I did, and how Alabaster was dead. While they had heard the news of the attacks and riots going on, they hadn't realized we had been targeted directly. That got the usually calm man to curse up a storm. That's bad, but John has the right idea, he assured me. You are one of us now, as useless as that may seem to be considered part of a group of homeless people. It's not useless, I'm honored, I assure him, nodding to John as he listened. If you say so, he responded, though I could hear his smile through the phone. To answer your earlier question, yes, we can squeeze them in. There is some room in the warehouse, and we have another building we have been clearing out in case we need more room. Thank you, Charles, I said, feeling a bit of tension uncoil from my spine. We will be heading to you soon, and I'll be staying for the rest of the night to watch over you. After that, I'm gonna see about coming up with a way to keep you guys safe while I'm gone. Alright. I can't promise it's going to be comfortable living for now, but we will do our best. We discussed the merge for a few more minutes before I passed the phone to John so he could hash out the details. I then headed back to the nearest police officer I could find, who happily pointed me in the direction of the man in charge. How long until they will be able to grab their things? I asked after introducing myself and shaking the lieutenant's hand. Their stuff? This whole place is illegal on so many levels. They are lucky I'm not shipping them all to jail, he said with a frown. All this stuff is getting chucked. Most of it's stolen anyway, and what's not is all trash and junk. What? I asked, genuinely shocked at his response. Officer, I understand this isn't exactly optimal, but this is all they have. They need a chance to. They should have thought of that before throwing together this trash heap somewhere they didn't belong, he growled out. Now I want you and your friends out of here within the next 10 minutes, or I will start calling in vans to haul you out. Resisting the urge to raise my voice and start a scene, I simply gave him a hard stare while clenching my fist. Rather than ruin my relationship with the police, I simply turned around and made my way back to Assault. Dauntless had already left, leaving the red-themed hero and his partner, Battery. Hey, Assault, I called out as we approached. When the police are finished taking statements, I'm going to be leading the group to another homeless community. They think they can help them get back on their feet. The thing is, this place has all their stuff, and now it's a crime scene. Plus, the lieutenant in charge of the scene is being a problem. Damn. The statements could take another hour or so. Alright, let me talk to him. I watched Assault have a quick, low conversation with the officer in question, the man clearly not enjoying the process. It made me wonder what Assault was saying to him. After a few minutes, the officer seemed to calm down, and Assault patted him on the shoulder before making his way back to us. Meanwhile, Battery and I simply stood there in awkward silence. He apologizes for the confusion, the red-covered hero assured me, though he clearly didn't believe him any more than I did. Once the scene is properly recorded, any lost civilian materials will remain on site for several hours before a cleanup team will be coming through. Thank you, Assault, I said, genuinely appreciative of the Protectorate hero. I don't know why he was being so difficult. No problem, just glad they listened to me, he responded with a smile. Good luck getting these poor folks somewhere safe, and call me if you need anything. I shook hands with him and his partner again before finally heading back to the others. After that, it was just a matter of waiting for the police to be done interviewing everyone before we could leave. Mary/Sarah agreed to stay behind to watch and make sure the officers didn't get any bright ideas about tossing their stuff. John was the one who explained why they were being so difficult. Empire sympathizers, he explained with a scowl. They are everywhere. Sometimes, they are subtle, and sometimes they don't have to be. Someone clearly doesn't like that you toasted 3 of their capes. I couldn't help but grind my teeth at the explanation, cursing whatever fucked up guise or curse that had settled over this city that protected Nazis from getting curb stomped. The trip to the docks community was nerve-wracking and stressful, the large group moving relatively quietly through the city. I noticed more than a few people peeling off, leaving the group. I couldn't help but wonder how many of them would be back. I was sure that, despite John's kind words, some people were no longer comfortable living somewhere that I was connected to, and I couldn't blame them. When we finally reached the warehouses that made up Charles's community, it was slowly approaching midnight. The dark was encroaching closer and closer, and we were traveling by moonlight and street lamps, at least when they weren't shot out or busted. Charles and quite a few others met us at the doors and led us into either the warehouse or a nearby building, the one he had mentioned over the phone. The oldest among the group got the spare blankets and cushions to sleep on, while the rest of us did the best we could. Everyone was eager to get whatever sleep they could. Once everyone was settled in, I made my way to one of the roofs, sitting up there and keeping watch. I could use healing magic to reduce some of the effects of sleep deprivation, so I planned to stay up for most of the night. I would probably crash hard at some point, but honestly, I didn't feel like sleeping much anyway. Things were just starting to get quiet when suddenly, I could feel the connection between me and Alia begin to swell. It was slow at first, but over the span of 10 or 15 minutes, it finally solidified into what I had come to expect from our connection. Alia, are you all right? I asked softly, worry creeping into my voice. I am fine, William, she assured me after a long moment, her voice whispering into my ear as always. I apologize. I was so focused on taking out the gangsters' communication equipment that I used too much energy. I slipped into a resting stasis before I could warn you. Damn it. That can't happen again, Alia, I said, struggling to put my thoughts into words. I know I gave you a task, but you should have been keeping an eye on your energy reserves. It was unrealistic for me to expect neither of us to make mistakes, especially since all of this was still so new. But her ability to watch an entire area at once and keep trouble from sneaking up on me was a big part of my advantage. Without it, overwhelming me became disturbingly easy. I know, I am sorry, she apologized. It was a mistake born of nervousness and worry. It will not happen again. I believe you. And honestly, I'm just glad you are okay, I admitted. I'm terrified that we will have another power interaction moment like what we had with Shadow Stalker, and somehow, a cape will manage to really hurt you. While I suppose it is technically possible, I do not think that is very likely. From what we have managed to see, there is no sign that anyone has the level of magic, particularly soul magic, necessary to injure me permanently, she explained, repeating earlier assurances. We will simply have to remain vigilant for strange powers. I nodded in agreement, crossing my arms behind my head and laying back down on the roof. Now that Alya was back, I felt infinitely better about the prospect of sleeping. I hadn't realized how nervous and exposed I felt until she was back. How do you feel? She asked. While the night could have gone much worse. It did not go well. I don't know, I responded honestly. I don't feel guilty for attacking the Empire head-on or using what tricks I did. They were innocent people in danger, and I put a stop to that. I don't feel guilty, but I do regret killing Alabaster, but only because it was an accident. What do you mean? If I came to the conclusion that Alabaster needed to be dead, whether it was for something he did, a plan he had, or whatever reason I thought he deserved a death sentence, I would kill him. Or any of the villains in this city, for that matter, I admitted, frowning as I looked up at the dark night sky. Half of them are murdering psychopathic Nazis, and the others have a reputation for kidnapping people for horrific reasons. But the fact that it was a misunderstood accident or a fluke. I wasn't in control of that moment, and I didn't intend to kill him. I would have if necessary, but I hadn't made that choice. I regret it, even if I don't feel guilty for it. While I understand your sentiment, William, you were forced to engage the enemy on their terms. You were flying by the seat of your pants. It only makes sense that mistakes are made, my familiar and partner said. The only ones responsible for what happened tonight were the Empire and their subordinates. I nodded, the coil of nasty feelings and corded emotions eased slightly at Alya's words as I laid there and looked up at the mostly empty sky. Occasionally a plane would fly by, but with Alya back to watch the night, I quickly fell asleep. Chapter 28. I woke up the following day to the sound of Alya warning me I was about to have company. Sure enough, by the time that I managed to wipe the sleep from my eyes and sit up, I could hear someone climbing up a nearby ladder to the roof. Alya whispered that it was Sarah, so as she got to the top, I spoke up, still facing the opposite direction. How did keeping an eye on the police go? I asked, the woman stopping mid-stride. They didn't do anything stupid, did they? No, they did not, she responded after a moment, making her way over to me and sitting on the nearby lip of the roof, her legs hanging over the edge. They finished their jobs and cleared out. John and a few others went back to grab anything worth saving. Now they are setting it all up. I stood up and stretched, wincing at how obvious it was to me that my steel absorption had run out. I was just a basic squishy human. As I stood, I could peek down over the edge of the roof to see people moving back and forth between buildings with a purpose. Some people were even harvesting food from the rapid production trees I had grown. I'm gonna have to go to the store and get more fruit so I can grow more trees, I said, pulling my arm around and cracking my back. These won't be enough to support everyone. It's much better than nothing, she pointed out. Why not just take the fruit from the trees? All of them are sterile, I explained with a shrug. The seeds wouldn't grow anything special even if they weren't, at least without me helping them along, but the PRT likes to flip out over anything that a cape touches that can reproduce. Hey, well, you give me some cash, I can go do that for you. She offered. Just tell me what you need. I turned to look at the woman, trying to read her. She looked back without flinching, simply raising an eyebrow at the prolonged attention. So far, the scarred woman had been critical of my desire to help and doubtful of my ability to do the same. But she had never done anything to hinder me, and she had been friendly in her own sarcastic way. Seeing no reason not to trust her, I nodded. That would actually be incredibly helpful, I said, reaching into my pocket to pull out a clip of money. Make sure it's just stuff that grows on trees. They are the most robust and can handle the stress of what I'm doing to them. Feel free to spend the change. I said, holding out $100 bill for her to take. For a long moment, she stared at it before letting out a huff. Damn, Ark, didn't realize you were a big spender, she commented, just a hint of distaste in her hand as she reached out and took the bill with her unbandaged hand. The PRT and Central Hospital are paying me to heal head trauma, stuff that Panacea can't do, I explained. I need a chunk of it for my own projects, but I'm hoping to talk to Tony and start feeding money into his soup kitchen or any of the other ones around town. For a moment, she looked at me, her working eye widening a bit, before shaking her head. Should have figured, she muttered to herself. All right, Boy Scout, I'll do your shopping. You gonna be busy? Yeah, I need to head back to where I'm staying, move some stuff around, and try to figure out how I'm gonna keep all you guys safe when I'm not around, I explained. Part of me doesn't want to leave, but I don't think the EA8 will strike back that fast. Just talk to John and Charles before you go, she said before making her way back to the ladder along the side of the building. Good luck. The spirited woman left quickly, and I listened to her descend the metal ladder, letting out a long breath when she was gone. That was one thing off my plate, meaning I could focus on making this place safe. Alya, do you think I should abandon my forest home idea? I asked, looking down over everyone. Staying here would make protecting people much easier. It would also complicate nearly everything that you do with magic, she pointed out. You are already pushing the limits of your fake power excuses. What are they going to say when you start doing rituals in front of everyone? Is there anything you can do with your rituals that will let you move around the city faster? Probably, I just need to sit down and do some thinking, I explained. Alright, let's fill in John, and then I'll head back to the shop. I quickly climbed down from the roof, thankfully remembering that I wasn't nearly tough enough at the moment to be leaping from the roof unaided. I found John and explained what I was going to be doing, before doing the same with Charles. They both agreed that it was unlikely that the EA8 would attack so soon, as they would need time to get all the facts and rally the troops. I left at a run, making a beeline for my civilian clothes, changing into them quickly, and heading back to my shop. I climbed through the window and looked around, taking note of everything that I wanted to take with me. It was time for me to move out of here and start moving into my forest home. Yes, it wasn't quite done, and no, I wouldn't be growing a home tree until I was sure the docks community was safe, but the basic rituals I had completed were more than enough for me to feel safe keeping my stuff there. My first round of moving included all of the clothes, money, and other easily transportable stuff I had accumulated so far. All of that fit easily into a few bags I had purchased, which I stored by the window to take with me when I left. Everything else, including the generator and lights I bought, as well as several other things, were stacked on the couch. I could grab those at night under the cover of darkness. Eventually, I also wanted to cut the partial apart so that it was easier to transport and then reassemble it at the forest compound. For now, however, it would stay where it was since it was too hard to move, and I didn't have that kind of time. Besides, having a partial I could use in the city would be handy, so I might just end up leaving it as it was and building a second at the forest compound. It wasn't like I was running low on the cash necessary for the ingredients anymore. I grabbed my bags and left the shop behind, making my way out of the city. I did my best to act like a guy just going for a hike, carrying his camping gear. When I finally arrived at the compound, I stored everything inside the storage trees, with plans to move most of it once I had grown a place to sleep and live. When I was done with that, I sat down along one of the storage trees and looked down at the large ritual pad. I had a pencil in one hand and my notebook in another. I need two things right now, I said, Alya taking her semi-physical form to help me bounce around ideas. A way to protect the docks community, and a way to travel around quickly. So your enhanced running isn't working? Alya asked, floating around a bit, her legs fading and flickering as she did. You are moving fairly quickly now. For patrolling and general movement, it's all right, I said with a shrug. But if I'm living out here, it's not nearly good enough. It's gonna take me 10, maybe 15 minutes to run from here all the way to the docks community, and that doesn't include changing or anything else. That's not nearly fast enough, especially because the next time the Empire comes knocking, they probably won't be waiting for me. Well, since you already have a partial solution for moving around quickly, you should probably focus on protecting the community, the elemental pointed out. Any ideas for that? I've got dozens of them. I said, shaking my head. But half of them are going too far, the other half is going to get even more unwanted attention. I know it's too late to try and blend in and hide, but I would rather not send up additional signal flares just yet. Okay, well, what do you have so far? Alya asked, brushing a cool, calming breeze over me. I started listing out ideas, going over some that I thought were crazy and others that I didn't think would actually work. Most of these centered around rituals since, at the moment, it was my most flexible and potent ability. After about 30 minutes of spitballing, I boiled it down to a list of ideas with pros and cons listed out in my notebook. Okay. So I could create a handful of D&D style wands, I said, reading off from my list. Basically one spell per wand, with a limited amount of casts per day or recharge. To keep them from being too powerful, Alya guessed, and I nodded in agreement. Exactly. On the plus side, it's not much different from making tinker tech. Sure, they will look like wands, but tinkers are bullshit, so I don't think anyone will question it, I pointed out, chewing my lip. The PRT is probably not gonna like me just handing out tinker tech, but if I keep them non-lethal, it should be fine. That said, I could also just buy them a bucket of tasers, so what's the point? I tapped my pencil on my lips, nodding as I thought it out. On the other hand, I think I can make a bunch of stun wands with the leftovers from my staff. I said, scratching my chin. Maybe I should make some of the wands regardless. I sat in the chair, trying to imagine the ritual required to make a low-level stun wand. Before I could get too deep, Alya spoke up. What else do you have? She asked, pushing me through my momentary distraction. That's a good start, but they need more. Right, well, I'm pretty sure I can set up some sort of short absorption with a ritual, I said with a frown. It's going to have to be something edible. Otherwise it shouldn't be too difficult with my levels in geomancy and ritual design. But being able to empower other people is a massive red flag, I said. Everyone automatically thinks of teacher, a trump/master that could give people minor powers but was also mind-controlling people. They birdcaged him. Anything that connects you to a villain that bad is something we should avoid for now. Of course, though I probably won't be able to avoid that for long, I pointed out. Either way, enhancing people will put another massive target on my back, just as big, if not bigger, than being a healer. A healer is enough to get people to pay attention, but the ability to empower other people? I'm going to have the cooey on my ass. What are the other options? I thought about offering them items that enhance them, going the same tinkering route that I would for the stun wands, I explained. But then I risk those getting stolen. Plus, making an object that enhances someone isn't much better than me directly enhancing someone. People aren't going to look at it any differently than me handing actual out brute ratings. Though the items would possibly help me avoid the suspicion of being a teacher clone, so it's a bit better, I guess. We continued to go down the list, discarding and discussing our options, before we finally landed on one that had stood out the most to me as we were making the list. Sparked by a bit of inspiration from Heap, the idea of creating a golem was pretty enticing. It can fit in the same tinker-adjacent creation that the other things did, I pointed out, standing up to pace. They are flexible, and I know they are possible since I can already see some of the more basic ritual parts needed. They do give a glimpse into what I am capable of, as making minions usually gets some attention, but it's nowhere near anything some of these other options would. I honestly think golems might be our best bet. Not to mention the poetic justice. Poetic justice? Alya asked curiously. As far as I know, the idea of a golem, at least from my world, originates from Jewish folklore. It's said that a rabbi created a golem from clay to defend his people from violent persecution. The story takes place a long time before Nazis, but it is still poetic. Well, what were the remaining options? After golems, I could buy a dog or other animal, then empower them with rituals, I explained. Which might be cool, but I'm pretty sure it leads into one of the branches of the ritual creation subject that are cut off, like chimerization. Anything else? Just a few variations on empowering people or objects, I answered, shaking my head. Honestly, I get the feeling that golems are a big part of rituals. Designing them should be relatively easy, and they should be pretty potent. With at least a vague idea selected, carving it down into something more workable was relatively easy, especially with Marvelous Mage seemingly eager to feed me information about golems. The first design practically wrote itself. I ended up writing a multi-stage ritual, one of the best ways rituals had to create more complicated creations. It was nothing on the near programming like fidelity that enchanting had, but it could still do interesting things. Essentially, to form a golem, you needed a core. This core stored the monoreaction used to power the golem. Depending on the material used in the core and as the foundation for the golem, the core could fuel a golem for years and years before it needed to be recharged, which would require another ritual. The core itself started as a sphere of stone and was then added to with gems and other bits to upgrade certain aspects. Each piece would need a separate ritual, meaning that just making a single, relatively utilitarian golem could still take 3 or 4 of them. Since I was looking to make an advanced combat model, I would need over a dozen of them. Luckily, so far, these separate rituals turned out to be relatively simple. Once a core was finished, a material for the golem needed to be selected and then charged with magic, using, you guessed it, another ritual. The interesting part was that what material you used had a profound effect on the golem itself, beyond how durable it was. Stone was slow but tough, more so than you would assume. Metal was tough as well, but had more flexibility and speed. Wood was average, but any non-catastrophic damage would heal over time. With the proper preparation, it was even possible to make things like lava or ice golems, though they seemed like more trouble than they were worth. While I would probably dabble in a few materials, the easiest choice for me seemed to be wood, since Druidcraft gave me plenty of ways to manipulate it. Once I was done designing everything, I quickly put my notebook away, but not before tearing off a shopping list. I had a lot to buy and not so much time to do it in. The quicker I got a couple of golems built, the better. Chapter 29. A common misconception is that precious stones, things like rubies, emeralds, and sapphires, were all super expensive gemstones, and that finding a pile of them in nature would somehow make you extremely rich. The truth was that the vast majority of precious stones that are found aren't actually gem quality. Most are cloudy, poorly shaped, filled with cracks, riddled with other flaws, or otherwise just poor quality. These stones would never be professionally cut into actual gemstones, as they were hardly ever worth the time it took to do. Some of them were used as practice stones for trainees, but that was only a tiny portion. These lesser stones were cheap, especially compared to their rarer and better quality siblings, and jewelry stores tended to carry them to sell in bulk. Which was good because I was going to need a lot of them. Thankfully, the lesser quality stones worked just fine for rituals, as what made these stones critical to rituals was less the fact that they were expensive and more of their internal structure and their inherited properties, at least in terms of how magic affected them. Sure, the ones with huge cracks or fault lines were useless to me as well, but in the grand scheme of things, the rest were perfectly fine. Which was why I made my way to one of Brockton Bay's few remaining jewelry stores. I had already bought several double fist-sized spheres of granite. They were common enough decorations, both indoors and out, that I only needed to visit 2 different stores to find exactly what I was looking for. Now, I just hoped that Bayside Brilliance, the largest jewelry store in the Bay, sold loose gems like I was looking for. I walked into the store, passing 3 very large and very armed security guards as I did, stepping into the well-lit space beyond. It didn't take very long for one of the staff to find me as I looked around, asking with a salesman's smile if I needed any help. The process was pretty simple, and since I was paying in cash, they didn't even need to see an ID. Instead, they checked to make sure my money was real, handed me several bags of low-quality gems, and I walked out with a smile on my face. A large part of me had been almost sure that one of the Bay's many villains would choose that exact moment to attempt to rob the jewelry store. Luckily, I kept my cool while I was inside, unmasked and unable to run off or really defend myself. Even still, my vaguely nonsensical anxiety didn't truly pass until I was a fair distance away from the shop. I arrived back at the forest not too long after my shopping was complete. I followed along the hiking trail for a few minutes before sneaking off and heading directly for my base. By now, I was starting to get a good solid feel for the forest I was claiming as my home, so I started gently casting spells on various bushes, clumps of grass, and small trees as I walked, lightly encouraging them to grow. I wanted the area around me to be as dense and cluttered as possible, both to block off any noise or light I might make once I had settled in properly and to deter people even more from just stumbling on my home. The moment I got back, I set right to work. I was on a deadline, after all, with the docks community left defenseless while I worked. I quickly set up what I had just bought, all neatly and easily grabbable since I would be using a lot of them. When that was set, I gathered my chalk, notebook, and various measurement tools in preparation. I then knelt down in the center of the large ritual platform and got to work, starting with the center focus circle and working my way out. The order of operations for the golem core was first ritualizing the primary heart, one of the granite spheres. This was by far the most complicated ritual in the entire process. When that was done, it was time to complete the dozen or so smaller rituals for the various gemstones that would be fused to the primary heart. When all of the individual parts were complete, it was time for the final fusing process, also known as the second most complex ritual. At this point, the golem core was complete, and all that was left to do was complete the smallest ritual of the process to prepare the golem frame. This was more or less just a magical shock to the golem materials, infusing it with energy to better allow the magic of the golem core to spread once implanted. Ordinarily, the process of getting the materials and inserting the golem core was one of the more challenging aspects. This was because the materials needed to be preformed into the golem's shape, and an opening must be made to insert the core. Not only did this mean that you had to pre-carve a golem out of stone or clay or build one from metal, but it also meant there was almost always a weak point where you inserted the core. Thankfully, with Druidcraft letting me freely manipulate trees on a large scale, I could easily bypass that issue and grow the golem into shape, open up a hole for the core, and close it back up perfectly, leaving no gap in the defenses. I wasn't sure how the golems would react to a para-human with the ability to manipulate plant life, so I made a mental note to admit that to Charles and John when I dropped the golems off. I started the first core at around noon, and by 7 p.m., I had 4 complete bipedal golems, each casting long shadows from the lights I set up. The golems were just under 7 feet tall, made up of thick corded wood and smooth, almost metallic bark. Rather than worry about things like the uncanny valley, they had no heads at all, making them seem more than a bit hunched over. Their cores were deep in their chest, encircled with heavy, dense wood, coiled up with springy growth to cushion serious blows. Even better, all 4 golems were grown from a single enhanced acorn, making their wood particularly dense and tough. Each one of them was significantly stronger than me with a steel absorption, and while being made of wood made them considerably slower than I had made them of a more speed-related material, they were still fast for their size, just above my normal moving speed. Even just standing, unnervingly still, they looked impressive and definitely intimidating. Watching them run around as I ordered them back and forth through the forest was even worse. They moved shockingly well, with no signs of the clumsy, over-the-top movements you might expect from them. Watching them spin and jump made me glad I had splurged on good materials, while watching them punch chunks out of normal trees made me glad I had made sure they wouldn't be too rough with ordinary people. With the 4 golems done, I had one more thing to build, though I did intend to make more of them later. On my hunt to find the granite spheres to serve as the heart of the golem core, I eventually made my way into a garden store. Not only did it contain precisely what I was looking for, it also gave me an idea. As I was patiently waiting in line at the cashiers, I happened to spot an image advertising a hedge trimmer, where a man looked proudly over a series of artistically carved hedges, all of them cut into various shapes and animals. It took a few seconds for the clerk to get my attention, my mind going wild as I mentally began designing the ritual required to bring my idea into reality. It was hard to keep my excitement down to a smile as I went on to finish my shopping at the jewelry store before calmly rushing back to the forest to work. While I was excited by the ideas flashing through my head, I knew I needed to get the golems done first. Then, I can go about modifying the original design for something more robust. Thankfully, most of what I wanted to do could use the framework I had already designed for the normal golems. With some tweaks and additions, I completed a series of extra rituals on a dozen more gems, before finishing with an even more complicated combining ritual. The final step was to grow and charge a significantly larger golem frame. The final result, after 4 more hours of additional designing and rituals, was a large, 4-legged golem horse. The top of its head was easily 7, maybe 8 feet off the ground, its body made from coils and plates of enhanced wood, meaning it was at least as tough as the combat golems, who I suspected were at the very least bulletproof to pistol calibers. Its eyes were a pair of blue sapphires, while its hooves were bent cuts of steel rebar, ritualized to give the large golem the grip it needed to run at full tilt no matter what it was running on. A pair of thick vine reins grew out of its face, completed with a thick green mane made from flexible green vines and leaves. When I finally pushed the golem core into its chest, curling inches of enhanced wood around it to protect it, the large wooden animal raised its hoof and scraped along the platform before looking around, shaking its head as if agitated. I had pulled heavily from one of the branches of ritual magic I was missing, pushing what I did have as far as it could go, basically touching into the very concept of equine to imbue the golem with a higher level of lifelike behavior. It wasn't really alive, but if I kept feeding magic, the golem core should continue to evolve and shift until it was kind of sort of alive, or at least indistinguishable from an actual horse. What I had done was on the very edge of my knowledge, even pushing off into a subject I didn't know anything about. It was encouraging since it meant I could still make progress in my subjects without spending points. I just needed to know enough about them to do my own work. "Aren't you a monster of a mount?" I said, patting the golem's back. "You are going to scare the absolute shit out of people. What should I call you?" I was thinking of Bolt, but I'm not sure that fits. "Any ideas, Alya?" "Gust," she suggested, standing behind me in her solid form. "Perhaps Northern Wines." "I don't know, maybe that last one." I walked around and examined my new mount, using my druid craft to shift and shape it, covering any gaps and rounding out any imperfections. I also grabbed a chunk of moss, laid it out on its back, and used druid craft to grow it into a saddle. I then grew hundreds of thin root-like vines over it to keep it from falling apart as I sat on it. By the time I was truly done with my mount, it was pushing midnight. Part of me wanted to just wait until the following day to deliver the 4 golems, but I knew I would never sleep knowing the community was undefended. I quickly changed into my costume before jumping up and mounting my wooden steed. "Okay, buddy, it's time to go. Nice and slow until we get to the forest edge," I said, unable to stop smiling as I rubbed the side of his face. At nothing more than a slow walk, the yet-to-be-named horse crossed the ritual platform, stepping down off of it without hesitating, making his way through the brush and undergrowth of the forest. As we moved through the yet-to-filled clearing, I whistled to the motionless golems, who immediately started to follow, quickly setting into a single-file line. We looked more than a bit strange, weaving through the trees and fallen logs, 4 wooden golems following after me silently, like a creepy bipedal line of ducklings. Once we were free of the forest clutter, following along the hiking trail, I nudged my mount with my heels, the golem picking up speed until it was moving at a nice trot. The golem stallion was plenty smart enough to follow the trail on his own if I left him to it, so I focused on enjoying the view and keeping an eye on the combat golem. As we went, Alya and I discussed name ideas, but nothing we could come up with really felt like it fit. It was about 15 minutes of casual riding before we made it to the city proper, past some of the less densely populated spaces that surrounded it. Once we were close, I guided my questionable parade through the streets, moving with a particular target in mind. A nice long street that ran a good way down from the western side of the city, across and into the docks. It was far from the most optimal route, but it did make the perfect place to test my mount's top speed. When I arrived, I instructed the bipedal golems to walk down to the other end of the long street, which was thankfully lined with mostly businesses and offices. Once they started to move on their own, walking down the sidewalk at a leisurely pace, I guided my golem mount to the center of the street. At this point, it was nearing 1 in the morning, and with the city's reputation, the street was clear until the end. Are you sure this is a good idea? Alya asked. What are they going to do, pull me over for speeding? Besides, I do actually need to know how fast he can go, I said with a smirk, reaching down to pat his neck. You ready, big guy? Come in, let's see just how fast you are. I finally leaned down a bit, holding onto one of the many partially hidden handholds built into my mount's wooden body. Yay! My mount took off in a split second, its lack of actual muscles showing as its acceleration was almost instant. The buildings and lamps along the street were a blur as the echoing sound of clopping hooves filled the street. I could feel myself bouncing on the saddle, with only my handholds, meager horse riding skills, and enhanced strength keeping me from being thrown off. The wind whipped by my head, tugging and pulling at my mask and hat. Faster! I called out, starting to pour magic into the golem through the handholds. With a wild neigh, the artificial construct sped up again, sparks flying off from each impact of his metal horseshoe on the asphalt. I could see that its blue eyes were glowing, and I could feel a crackling energy trail behind us. The world was a blur as we went faster and faster. Finally, I could see the end of the road in the distance, so I pulled back on one of the handholds. The golem immediately started to slow down, and its galloping decreased until we were slow enough to stop. With a pull in the reins, I turned back to spot the still walking golems in the distance. I couldn't help but laugh at just how far we had come in only a few seconds of running. Damn! Wonder if they would let me compete in the Kentucky Derby. Chapter 30. While the bipedal golem slowly strolled down the long, empty sidewalk, I rode my steed up and down the street, getting a solid feel for how it moved and responded to my directions. I did have some experience in horseback riding, though that only helped me stay on its back. Unaided, my mount was going probably around 60 miles per hour, though I honestly had no way of knowing for sure without a speed gun of some sort. All I could tell was that I could make it from one end of the long street all the way to the other in just under 30 seconds. My best guess was that the street was just under a half-mile long, which was how I calculated my speed. When I pushed my magic into the quadruped golem, that speed increased dramatically. It was even harder to tell at that speed just how long it took, but I was pretty sure it was around 23 seconds. Of course, speed wasn't the only important point, as the mount's maneuverability was just as, if not more important. The golem was small enough that I could weave in between traffic, but I didn't quite trust it to run. However, I could use my druid craft control to tighten up all the gaps and empty space inside the equine construct. It reduced its top speed by a noticeable amount, maybe to around 50 miles per hour with my magic, but it made a visually notable difference in its size as well, meaning I had much more faith that it could easily fit through traffic. He could also easily clear cars with a jump, which I tested by having the bipedal golem stand in the road. I might have clipped them a couple times as I was getting used to everything, but soon, we were easily jumping them. The controls for the steed were tuned pretty well, using a combination of movements, sound, and the reins. The golem interpreted my commands and movements precisely, and I knew as I got better, so would the stallion. To say I was absolutely ecstatic with my creation was an understatement, especially considering that this was just the beginning. The best part about golems was that they were massively customizable. Not only could I remove the golem core and upgrade it any time that I wanted, but I could also affix various magical items to the golem as well, letting them do basically anything I could think of. I was still limited to ritualized items at this point, but that was hardly a shallow limit. I already had plans to add stun wands to their arms when I got around to making those. On top of all that, I could also physically modify the golem as well. Typically, that would involve removing the golem core and physically modifying or repairing the golem frame, but I had my druid craft, so shifting the shape of my living golems was easy. I already added a vine and bark side holster for my staff alongside my steed, the chunk of blue crystal poking out the top. While I was testing my top speed, it didn't take long for me to lose track of time, galloping up and down the road, laughing and cackling at my successful creation. Unfortunately, while the street was mostly shops, businesses, and office space, there must have been someone around to report me. About an hour into my totally necessary and definitely not just for fun experiment, I could hear the sounds of a distant motor. It got louder as it got closer until it came around the corner to reveal a motorcycle. It was the standard cop cycle design, with emergency lights along its front and back, cargo on the back half, and a chunky front end. It was painted mostly black, with grey highlights and the PRT logo along both sides. Riding it was Miss Militia, who parked the vehicle and climbed off, stopping as I approached her, still on my mount. Arcanum, wanna explain what's going on here? She asked as I approached. We got a complaint of some sort of horse riding cape running up and down the street. You're lucky they got a good enough look at your face to describe your mask, otherwise, I would have shown up with the cavalry. Sorry about that, Miss Militia, I said, chuckling at her joke as I dropped down off of my golem, patting his side as I got closer. I didn't think anyone lived on this road, guess I was wrong. I'm just doing some testing of my new ride. About that, what exactly is it? She asked, gesturing to my golem. First off, let me just say that it's not actually alive, I explained, holding up my hands. Well, technically, it's a tree, so it kind of is, but it's not like a new life form or anything. The female hero gave me a very not impressed look, and I couldn't help but chuckle and nod. Yeah, okay, fair enough. So I've mentioned that internal power source I have? It lets me do everything I can, and I recently discovered it has some plant manipulation abilities. Like a plant control striker ability, to put it into PRT terms. The rapid production trees at the old camp, she said, her eyes going wide. Those were you. We thought you had inspired another cape to try and give back. Yeah, that was me, but to be clear, I am not a biotinker, I explained, wincing at the visible flinch that Miss Militia had at the mention of biotinker. I'm not creating new life, just enhancing and manipulating what already exists. Striker, not biotinker. She nodded before suddenly tensing up. Her hand went to her hip, where her power was already shifting into a standard-issue police pistol. As she drew her weapon, she stepped closer, but also around me, keeping her weapon aimed downward as she put her hand on my shoulder, trying to push me to the side. I turned to see the 4 bipedal golems had finally caught up, stepping through the light of a lamp a bit further down the road. Oh, I made those too, I explained, whistling for the golems to stop. Same concept, different shape. They are defensive, well I've been calling them golems cause it fits. Think of them like tinker constructs. She stared at the constructs, then back at me. Slowly, she holstered her weapon, which, rather than simply sitting in her holster, flickered into a switchblade, then back into a Colt revolver. It made me wonder if she was doing it on purpose or if flipping its shape around was more like a nervous tic. What are they for? She asked, watching as the hunched-over constructs of wood, bark, and vine settled to the ground on my order. To protect the homeless community that hangs out not far from here, I said vaguely, trying to give the woman deniable plausibility when it came to their location. They should heavily discourage any further bullshit from the E88. So, you're not going out hunting for them? She asked, sounding surprised. What? No. I responded with wide eyes. Not yet, anyway, I don't have the kind of experience I want, nor do I have a proper grip on my power. Eventually, I plan on, well doing something about them, but that's in the future. Right now, just making sure that the community is left alone is my priority. If they attack me there, well, there's not much I can do about that. That's good to hear, she said, seeming genuinely glad. Rogue or vigilant capes rarely survive long on their own, especially when they push back against established gangs. Your powers may be extensive, but that can only get you so far. I'm aware, I said with a smile, though she couldn't see it through my mask. For a long moment, she was silent, and while I assumed someone was talking in her ear, we were too close for Alia to whisper to me. After a few seconds of silence on her part, she nodded. Arcanum, influencing living material like this, even if it's only a striker ability, it sets off a lot of red flags, she explained. We already have samples of the fruit and trees. The trees should be dead by, well, honestly, you should have already started to see some minor signs of degradation, I pointed out. Unless you already cut and burned them down. We monitored the area, but since they didn't seem to be putting out any pollen or other contaminants, there was no need to cut them down, she explained. Are you telling me they die on their own? When I have them producing so much food, yeah, I responded with a nod. And they weren't making pollen because they were sterilized, as were all the fruits. Nothing will grow from them. They won't even accept grafts, and if you tried to take one, it would wither in just under an hour. Even if you managed to connect a graft to a new tree in a few minutes, it would kill the tree by the end of the day. Producing that much fruit that fast is hell on the tree. So they have no way to reproduce, and they would die quickly without consistent attention, she confirmed, to which I nodded. That is good. Those sorts of limitations make people feel much better. And their fruit is safe. Yeah, of course, I wouldn't have bothered if it wasn't. I've eaten some myself, I explained with a shrug. It's just normal fruit stuff, just grown really fast. I have no intention of selling any of the produce. Hell, it's not even that high quality. What do you mean? I could make a tree produce the best apple you have ever tasted, I explained. But it would take time. Not as much as a normal tree, mind you, but still a few weeks, at least. But the goal wasn't to taste amazing, it was to feed as many people as possible. All the fruit that the accelerated trees grow tastes vaguely off-season. Not bad, not great, just a solid met. Miss Militia, trying as she might to keep up, seemed a bit stunned by the deluge of information I was giving her. Honestly, I didn't mind explaining what my druid craft was capable of because, at this point, it had very little bearing in combat. If it ever went up in level, that might change, but for now, it was a helpful tool that took time and effort to use and was, therefore, primarily useless in the heat of battle. Not only that, but if it did level up, then plenty of what I was telling her would change, meaning any info I was feeding them would no longer be accurate. And what about these? She finally asked, gesturing to my horse and the frozen-in-place golems, as well as my horse. How exactly do these work? Oh, they are something different, I said simply. Like I said, think of them like Tinker Tech. They don't reproduce, so no worries there. There was a pause as she waited for me to elaborate, a few seconds passing before she finally realized that I had no intention to. Very well, I suppose we should be glad that you didn't try and do this during the day, she admitted, giving me a harsh look. Still, you're making a lot of noise. Really? I didn't know they sent heroes out to investigate noise complaints, I fired back, chuckling at the idea. Speaking of which, did they wake you up for this? 'Cause I feel bad enough now that I know I've been keeping people up around here. No, I take the night shift since I don't sleep, she explained, continuing when I tilted my head in the universal for confusion. I'm a Noctis cape, I don't sleep. I haven't since I got my powers. I didn't know that was a thing, I admitted, though I regretted it the moment I did, as she looked at me strangely. Now it was her turn to tilt her head in confusion, not understanding how I didn't know something that was apparently common knowledge. At least it was here. Mentally, I cursed my lack of knowledge. I did all sorts of research when I first arrived here, doing my best to catch up, but it still occasionally slipped my mind that I needed to be careful. I did my best to stay calm, though, using the same excuse I usually did for not knowing cape stuff. But that's what I get for not paying attention to the cape scene when I was younger and in school, I continued with a shrug. They told me it was important, but it never seemed like it to me, but now look at me, scrambling to do my research and still missing some stuff. That seemed to satisfy her, and she nodded understandingly. After a moment, she broached a new topic. Arcanum, how against joining the Protectorate are you? She asked, holding up her hand to hold off my immediate response. I know you don't exactly trust this branch after what happened, but what about a different branch? You could do a lot of good in another city, but with the support system to keep you alive. Friends, allies, people to fight with you and keep you from being overwhelmed. For a long moment, I stared at the patriotic heroine, shocked by her words. For all intents and purposes, running off to another branch didn't benefit this one at all. She wanted me to run to another city purely because she wanted me to have proper protection and support. Honestly, if you had asked me that a few weeks ago, I might have actually taken you up on that offer, I admitted with a shake of my head. But now I have responsibilities here, people who are depending on me. I can't just abandon them now. She nodded in understanding, as if expecting that response. She held out her hand, and we shook silently. She quickly climbed back onto her motorcycle before finally looking back at me. Well, Arcanum, I'm glad you're not running off to do anything stupid. Don't be afraid to call us if you need help. She said with a nod, her eyes crinkling with a smile. And try to keep it down. People are trying to sleep. What? Not gonna say you have a perfect horse speed measuring device, we just need to go get some power testing done. I asked, the military-inspired cape snorting as she hopped onto her motorcycle. I don't think we have a treadmill quite that big, she admitted, her eyes crinkling slightly in a way that showed she was smiling. Have a good night, Arcanum. You too, Miss Militia. She started her cycle back up, and I easily remounted my four-legged golem. I watched as she drove away, turning onto one of the many intersecting roads and disappearing out of sight. I gave a soft whistle to the golems, all four of which left the sidewalk to follow behind me. We trotted away, eventually leaving the long road behind, making my way through back alleys and abandoned roads and entering the docks proper. From there, it was a short ride to eventually arrive at the outskirts of the docks community. Rather than disturb anyone, I picked a random alleyway and got the golems to all fold themselves up and huddle into a corner beside a dumpster, which I then covered with a tarp. I then had my new steed lay down on the ground before curling up against him and using him as rest. Between the magic inherent to a golem and the magic I was pouring into him as we ran up and down the long street, the stallion golem was noticeably warm. Between that and pulling off my overcoat to use as a blanket, I slept pretty well. I was sure I would have plenty to explain the following morning, but with me there, hopefully no one would panic. Chapter 31. I woke up suddenly the next morning, the realization that I was not alone yanking me from any sort of natural, gentle waking process. I had managed to sleep the whole night through, kept warm by my golem horse, only to wake up to find a handful of people, all members of the docks community, standing at the entrance to the alleyway, watching me sleep. What? Never seen a life-sized wooden horse before? I asked, startling the audience. A few of the people left as I slowly stood up and stretched. As I did, my previous words rolled around in my head a bit, and I couldn't help but shake my head. Your name is Troy, I said, patting my now-named steed. I can't believe I didn't think of that before. I put my hand on the golem to inspect it with a spell, smiling as I helped it stand up completely. The golem core was keeping the living tree alive, exactly as it was intended to. I spent a minute inspecting it, making sure everything was in top shape. I would call you Trojan, but that's already taken, I said with a chuckle, patting Troy's back again before turning to one of the 3 remaining community members. Go get Charles and John, would you? Tell them I have something to protect for the community. The person I was talking to's eyes went wide, and they nodded, rushing back towards the warehouse. The other people, one of whom was getting pretty close to the tarp-covered golems, took a step back as I approached. With a yank, I pulled off the tarp, exposing golems to the air and sunlight. I whistled to them, and they slowly stood, turning to orient themselves to me. As I waited for Charles and John, I went over each golem, making sure everything was in order and that the trees that made up each golem were as healthy as I could manage. Arcanum, good too, what the hell is that? What is going on here? I turned to see John and Sarah/Mary standing there, with Charles jogging to keep up. I idly noticed that Sarah, who was also carrying a bag of groceries, looked completely calm and collected, while John had clearly run all the way here to see me. I would like to introduce you to your first batch of defenders, I said, gesturing to the 4 bipedal trees. 4 living wood golems. They are much stronger than me, a bit faster, and just about as tough. They should be more than enough to defend against low-end attacks, and when I finish with the next batch, you'll be even safer. For a long moment, the others were silent, staring back at me while Troy pretended to eat a small tuft of grass peeking up from the concrete under our feet. It was stiff and not overly convincing, but given time, they would get more and more lifelike. They might even gain a certain level of intelligence. You made golems, to defend against Nazis? John asked, his eyes still wide, before he started to chuckle, shaking his head. You really don't know how to be boring or simple, do you, Arcanum? What's the point of that? I asked. Much more fun being unpredictable. Besides, these guys are just what we needed, something to protect the community without putting anyone in danger. Do they follow commands, or? Charles asked, being the first to step forward. He slowly walked around the closest hunchback tree to see it from every angle. Once he stopped, he slowly reached out, stopping before his hand made contact to ask me permission, with nothing other than a raised eyebrow. Go ahead. I figured I could tune them to you, John, and Sarah. That way, there will always be someone around to tell them what to do, I explained. Other than that, they will function predominantly on their own. They will scan the area for incoming threats and adjust accordingly. Now, mind you, they aren't geniuses, more brawlers than anything, but they will get the job done, especially when we start arming them and increasing their numbers. How many do you intend to make? Joan asked, still hanging back as he watched Charles inspect the nearest golem. Maybe another 5 or 6, I explained with a vague hand gesture. It kind of depends on what I can come up with. I probably won't make any more tree golems, even if I can whip them up the easiest. There needs to be some variety. All 3 of them, even Sarah, seemed more than a bit lost about how exactly they should react to everything. Rather than let them flounder about, I started showing them exactly how they could boss the golems around, moving an old abandoned car from the parking lot next to the warehouse. A pair of golems lifted the majority of the vehicle up, carrying it away and tossing it far into a different spot so that they no longer had to worry about it. They aren't smart, so don't expect them to follow complicated instructions, but they should fight pretty well, I explained. Chances are 4 of them could handle 1 or 2 capes, but past that, you're gonna want to sacrifice them to let everyone else run. They aren't alive, are they? Like treants? Charles asked, watching one of them carry a laundry basket of fruit away from the orchard. No, these are no more alive than any tree, I assured him. Each one only cost me like $500 to make, which is nothing with what I'm making from healing. Well, you convinced me, John admitted. You said you could link them to us. How would you do that? First, I want you 3 to really, truly understand what's going on here. These are dangerous tools. Loaded weapons that I am trusting you with, I explained, looking at each of them with hard eyes. My gut tells me I can trust you 3. But if you betray that trust, I will be coming for more than a pound of flesh. These guys respond to me first, so don't think you can spin them around on me. I'm not saying you would. I raise my hand in defense as Charles gives me an indignant look, opening his mouth to refute the idea that he would spit on my goodwill. Like I said, my gut says I can trust you, but this needs to be said. I would be saying the same thing, even if I was handing these over to Miss Militia, I explained, which seemed to mollify Charles. If I catch you throwing them around to enforce your orders, or they start roughing innocent people up, I will track you down, and you won't enjoy the results. Once again, I looked at each of them, meeting their eyes and really staring into their souls. I trusted them to use the golems properly, but even so, I would keep an eye on them anyway. Each of the golems had a small record of what it had been ordered to do, which meant I could check up on what they were up to. It wasn't more than a few hours, but it was enough to catch any of them abusing their power on a random inspection. As I looked into their eyes, Charles and John looked back with determination and eagerness. After all, I was about to hand them something they could use to finally truly protect their people. Of course they were ready and eager. Sarah, however, she looked conflicted, even a little guilty. Before I could say anything, she spoke up. I think we should talk before you link me to anything, she admitted, seeming hesitant and unsure for the first time since I met her. I would never use these poorly, but you should know some things first. I nodded, confused but focused on getting John and Charles set up first. Charles and John were not surprised by Sarah's admission of having secrets, but then again, she was a woman who frequently changed her name, snuck around and had the tendency to show up at just the right moments. Okay, that's fine, I said with a nod. Let's start with John and Charles first, then we can talk. She nodded and hung back as Charles and John stepped forward. Right. Well, first, I'm going to need to cut your thumbs a bit, and then I'll have you bleed a bit on each golem. What? Seriously? Kinda glad I didn't agree fully yet. Guys, listen. My powers, they are strange and weird, and they clearly have a theme, I explained, trying to calm them down. But I promise you, this is nothing nefarious. Giving them a sample of your blood links them to you. Think of it as a strange security measure from some unusual tinker tech. Both of the older men thought about it for a moment before John let out a long, begrudging sigh, stepping closer to me. He pulled out a knife, but I shook my head. I got something for that. I cast a quick spell to numb his thumb before casting another bleeding that came with the ritual crafting subject. Blood was a powerful ingredient in both ritual crafting and as a sacrificial ingredient. After I cast the spell, his finger bled a lot, enough to link him to all 4 golems. I had him smear AJ onto each golem's chest, the blood getting absorbed in seconds, leaving the golem clean. Once he was done, I healed him and repeated the process with Charles. Alright guys. Could you? Both of them nodded and left the alleyway, John patting Sarah's shoulder as he walked away. Once Sarah/Mary, and I were alone, she let out a long breath. She looked nervous but determined. So. I thought you deserved to know before you hand me all that power. I'm a para-human. For a moment, I stared at her, doing my best not to react poorly. After all, she had no obligation to tell me, and we didn't even know each other that well outside of me helping the camp. In fact, that she is telling me at all should mean a lot. It still unsettled me, though, knowing someone around me had powers, and I had no idea. Anyone I would know? No. Definitely not. I keep to myself on purpose, she explained, looking around for a moment before stepping closer to the alley wall. As she stepped closer to the shadow, it got harder for me to focus on her, like my eye kept forgetting where she was supposed to be. As she got to the darker parts, she disappeared from my sight completely. After a few seconds, I watched the same effect but in reverse. I can blend really well with shadows. The darker, the better, she explained. My night vision is perfect too and I'm better when I'm in the dark. Better at what? Everything. It's not a massive change, but I'm faster, stronger, smarter. I heal quicker, and my stamina is better. I even learn better, at least from what I can tell. That's impressive, I said appreciatively. With a stealthy ability like that, I'm not surprised no one has noticed you yet. I try to stay out of sight, keep anyone from noticing me, she assured me. The worst thing I've done is borrow some cash from the merchants. I usually spend it on food for the community. That is not what I would call staying out of sight, but I understand, I pointed out, putting my hand gently on her shoulder. Why now, though? I can't imagine it was just about the golems. No. I watched you help everyone when the Empire came knocking, she admitted, sounding ashamed and guilty. I stood in the shadows and did nothing. With how dark it was, I might have actually been able to help, but instead I just watched, like a coward. No, Sarah. You watched like a normal human being, probably frozen in fear and conflicted emotions, I corrected, locking eyes with her as she looked at me confused. Can you say I'm wrong? No, I was terrified. But still should have helped. She said with a deep frown. I stood there and did nothing while you took on 3 Nazi capes by yourself. Sarah, do you know what kind of person jumps off of a building, throwing around lightning and fighting Nazis? I asked, looking at her thoughtfully. Crazy people, Sarah. Crazy people do that. Your reaction is the normal reaction. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. Despite still being upset, she let out a slightly wet chuckle, shaking her head a bit and wiping at her eyes. What if? What if I want to be a crazy person, though? What if I want to help, jumping off roofs and fight? She asked, frowning as if she still wasn't certain herself. Watching you face down those empire fucks. I should be doing more. Honestly, Sarah, just knowing you are around the community, even if you're just sneaking around, keeping an eye on people would be a big help. In fact, I could probably offer a few things to help out with that, I pointed out, waving away her confused look. On the other hand, I won't say no to help. The Empire is going to come for me sooner or later. I wish I could just go around my own business, helping people, but they aren't going to let what I did to Alabaster go. She looked at me for a long moment, the scarring on her face pulling and twisting as she tried her best to read me. After a while, she nodded. At the very least, I will continue to watch over everyone, and I'll be more proactive in helping in the future, she assured me, though it sounded like she was assuring herself just as much as she was me. And, maybe I'll be able to help soon. That's more than enough, Sarah, Olivia, she said, cutting me off. My real name is Olivia. Oh, well. It's nice to meet you, Olivia. I reached up to my mask, and after looking around, I could feel Alia pull close and blow a cool, encouraging breeze over my shoulders. With a smile, I pulled off my mask. My name's William, but you can call me Will, I said, unable to keep from chuckling when she gaped at me before I slid my mask back on. What? You told me your name and your power. It's only fair. You're an idiot, she responded, ultimately failing to hide her smile. Come on, cut me up already so you can get to making more of those fast-producing trees. I had to keep your fruit on me all day and night to keep people from eating it. I smirked but nodded, helping her cut her thumb so I could link her to the golems. She then passed me the bag of fruit before purposely phasing into a shadow and vanishing. I couldn't help but chuckle as she disappeared. I'll talk to you later, I said as she faded away. After a few seconds, I left the alley behind, the golems following behind me. Chapter 32. Despite the somewhat surprising news of Olivia's powers, I had stuff to get done, so I was forced to file it away and move on with my day. I'm sure we would have more time to discuss it eventually, and it wasn't like I could drag her out of the shadows and force her to talk about it. Even if I could, I obviously wouldn't. Once Olivia was gone, I led the golems out of the alleyway and into the open space where the community spent most of its time. I ended up giving a separate seminar on how they worked and what they were for, this time for the general group. No one else got linked up to them, but I demonstrated how handy they were and that Charles and John had control over them. Between their reputations and my own, people seemed to accept them pretty quickly, especially when they started helping out with the heavy lifting. For a homeless community, there was a surprising amount of organized work going on. After I was done introducing the golems to the community at large, I spent a few more hours planting trees and growing them up, enhancing them the same way I had the others. I don't know where Olivia went to get these fruits, but they now had a few fig and cherry trees. It was getting to the point that the community had a pretty seriously sized orchard going on, especially when the golems tore up some of the already crumbling parking lot to expose more dirt to plant in. Part of me was worried that the police or PRT would show up when we started tearing up the asphalt, but Charles just snorted and shook his head. We are in the docks, Arcanum. Nobody owns them, nobody wants them, nobody cares about them, he explained, shaking his head. The only people who might be interested in them is the city, but they are too broke even to consider reinstating the police patrol out here. Never mind inspecting what we do. Trust me, unless we start burning shit down, no one cares. When I was finally done working around the community, and I left to make a run to the hospital, Charles was already putting groups together to make runs out to singular homeless people, a few smaller camps. People were grabbing bags of fruit to bring out and distribute to people who needed them. Meanwhile, I was starting to consider the idea of starting to help the homeless shelters and soup kitchens around town. Providing them with fresh fruits could drastically cut their spending on food, and handing out bags of produce was a great way to help people who were struggling but weren't homeless. I just needed a way to get around this world's ridiculous laws about capes selling things. I didn't plan on making a dime off this, but if I started providing even the tiniest, itsy-bitsiest fraction of this city's paying population with food for free, I knew for a fact I would be swept away in a legal battle, probably funded by the PRT. When it was time to go, I hopped up onto Troy and guided him through the alleys to a populated road. This was the first time I was attempting to ride him through such a setting, and I wanted to take it slow at first. I pulled him out onto the street, speeding him up to keep up with traffic, basically riding him like I would drive a car, stopping and starting at stoplights and the whole 9 years. The temptation to peel off and push Troy hard, to weave between traffic and really get going, was massive, and it only got harder to ignore when Alia confirmed my own growing suspicion. We weren't actually traveling that much faster than I would be if I were running. So, I made the decision to travel as if I was on a bike rather than a car. I shrunk Troy down as much as I could before letting Alia guide me off the street and through another alley. Rather than following the strict road rules like a car, we were pushing the limits quite a bit more. We took shortcuts, jumped over fences, occasionally weaved through cars, and cut out intersections and lights when we could. I would have never been able to do it on my own, not without a substantial bit of magic, which would have probably required several levels of a whole new subject, but with Alya's help, it was easy. With this new method, I was making considerably better time than I would have by running through the sidewalks or streets. Even better, I knew that in the case of an emergency, I could really start to ignore traffic laws and push Troy to his absolute limit to cut down on that time even more. The first stop for the last few hours of the morning was the Central Hospital, where I spent a few hours cleaning up concussions, fixing a brain bleed, and treating a half-dozen other problems. A not insignificant portion of the people who I treated with issues like unexploded aneurysms and minor brain damage were people from out of town, visiting specifically to meet me. At the end of my shift, I had treated 25 people in total, 8 of whom fell into the paying category. My finances were already looking way better than they ever had back home, even if I planned on donating a chunk of it to shelters and soup kitchens. When I was done at the hospital, I walked out to the parking lot, where Troy was parked. Quite a few people had stopped to take photos of the wooden golem, who was lying down in one of the nearby parking spots, pretending to be a real horse. As I approached, I whistled out to him, and the golem slowly started standing up at my command. After signing a few autographs and even letting a young girl sit on Troy for a few minutes, I was off. My geomancy absorption needed a refresh, and I wanted to do some work on making more golems. In order to do that, I needed to move my partial from my temporary home out to the forest, and I needed to do it while not seeming suspicious or drawing attention. Normally, I would just change into my civilian clothes and pretend to go on a hike, but Troy stood out like a sore thumb on fire. I ended up riding Troy back to the docks community. I left him in the capable hands of John and Charles, warning them that I would be back later that night with more golems. They assured me they would be waiting, and I left to get changed back into civilian wear, heading directly to my old temporary home. I quickly cut the partial up using the stone cutting spells I got from the geomancy subject, making sure to cut them in a way that I could easily put them together again. I put them carefully into a large bag before carrying them out of the city as casually as I could. It was just a few hours after noon when I finally arrived at the forest compound. After spending an hour growing out a new platform along the ritual space, I then put the partial back together, fusing it with a stone fusing spell, and quickly the testing partial out by absorbing another pile of steel. I then realized that I had been an idiot and that the geomancy subject had already given me the perfect tools to construct stone golem frames. It had been so long since I had built anything related to geomancy that I had entirely forgotten the stoneworking spells that came with it. I ended up spending the rest of the day making 3 more golems, this time constructing them out of stone. I started by creating the 3 cores before gathering some rocks using my enhanced strength. Luckily, there were plenty of them scattered around the clearing and the forest. I would carry them back to the ritual platform, then, using a frame made from growing branches out of the platform, I stacked the rocks up, carving and fusing them together until I had the same general hunched-over shape that the living wood golems had. Then, it was simple to prepare the golem frame, cut a place for the golem core, and seal it back up when I was done. Even better, when the first golem was done, getting the materials for the second and third was considerably easier since I could just order the first golem to go out and find me more stone. The 3 stone golems were a bit slower than me, about the speed of an average person, but they were incredibly resilient and strong, much more so than the living wood golems. They would offer an excellent variety to the dock's community defenses, especially since when I was done working on the golems, I had just enough time to make 4 of the stunning wands that I had designed previously. They were simple little ritual wands, and while they would be useless against any brutes, once I worked them into the living wood of the older golems, they would let them take down normal thugs easily. Once I was done, I finally headed back to the community under the cover of darkness. It was slow going since the stone golems had to move at a snail's pace in order to stay quiet, and even then, they weren't what I would call stealthy. As I walked through the city, I looked up to the sky, noticing that the moon was just a sliver of glowing white. Mentally, looking back, I was pretty sure that it had been a bit more full the previous nights, which meant that it would be a new moon soon. That sent all sorts of ideas scattering through my mind, as full and new moon phases were both potent additions to quite a few ritual types if you were willing to work the proper part into the design. While there were dozens, maybe even hundreds, of ways it could play into a ritual, a new moon was particularly good for rituals involving hiding things and darkness, both of which I now had use for. Alya. I want to run a bunch of rituals under the new moon, I said quietly as we crossed a street, the 3 stone golems following behind us, plodding along slowly. I have some ideas for a gift for Olivia, and it's about time I finish making my house and layering over the hiding enchantments. If I tie them all together under the new moon, with a nice big ritual, and then cap that off with what I designed already, I think the whole compound is going to be pretty much unfindable. So then another day of shopping. She guessed. Will you be inviting Olivia to the compound? No, I don't want to pull her into this any faster than she wants to, I explained. Admitting what my powers really are is not something I plan on sharing with people until it's more than completely obvious I am not a para-human. But you plan on giving her a ritualized gift to make her more powerful? She asked. How is that not pulling her in deeper? I see your point, I said with a wince. Okay, I'll ask her first. Hopefully, she will be at the camp when we get back. By the time we arrived at the community camp, it was starting to get really late, but John was still waiting for us in the central area between the two buildings the community had taken over as their own. The rest of the space was silent, with the 4 living wood golems standing along the wall. Well, those look a lot more like what you would expect from being called a golem, he admitted when he first saw the large stone constructs. You sure they aren't gonna fall over and break? The stone ones are way more durable than I am, and I'm bulletproof to pistol calibers. At least for the most part, I explained. Technically, I hadn't been 100% sure of that before Alabaster shot me, but he was packing some rather large pistols, so I was confident in my durability. And they aren't like cartoon golems. These are some serious brutes. Trust me, if people start some trouble, these guys will end it. We talked for a few minutes, during which John brought up that they planned to keep the stone golems, or more specifically, whatever I had shown up with for the second batch since they didn't know what they would be beforehand, a secret. They were worried that if they presented too strong of a front, the Empire would simply show up in full force and crush them flat. I pointed out that if that happened, they were supposed to sacrifice the golems and run, and he assured me that they understood that part. I think you're underestimating just how quickly Purity could flatten this whole area if she wanted to, John said, shaking his head. I got a little something for that as well, I responded, reaching into my jacket and pulling out the wands. I only had 4 in total, 1 for each of the living wood golems, but each one of them could shoot a few dozen blasts of knockout electricity, similar to the spell I used to keep people unconscious after I beat them. Thankfully, this one had a bit more range, which should let the golems shoot down any flyers that decided to target the community. Even better, the golems' natural magical generation would allow them to recharge the wands, taking their daily limit from a few dozen to probably just over 100. I spent an hour or so fusing the wands into the living wood of the golems, putting them into their arms so that the blasts of electricity would fire out of their palms. The range was something like 30 feet or so, which made the wooden golem's 15-foot vertical jump height all the more critical. When I was done, I linked the golems to John before he offered me a spare bed to stay in for the night. Considering that I had been planning on going back to my temporary home to sleep on the couch, I accepted his offer. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be, as I was just about to step into the warehouse when my phone rang. Recognizing the number as being from Brockton Bay Central, I quickly answered. Hello, Arcanum here. Arcanum, I'm glad you picked up. The familiar voice of my personal liaison came through. Listen, we need you to come in. Amy Dallin just showed up with a broken arm and some serious head trauma. Details, now, I said, already turning away from the warehouse. Before he could say anything, I whistled, and from somewhere around the warehouse, I could hear Troy galloping towards me. We don't know much. It's a bit of a madhouse here with the PRT and Protectorate showing up in New Wave. My handler, Dr. Paul Riza, explained. Nobody seems to be talking about what actually happened, but there is a lot of tension and... The patient, Dr. Paul Riza, details on the patient, I said, stamping down my exasperation. Her vitals are what we would expect. We suspect there is some pressure building up in her skull, but it's at manageable levels as long as you arrive quickly, he explained. She has a decent fracture in her skull and her arm, it's a significant break but not life-threatening or likely to cause permanent damage. I'm on my way. I should arrive soon, I responded, nudging Troy into a gallop, the golem mount charging through a nearby alley. Please pass on that I'm incoming to everyone who should know, including the PRT and New Wave. I want you at the entrance ready to guide me to her. The doctor gave a final word of confirmation before I hung up, leaning down to grip Troy tightly, pouring my magic into the golem. Sparks flew from his metal hooves as we flew down the streets, a sinking feeling already settling in my stomach. Chapter 33, PRT Interlude. According to standard operating procedure, the para-human response team kept a standing, 24-hour workforce. This was intended to be done in shifts, with specific irreplaceable staff members, such as the director or deputy director, letting their positions be filled with on-staff division heads, such as the chief medical officer, or the commander of the response teams. In the case of a B-class threat or higher, the director would be notified and brought back to base with all due speed. Reality, unsurprisingly, doesn't always work out that way, especially for a branch that is as underfunded and understaffed as the PRTENE. More often than not, Director Piggott and many other members of this branch stay far longer at their stations than is recommended. The city of Brockton Bay and its surroundings were just too busy. Half the villain capes in the city were classified as B-class threats on their own, with several groups and individuals being A-class or higher. Piggott herself was sure that the only reason she managed to get any sleep at all was because the para-human gang members themselves liked to enjoy a full night's sleep. The fact that Director Piggott and a significant portion of her understaffed and underfunded subordinates so often burned the midnight oil made late-night meetings common. They ranged from simple, if not frustrating, conversations about budget concerns to much larger briefings between the Protectorate and the PRT. These briefings were often the longest, as the sheer amount that needed to be discussed would usually drag the meeting even later. It did not help that Arms Master used every single one as an opportunity to ask for a larger tinkering budget or some other tinkering toy or concession. Once again, Arms Master, I am denying your request to expand your lab into the room next door, Director Piggott said, the rigid, power armor-clad hero having finished his request. Not only is the adjacent room being used, but your lab has already subsumed the office on the other side. Space on the rig is finite, and you already have plenty of room. It was difficult to gauge Arms Master's reaction to the denial since not only was he normally inexpressive, but his face was mostly covered by his armor. Only his mouth and chin were exposed, and the majority of that was covered by his beard. Very well. He responded simply, the hundreds of micro-servos in his armor whispering out the faintest sounds as he shifted back in his chair. He shuffled his papers, clearly not intending to say anything else. Miss Militia, studiously taking notes sitting next to her Protectorate leader, wrote down something on her pad. Beside her, Assault leaned back in his chair, looking at the ceiling. Everyone present was studiously ignoring the fact that he was definitely asleep, as no one wanted to deal with his shenanigans during an already very late meeting. He wouldn't be there at all if he hadn't been assigned as a liaison to one of the Bay's newest capes. If he started to snore, Director Piggott might order Miss Militia to shoot him. With Arms Master seemingly satisfied with her response, Director Piggott closed and pushed a file, the disturbingly thick proposal that Arms Master had submitted, to the side before opening another. She then looked up to one of the other people at the meeting, a man in a lab coat with a thick mustache and perfectly trimmed goatee. Dr. Allens, if you could. Ah, yes. Well, as requested, we rushed the analysis of the samples from Arcanum's trees. There were quite a few due to the variety of trees planted, but we completed the process earlier this afternoon, he explained. As procedure dictates, I immediately contacted you, Director, to confirm there were no dangers detected in our analysis. The large, stern woman nodded, turning the page of the report before looking back to the scientist. Those who knew her, and cared enough to pay attention, could see that while she remained outwardly calm, there was an underlying tension that seemed to twist and turn inside her. It was as if she had a white-knuckle grip on her internal monologue and emotions and was only barely winning. If you could give us a brief overview of your findings. Of course. We analyzed samples of bark, root, leaf, wood, and fruit from each of the trees grown alongside the homeless community, as well as several air samples, he explained. This was difficult, as these samples withered away within an hour of being taken. None of the samples showed any signs of anomalous activity. The fruits were thoroughly sterile as well. As far as we could tell, none of the trees we found could reproduce, nor could they be grafted. What about the fruits themselves? Piggott asked pointedly. Any effects from consumption? None that we could discern, he explained. Beyond being thoroughly sterile, they act and decompose in a way identical to a normal fruit of the same kind. That matches with what he said to me, Miss Militia added, looking up from her notes. That he has a striker ability to manipulate and control plants, not a biotinker ability to directly change them. The tension inside Director Piggott seemed to uncoil a single notch, the woman still wrestling with herself, her paranoia. For what it matters, his report of the trees withering and dying without him certainly seems true as well, Miss Militia continued. The 2 squads enforcing the quarantine reported that every tree is completely dead. If that is the case, then he won't care if we cut them down, Arms Master pointed out. If nothing else than to eliminate the need to designate 2 squads to the site. I'll have a clean-up team sent out tomorrow afternoon, Piggott said, giving Arms Master a nod. What about the second orchard? Arms Master asked. For a long moment, Director Piggott was silent. She weighed the options, keeping her thoughts as straight and controlled as she could. It was difficult, as her first instinct was to order Arcanum to be brought in and studied to absolutely confirm she didn't have a plant-based nilbong on her hands. But she couldn't do that without proof that something was wrong, and according to Dr. Allen, there wasn't. She was already on thin ice for. Considering what tests Dr. Allen's team has done, and their results. We will hold off from intervening, Director Piggott responded. We are unlikely to ever recruit Arcanum after our original actions, but alienating him further is unwise. Ma'am, with all due respect, are you sure that is the correct position to take? Arms Master asks, a hint of incredulousness leaking into his usual dull, monotone voice. His engagement with the homeless community is a textbook example of gathering a power base. It's also a textbook example of someone wanting to help, Assault said, catching everyone but Director Piggott off guard. Arcanum has shown every sign of being a reasonable, genuinely heroic cape. He killed Alabaster. That was bad luck, Assault said, shaking his head. And a clear sign of him coming to the defense of others. That particular investigation had revealed some interesting information. Apparently, there had been several instances similar to this, where a parahuman's ability is hampered or damaged by destroying the corona pollentia. This is difficult to observe in anyone other than regenerators, as any damage to the corona pollentia would also significantly damage the brain enough to kill a normal person, even a normal cape. As far as PRT records showed, this phenomenon had only happened a few times. Once, when a civilian killed a cape defending their family, and the rest by various accident. The Empire members we found on the scene said he gave no warning, no chance for them to surrender, Arms Master pointed out with a frown. And as Panacea still refuses to heal Empire members, they remain almost completely deaf and partially blind. While I agree the willingness to default to violence is worrying, given the circumstances, it is understandable, Director Piggott said before diverting the conversation. I am mostly worried about the plant constructs he has created. He said that we should consider them Tinker constructs, Miss Militia pointed out. I didn't say anything at the time, but if they are Tinker constructs that he is allowing civilians to interact with and control, then they must undergo a full review by the PRT, Director Piggott finished with a nod. Good. Assault, I want you to reach out and talk to him about the process. Warn him that this is already an allowance. By all means, we should have confiscated all of them the second we learned about them. Assault nodded, though he didn't exactly look thrilled about the whole idea. Not only did he not want to be the bearer of bad news, but he knew from his time with Arms Master and Kidwin, as well as a few other Tinkers, that they frequently did not like having their toys taken away. That said, Director Piggott continued. I am sticking by my statement that the second orchard will stand. That, as well as my previous instructions for handling Arcanum. The second orchard will be left alone, and Arcanum is to be treated positively, as a hero. Our master seemed unhappy with her statement, but it soon disappeared under his usual dour look. Assault, however, leaned forward, a frown on his face. Now that we've finally reached the good part of this meeting, has there been any news? Piggott scowled and closed the file on Dr. Allen's tests and procedures, pushing it to the side. This time, however, she did not reach for a new file. For weeks now, the PRT had been investigating the origin of the fake orders that Assault received from the console during his first meeting with Arcanum. They had been given to the console operator in the form of written instructions, signed and stamped with Director Piggott's signature. Unknown to the Assault and console operator at the time, the orders were a forgery, and that Director Piggott wasn't even aware the conversation was happening, as she was undergoing her daily dialysis treatment. Of course, the problem was discovered almost immediately after it happened. Director Piggott, while ordering a full investigation, had also decided to take advantage of the situation to find out more about Arcanum, and to try and discover where and why the fake orders were given. Neither of which had gone very well. The investigation has run into a dead end, she admitted. Agent Sunnies, who delivered the orders, is still missing. We are investigating them but have so far found nothing. Until we do find something, we have nothing else to go on. I am downsizing the investigation, though it will remain active for now. Assault cursed under his breath, and Director Piggott found herself wishing she could curse as well. The idea that someone, most likely one of the gangs in the Bay, had infiltrated them enough to pass off fake orders was as infuriating as it was worrying. Several changes had already been made to the security. If there was a silver lining to this whole debacle, it was that 11 gang plants had already been found and removed. I still think we should admit that something happened, Assault said, leaning back in his chair, tipping it back on two legs. I think it would go a long way to getting him to trust us. He reacted well to me opening up about what was going on. Procedure is to keep things internal until the investigation is complete, and it is that way for a reason, Director Piggott reminded him, giving him a harsh look that he handily ignored. The only reason you weren't in more trouble for opening up is because you had the common sense to keep the actual investigation out. Assault very specifically did not mention his second conversation with Arcanum, the one that would likely get him in a lot of trouble. He had mentioned that something was going on behind the scenes, which was enough for someone smart to figure out that maybe something was going on that was out of the PRT's control. The fact that he even hinted at an ongoing internal investigation would likely get him into more trouble than he had ever been since he joined the Protectorate. While we are on the topic of Arcanum, given what we have learned, it's time to revisit his power rating, Piggott said, opening up her notebook and tapping it with a pen. I believe it is time to officially label him a trump as he continues to discover new uses for the power source he has described. We can revisit this status later, either by removing or lowering the number, should he stop discovering new methods. I suggest a trump rating of 4. I agree, Arms Master said with a nod. I suggest we add Tinker for his plant construct creations, but before testing their capabilities, assigning a number is impossible. The bipedal constructs followed his orders, that means a master rating, Miss Militia pointed out. As did the horse construct. Considering some of the footage we are seeing online of him running, both on foot and on his horse, he definitely deserves a mover rating of 3 at least, Assault pointed out. Mover 3, Trump 4, while Tinker and Master levels will be determined later, Pigott said, marking down something on her own notepad. His healing ability is hard to number since healing abilities don't quite fall on the scale, but the plant ability would rate a 2 according to witness reports. I believe we should increase his brute rating, Arms Master said stoically. Not only have we confirmed that he is bulletproof, but we failed to take into account his ability to heal. I believe brute 4 is more appropriate. And his blaster rating should be bumped up, too, Assault added begrudgingly. During the testing, it took multiple seconds of chanting for him to use his largest lighting attack. According to the police response, he did not need to chant to use the same attack that killed Alabaster, which by all rights was more powerful. Blaster 5. Director Pigott said, writing it down with a frown. That means Arcanum is a Blaster 5, Trump 4, Mover 3, Striker 2, with a yet-to-be-rated Master/Tinker combo. Geez. Talk about jack of all trades, Assault said. I'm glad he is a hero, he would be a pain to fight, no way to predict what he might throw at you. There should be a note of that in his file, Miss Militia pointed out. Having a Trump level warns about it a little, but... Before she could finish, the door to the meeting room burst open, and an agent stepped in. He quickly stood at attention, snapping off a salute. What is it? Pigott barked. This is supposed to be a secure meeting. I know, ma'am, but this is an emergency, the agent explained with a wince. According to incoming reports from Brockton Bay Central Hospital, Panacea has been injured. She is currently in the hospital for treatment. According to what we know, she arrived with a broken arm and a cracked skull. For a moment, the room was quiet from the shock of the sudden bad news. Fuck, all right. Assault, Miss Militia, I want you on the scene ASAP. Your primary mission is to keep everything from spiraling out of control, Director Pigott ordered. Arms Master, I want you on patrol, making noise. Make sure people know that we are around. Should I call? Assault started, only for Pigott to cut him off. No, not yet. Let the family know you have his number and offer to call for them, she responded. This is already going to be a clusterfuck. We don't need to make it any worse by inviting extra people. He works with the hospital, Assault pointed out. He's probably gonna show up anyway. Then it's out of our hands, she responded. And more importantly, into someone else's. Now, let's move people. Chapter 34, Dallin Family Interlude. Victoria Dallin tried her best to be a good person. She was young, filled with teenage dreams, drama, and hormones, but she still tried to do what was right. Up until recently, she had seen the world as pretty clear-cut. Good versus evil, villains versus heroes, order versus chaos. Her mother taught her from a very early age that there was no gray area, that there was no middle ground. At the time, she had thought that drawing such a firm line in the sand was heroic and courageous. To her even younger mind, her mother was refusing to back down from her beliefs, standing firm against the world's slowly weakening moral compass. Her mother taught her a lot of what she thought being a hero was about. About how clear-cut the world was. But now? Now she knew there was no such thing as simple. Before, she never understood how people would act surprised or shocked when their actions, or even their loved ones' actions, caught up to them. It was simple cause and effect. How could you not see it coming? How could you pretend everything was okay? These people were bad, they were criminals, so why were they shocked when someone stopped them? But now, she saw the same thing happening while she was looking inward. Now, she was watching her family do just that. And she could feel it herself. Could feel the urge to sit down and be quiet. To put it off, to simply nod and believe that it wasn't a problem, that everything was fine. That this was normal. Carol Dallin was an unmovable object, a force of will that never deviated from its path, because she knew she was right, and everyone else was wrong. But now Victoria could see it. Every time her mother said, "My daughter and Amy." The cold look Amy got when she did anything Carol could consider wrong. Carol didn't do that to her. Her mother would chastise, roll her eyes, or even punish her when she messed up. But never the cold stare. And it only got worse. On an average day, Carol Dallin would make around 7 physical gestures of affection to her daughter. Victoria knew that because she had been keeping track for a few days. Hugs, shoulder squeezes, face touching, even an encouraging nudge out of the house when she was procrastinating heading to school. Carol was never an overly affectionate person, but she tried for her daughter. Victoria had been counting for 4 days, and she had yet to see Carol even pat Amy's shoulder. In fact, she hadn't even heard any words of affection or support. No advice, no commiseration, no offers for anything. They hardly talked at all. Unless Amy did something wrong. In that case, Carol paid her plenty of attention. When Amy did something that Carol didn't like, she would have no issue explaining how annoyed, disappointed, or angry she was. She would spend hours putting her sister in her place, hammering the already stressed girl with angry words and disappointed looks. She had tried, more than once, to convince her mom there was something wrong, to convince Amy she wasn't okay. To get her dad to pay attention long enough to realize that something was wrong. But nobody took her seriously, believed her, or could care long enough to hear her out. She tried again and again, to the point that she had given up. Amy was angry at her for trying to suggest she couldn't handle it, Carol was annoyed that Vicky would even suggest maybe finding someone they could talk to, and they were both angry with her for suggesting and trying to keep Amy from working in the hospital. They weren't listening. No one was listening, and the worst part was that she knew what she needed to do about it. Arcanum's words played over in her head now, damn near constantly. Kick it up the chain. Someone needed to do something, and since her family wasn't, maybe her Aunt Sarah would. But it wasn't that easy. She had gotten close what felt like a dozen times already. Between pulling her aside at team meetings or trying to talk to her out on patrol. She had floated in the sky above her aunt's house and above her work for hours. She just couldn't do it. She was terrified of what would happen, about what might happen. What if she was just being dramatic? What if she was wrong? Would Amy hate her for not leaving well enough alone? Would her mother resent her for spreading lies? Her constant worry and fear were wearing down on her. Dean had noticed immediately since he could see her worry and incessant anxiety, but she had brushed him off. Now, other people were starting to notice. They asked if she had been sleeping okay, if she was feeling okay, and if everything was all right. She just brushed them all off. Who cared if she could barely eat and hadn't slept well since talking to Arcanum? How could she care about herself when she couldn't get herself to help her sister? Amy was suffering, and she was doing nothing. And then it got worse. News began to spread that Arcanum's healing had finally been approved by the PRT. Apparently, he was healing people at the hospital on the very same day. Immediately, Amy's mood plummeted. She went from grumpy and sarcastic to aggressive and mean, pushing everyone away from her. What little friends Amy had, soon began to ignore her, which suited the healer just fine, as she was no longer even considering socializing. It had taken a week for Vicky to learn just why Amy was so upset. Apparently, Arcanum could fix the one thing Amy was incapable of fixing, brain injuries. Within a single day of working for the hospital, Arcanum had healed everyone Amy could not help, all while making a good amount of money. While she never said anything outright, it was clear that Amy had no tolerance for her fellow healer. While Amy managed to keep her opinions to herself, Carol did not. She called an emergency team meeting. When everyone had congregated in the planning room built into the Dallin basement late one night, she revealed that they needed to come up with a strategy to handle the incoming danger. Danger? What danger? Aunt Sarha had asked, looking confused. Arcanum. Carol said, leaning on the table as she stood at the front end. He murdered Alabaster, and is working on setting up a gang from Brockton Bay's homeless. Alabaster's death was ruled an accident from poor power interactions, and was the result of self-defense, Uncle Neil said after sharing a look with his wife. The PRT didn't even bring Arcanum in for questioning. They are trying to play nice with him since he can do what Panacea can't, Carol explained, patronizingly waving away Uncle Neil's concerns. He is a murderer and the leader of a growing gang. Victoria looked around, gauging everyone's faces. Her father, Mark, looked tired and bored, his depression in full force. Everyone else, even Amy, looked at Carol in confusion. While Amy might not be Arcanum's biggest fan, she didn't deny he was trying to be a hero. Mom. I don't think Arcanum is a villain, Victoria said, chewing her lip. I mean, we have all done some pretty brutal stuff to Alabaster to try and keep him down and out of the way, but he always pops back. How was any of us supposed to predict that there was an exception, if that's even what caused it? It doesn't matter. The man is a murderer. He needs to be brought to justice before he tries to solidify his control of the docks, she explained. If he does that, he will clash directly with Lung and the ABB, and Brockton Bay will suffer for it. That brought everyone up short. Not because they agreed Arcanum was trying to solidify a gang, but because if he continued to work around the docks, it was very possible that he would end up getting on Lung's bad side, a dangerous place to be, for Arcanum and for the people he supported. Carol, there is no evidence he is doing anything but helping people, Sarah said, frowning at her sister's insistence. But he may need to be warned about what happens to people who push into Lung's territory. Are none of you listening? He is already starting a gang. Carol said, her volume rising as her sister's point was steadily ignored. He has already killed to protect his territory. We need to come up with a plan to take him down before he... Carol, I understand that you are worried about the base stability, but we cannot take down Arcanum, not without proper evidence, Aunt Sarah said, matching her sister's tone and volume. The PRT's official stand is that he is a hero, so even if we did take him down, what would we do with him, stash him here in the basement? The PRT would just let him go, and probably demand we come in for questioning since we would have attacked a known healer and hero. For a long moment, the siblings stared each other down. Eventually, after looking around for any sort of support, Carol finally backed down. She sat down in her chair with a huff, defeated for now. Since she had been the one to call the meeting, the session quickly came to a close after that. Carol pulled Aunt Sarah aside to have a loud, obvious, easily overheard conversation, while the rest of the two families went upstairs. As they usually did after team meetings, takeout had been ordered, this time Chinese, which arrived shortly after the meeting ended. While the food was being spread out on the table, Aunt Sarah and Carol returned. The latter completely ignored everyone and making her way upstairs, her face pulled into a thunderous expression that spoke volumes about how the private conversation had gone. The after-meeting meal was tense and awkward, the absence of Carol weighing heavily on them. This wasn't the first time Victoria's mother had tried to push for drastic action, but it was the most out there and confusing in recent memory. Victoria couldn't help but wonder what was going through her mother's head. Why was she so determined to vilify the hero? Was she being paranoid? Did she actually have a point? Why did she have such a large issue with Arcanum? Victoria had a much easier time understanding Amy's problem with the hero. Frustration about a potent healer not sharing her beliefs, jealousy at his freedom and confidence, and envy of his ability to heal brains. Once the meal was over, the two families split, saying their goodbyes. Sarah pulled Mark aside for their own private conversation, this one much more reasonable and quiet, while Eric and Neil headed out to the car. As Victoria gave her cousin Crystal a hug, waving as her older cousin walked out, she saw Amy make her way upstairs. Her sister was probably going to work on homework since she had only just returned home from the hospital when the meeting started. More importantly, though, she would be out of earshot. Not long after that, Sarah finished her conversation with Mark, who immediately sat down in the living room in his usual spot, the TV already on. Aunt Sarah gave Victoria a quick hug before making her way to the door. Vicky gave a look over her shoulder to her dad, already dead to the world, as he watched whatever stupid reality television was on. Amy was upstairs, as was Carol. This was her chance. Aunt Sarah, wait, Victoria said, floating after her aunt, following her out the door to the front porch. Can I talk to you for a moment? It's kind of important. Aunt Sarah stopped and turned, looking at Victoria for a moment, studying her face. She must have spotted something worrying because she immediately looked serious. Is everything okay, hun? She asked, stepping closer and rubbing her shoulder. You look like you've seen a ghost. No. Well, the thing is. Well. The young hero stumbled and tripped over her words, her mind beginning to fill with anxiety. She continued to talk, but it was a jumbled rush of words and mumbles. She did manage to get out that she was worried about her sister. Vicky, hey, it's okay, just take deep breaths, her aunt said, now looking properly worried. What was that about worried about Amy? Victoria took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She felt wobbly and unstable, like she was about to make a massive mistake but at the same time reveal a great dangerous secret. She could hear her heartbeat and her pulse race, nervous energy flowing through her that made her want to sit down or run away. She was sure that if anyone had been around that wasn't immune to her aura, they would be freaking out. I'm worried that. From further into the house, Victoria could hear an insistent knocking. She didn't even have to think to recognize it as her mother's. The fact that she could hear it from where she was meant it was probably closer to a pounding than a knock, but she didn't have long to think about that. The knocking stopped but was soon replaced by loud talking, then shouting. When it became screaming, shouting loud enough that even with the front door shut, both Victoria and Aunt Sarah would have heard it. She could tell it was terrible because Amy never really shouted like that. She would stop before that, roll her eyes, and ignore Carol, taking whatever punishment her mother doled out, barely even shrugging her shoulders. But now she was meeting Carol's aggression, matching her shout for shout. Both Vicky and Aunt Sarah rushed back inside, making their way to the staircase. Before they could reach it, the loud shouting began to move as the two people screaming at each other stormed down the second-floor hall. Carol shouted for Amy, demanding that she stop and not walk away from her, for her to come back that instant. After a moment, the sound of a slap resonated through the house, followed by Amy demanding she be released. Both Aunt Sarah and Victoria arrived just in time to watch Amy tumble down the stairs. The sound of meaty impacts and snapping bones cut through everything. Amy came to a stop at the turn into the stairs, cracking a pair of balusters as she slammed to a halt. At the top of the stairs was Carol, her eyes wide as she looked down at the unmoving healer. Chapter 35. I galloped through the streets of Brockton Bay faster than I had ever pushed my golem mount before. Between my legs, I could feel the heat radiating off the golem core, the bright blue glow almost blinding as I dumped all the mana I could into it. Despite being well built and capable of absorbing a lot of my mana to burn as extra energy, the golem core still had limits. If I pushed too much energy into it for too long, I would burn out the ritual effects on it, reducing it to a fancy-looking but ultimately useless paperweight. As Troy turned down an alleyway, leaping over a dumpster, I could feel I was getting pretty close to that point. At this point, the only reason I cared was that I would be stranded out in the middle of the city if I accidentally wrecked Troy's core. Troy was well made, but he was still basically an inanimate object. Eventually, he could develop into more, but that was a 1 in a million chance, and it wouldn't happen anytime soon. For now, I would happily throw his core into the ocean if it meant saving a single life. Especially as important as Panacea. I mentally cursed myself, unable to throw the feeling that this was somehow my fault. I had put off looking into her and Glory Girl's situation for too long despite my gut telling me that something was wrong. Glory Girl's reaction to our conversation, plus what I had learned later from the medical director, had been more than damning enough for me to act or at least ask more questions, and I had put it off until later. When I finally arrived at the hospital, I ignored every bit of signage and parking instructions, instead cutting through the front lawn, leaping over a hedge, and jumping off of Troy, barely pausing to grab my staff from its saddle holster. As I pushed through the front door, I used a quick spell to coil it back up and hook it onto my hip. I could hear people gasping and pointing at Troy, but I knew he would be fine, and it was not like anyone could tell him what to do. As I stepped inside the building, I immediately spotted Dr. Paul Riza and Assault waiting for me. Without a word, Dr. Paul Riza turned and headed down the hall, and both Assault and I followed after him. Arcanum, listen. Assault said, easily keeping stride with us as we climbed into an elevator. There's a lot of tension going on right now, and... Look, Brandish didn't react very well when she heard you were coming. There is a chance she won't let you heal Panacea. I turned and looked at him, reeling back in shock. Excuse me? I asked. Brandish, as in Carol Dallin, Amy's mother? She won't let me heal her. She didn't say it exactly, but it was close, he corrected. The whole family barely managed to convince her to put off surgery for now. I gritted my teeth and flexed, cracking my back as I once again cursed my inaction. I understood that some people were skeptical of para-human healing, but the mother of the greatest para-human healer ever refusing para-human treatment. When the elevator door finally opened, Dr. Parisa led me out and down the hall. We passed a nurse's station and turned a corner to find most of the new wave sitting or standing in the hall. I recognized them from pictures, though identifying them without their costumes was a bit more difficult. On top of that, Miss Militia was also there, standing beside Glory Girl, rubbing her back. The masked woman stood out among the plainclothes heroes, all blonde and looking worried, though even with her mask, I could tell she was just as worried as the rest. I stepped past my handler, only to stop and catch Glory Girl as she flew to me the second she spotted me. Her eyes were red and puffy, and as she wrapped me in a hug, her grip was bruising even through my steel absorption. Arcanum. I messed up, I should have said something. This is all my fault. Please help her, please, please. She begged, holding onto me tightly. I looked down at her in shock, before looking up at everyone else. They all looked equally surprised at Glory Girl's, or Victoria's in this instance, immediate attention. I'll do my best, I promise, I said, patting her back a bit awkwardly, looking around, focusing on her mother, who was standing nearby, her arms crossed. What happened? She fell down the stairs, the older woman responded. We were having an argument and I unfortunately distracted her at the wrong moment. I was following after her and she was focused back on me when she missed the first step. I couldn't help but frown at her open hostility. Even if Assault hadn't warned me, it would have been impossible for me not to know that she didn't want me here. After a moment, I looked at the man standing next to her. Flashbang, or Mark Dallin, has his arm on her shoulder, supporting his wife. Beside him were Sarah and Neil Pelham. While Mark didn't react at all to his wife's explanation, the reaction Sarah and Neil had made me very concerned. It wasn't flat out that they thought she was lying. Instead, it felt more like they were worried they had missed something, that they couldn't deny or confirm her statement. Right, well, why don't I heal her up, I said, patting Victoria again before gently encouraging her to step back. It sounded like time was of the essence. And what makes you think we want you to heal her? Carol demanded, pushing off of the wall and stepping closer, rolling her shoulder to dislodge her husband's hand. Nobody asks you to come, I did, Victoria said, cutting her mom off. I told the doctors to call him. Carol turned to her uninjured daughter and frowned. She opened her mouth to say something, but at this point, I was done beating around the bush. Amy Dallin was severely hurt, and she deserved treatment. It was the least I could do considering her selflessness, even if it was unhealthy and misdirected. Ma'am, are you saying that you do not want your daughter, Panacea, to undergo para-human healing? I asked. Even though my healing abilities have been tested and verified by the PRT as safe and without drawbacks. Unsurprisingly, she immediately picked up the subtext I was dropping, no doubt her experience as a lawyer coming in handy. The idea that she would deny Panacea para-human healing would send ripples outward that she would have no way of controlling. Panacea was the world's greatest para-human healer. But if her own mother didn't trust a verified cape healer, what did that say about what her daughter could do? It wasn't quite a threat, but the way she looked at me, I may as well have been holding her at gunpoint. She opened her mouth, her face pulling into a scowl when her husband spoke up first. "You have my permission," he said, pointedly ignoring Carol as she whirled around to face him. "That's all you need, right? One parent's consent. That is, in fact, all I need. Let's go get your daughter all fixed up," I said with a smile, stepping past the hero mother to pat her husband on his shoulder. Dr. Paul Riza led us into Amy's room, standing aside so that we could all enter. I made a beeline for the bed, stopping by the young woman's side. She was looking rough, with a temporary cast on her left arm and a bandage around her head. There was no blood or anything, but I could see bruises covering her body. "I'm going to begin now. Don't be startled by the lights or chanting, it helps me focus my ability," I explained before putting a hand gently on Amy's forehead and stomach. To start off the healing, and to know just how bad she was injured, I started with an in-depth scan. When it was complete, I almost cursed out loud at the list of issues she was experiencing. The first and most prevalent issue was the skull fracture and brain swelling. She was pretty stable, considering her injuries, but the sooner I treated that, the better. Next, she had several minor hairline fractures around her ribs, arm, and leg, as well as the more obviously broken arm. The break was not compound, and the muscle tearing was minimal, but the fracture was messy enough that she would have likely spent a long time in a cast. After that was the bruising, which was expected and lined up with a serious fall. I would be able to get rid of those with a general healing spell once all of the other major issues were taken care of. There was a bruise on her right arm that looked a little too much like she had been grabbed roughly, which was worrying enough on its own. After her bruises were the background issues. She was showing the beginning signs of hypertension due to stress, a mind-boggling concept for someone her age. While her body was physically slightly larger than was optimal, she showed signs of malnutrition, with my skin concluding her diet was exceedingly poor for a long time. Her lungs were filled with enough tar that she had to have been smoking regularly for at least a year, or less regularly for more. Her body was a mess, and it read as someone significantly older than she should be, like she had been through the ringer and was being overworked to the point of being unacceptable. The only positive thing I could say was that, beyond her current injuries and other issues, I could see no sign of systemic physical abuse. I immediately healed the primary concerns, namely her head, brain, several minor fractures, and her arm, before pulling back. Dozens of people could verify that her skull had been fractured and that her arm had been broken. For everything else, it would be my word against the families. I didn't even heal the bruising, which left a pit in my stomach. I mentally promised that I would finish healing her the second I could. When I was done healing the important bits, I stepped back, making more room for her family to step closer. I fixed her skull and the brain swelling, as well as her arm. She had a bunch of minor fractures as well, which I also fixed, I explained. Right now, she is pretty heavily asleep and probably will be for a while. Victoria gave me a smile before floating around and down beside her sister while her father stood on the other side. Carol stood beside him, his arm crossed as she looked down at her sleeping daughter. After a moment of observing them, I turned to leave. Dr. Paul Riza started to follow me out, and I turned to him and gave him a harsh look. "Stay here," I ordered softly. "Do not leave Amy alone with anyone." He looked confused for a second before something must have clicked in his head, and his eyes went wide, looking between me and the family gathered around the still unconscious hero. For a moment, I thought he would say something, but after a moment, he nodded. I left the room in a rush, and the aunt and uncle immediately stepped forward as I did. "I healed her head and arm, she is just sleeping," I explained. "If you'll excuse me." If they noticed my brusqueness, they didn't mention it, immediately stepping inside. As soon as the door was shut, I turned and quickly walked back down the hall, making a turn and stopping at the nurse's station. As I did, I whispered to Alya. "Go back to the room and watch over Amy. Do not leave until I call for you." I could feel her agreement as I walked, arriving at the nurse's station just after she pulled away. At this point, it was getting pretty late. Visiting hours must have been up, so I could only assume they were turning a blind eye for the sake of Panacea. That said, despite it being late, a nurse immediately spotted me. As chance would have it, I recognized her as the calm nurse who had watched me heal the poor young girl on my smoke break. "Arcanum, you finished helping Panacea already?" she asked, looking surprised. I need you to get the highest up doctor in the hospital here, now," I said, cutting her off, the nurse's eyes going wide. Someone who knows how everything works, who can make decisions, takes their job seriously, and would hear how I'm talking to you and would respond by telling me to get the hell out of the hospital without blinking an eye. Do you understand what I need? It took a second for her to recover, but she seemed to get the gist of it as she immediately picked up the phone. As she talked in hushed tones through the phone, I realized that I wasn't exactly alone. Arcanum, what's going on? Assault asked from behind me. What's wrong? Nothing I can tell you, I explained, which really got Assault's attention. Go wait outside Amy's room. The Protectorate hero clearly understood that something was wrong, and from his complete shift in demeanor, he clearly knew it was serious. Instead of asking again, he nodded, immediately turning around and heading back to the room. It took several minutes for whichever doctor the nurse called to arrive, approaching me the second he saw me. He was a middle-aged man, maybe late 30s, with a clean-shaven face and a pair of reading glasses hanging around his neck. He approached with a frown on his face, which told me he was expecting to have to put someone in their place for being rude to his staff. Arcanum, what exactly is going on? He asked, giving the nurse at the station a look. I understand Panacea is important, but you cannot go around bossing my staff around just because. Sir, with all due respect, that is not what is going on here, I said, gesturing for him to follow me a few feet away from the nurse's station. Then what is? He asked, his tone wordlessly conveying that I needed to get to the point as quickly as possible. You need to start whatever process this hospital has for abused or neglected children, I informed him, his eyes widening as I spoke. I have no way of knowing if her mother's story is true, but I can say without a doubt that Amy Dallin is being neglected by her parents. Her body is falling apart from stress, and her brain is an absolute mess from lack of sleep. She is suffering from low levels of malnutrition for half a dozen vitamins and has been smoking for at least a year, potentially longer. Now, I can wash all of those issues away, but her parents let them happen in the first place, and that is unacceptable. By the time I was done, the man's jaw was hanging open. He was speechless, staring at me as if I had just declared myself the king of the moon. Doctor. Yes, but, they are. I don't care if they are the goddamn Beatles. I said, poking the man in the shoulder, hard enough to knock him back a step. Amy Dallin is being criminally neglected by her parents, and it is your job to start whatever process that entails. So start them. Chapter 36. The doctor, who I later learned was Dr. Gomez, quickly left after I laid out what was going on and what my scans had picked up. I could tell that he was unnerved and unhappy with what I was accusing, but he was too much of a professional not to do his due diligence. According to him, the first step of the process was reaching out to the Department of Children and Families and making a report. From there, several nurses were in and out of Amy's room, taking various blood samples and the like. I hung around for a while, using the excuse that I was healing people, picking up Panacea's slack while she was injured. Considering we were waking people up to heal them, I wasn't sure who actually believed that excuse. Still, it kept me close enough that Alya could keep an eye on everything while I kept out of view of the family, my partner giving me steady reports on what was going on with Amy and around the hospital. Now, like most people, I was relatively ignorant of the DCF or CPS process, past understanding that people like doctors were mandated reporters and what I had seen on TV. Once I passed it off to the doctors, I was cut out of the problem. My services were no longer required. I stuck around, though, because I still had an uneasy feeling about the situation. Despite my ignorance of the system, I was pretty sure that the family of the potential victim was not supposed to learn about the accusation so quickly, if at all. That made Alya's warning that Carol Dallin was hunting me down through the hospital, followed closely by her sister and daughter, all the more concerning. Rather than run and hide, I finished healing my current patient, a poor old woman with pretty severe arthritis and some lower back issues that I did my best to ease. I made my way to the nearest empty room I could find. The doctor guiding me around looked at me funny as I walked into the empty room, but when Carol came storming down the hall, demanding where I was, he directed her inside before running away. Smart man. Alya, blow the door shut when they come in, I whispered just as the older woman spotted me through the doorway, charging directly in with a thunderous expression, her daughter following her in. You fucking bastard! How dare you accuse me of abusing Amy? She shouted, the door thankfully already shut behind Sarah Pelham. What right do you have? Right? What right? It has nothing to do with rights. I fired back, cutting her off. I have a responsibility as an adult to report any potential child abuse or neglect I see. I didn't push her down the stairs, she fell. She responded, her fists clenched. When she wakes up, she will collaborate that, and I will fucking bury you. I don't appreciate threats, ma'am, I responded. Besides, I didn't report you for the injuries. I reported you for everything else. What else? I have never laid a hand on her. I performed an in-depth scan of her before I healed her to make sure there wasn't something the doctors missed. It's something I do for all people I heal, at least when I have the time. Usually, it reveals some older injuries or some small thing like a stubbed toe or a pulled muscle, I explained, unable to keep the scowl off my face. Amy's revealed she is a smoker, malnutritioned, and severely overworked. In total, she hasn't gotten more than 12 hours of sleep over the last 4 days, and I can see the effects of chronic sleep deprivation riddled through her brain. She has more stress in her body than any of the people I have scanned since I got my powers, and way more than is even remotely close to what a girl her age should ever have to deal with. The silence in the room was heavy, and I could see the tears starting to well up and fall from Victoria's eyes. Her mother and aunt just stood there, dumbfounded. I also know that she spends almost every free waking moment at the hospital, enough time that I'm pretty sure the hospital is violating child labor laws, I explained. I also know that she considers her only self-worth to be her ability to heal. Knowing all of this, ma'am, how could I do anything else but report it? Your daughter is suffering, and I will not let that slide. You're making this up. Carol said, pointing an accusing finger at me, her shock morphing into rage. I knew you were a villain. I knew it. Now you're trying to weaken New Wave, so we can't stop you. Well, Mom. He isn't lying. Victoria shouted. A wave of admiration and offload over me, and for a long, floating moment, all I could focus on was Victoria. Thankfully, before I could even start to think too deeply, Alia gave me a bit of a mental yank. It was enough for me to push down the emotions she was forcing on me, giving me a bit more self-control. Victoria was floating a foot or so off the ground, staring at her mom angrily. Behind her, her aunt was looking at her niece with the same awe I'm sure I had, but Carol was looking at her with wide, terrified eyes. Then, as quickly as it had arrived, it vanished, the emotional weight cutting off. All three of us took a moment to recover, but it seemed like Carol's anger let her push through first. Victoria Dallin, you did not just use your aura on me. Just shut up. The teenager shouted. I'm sick of you ignoring me. I've tried to get you to see, I've tried to get Amy to see, but nobody will listen, and now, because I'm a coward and couldn't speak up sooner, Amy got hurt. Aunt Sarah. Victoria whirled around to look at her aunt, with tears still dripping down her face. Mom treats Amy badly. It's never violent, but she never shows her affection, never hugs her, never reassures her. She calls me her daughter but never refers to Amy like that. It's constant, and I can't believe I never noticed. She yells at her more, chastises her more, punishes her more. Amy can never do anything right, and anything she does well is ignored. Amy thinks that the only thing that matters about her is that she can heal people. She puts it above everything, even her own health. And Mom encourages it. The weighty silence was back as Mrs. Pelham stared at Victoria, her eyes wide and her jaw hanging open. Eventually, it seemed that she had managed to process everything that Victoria had said, because her gaze turned to her sister, locking onto her with a hard stare. Is that true? She asked, her willpower tested. When her sister failed to respond, she asked again, her hands starting to glow. Carol Dallin, so help me God, is that true? Of course it's not true. I fed her, clothed her, put a roof over her head. She shouted back, her ire redirected at her family. I might not have loved her like my daughter, but I still took care of her. So you did the absolute bare minimum? Mrs. Pelham asked, her voice filled with disgust. God damn it, Carol, she is a child, and you raised her like that? How could you do that to her? How did I not see it? You pushed her on me. I said no, and you insisted. And it's more than she deserves. She shouted back, her face turning red. It's only a matter of time before she turns into a monster like her father. The ranting woman stopped suddenly, having realized what she said, and immediately started to backtrack. No, wait, I didn't mean that, she said, shaking her head. I'm just angry, I lunged forward, intercepting Victoria before the monstrous haymaker punch she was throwing could land. I barely made it, just able to snag the crook of my elbow along hers. I could feel my bones and muscles scream as her super strength completely outscaled my own. Still, I was able to pull her back, mostly because I wasn't her target, and she didn't really want to hurt me. How could you say that? She has dedicated her life to helping people, and you call her a monster. The teenager shouted as I pulled her back a few more feet, only managing to because she had stopped fighting me. She isn't perfect, but she is not a monster, you are. I'm sorry, Victoria. She started to say, her voice much quieter. Sorry? Sorry. I don't want an apology. You haven't been emotionally abusing and neglecting me. She shouted back, her voice breaking as she sobbed. No, instead, I'm an accomplice. I lived happily, smiling and feeling loved while my sister suffered. I don't want your apology. Carol. I don't want anything to do with you. By the end of her rant, Victoria was no longer shouting. Her words were quiet, and her tone was cold. Carol visibly flinched when she called her by her name. When she was done, the teen hero pushed off my hands and gave me what looked like an attempt at an appreciative look before she walked out of the room. The door slammed behind her, and I looked back to Carol, who looked lost and empty, while Mrs. Pelham looked tired, disgusted, and angry. She stared at her sister for a full minute before finally speaking. "You will not interfere or interact with DCF or CPS except to answer their questions honestly," she finally said, staring down her sister, who barely reacted to her words. "Amy is going to move in with us, if they don't take her away completely. You will never be alone with her again, and if you attempt to push or pry at this, I will publicly kick you from New Wave and start the process of getting an official restraining order." At this point, I still might. When Mrs. Pelham was done laying down the law, she turned to leave, gesturing for me to go with her. I nodded and followed the woman out, leaving her still shell-shocked sister alone. When I exited, Mrs. Pelham shut the door behind me. When the door latched shut, for a moment, she nearly collapsed, leaning hard against the door. I reached out to catch her, but the slightly older woman waved me away. She took a moment to collect herself before finally standing up straight. "Arcanum, She trailed off, looking at me, clearly trying to figure out what she was supposed to say but unable to really figure out how to say it all. I reached out and put my hand on her shoulder. "It's okay, I can't imagine how insane this is to you," I said. "I would say that you shouldn't blame yourself. We are often blind to the things closest to us, and that isn't more true than it is with family. Just promise me you'll get Amy real, professional help." "We will, there. I already made a mistake convincing Carol to take her in the first place. I won't fail Amy again," she assured me before starting to walk down the hall, away from her sister. "A lot of things are going to change for us. I just hope our family survives this." "Will Vicky be okay? Living with her?" I asked. "I know it's invasive, but..." "No, after what you just witnessed, you have every right to question it," she admitted, shaking her head. "I will talk to her." Mark struggles with depression. I don't know, God, I don't know if he can take care of her. But she is 17. How long has he been dealing with that?" I asked before wincing and holding up a hand. "Sorry, that was too much. I've gotten used to asking more questions when people tell me about injuries and maladies." "It's fine, Amy is the same way," she admitted, though she didn't turn around. "And to answer your question, we aren't sure, but he has been treated on and off for several years. He played football when he was younger, it's how he got his scholarship." I chewed my lip, my mask hiding my expression as I weighed the options for what I was considering. "Listen, I only healed Amy's most pressing injuries, but I would like to finish the process now that, you know what's going on," I explained. "There is also a chance if it was caused by repetitive impacts, that I may be able to fix Mark's depression as well." That got her attention, whirling around and focusing on me entirely. "How? I can't fix the natural state of the body, so old age and genetic disorders are out of my reach. But I can fix the symptoms, and I can fix damage. If he has a natural imbalance, then there isn't much I can do for him. But if it was caused by playing football, constantly getting tiny repetitive trauma, I might be able to fix it. Old injuries are harder to work with, so it's a toss-up." "I apologize, I know this isn't the best time, but..." "No, if you can help Mark, then now is as good a time as any," she said, shaking her head. "It is a lot, but I know you have good intentions." I nodded, and we quickly headed back to Amy's room. Miss Militia and Assault were both still there, now sitting down across from the door. Mrs. Pelham stopped to talk to both of them while I stepped into the room. Victoria was sitting by Amy's bed, her head lying on the rail of the gurney. On the other side was Mark, sitting stoically by her bed. They both immediately looked in my direction, both looking at me with different levels of confusion. I wondered if Victoria had explained what was happening to her dad, but judging by his expression, he had no idea. I quickly explained that I needed to finish healing Amy, and Mark simply shrugged, sliding his chair back to give me room. I quickly cast a half-dozen spells, cleaning up her lungs, healing the damage, and wiping away some of the worst symptoms from her stress, poor diet, and chronic sleep deprivation. When I was done, Amy Dallin was the healthiest she had been in an unfortunately long time. When I was done, I turned to Mark Dallin. "Sir, I've been told that you struggle with depression and that you used to play football in college." I asked. "Do you mind if I scan you like I did with Amy? There is a chance I might be able to help." "You can cure depression?" he asked, looking skeptical. "I can cure some of the brain damage that is often associated with depression," I corrected. "If you don't have that type of damage, I'm afraid there is very little I can do." "I wouldn't mind being scanned." I nodded and reached out, placing my hand on his shoulder and quickly casting the scanning spell. He was, frankly, in near-perfect condition. His body was perfect, with zero health issues anywhere outside of his brain box. Inside that, however, was precisely the kind of damage I was worried about. Well, Mr. Dallin, you do, in fact, have some traces of brain damage consistent with repetitive trauma, I confirmed. Would you like me to try and fix it? What sort of effect would it have on me? He asked, sounding thoughtful. Unfortunately, I have no way of predicting that, I admitted. It's a very old injury. I might not be able to repair it fully. For a long minute, he chewed his lip before eventually shaking his head with a frown. I need to talk about it with Carol first, he explained. I'm already going to be in trouble for giving you permission so quickly. I understand, giving Victoria a look before she spoke up. The doctors have my number, as does the PRT if you change your mind. He nodded before silently retaking his position beside his now much healthier daughter. I gave Victoria a nod before quickly making my way outside the room. All three of the heroes were still there, now joined by Mr. Pelham. All four of them turned to look at me as I shut the door behind me. Letting out a long breath, I stepped closer, Assault stepping back slightly to let me into their little circle. Chapter 37. As I stood with the other heroes, Sarah Pelham paused whatever she was saying for a moment to nod and greet me. Hello, Arcanum, are you finished? She asked, seemingly fighting the urge to check on Amy herself. Is Amy okay? Yes, ma'am, Amy is in near perfect health. She is lucky that her smoking didn't cause more damage, I admitted with a frown, unhappy with how close it had been. I was able to heal and clean them up pretty well. I also made my other offer, but I already told them everything, Sarah assured me. Or I planned to, at least. Ah, I see. Well, I scanned Mark and concluded his previous head trauma is affecting his current state of mind, I explained, now going into detail. I offered to try and heal it, but Victoria hadn't explained what had happened yet, so he defaulted to waiting for his wife to discuss the possibility. Damn it, okay, I'll talk to him, she said, pausing for a moment before looking at her own husband. Actually, Neil, it might be better for you to do that. Yeah, you're right. I'm on it, the older man said with a grim nod, leaving the group to head inside the room. A few seconds later he returned, his brother-in-law following him out and down the hall towards the nurse's station. When they were out of sight, Mrs. Pelham let out a long sigh. I really hope you can help him, she admitted. But he is going to wake up to a whole lot of problems. Sarah, if you could. Miss Militia said, prompting Mrs. Pelham to nod. Right. As I said, once Amy is given a clean bill of health by the hospital, she will be taking a prolonged break from healing, she explained. She needs time for herself, both to figure out what is going on and to come to peace with it. Sarah, while I understand that she needs time. Miss Militia said, wincing as she spoke and sounding unhappy with what she was saying. And I truly wish this wasn't the case because she is a kid, and she deserves to have time to recover and heal, but the PRT depends on her to an unfortunate degree. Without her here to help keep us going after we are injured, we won't be able to keep up. For a moment, I frowned, opening my mouth to respond, only to realize she wasn't entirely incorrect. A quick bit of mental math showed that the Empire alone dwarfed them in size, and they even had access to a healer. Without Panacea helping to keep the Protectorate up and pushing back. Miss Militia was correct. I wish she wasn't right, Assault added, shaking his head. We should have seen this coming and prevented it, but we depend on her powers. I could see that Sarah Pelham wanted to be angry with what she was hearing, but in the end, she could only mutter out a curse. Before she could say anything, I spoke up. I'll fill in for her, I volunteered. The group turned to focus on me. At the PRT and here at the hospital. With some triage measures in place here, we could cut the amount of healing down to a level I am comfortable with. I'm not sure we can afford your rates, Miss Militia admitted. At least not for consistent injuries. Then we can negotiate a temporary alternative price. I refuse to work for free, but while I'm covering for Amy, I can afford to take a hit. Miss Militia gave Assault a look, and the red-themed hero nodded, stepping away from the conversation and putting his hand to his ear. Meanwhile, Sarah Pelham reached out to my shoulder and pulled me into a hug. It caught me off guard, but I managed to not make an idiot of myself. Thank you, she said, pulling back with a small smile and watery eyes. Thank you for everything you've done for Amy and our family. This is, all of this. Thank you. Of course, I responded simply, giving her a nod as she pulled away completely. It took a few minutes for Assault to finish his conversation, during which Mr. Pelham and Mr. Dallin returned. The depressed father gave me permission to heal his brain injury, and after I warned him it would likely be a slow, gradual transition, I fixed him up. It took a bit of juice and one of my more powerful spells, but the results were positive, and I was hopeful that he would be able to finally shake off his issues. For now, though, it was still affecting him, and after a shallow thank you, he returned to Amy's room to sit beside her bed. You should keep an eye on him as well, I pointed out once the door was closed. He is going to be looking at a lot of his past through a different lens now. Chances are he isn't going to like what he sees. Do you think he is? Sarah asked, trailing off before actually asking if he was a danger to himself. I would love to say no, but he basically watched his daughter get neglected. Kind of neglected her himself. Mr. Pelham let out a curse under his breath, sitting down heavily in one of the nearby chairs. His wife looked about, ready to join him. Just keep an eye on him. If he seems to be spiraling, then you can react from there, I explained, Sarah Pelham giving a firm nod in understanding. He should steadily improve over the next few days, but if he doesn't, call me. Assault came back not much later, and after getting my permission, he gave Director Piggott my phone number. The woman in charge immediately used to call me. After some discussion, we agreed that for emergencies, I would come to the PRT, and for non-emergencies, they would quietly bring their people to the hospital. That way, I could get all my healing done at once, in one place. Not long after that, I had a similar conversation with one of the medical directors of the hospital. Until Panacea and I could share the load of healing, they would create a list of people who needed my help. No illnesses that could heal on their own, no bone breaks that weren't dangerous, anything that wasn't life-threatening or life-altering would be treated by normal doctors. If they had insurance, I would get paid, and if they didn't, I would do it for free. Of course, as usual, my guidelines were a bit more flexible for children, but they were mostly the same. With the stopgap in place, I finally left the hospital. It was way too early to still be up, and I had a long day ahead of me. I had quite a few rituals to prepare for if I wanted to take full advantage of the new moon. I made sure that Mark, Sarah, and Victoria all had my number, with permission to distribute it among the rest of their family, before setting back out to the docks community. I needed to sleep, and not only was there a bed for me there, but since I also needed to talk to Olivia, it was convenient. I was thankful that Troy could basically guide himself, especially to locations he had been to before, because I fell asleep twice on his back, trotting down the empty streets of the docks. When I finally arrived, I made my way quietly into the same sleeping space that I had before, happy to find it unoccupied. I crawled onto the foam padding and was out before I could even put the covers up. The next morning, I woke up tired but managed to wash away some of the fatigue with a general healing spell. With any luck, a cup of coffee or two would solve the rest. I left the sleeping area and made my way into the open space around the community. While enjoying an apple and an avocado for breakfast, I made my way around the community, asking about Olivia. I made sure to use one of her fake names, handing out healing as needed. After about 10 minutes of getting no answers, the woman herself showed up. Heard you were looking for me, she said in a severe tone, pausing for a moment before smiling. What's up? I wanted to ask you something. Would you mind? I asked, gesturing to an alleyway that led away from the general community area. Oh, ominous, she said before giving me a shrug. All right, fine, lead the way. We left the community behind, Troy following after us as we looked for a private spot. Alia confirmed we were alone before we both sat down on an old, crumbling set of concrete steps. So, I wanted to make you something, I explained, getting right to the point. Something to work with your powers. I wanted to know if you were interested since it could. Well, it could lead to more eventually, and I wanted to know if you'd prefer just to stay out of it completely. What do you want to make me? She asked, raising an eyebrow. And what's the catch? I haven't decided yet, to be honest, I said with a shrug. But it would synergize with your powers, at least thematically, if not actually helping you with them. As for the catch, there is no catch, I'm just hoping you'll help defend the community or even work with me, but it's not a requirement. She looked at me for a moment before snorting and shaking her head with a chuckle. You're such a fucking Boy Scout, she said, considering my offer for a long moment before nodding. Alright, yeah. I can't promise how much of a help I'll actually be, but yes, you can make something for me, even if it draws me into this whole cape thing. Cool. Then I need to go find some containers, I said, standing up and dusting myself off. When I do, I'm going to need a big vial of blood from you. That acceptable? Really not inspiring confidence by asking for my blood, she pointed out, shaking her head. But yes, it's fine. Good. Stick around for a bit, I instructed. I need to go shopping, but it shouldn't be too long. I quickly changed out of my uniform, pulling a set of civilian clothes out of Troy by using my plant manipulation spell to open a partial cavity in his chest. When I was done changing, pointedly ignoring Olivia's wolf whistles, I stuffed my costume back into the same cavity. After a quick goodbye, I left the alley at a jog, leaving Olivia with Troy while I made my way to the more populated streets of Brockton Bay, eventually hailing a cab. I stopped by several stores, stuffing a duffel bag full of everything that I wanted or would need and running up a significant cab fare before having the driver drop me off nearby where I had left Troy. He was still there, waiting for me, and as I approached, Olivia appeared out of a shadow, fading in from the relative darkness. Shouldn't be too long, hey. You were gone for almost 2 hours. She complained. You're lucky I happen to be a fan of lazy mornings. I miss lazy mornings, I said with a chuckle, carefully putting down the duffel bag full of supplies I had bought. Come here and sit down. She nodded, once again sitting down on the worn concrete steps. Using a bloodletting spell for ritual crafting, I filled up a 20 milliliter glass vial with her blood, stopping it with a natural cork. I now had hundreds of the same vial, thanks to a relatively well-stocked arts and crafts shop. A quick healing spell later and her finger was all healed up. I was very careful to direct the magic to her finger and keep it away from her scars. When the wound disappeared, she looked at her finger for a long moment. You could fix me, couldn't you? She asked, looking up from her finger, her mismatched eyes locked onto me. My scars, I mean. I could, I confirmed with a nod. I was advised not to bring it up when I first saw you, though. And my eye? Yes. For a long moment, she looked at me, studying my face. Eventually, she slowly reached out and took my hand, pulling it to her face until my palm was over her eye. Please. Just fix the eye, she said, sounding guilty of all things. Of course. Hold still, I might have to cast it multiple times to deal with the set scarring. When she nodded, I focused my magic and chanted softly so I didn't startle her. Oculum lacem sana, visum ei restitu. A triplet of arcane symbols glowed around the back of my hand, gathering healing magic before it pushed through me and into Olivia's eye. I repeated that spell 3 more times before finally pulling my hand away. Olivia's eyes fluttered open, revealing a pair of bright green eyes, both of them completely clear of any scarring. I healed just enough of her eyelid that she could comfortably blink and look around, her eyes latching onto mine. Not bad, hey? I asked. Thank you for trusting me to help. It wasn't really about trust, but thank you, she said, standing up and looking up at the sky, then back down to me. I think I need to go, but I'll see you again soon, yet. Gotta give you your gift eventually, don't I? I responded with a small smile. I'll be around, and you have a habit of finding me pretty easily. Hard to miss you, she shot back, turning to fade into a nearby shadow. See you around, William. See you around, Olivia. She vanished, leaving me alone next to Troy. I quickly put my costume back on, storing my civilian clothes before climbing up onto Troy's back. I could feel the weight of the blood vial in my coat pocket, as well as the more physical weight of the duffel bag full of materials on my back. By this point, it was only about noon, but already, I needed to get back to my forest compound. There was a lot I wanted to get done today, or more specifically, tonight, which meant I had a whole lot of work to do in the meantime. The sooner I got to work on what needed to be done, the sooner I could start to prepare for the new moon and the several rituals I wanted to perform in order to finalize my compound. I quickly rode through the city, making my way out past the outskirts and eventually heading into the forest. I made a decision that I would come and go from the forest as Arcanum, and then once in the city, I would take my costume off if I needed to attend something as a civilian. At this point, the only thing I really did as a civilian guise was shopping, mostly because I didn't want people to associate Arcanum with buying a 200 pack of glass vials with a natural cork seal or a second package of slightly larger vials. When I finally got back, I let Troy wander around a bit as I offloaded everything that I had bought into the storage tree trunks. When I was done, I grabbed one of my enhanced metallic acorns, eager to get to work on my bedroom tree. Chapter 38. I spent about an hour growing my new living space, starting from a single ritualized acorn and ending up with a massive towering oak with a thick, overgrown base. I considered trying to camouflage the base a bit better, but it was a lost cause. Between the ritual platform, which was only a dozen or so feet away, and the plans to grow more buildings later, there was really no disguising the compound from the ground. I would just have to rely on my redirecting magic for people coming from the ground and the dense canopy to hide us from the sky. The final result of my efforts was a pleasant, if a bit small, living space, complete with a wooden bed frame, furniture, some shelves and other storage. It felt a bit basement-like, with no windows and only one short stairway leading up and out, but I was fine with that. The room was really only to sleep in, as the general design of the compound was outdoor focused, and only when I wasn't sleeping in the community. I realized, rather embarrassingly, that I had no reason to pick a location and declare it my only sleeping spot. I could choose to sleep wherever was more convenient, bouncing between here and the docks as necessary. Along the outside of the living space, I grew what would eventually become a private outdoor shower. I was pretty sure I could ritualize a wooden vessel to pull in moisture from the air to fill it up, as well as keep the water clean and warm. Unfortunately, while I wanted to do that now, I didn't have the time. Time was running out to take advantage of the new moon, and I wasn't about to let an opportunity like that pass by. In rituals, material sacrifices ranged from everyday objects to rare, priceless ingredients. Basically, rituals create an effect, either connected to a location, person, or item, and a material sacrifice stabilizes it, making it permanent or sometimes strengthening the effect. You could also tie a location or events going on around it to a ritual as another stabilizer. Material stabilizers came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, and sometimes, you wanted a stabilizer that couldn't normally be gathered or contained by mundane means. I knew this for a fact because my knowledge of druid craft, which contained a dozen or so rituals to enhance plants and harvests, had a ritual that required the first sunlight of spring, as a sacrifice material. As far as an abstract, unobtainable concept, sunlight that shone on a specific day was pretty high up there. Contemplating the material showed me that the ritual could be done on the first day of spring, just as the sun was rising, or I could use a small glass vessel that contained a slight glow inside, with a single drop of dew hanging from the stopper. So I knew gathering stuff like that was possible. On top of that, because of a connection through that knowledge to the ritual design and crafting subject, I could even sense quite a bit of information about how a material stored like that could be useful. The problem was that as useful as such a storage method could be, I had no idea how to make them. The vial, which my knowledge insisted was responsible for the state of the esoteric ingredient, was a complete mystery to me. The fact that it wasn't etched with symbols meant it was unlikely to be enchanted, and while its ability to trap otherwise ethereal ingredients could be due to what it was made of, I had to hope and pray it came down to a ritual. The fact that such a crucial material gathering item wasn't covered by the crafting portion of my ritual knowledge meant that it could just be more advanced than I had easy access to. I grabbed one of the vials from storage and sat down by the ritual platform, flipping through my notebook before eventually starting the design process. I had a feeling that the process would end up being a complicated ritual, since holding on to something that was inherently ethereal or conceptual couldn't be a simple task. I spent an hour and some change working on the design, brainstorming ideas and potential solutions, before taking a short break to eat some lunch and drink some coffee. Before I started the design process again, I spent some time building a boardwalk-like platform around the living space tree, eventually connecting it to the ritual platform. When I was done with that, I worked on a golem core, dumping a significant portion of my supplies into it before I got back to work, finally finishing the ritual 2 hours later. The process of making the containment vials was as complicated as I had feared, but with my knowledge of ritual design, I managed to predict what kind of material sacrifices would work with them, meaning I already had everything I needed to make them. It wasn't perfect, not by a long shot, but it would certainly do for now. Even better, I could perform the ritual in bulk, so I would only need to do the ritual once to get everything I needed. I carefully traced out the ritual, which took up a significant portion of the platform. It took 12 material sacrifices, half of which were a bit of a stretch, each of them fitting in a small circle around the large ritual. When I was finally done, I carefully placed 150 glass vials in the center circle, before feeding the ritual my magic. Once it was complete, I tested one of the vials by quickly leaving the forest and holding it up to the sky, the sun shining down on me. Following my mental influence, the bottle gathered the essence of sunshine. When I felt that the bottle was full, I corked it, the small containment vial holding what looked like a tiny ray of sunlight inside, shifting and changing as I turned it in my hands. I could, just by holding it, see and feel that the vial contained sunlight with no extra concepts or additives. I rushed back to the compound and threw together a simple ritual to test the containment vial's effectiveness as a ritual component. I quickly drew the ritual out before placing the vial in the center circle, with a singular candle as a material sacrifice. The result was a sealed glass vessel, similar to the original containment vial, with a flame inside. It put out a good amount of light but was only slightly warm to the touch. "Well, looks like it works," I said with a smile, tossing the glowing light to Alya, who was just corporeal enough to catch it. "And I solved our lighting problem. With enough of those, I won't have to use the generator to charge a battery bank to plug in the string lights." "Well done, William," she commented with a smile, turning the sealed vial over in her hands. The original vial was stable. As stable as I could get. "They might break down after a few years, but I'm pretty sure I'll be able to transfer them over if I manage to grab anything interesting," I assured her. "They work with a lot of intent, so I'm pretty sure just holding them against each other, their mouths pressed together, would be enough to transfer them. If not, I'll think of something else." She nodded and, after a moment, floated over to one of the storage cabinets, returning with a length of twine. She floated upwards, tying the bottle to one of the branches and letting it hang down by the string. It wasn't much light, but a dozen of them would keep the ritual platform lit pretty well all night. "Good call," I said with a smile. "Once I'm done with today and tonight, I will make a few dozen of those and hang them around the compound." After a short break to let my brain recover, I knuckled down and started designing the process for making Olivia's gift. I already had the designs for the final rituals for securing the compound, including the massive one, so they were all set for later. The gift, however, was turning out to be a rather large and complicated creation. I had several materials I wanted to work into the creation process, and that alone was going to make for a complicated ritual. For each extra material sacrifice, I needed to enhance and concentrate on the aspects I wanted while pushing back and filtering out everything I didn't. By the time I finished the design process, I had been forced to turn on the generator so I could see what I was doing. The sun was setting, and the forest was quickly getting darker and darker. Still, it wasn't quite time to start yet, so I drew out the first ritual before stopping to eat a quick dinner. When I was done, I could feel that it was finally time. The sun had set completely, and the forest around me was completely dark. I flicked off the generator, looking up to the sky to see it filled with stars and nothing else, the moon dark. My first task was to finish the basic rituals for hiding and protecting the compound, emphasizing and doubling down on the avoidance, discomfort and forgetfulness aspects of it. In total, I did 4 more rituals, the magic seeping into the land around me, filling the clearing with a low glow before fading away. For each ritual, I could feel the new moon feeding into it, tying the effects to the concept of darkness and the unknown. Finally, when the last protective ritual was complete, it was time to tie it all together. Are you sure about this? Alya asked. I know I don't have to tell you that this is a big deal, but are you sure you want to go through it? We could find other options. I know, but none as good as this. I'm serious about making this place a safe place. Not to mention all of the other benefits, I pointed out as I continued to draw out the ritual lines. Right now, it's just a simple living space and this platform, but eventually, I want to make this place a fortress. I plan on having allies like Olivia, a team, and I might even bring people here to protect them. Hell, I might even make this into a whole village for the dock community. I want this place to be safe and well taken care of. The perfect place to practice and study magic. And in order to do that, someone needs to be in charge. She let out a sigh and nodded. I could feel that she agreed with my decision but still wanted to make sure I understood the risk of what I was doing. Once the lines and arcane symbols were finished, I laid out the sacrificial materials. Carefully, I placed down a wolf skull and a small ivory brooch carved with a mother's name. A handmade replica of the mother idol figure made from terracotta clay. A completed golem core, as powerful and complex as I could make it. A pile of dirt from the center of the clearing, a singular enhanced acorn, and finally, an ancient arrowhead napped from volcanic stone. When all of the materials were laid out, I did one final check of the ritual. I only had one shot at this, and while I was certain the ritual would function, it needed to be perfect. I checked every little detail, making sure that all of the arcane symbols were pulling from the right aspects of the items and suppressing everything else. The last thing I checked before continuing to the next stage was that the ritual was pulling the concepts of new beginnings, new cycles, and fresh starts from the new moon. When I was certain the ritual was as perfect as I could make it, I made my way to the center, where a crude stone bowl, carved by my own hands, was waiting. I squatted down, careful not to disturb the ritual lines, before using the bloodletting spell. For nearly 2 minutes I held the spell, filling the bowl completely, a carefully measured 300 milliliters, around 5% of my blood, or just enough to fill a good-sized ceramic coffee mug. It wasn't enough to hurt me. In fact, it wasn't enough for me to even feel, but it was still a lot. Especially when you considered that I would never be getting this blood back. Using blood in rituals was a rather common thing. Blood was powerful, especially the blood of a mage, and functioned well in several roles. However, this was different. Here, I was not using it as a reagent or a magical conductor. I was sacrificing my blood, 5% of it, to this ritual. I would always have 5% less of my blood from now until the day that I died. It wouldn't affect me physically, a man of my size could lose that much blood with no noticeable effects. However, it did put me in danger of bleeding out faster since any wound would have a 300 milliliter head start. It was a sacrifice, but one that I needed to make. This was a significant step, something that would start to build now and would only become more and more powerful over time. When I was done bleeding into the stone bowl, I wrapped my finger in a bandage. I couldn't risk any healing magic getting through and trying to restore my lost blood. Later, no amount of healing magic would bring the blood back, but for now, restoring my lost blood would remove my connection to what I had just given up. I carefully exited the ritual circle before kneeling down beside it. After a long moment of staring, I took a long, deep breath. After slowly letting it out, I began to feed the ritual my magic. Immediately, I could feel the arcane symbols and lines greedily drinking my mana. This was a deep, powerful ritual, so getting it started would take a lot more mana than I could give at once. So rather than try to blast through it after the initial contact, I slowed down, slowly feeding my magic into it. It took nearly an hour for the ritual to fill, the night getting darker and deeper until, finally, the lines and arcane symbols pulsed with my magic. The sacrificial materials began to dissolve, feeding themselves to my blood and the stone vessel, which itself began to glow a dark purple blue. Finally, when all the materials were gone, the blood-filled vessel seemed to collapse into itself, folding and cracking as if being sucked into a black hole. My blood was consumed by the magic, and suddenly, with a final snap, the vessel disappeared, a wave of magical energy rushing outwards, passing through me, flowing through the rest of the compound. For a moment, everything was quiet. Then, suddenly, a massive wave of pressure rolled over both Alya and myself. I collapsed to my hands and knees, my fingers smudging the burned out and completed ritual, even as Alya was forced to disperse, retreating inside my soul as she was banished in a split second. For a long moment, I struggled not to collapse further, as I felt something steady me, taking a measure of who I was and what I wanted. Finally, after what felt like hours, the pressure passed, and I could feel a gentle hand caress my cheek, tilting my head upwards and helping me back to my knees. For just a second, standing in the center of the now inert ritual, was the barest hints of a person. A humanoid form, female, almost entirely transparent, but still colored like a black and purple sky. She reached out, waving her hands, grabbing onto something, and pulling it into herself. As she did, I could feel all of the protective rituals I had performed pull tight, merge, and strengthen. Then it was gone, the figure vanishing. For a moment, something touched my back, rubbing it soothingly before retreating completely. A comforting feeling spread through the compound, sinking into every stone, tree, and blade of grass. And just like that, a genius loci was born. Chapter 39. For a moment, I knelt there in the dark, my heart rate slowly lowering as I looked around the compound and the clearing. All around me, I could see and feel the weight of heavy, potent magic. As I watched, it slowly dispersed into the rocks, trees, and dirt. It felt like watching water get greedily sucked up and absorbed after being poured on parched, dry dirt or sand. I let out a long, steady breath, satisfied that the magic had settled. As the moment passed, I delved into myself to check on Alya. I was once again reminded that while my companion was extremely useful, she was also highly specialized, meaning she was physically weak. The pressure wave of magic alone had been enough to knock her for a loop and force her back into my soul, just like when she had passed out after using too much energy. She would be back eventually, probably by the time I woke up in the morning. Still shaking off the jitters of the rather extreme experience, I quickly stood up from the ritual platform and sat along one of the roots of the storage trees. I looked around carefully for a moment before speaking out loud. I know it's rather quick, but do you think you could clean the ritual platform for me? I asked out loud. It's okay if you are tired or low on energy, just ignore. Before I could finish my statement, a royal of magic, dark blue and purple, waved over the platform, washing away the soot left behind from the previous ritual. In fact, the platform was the cleanest it had been since I had made it. Thank you, I appreciate the help, I said with a smile. I know physically manifesting is going to be difficult, but do you have a name? If not, you're welcome to pick one, or I can pick one for you. It's up to you. I could feel a warm feeling on my chest, right above my heart, like someone was pressing their hand against me. Then, a soft touch on my lips, accompanied by a general happiness. The connection was nothing like what I shared with Alya, as the emotion was much more simple and straightforward. Alya and I could talk entirely without words, using complicated emotions, general tugs, and mental gestures to communicate complex ideas and concepts. What the genius loci was doing was a lot more simple, like painting a picture with only primary colors, whereas Alya got a much more generous color palette. Still, they managed to get the point across, the warm touches and emotions telling me that she would be happy with any name I gave her as long as it came from my heart. How about Kali? I asked. It's a Hindu goddess, which I admit isn't my strong suit, but she was supposed to be a divine mother, and her name is connected to the Hindu word for black. Considering how you were born. A faint, loose hug tightened around me for a moment before it faded, leaving me with a smile. She was happy with the name, even if she was too tired to tell me herself. After the hug, I could feel her disappear, feeling the connection spread to the entire clearing. It wasn't too dissimilar from how Alya would disperse into the air, but where I could feel Alya directly all around me, I could only feel Kali in her metaphysical weight. As she faded into a sort of dormancy, I looked down at the now clean ritual space. This was exactly why I wanted a genius loci around my home. Once she was properly awake, filled with mana, and had a little experience under her belt, she would be able to help me in 100 little ways, making every task I did at the compound just a bit easier and cleaner. Eventually, she would be a god in her domain, able to wave her hand and create or do whatever she wanted, shifting the world to her whims. A genius loci was fundamentally tied to their location. They were the land they inhabited, and so it followed their wants and desires. Of course that was hundreds, if not thousands of years from now. Kali would need a lot of time, experience, and effort to reach that level of power. Until then, she would help where she could, maintaining the forest, the compound, and the people in it. A guardian angel for my new home, lending a helping hand or a gentle nudge whenever I needed it, all the while absorbing the residual or dispersed mana coming off from my rituals and other magic I performed in the forest. I smiled and stood up, dusting myself off and turning the lights back on around the ritual platform. With Callie summoned and tied to her new domain, it was time to work on Olivia's gift. I quickly copied the complicated ritual from my notebook and onto the ritual platform. This particular ritual was all about imbuing an aspect into a specific item, namely a long black cloak that I had bought used from a second-hand store. It was a bit worn but still in good shape, which was good because objects with history tended to work better for a lot of magic, even if it could make them a bit less predictable. It also had a little tag worked into it. While the cloak would be Olivia's, it was still made from my magic. I made sure to strengthen that bond quite a bit, so that if I wanted to, say, give it a mental yank while she was close by, and turn it into so much fluff and torn cloth, I could. I got a good feeling from Olivia, and I felt like I could trust her to help me keep an eye on the docks community, but I wasn't crazy enough to leave her completely unchecked with enhancements I made. And since it was something I had to consciously do, rather than some sort of hidden mechanism or triggerable consequence that might pop up if she wasn't careful, I felt comfortable not telling her about it. When I was done, I carefully laid the cloak down in the center circle of the ritual before then placing out all of the material sacrifices. First was the vial of Olivia's blood, which would hopefully give Olivia a sort of claim over the cloak. It wasn't enough to keep other people from using it entirely, but it would undoubtedly give Olivia an advantage, while giving everyone else a disadvantage. After her blood was in place, next came a vial of my shadow, taken with as much light contrasting it as I could, so that the shadow was the darkest and most well-defined. While the containment vial was filling up, I focused on the idea of general human shadow, rather than mine specifically, something the ritual symbols doubled down on. Looking back, I could have also used a sample of Olivia's shadow, maybe to run counter to the general sample. If I wanted to upgrade this cloak or make her a new one, that was something I could consider, but for now, I would rely on the blood sample to connect the cloak to my friend. Next was a sample of dark, moonless light, which looked beautiful inside the containment vial. It was a swirling black liquid dotted with stars that twinkled as the liquid moved. I made sure to grab a dozen samples of that, just in case I wanted some for later. The rest of the samples were more mundane. A trio of onyx gemstones, several raven feathers, a jar of black ink for fountain pens, and finally, a container of deep black paint. If I had been making this for myself or anyone else, I would have most likely included something like coal, dark smoke from a fire, or even ground up charcoal, but judging from the burns on her body, I knew Olivia had a bad history with fire. I wasn't about to traumatize her by making the cloak smell like ash or billow like smoke. Once everything was in place, I quickly shut down the generator, and the clearing almost went completely dark. With a frown, I looked up at the hanging, newly made glowing light that Alia had hung from the protective canopy above the platform. Damn it! I cursed, looking around for a way to get the light down without damaging the ritual. I was about to get up and start manipulating the tree with magic to pull down the branch when suddenly I could feel Callie again. It was subtle, her energy barely rising from dormancy to tap the small glass vessel. The light inside dimmed for a moment before going out completely, leaving the entire area nearly pitch black. Oh. Thanks, Callie, I said with a smile, settling back next to the ritual. Unlike the previous ritual, which had created an entire sentient entity, this ritual was much lower on the power scale. That meant that once I started pushing my energy into the lines and arcane symbols, I only had to keep pushing my mana for 10 minutes before everything flared up and activated. I watched as, one by one, the material sacrifices fed into the cloak, fading into nothing as the ritual progressed. I could feel the excess energy being pulled back into the space around me, as opposed to floating free and fading into nothing. I could also feel Callie, still quiet and mostly dormant, reaching out and prodding the ritual, using her influence to enhance and reinforce the result. Once everything was done, I quickly turned the lights back on, rushing to the center of the now burned out ritual to pick up the cloak and inspect it. Any sign of wear that the original piece of clothing bore was gone, completely healed by the ritualization process. It was also a much darker black, going from your average black cloth to a much deeper, almost illusory black, a color that wasn't natural. I resisted the urge to try it on, wanting Olivia to be the first to wear it. I was honestly not entirely sure what it would do, but it was so steeped in the concept of shadow and darkness that I knew it would interact with her powers. Once I was done examining it, I carefully folded it up and put it inside a paper bag before finally storing that inside Troy's chest. I had one last task for the night, something simple that I would need when I woke up. I quickly copied down an old ritual, one that took heavy inspiration from a ritual designed to make planter boxes self-watering from the druid craft subject. When it was done, I put it onto the large water storage bucket I had grown with the creation of my private outdoor shower. I could once again feel Callie poke and prod the ritual as it was underway. This time, as I wasn't so laser-focused on the ritual, I could really watch and feel what she was doing. Callie's understanding of magic was instinctual, as she was born from it. She was magic, and as such, she could feel it as easily as I would feel my breathing. She could also feel what I wanted, and as the spirit of the land, of my home, she could nudge the ritual as she pleased. I had hoped she would be capable of helping with my magic, but to watch her do it so easily, so quickly after she was given form was astonishing. It completely validated my decision to make her in the first place, as well as the price I had paid to do so. With the water gathering bucket finished, I pushed it into place above the shower, growing a tangle of branches and vines to hold it in place. Already, the interior of the vessel was looking moist, as if dew was collecting on the interior, dripping down the side, and pooling together. When I was finally done getting my morning shower started, I made my way around the living space tree, heading down inside before shutting the simple door behind me. The interior was still pretty threadbare, as the bed frame was still just a frame, but that wasn't something I couldn't solve. It took me a good 30 minutes to get it right, but eventually, I managed to grow an interwoven lattice of tree branches to create a spring-esque mattress. I covered it with my overcoat for just a bit more of a cushion. It wasn't optimal by any means, but I could remove the lattice work easily with another spell later. Besides, all things considered, it was actually pretty comfortable. Or maybe it was just that I was so incredibly exhausted from doing ritual work for literally 8 hours straight. Either way, after rolling up some bags to use as a pillow and lying down, I fell asleep almost instantly. The next morning, I woke up to the smell of coffee and toast. I nearly jumped out of my bed, my brain confused with what was going on. When I finally gathered my wits, I stopped and tilted my head. There, sitting on the small table next to the wicker, woven chair, was a steaming hot mug of coffee, 2 pieces of toast with peanut butter on them, and a perfectly sliced apple. All things I had brought with me from my temporary shop home, but obviously in different states. It was Callie, Alya explained, sitting on the edge of my bed in a semi-corporeal state. It was here when I regained consciousness, and it's all stayed at basically the same temperature. Jesus, really proving me right here. Thank you, Callie. How are you feeling? I asked as I gently sat down at the table. Is there anything I can do for you? A gentle hand rested on my shoulder, and I could feel a happy smile radiating from the genius loci. After a moment, though, it shifted to a slight hunger, a question of how she would grow. Well, any ritual or magic I create here should help you grow, I pointed out. I'm sure you could feel the rituals I did after I woke you up. Plus, all the trees and rituals for protection. While the hand pulled away from my shoulder, I could still feel her confirmation that she was pulling the excess mana from what I had created. It was hesitant, though, as if she was worried about the amount. Well, I could also feed you magic directly, I suggested, getting her attention. Maybe a necklace that absorbs and pushes out my excess mana constantly. In fact, I bet that would help me increase my mana reserves, as if I was constantly using it. I considered the idea of a few seconds. The ritual of creating such a thing would be remarkably easy. I could easily create a simple temporary version with no material sacrifices just to test if it works. That's what I'll do, and I'll wear it around here so that you can absorb all my extra mana, I confirmed, getting a happy, eager feeling from my latest friend. Also, I plan on making you a few golems. They should put off some extra magic, and you can influence them directly to do your bidding. That way, you don't have to do everything to manifest your higher powers. I'm sure this took a good chunk out of your energy reserves, didn't it? I guessed, gesturing to the food, only to chuckle at her response. It felt like every stereotypical mom or grandmother waving away compliments for her food or hard work. I appreciate it, Callie, I repeated with a smile. I'll need to go shopping a bit to make more golems. I used the last of my gemstone resources to make the one I used to call you forth. I can do it between going to visit the docks and the hospital. I chatted with Alya and Callie for a few minutes, finishing my breakfast. When I was done, I grabbed my clothes and carried them outside with me to my shower. I nearly cried when I realized that Callie had heated the water for a ridiculously luxurious hot shower, with no need to go out and fill buckets or anything. Even with it being a bit short, it was well worth the work I put into making it. When I was all clean and ready for the day, I dressed in my costume and quickly applied a steel absorption. When that was done, I whistled to summon Troy, climbing onto his back and riding him out of the forest, heading for downtown. Chapter 40. My first stop of the day was to check in with the hospital. A day had passed since I had been there to heal Amy, so there were plenty of people waiting for me to help. I ended up healing nearly 30 people over the span of 2 hours, with injuries and illnesses ranging from a child with severely broken bones to a single case of HIV. When I claimed I was done, one of the doctors tried to guilt-trip me into also healing people who settled firmly into the not urgent or necessary list. He insisted that Panacea wouldn't have left anyone injured or in pain, even if their problems weren't life-threatening. I managed to resist the urge to put him on that list myself. I did, however, end up sending a message to Sarah Pelham explaining that Amy absolutely had a legal case against the hospital if that was something they were interested in. They had very much taken advantage of Amy in ways that were more than a little dubious, even though they knew she was a minor. Just the amount of stress they must have put her under was criminal, but worse, is that they should have known better. She thanked me briefly but said nothing else after that. I didn't blame her for that, however, as they already had a lot going on. Once I was done healing everyone who needed it, making a cool chunk of cash in the process, I quickly found somewhere to change into civilian clothes. While shopping in costume would have made my life much easier, it would have raised a lot of questions that I wasn't ready to answer quite yet. The first stop on my shopping journey was another jewelry store, a different location from the first one I had gone to. I spent a good chunk of cash refilling my precious stone supplies, nearly buying them out of their stock of lesser quality stones. At this point, I was worried I might be showing up on some people's radar as a tinker. This would be my second large purchase of stones, though they had been in different stores. Until I could figure out some more long-distance travel solutions, I would need to hold back from doing this again. I had already investigated teleportation circles with my ritual creation, but it was either beyond what I had access to, used something else entirely, or was so specialized and different that it was considered another subject entirely. Either way, I couldn't make one. Yet. When I was done with my shopping, which included buying the rest of the supplies needed for golems, I once again got changed before heading out to the docks community. The communal space was bustling, with people cleaning, working, and all sorts of business. A small group of people had set down blankets and were hawking wares, selling everything from food to second-hand clothes. Looking around, the community had definitely grown, and as I walked through the crowds, guiding Troy through rather than riding him, I got quite a few appreciative waves and handshakes. Eventually, I found one of the people I was looking for. "John, what's going on?" I asked the older man, finding him standing under some shade, talking to what looked like a dock worker. "There's a lot more people here than last time. They heard this place was protected," he explained, nodding his head to one of the golems as it carried a box around. "And that there was food. Some of them are people who would have lived alone, a few from Tasha's old crowd. That's the people selling stuff." I looked over at the people sitting on blankets, trading and selling their goods. Before I could comment, John waved me off. "Before you ask, none of it is stolen from anyone who's gonna come after us, and they sell it cheap, especially since they are eating for free here," he explained. "Tasha had a whole system set up, and I've been shifting it to fit with us. So far, it's been working." "Who is it stolen from?" I asked with a frown. John winced, but now it was my turn to wave off his concerns. "I'm not gonna shame anyone for doing what they need to do to survive, John," I assured him. "I know you can't wear a law-abiding as a coat when it snows. But I would like to know where or how this stuff gets here. Most of what's stolen is from quick grabs, snagging things off chairs and benches at the mall and around the city," he explained. "The food is from several businesses around town, getting rid of stuff that is about to or has already hit its expiration date. Most businesses have rules against that, and it's illegal to knowingly sell expired food, so it's all under the table. Some stuff is snagged from abandoned homes, picked from trash, and repaired." I frowned and nodded in understanding. "Listen, if possible, encourage people to focus on scavenging and repair," I said, leaning in closely. "I will personally supply the cash needed for sewing and repair kits, patch material, and things like that so people make more from less." "That would help a lot," he admitted, nodding his head with a considering look. "I know we sometimes get halfway decent clothes from second-hand stores throwing out worn-down stock." "Good, here," I said, pulling out a stack of bills and handing it to John, whose eyes went wide as he quickly pushed the stack into his jacket. "Use this to buy what they need or whatever the community needs. Talk with Charles about it." "Damn it, kid, you can't be flashing around that kinda money," he warned, shaking his head, looking around to make sure no one had seen us. "Living like us, it can change some people. Getting this much cash rubbed in their faces, they can't help themselves. I've seen sweet old grandmas pull knives on friends for half this many bills." "Right, sorry," I said with a wince, rubbing the back of my head. "This is all pretty new to me." "I know, but you're only trying to help. And so far, you're doing a damn good job," he admitted, patting my shoulder. "Just be careful. I'll get a few guys together to go shopping, grab some essentials, and talk to Tasha's people. I'm sure with the right incentives, we can get everyone on the right page." "Great, fantastic," I said with a nod. "You seen Sarah/Mary around today?" "She was here earlier," he said with a frown, looking around for a moment before shaking his head. "I swear that girl is flightier than a rabbit." "Can only imagine she has a reason," I pointed out, the man wincing and nodding. "Fair point," he admitted. We chatted a bit more before I spent about an hour healing some of the community. Thankfully, there weren't any significant injuries, but in conditions like these, even the smallest scratch could spiral out of control if it wasn't watched or fixed. When I was done, I made my way back through the large open space in the center of the community, Troy following after me. I had been around long enough to assume by that point that if Olivia was somewhere hiding, she would have seen me. I just needed to get somewhere more private. I see her, Alia said as I made my way down and away from the group. She was hiding along some of the rafters in the warehouse. There's a sort of walking maintenance area she has claimed for herself. Thanks, I said, sitting down on the same broken and cracked stairs the two of us had met on before. Wait, how are you seeing her in the darkness? That is strange. I can sense her physical shape but not see it, the awakened elemental explained with surprise. It appears that my awareness trumps her stealth. Well, that's good, means I can find her if she ever gets injured in a shadow she is blended into, I pointed out. We waited patiently, sitting on the old cracked stairs. Eventually, Olivia turned the corner, rolling her eyes as she spotted me. You know, coming by asking about me is very suspicious, she pointed out, throwing an peach at me, which I caught after bobbling it a few times. I only asked John, he knows you're around and keeping an eye on things, I explained with a shrug. You must have been watching when I asked, after all. She didn't respond, instead stepping into a shadow and jumping up to the top of the stairs. The jump was a bit too fluid, a bit too extreme to be a normal jump, though not by much. When she was sitting, she nudged me. So what's going on? I told you I was going to make something for you, remember? I said, standing from my spot to walk alongside Troy, using magic to open up his side and pull out the paper bag. I finished it last night. You finished it? She asked, her eyes wide. That was just the other day. I didn't think tinkering worked like that. I don't know, honestly, I said with a shrug, passing her the bag. I'm not a normal tinker. You're not a normal anything, she responded, accepting the bag carefully. As flippant and sassy as she liked to be, she wasn't mean or stupid enough to manhandle a gift, especially a Tinker Tech one. I watched with a smirk as she opened the bag and pulled out the cloak, turning it over in her hand. The super, unnaturally dark look shimmered slightly as she moved it to study it from all sides. A cloak? Like as part of a costume? She asked. It's nice, a lot darker than, well, anything I've seen. Put it on. She gave me a look, before pulling it around herself, wrapping the cloak around her shoulders. Just as she managed to get the thick, dark cloth over her body, she let out a gasp. The cloak suddenly surrounded her, pulling closed and settling on her body as if put on perfectly. All evidence of who she was disappeared in an instant, the hood fluttering up over her head, the interior vanishing into a pitch-black pit. As the cloak sealed and hid her identity, it also lost all sense of cloth or clothing, forming instead a cover of wispy shadows and darkness. Dozens of hanging strands of shadow seemed to waft and float around her, suspended in the air. The deep black material reached down to her feet, coalescing into a sort of formless base of shadowy tendrils and wisps. She looked like death, floating straight from nightmares to reap souls. Holy fuck, I said, taking an involuntary step back before I regained control of myself. Wait, what is it? She asked, stepping forward. What's wrong? No, nothing is wrong, you just look intimidating as fuck, I explained, shaking off the unnerved feeling, focusing on her voice. Way more than I anticipated. Why did you gasp? I feel really good, she explained. It's like being in the darkest darkness I could find, and then finding a shadow to hide in. All my enhancements have been pushed to 11 and and I feel free, like it's soothing a craving for something. Do you think your power might have been pushing you to find dark areas? I asked with a raised eyebrow. From what I understand, getting powers can do stuff like that sometimes. Maybe? I would have called you crazy a minute ago, but I can feel some sort of difference, she admitted. I feel the calmest holy shit. As she was talking, she looked down at herself, finally noting what she looked like. She shook her hands, like she was trying to flick the strands of shadow off of them. What the fuck, Ark? What did you do to me? She asked, a lilt of panic in her voice. Relax, it's okay, I said, stepping forward and reaching out, my hand passing through the shadow to find hers, holding it tightly. This should be pretty responsive to you, try thinking about what you would like it to look like. She nodded, her head tilting down as I assumed she closed her eyes to concentrate. After a minute, she let out a long breath, and the cloak started to change. The coils of shadow and black wisps didn't disappear, but the majority of the material did shift to a dark cloth. Still intimidating, still scary, but it didn't feel like I was holding hands with the Grim Reaper anymore. Not bad, see? I said, stepping back to take a quick picture with my phone so she could see for herself. Damn. I still kinda look like a villain, though. You're not wrong, I admitted with a wince. Okay, try this. Instead of focusing on pure darkness, focus on the dark night sky, filled with stars. She nodded, and after a moment, her look shifted again. The cloth effect faded quickly, but rather than the sinister strands of wispy shadow, it was speckled with thousands of twinkling stars. The floating strands still existed, but they were thicker and less intimidating. It was surreal and nonsensical but ultimately beautiful. Whoa, was all I could manage to say as Olivia looked down at herself, also struck speechless. I think that's the look to go for, unless you're really trying to scare someone. Yet, she said softly, still watching the cloak swirl and shift around her body. How did you make this? It's... Ark, this is incredible. I feel bad accepting it now. Don't, it's yours, I assured her. It will never work for anyone as well as it works for you. It would be pretty pointless to take it back. Well, in that case. Thank you, How do I take it off? She asked, her still obscured face turning to look at me. Just focus on it going away, I explained. It should. I couldn't even finish before the whole cloak began to pull away, thick strands of star-scattered darkness sliding off her. I expected the cloak to return to normal and for her to take it off manually. Instead, it just continued pulling off of her, revealing her completely as the strands and coils of darkness were dragged over her shoulders, down her back, and into her shadow, vanishing from sight. After a moment, it reappeared, going through the whole process in reverse as the darkness coiled and grew around her, the cloak escaping her shadow and once again covering her completely. Ark, don't take this the wrong way, Olivia said, looking down at her hands as the process repeated for a third time, the cloak vanishing into her shadow, this time staying there. I love this thing, but it is spooky as hell. How do you think I feel? I asked, getting a raised eyebrow from her. I had no idea it could do that. Chapter 41. Olivia wasn't exactly happy to learn that I didn't know the precise capabilities of her cloak, but eventually, she accepted that I wasn't just openly experimenting on her. My current tinkering process was just not very specific and left a lot to be explored. We continued to play around with her cloak for a while, before she finally found what she was sure was the cloak's last ability. Apparently, she could sort of feel it before she fully realized what it was, and she couldn't feel anything else. It's like, attention, nestled in a notch inside the cloak, she explained, the cloak still around her body. Not literally, but... It's hard to explain, like trying to describe my seventh sense to someone who only has 5. As she talked, she stretched and flexed, getting a feel for her range of motion, which, as far as we could tell, was essentially perfect. By now, she had settled on a mix of the starry night sky and the cloth-looking cloak for her general look. It was an intimidating, but not quite terrifying, look and was probably the best she was going to be able to do in that department. Well, focus on it, maybe give it a tug or something. I suggested while taking a step back. When she gave me a look, I shrugged. I'm pretty sure the cloak won't hurt you, I have no such conclusions about it hurting me, which means taking a step back. She shook her head before lowering it in what I now knew was in concentration. After a long silence, she raised her hand and sort of flexed her arm, and a black streak whipped through the air and slammed into that brick wall behind me. I cursed and ducked, though she really hadn't even gotten close. What the hell was that? We both asked at the same time, both of us stepping closer to examine the projectile. Is that a feather? She asked. Sure enough, it was a pitch-black raven feather, more shadow than physical, solid black with wisps of shadow trailing off of it. I tried to reach out and pull it out of the wall, but it didn't even budge. Then, after about half a minute, maybe more, the feather vanished in a puff of fluttering darkness. A quick examination of the impact site showed no damage to the bricks despite having clearly had a feather in it just a few seconds ago. It took us 20 minutes to figure out that the feathers interacted with shadows, namely, nailing them in place and immobilizing whatever was casting it. She first did it to me by accident, locking me in place until the feather vanished and I was free. We tried it with Troy and succeeded, then random objects, giving her a good feel for what she could do. The lock only lasted for 34 seconds, and it could be disabled by blasting a bright light, which would disrupt the shadow and release whatever was locked up. Destroying the object released whatever was left, and she could also pull the feather manually, but only with her own hands. She could only throw out 6 feathers at a time, which to her was just an arbitrary number, but I knew that I had only included 6 raven feathers in the ritual. Perhaps our most interesting discovery was that the shadow must be touching the object that is casting it. We tried to suspend an object by dropping a brick and nailing the shadow as it fell, but there was no effect. Even with all those limitations, though, it was still an incredible ability. It added a ranged option to her repertoire, something that she sorely needed, even if it didn't do any damage. Olivia's powers made her a natural at stealth and infiltration, and now she had a way to escape if she somehow got spotted. After she got a firm handle on the raven feathers, she added a few to her shoulders as decoration, like a feather pauldron. Once she was done, she thanked me again, this time giving me a hug, before leaving. She had her own things to do, but she assured me that she would keep an eye on the community as best she could. She was done hiding, and with the cloak wrapped around her, she felt much better about fighting to protect the community. She waved as she walked away, her new cloak sliding back into her shadow as she left the alley, making her way back to her home. Once she was out of earshot for a few moments, I nearly collapsed back onto the stairs. What the fuck? I asked the ether, shaking my head and resisting the urge to pull off my hat so I could run my hand through my hair. That was, so much more than I was expecting. Alya sat down beside me, mostly corporeal, as she patted my shoulder. It appears your rituals are even more potent than you thought, she said. Do you think it was Kali's aid that increased its strength? Maybe? Probably not. She might be why the feather ability is so concise and clear-cut, I admitted with a frown as I mentally walked through the ritual. But that much power and flexibility? I think I really just underestimated how powerful I could make something. I really need to make some of my own gear. I sat there for a few minutes, considering just what I wanted to make for myself when Alya finally got my attention. Perhaps a trip to the second-hand store will show you your options. Alya suggested. Then a few places around to look for good materials. That's not a bad idea, I agreed, standing from the stairs and stretching a bit. Gathering materials sounds like a plan. Maybe I'll get some inspiration. I made my way to Tori, patting his back before starting to change out of my uniform, pulling my civilian clothes out of his back, and pushing my costume back in. When I was fully changed, I gave him a gentle shove and told him to head back to the community. He could stick around the outskirts, which would hopefully keep him out of trouble. I spent the next 4 hours wandering around the various shops of Brockton Bay, buying interesting and useful things, anything that might be useful, with the specific hope of creating equipment for myself through my rituals. Seeing what Olivia's cloak could do had really thrown me for a loop. I knew that rituals were powerful. I had used one to call forth what was essentially a god of her domain, after all. But watching the level of utility the ritualized cloak had managed had been shocking. Who knew if I would be able to replicate that level of potency, but I certainly needed to try. I essentially spent the rest of the morning and into the afternoon walking around, buying trinkets, clothes, and other stuff, spending a good chunk of what I had earned that day on materials. Some of what I bought was chosen for a reason, with a particular idea in mind. Other stuff was purchased because it was interesting and could come in handy one day. I made a mental note that taking a shopping trip to Boston might be a good idea at some point. While the neighboring city was not what I would call safer, it had its own gangs and problems after all, it was much more economically stable. I was hoping that it would have more esoteric and interesting shops tucked away in the much older city streets. I would also do incredibly embarrassing things for a Wiccan or witchy shop. I was making do with what I could find around town, but I desperately needed a good source of esoteric, out there items. And that isn't to say that Wiccan or other magic stuff was or wasn't real. A month or so ago, I would have laughed at the idea, but considering I unironically bought a chunk of clear crystal quartz for use in a purifying ritual so I could make a source of pure drinking water, I couldn't exactly throw stones in my glass house. When I was done shopping, as decided by my duffel bag and backpack being completely full, I made my way back to Troy. I quickly changed into my costume and fed Troy my bags, making him significantly bigger in the process, before heading back home to the forest. The first thing I did when I arrived back at the compound was make a huge batch of candle vials. This time, rather than just sticking with sunlight and a candle, I added a tiny little strip of magnesium in each mass ritual. Just an inch of the strip I bought from a metal shop was enough massively crank up the light in each candle vial, meaning that in 2 batches I had more than enough to light up the ritual platforms, the storage trees, the boardwalk path, the shower, and the living space. Even better, a quick test with Callie showed she could easily turn them on and off again, which meant I could officially retire the generator and the string of lights I was using to see at night. I happily grew them a spot in the storage tree, sliding them away and growing around them to keep them protected from the elements. I also added a foam layer to my woven branch bed, creating a layered mattress that, once I covered it with a layer of canvas, followed by a sheet, was resilient and comfortable. I used the leftover foam and canvas to make a cushion for the chair as well. I then sat there in my comfortable new chair, looking down at my notebook, with a pile of clothes, simple jewelry, and other items on my bed for inspiration. So clearly, protection is something I desperately need, I pointed out, tapping my notebook with my pen. I haven't felt nearly as safe with my steel absorption up ever since Shadow Stalker punched through it like wet tissue paper. The obvious place for such a ritual is on your overcoat, Isla pointed out. It is even something designed for protection. That's what I was thinking as well. I'm also considering trying to make the absorption process permanent, I explained. That way, I can splurge on some really good materials and get the most out of every piece. I bet I could trade some free healing with the PRT for some titanium, mercury, tungsten, and a few others. I thought you were concerned about affecting yourself with permanent absorption. Alya asked, sitting on the edge of my bed. And now you want to go above and beyond what you normally do. With Callie helping out with my rituals, I'm a lot less worried about accidentally missing something, I explained with a shrug. She will help prevent anything extra from affecting me. Right, Callie? A reassuring pat on my shoulder was the answer, as well as an impression of happiness that told me she was eager to help. With at least a primary plan in place, I began designing the ritual for my overcoat. I had a few things I could sacrifice to enhance the ritual, not the least of which was my blood, but I had been shopping with the protection concept in mind, which meant I was pretty sure I had enough. About halfway through the design process, I took a break to make the golems I promised to Callie. These were the least complex golems I had made so far, primarily because they didn't need much intelligence, as Callie would be in control of them nearly the entire time. First, I used some iron oak acorns to build 6 wooden wolves, turning them into golem frames. In the process of doing that, I also added a containment vial of my shadow, one from the full moon, 2 from the forest in general, and another that was filled with Kali's essence, voluntarily given, of course. When the frames were done, they looked genuinely alive, their wood vibrant and healthy, their eyes glowing black with swirling stars, and their shadows flickering with power. Once the frames were ready, I whipped up some basic golem cores, only 3 rituals deep and significantly easier than golems that were protecting the community. When everything was done, I fused each wolf with a golem core, the frames glowing for a moment before sitting back and sniffing the air. It was shocking, watching them go from mostly inert frames to the most alive, realistic golems I had made so far, despite barely spending any time on the cores. They acted like real wolves, and when the sound of a faint whistle echoed through the forest, they took off as one, fading into the shadows of the forest. How do you like them, Callie? I asked, still kneeling on the ritual platform, having watched my latest creations vanish into the shadows. I'll make you a few humanoid ones for more utility later. How does that sound? She immediately pulled me up to my feet with a tight hug, ruffling my hair a bit. Her extreme happiness was hard to ignore. I also caught flashes of running through the forest at incredible speeds, feeling the thrill of life coursing through her. It was gone in a flash, but I couldn't help but chuckle. I was surprised she could do that already, considering how young she was. Those aren't going to be normal golems for long, are they? I asked, getting an innocent whistle in return, and I couldn't help but shake my head and laugh. Just don't scare anyone with them, okay? I went back to working on the overcoat ritual, finishing it at about 5 o'clock. The ritual was sound, but as I started to double-check it, Alya spoke up again. The wolves are returning, she warned, while Callie seemed excited, tugging at my hand. Feels like Callie has something to show us, I said, standing up and heading back outside. I was just in time to see the newly formed pack return. They already looked different. Instead of just being bare wood, they were now covered in grass fur growing from their bodies like a real wolf would have. It made them look less sleek, but it also somehow made them feel more alive, as the grass would move and shake as they did, giving them a lot more personality. Callie, it's been like an hour, how did you do that? I caught an image of running through a field of grass, seeds getting pulled into their bodies. I had to assume she had somehow woven them into the existing growth spell that fed the rest of the wolves' bodies. I could have done that, but with no way for me to understand what she wanted, I would have likely not gotten it nearly this good. Damn, it looks good, Callie, I like it. Was that? Before I could finish my sentence, one of the wolves stepped forward, dropping something by my feet. It was pretty large, and after bending down to pick it up, I realized it was a turtle shell, its owner long dead. I was pretty sure it was a snapping turtle of some kind, nearly a foot wide and a foot and a half long. It would have been a big bastard while he was alive. It was also the perfect ingredient for my overcoat ritual. Callie, thank you. This is exactly what I was missing, I admitted, turning the large shell over in my hand, looking at the interior bones, and nodding. I'm going to have to redesign a bit of the ritual, but it will definitely be worth it. I could feel her happiness and pride. The wolves pawed the ground for a moment before returning to the woods, one after the other, disappearing into the shadow. Meanwhile, I headed back into the living area to finish my ritual design, completing the adjustment and the final edit in only 40 minutes. After spending a half hour copying the ritual down on the ritual platform, I finally started setting up the materials. My overcoat went to the center, while a vial of my blood went to the first material sacrifice circle. After that was a cleaned and dried coconut, the turtle shell, and a crab shell that I bought from a grocery store and cleaned out myself. Opposite of those was a branch of iron oak for strength and a willow branch for resilience, the latter gathered by Callie and her wolves. I also had Callie use her inherent, instinctual connection to magic to conjure a simple, weak barrier. It was not something she could do easily, as she was notably tired when I was done, but I needed something to steer the ritual in the right direction. I stored the almost proto-spell in a containment vial so I could use it in the ritual. Generally speaking, using spells as ritual ingredients was a double-edged sword. It was often a great way to steer a ritual in a proper direction, but spells were inherently temporary, meaning using one in a ritual could weaken the overall effect. Still, I felt it was necessary to tie the concepts of protection to a magic shielding effect. The last material sacrifice was a large ostrich egg. It was empty, obviously, and painted as a centerpiece of some kind, but it would work all the same as an ingredient. I quickly got everything into place before making sure that all the lines and arcane symbols were set. When I was confident everything was perfect, I knelt down and put my hands on the outer lines of the ritual. Alright. Let's give this a shot. Chapter 42. After double-checking to make sure my hands were in the proper position, I slowly fed my magic into the ritual. I could feel the mana being drained away, feeding into the red chalk lines, the ritual slowly taking shape. In total, it took about 15 minutes to fill up completely, the lines pulsing as the ritual activated. As it spun up, the now aligned magic beginning to move, I leaned back, watching it swirl and pull at each individual piece of sacrificial material. As all of this was happening, I could also feel Callie poke and prod at the process, her presence heavy on the platform. One by one, the materials disintegrated, particles fading and feeding into the overcoat, until the last one, the turtle shell, finally vanished completely. As the magic faded, I felt a touch from Callie. There was a question from her presence, and as I stood, I nodded. If you don't mind. I could feel a short, happy feeling before a wave of her magic washed away the burnt-out ritual circle, cleaning the platform thoroughly. I quickly stepped closer and grabbed my coat, holding it up and turning it over in my hand, looking over it for any changes. The most obvious change was the color, the standard black replaced by a dark brown, almost auburn. The material also felt more sturdy, almost like a natural cloth leather. The back of the coat was a bit thicker, with turtle-like panels that ran down my spine. They were still made from the same leather-like cloth but somehow felt sturdier, despite not losing their flexibility. Not seeing anything else worth noting, I quickly pulled the coat over me. I could feel it the second the coat folded over my body. It was the perfect fit. It felt like someone had tailor-made it to fit me, like it had been specifically designed down to the last stitch to match my body completely and fit comfortably. I moved and shifted, trying to find the spots I knew would bunch up or a position where it was tight or loose, only to realize they didn't exist anymore. Well, if all else fails, I can do this to the rest of my clothes to make them perfectly comfortable, I said, looking at Alya as she walked around me. How do I look? The color suits you, she responded. It matches your mask better. Does it do anything? I'm pretty sure, yet. I responded. Give me a second. I closed my eyes and focused, trying to find the sort of mental hitch that Olivia had described feeling from her cloak. It didn't take me long to find one, only to find a second immediately after. The first was more of a mental image, an understanding of a layer covering my body. I knew it was there, fully intact and charged, even if I couldn't see it. Okay, I can feel something, it's definitely like a barrier around me. I said, frowning as I tried to figure out exactly what I had given the overcoat. Hey, do me a favor? Grab a small rock or something and drop it on my arm from up high. Alya snagged something from the ground and floated upwards, her bottom half flickering and fading as she went partially incorporeal. Once she was high enough, she dropped the rock, which smacked into my outstretched arm, hitting me just below the elbow. For a moment, a green barrier, the same color as the painted egg, sprung up around my arm, absorbing the impact of the stone, which fell off and hit the ritual platform below. The impact was completely negated, and I hadn't felt anything. I could, however, feel the impact site in the mental map I had of the barrier. I could instinctively feel that the shield was slightly damaged on my arm. When, after a few seconds, the damage didn't fade, I frowned. Okay, well I can feel it, the barrier protected me, I explained. It absorbed the full impact. But now it's damaged, and it's not regenerating. Maybe the other hitch does that. I mentally reached for the second hitch, but it resisted my attempts to activate it, almost like it was a heavier, more intensive process. Finally, I gave it a hard mental yank. A massive dome of a shield, a huge translucent turtle shell the same green color as the barrier, appeared around me, growing outward from me. It was easily 10 feet tall and 15 feet wide, with the edges forming over and around the roots of the storage trees around me. I stepped forward, and the shield remained stationary, not moving even as I reached out and touched it, my fingers passing through without effort. Once I was outside it, however, I could not get back in, the shield resisting several punches and lightning spells. We spent an hour testing both the turtle shield and the barrier, letting Alya, and later Callie through her wolves, try several different methods to damage or get through them. We quickly discovered that the barrier protection was ablative, meaning that the barrier took damage as it protected me, eventually cracking and failing completely. Once that happened, rather than the whole protective barrier failing, only that specific spot was now vulnerable. On the other hand, the turtle shield seemed to be all or nothing, a barrier that took damage anywhere, eventually snapping and disappearing when it was too much. As it took damage, it slowly started to crack, eventually shattering when the cracks reached the center of the dome roof. Despite being ominous, the cracks did not make certain areas of the shield any less durable. It also disappeared after a minute and could be dispelled with the coat, as long as I was still inside. Rather disappointingly, I could not cast magic from the inside out, as the shield seemed to absorb it. We also learned that both of the abilities recharged, they just took a while. The ablative barrier took a full minute start to refill, with it taking another full minute to fully recharge. If the barrier was damaged again during that time, it would start over again. That meant, in all likelihood, I would only get one full effect per fight. Still, the fact that the wolves chewing on my arm as hard as they could, only slowly grounding away at the barrier, was a good sign. On the other hand, I could only cast the turtle dome once every 5 minutes. I wasn't about to run through a gun range without my absorption, but the barrier meant that if I got caught out after it faded, I wasn't as helpless as a baby. When we were finally done experimenting, I let out a long breath, shaking myself off a bit, feeling the barrier healing itself slowly, the cracks and chips we had made in it slowly filling in. This went well, but I don't have time to do another today, I said, Callie feeling disappointed as I pulled off my newly ritualized coat and folded it over my arm. I'm gonna have some dinner, then start designing the modifications for the permanent absorption. I made my way to the living space and hung up my coat, changing out of my uniform and into something more comfortable. When I was done, I plopped down into my chair and had dinner, which consisted of a few granola bars and some apples. I needed to design some sort of icebox. I didn't mind living off takeout, not when I didn't have rent to pay or other bills, but I would still like to have some sort of place to keep some food fresh. I managed to make a fair bit of progress on the modification to the absorption partial, which was at its base just a complicated and extremely specific ritual. I'm pretty sure that I could use the current partial that I had, set up on the ritual platform as the ritual heart, then draw another ritual outside that to reinforce the absorption and make it permanent. I would need 5 pounds of each metal I wanted to use, which so far was tungsten, copper, titanium, mercury, and nickel. There were some other metals that had interesting effects, but for now, I wanted to stick with the basics. When I was done for the night, I asked Callie to dim the candle vial lights before crawling into bed and falling asleep. The following morning, I was up early, quickly getting ready for the day before heading into town. The first stop, as it was the day before and would probably be for the next few weeks, was the hospital. Despite complaints and a few attempts to convince me otherwise, the parameters I had set out were being followed, which meant that I was only there for 2 hours, and when I left, everyone who needed to be healed was as healthy as I could make them. I was just about to start making my way to the docks community when something clicked in my head. I almost fell off Troy at the sensation, shaking my head to clear it and focus. I had gotten a new quest. I frowned, letting Troy guide us through the streets as I focused on what was happening. Just as the previous quest did, I got a sense of what I needed to do and why I needed to do it, though it didn't go very deep. Across town, somewhere near Winslow High School, a female student would be chased by a group of boys with who knows what kind of intentions. The young woman was being badly bullied, and she needed help. Unlike my previous quest, which was more open, with fewer specifics about time and place, I had a pretty good idea about when this was going on. Namely, sometime today. I cursed and leaned down over Troy, urging him to speed up, and guiding him into the bike lane. Soon, we were galloping down the road, Troy's eyes glowing as I fed him low amounts of mana. At that level, Troy could hold together for a while, so there was no reason to stop, my mana regenerating as fast as I could feed it to him. I wasn't exactly sure how much time I had before the young girl was going to be chased, but I was absolutely not going to allow it to happen. When we started entering less populated areas, I urged Troy to go faster, pushing him to his limit. We thundered down abandoned roads and alleyways, jumping over quite a few fences and barriers, cutting through to the docks south. That was where Winslow High School was located, which was as good as any place to start looking. Eventually, after a while of galloping and feeding my mount mana, I finally felt that we were at least in the right general area. I knew from my research of local maps that Winslow was only about 2 blocks away. In fact, I could see it as I started patrolling the streets, back and forth, making sure to keep an eye on everything, even as Isla watched a huge portion of the area in her non-corporeal form. "What do we know about the mission?" she asked, her voice just barely reaching me with how stretched out she was. "Any clues?" "The inclusion that she is a student makes me think she is running from the school," I guessed, frowning under my mask. "But there is no guarantee." "That's very different from the information you got for the first one," she pointed out, and I couldn't help but wince. "I'm aware, but the quest concept has always been the least concrete out of all of this," I responded, gesturing to myself. "I'm pretty sure now that we get 1 per cycle, but beyond that, I don't know the rules." We continued to patrol as best we could, staying close to the school while basically making a large circle around it. From what I understood of this area, it was deep in ABB territory, which made me very nervous. Still, I had a mission to complete, so I kept wandering around the area, relying on Alya to keep me out of trouble and watch over the school. It wasn't until a few minutes past 3 that Alya finally spotted something. "I believe school is finally out," she said. "Quite a few people have left on foot. Just watch out for a girl and a group of guys," I reminded, getting a confirmatory pulse through our connection. I started to make my way back around the school, following the same general pattern as before, when after a few minutes, Alya finally spoke up again. "There is a young woman currently being followed by several young men," she explained. "She hasn't seen them. Wait, no, she is running, and they are chasing after her." "Guide me to them," I responded before kicking my heels against Troy and taking off, feeding him as much mana as he could take. We thundered down a long road, skidding into a turn and heading down another. It didn't take long for me to catch up, cutting through an alley to come out in front of the young woman. She skidded to a stop barely a few feet away, but I spun on Troy's back and leaped off, landing on the other side of her, hand out and sparking. The 5 large teenage guys chasing her skidded to a stop, 2 of them falling on their asses in the process. They were looking at me with wide eyes, flicking between my mask and the sparking electricity in my hand. "I think you boys should go ahead and sit down," I said, standing up straight, gesturing to the curb with my non-sparking hand. "I don't know about you, but 5 guys chasing after a single girl is not a good look." For a moment, it looked like the furthest 2 were going to run, and I could tell that if they started, the rest would follow. I flicked my finger out and slammed a quick cast bolt of electricity into a nearby sign, leaving a thumb-sized dent in it. I said, "Sit down." One by one, the high school boys all slowly sat on the curb, quite a few of them looking pale. When the last one was finally sitting, I pulled out my prepaid phone and took a quick series of pictures before finally turning to the young woman. "Hello, my name is Arcanum. What's yours?" I asked, trying to be gentle with the clearly shocked young woman. When she didn't respond at first, I tried again. "Are you injured? I can provide healing if you need it." My name is Taylor. I'm fine, I think." "Well, Taylor, do you mind if I check?" I asked. My healing abilities were declared officially safe by the PRT, and I frequently heal at Brockton Bay Hospital. For a moment, I thought she would decline, but she nodded slowly, so I reached out and placed my hand on her shoulder. She pulled away slightly at first, but stopped after she appeared to realize what she was doing. "Just a fair warning, my healing is a bit glowy, and I will chant a few words," I explained. "That's normal, and the chanting helps me focus." She nodded, seeming to steel herself for a moment before I quickly scanned her. The first thing I noticed was that she had been healed relatively recently by Panacea, or perhaps some other para-human power that was similar. There was a layer of unnatural perfection that Panacea left behind in her healing, which I had picked up on after healing several people that Panacea already had, specifically her father, as well as a few other patients who had brain injuries on top of other issues. She had fixed the other issues, but I had been called to heal their brains. I also noticed that she had a few bruises on her shoulder and legs. The legs could have been from a recent fall, but the shoulder was almost certainly some sort of punch. Between being chased, the bruises, and what my quest was telling me, it was clear that someone had it in for Taylor. Considering that Panacea would only have been involved if she had been sent to the hospital, this was potentially not the first time they had gotten violent. "Taylor, why don't you sit down?" I asked, guiding her up onto the sidewalk to a set of stairs. "I'm going to call the police, but you just relax and recover." She seemed uncomfortable, but after a moment, she sat down and nodded. I nodded back before pulling out my phone again, quickly dialing for 911, waiting for the call to connect. Chapter 43. It didn't take long for the police to confirm my call, and only 5 minutes longer for them to arrive. A single police vehicle, one of their big SUVs, rolled up, stopping along the curb on the opposite side of me as the young men who had chased Taylor. 2 officers stepped out, approaching slowly but confidently. I met them halfway, reaching out and shaking their hands as I did. "Officers, thank you for coming," I said, greeting them with a polite nod. "I was patrolling the neighborhood when I spotted these fellows chasing this young woman." I gestured to the 5 high school boys, still sitting where I had told them. They had progressed from being nervous to nearly full-on panic. "Is that right? You saw them chasing her?" the older-looking officer asked, looking over the boys and shaking his head in disappointment. "I did. I'll get them bundled up, sir," the younger-looking officer volunteered, stepping forward and pulling out a pair of zip-tie restraints. "You can take their statements." "Gonna need a Maria too," the older officer commented. "I'll call it in. Watch out they don't stick you with anything. If they go to Winslow, they are probably armed." The older officer pulled out his radio and quickly spoke into it, talking to dispatch and requesting a transport van. When he was done, we both approached Taylor again, who was watching everything with wide eyes. Now that I wasn't worried about the boys making a run for it, or the police arriving, or someone else walking by the abandoned road and making an issue, I could get a good look at her. Taylor was rather thin and tall, with long curly hair that she let run free, though it was obviously well maintained. Her face was not what most would call classically beautiful, but she wasn't unattractive. With large eyes and a wide, thin mouth, it seemed more like she hadn't finished growing into her features. She was also clearly tired, with circles under her eyes and a slight gauntness to her face that spoke of sleepless nights and lots of stress. "Hello, Miss Bear, my name is Sergeant Reynolds," the older officer said, stopping a few feet from the young woman, giving her plenty of space. "Are you all right?" They never caught up to me," she admitted, looking down at her feet. "They can't get in trouble for that. Actually, just chasing someone enough for them to flee in fear is enough to get charged with assault," Sergeant Reynolds explained. "Did you get hurt as you ran?" I slipped and fell a few times," she responded. "Why?" "Because now it's assault and battery," the policeman explained, looking at me. "Did you heal her?" "That's something you do, right?" I scanned her to confirm she was okay and wasn't in shock or adrenaline washing away something serious, I explained. "I left her bruises alone when I confirmed she was fine." "Good, those will be key evidence," he responded, turning to watch his co-worker zip tie another young man. "Miss, I'm going to need your statement, is that all right?" "Why yes," Taylor responded, a current of confusion running under her words. Sergeant Reynolds nodded and pulled out a pad of paper and a tape recorder, hitting start on the small device before beginning to ask questions. Taylor answered everyone as clearly as she could, her confidence rising a bit as she calmed down. It wasn't until the officer asked if she had any idea why they were chasing her that she went silent, looking back down at her feet. "I don't know," she said, her voice barely even audible. Sergeant Reynolds and I shared a look, the older man nodding when I gestured to myself. I gave him a thumbs up before stepping forward, sitting on the steps on the opposite corner of the young woman. She tensed when I did but relaxed after glancing at me. "Taylor, when I scanned you, I could tell you have been recently healed by Panacea," I said softly. This caused her to tense up again, looking at me with shocked eyes. "I could also see you've been physically assaulted within the last few days." For a long moment, she was silent, staring at me, her eyes wide as she studied me. Before she could say anything, I continued. "I know something is going on, and I plan on helping because it seems like it's something bad," I explained. "You telling us what is going on would help a lot." I felt like I was under the lens of a microscope, the user flicking from one intensity to the next. The young woman's stare turned cold, her expression surprisingly blank, enough so that I was worried she had slipped into shock. "It doesn't matter," she finally said, finally looking away from me. "Nothing will happen to them anyway." I shared a look with Sergeant Rilato, who frowned before slapping his forehead and shaking his head. "Damn it, I should have recognized your name," he admitted. "You're that poor girl who—" "Yeah, I'm Locker Girl," she responded with a shrug. "Nearly died, and the BBPD just dropped my case." "No, we didn't," he responded almost instantly, shaking his head. "We were forced to hand it over to the PRT under suspicion of para-human involvement." Detective Cheryl nearly quit on the spot when the captain ordered her to drop it. "They were supposed to reach out to you to conduct a follow-up interview. Are you telling me they didn't?" "We never heard from them." I heard a crunching sound from behind me, so I turned around to look, finding the sergeant had accidentally crushed his notebook and broken his pen. "Young lady, could you give us a moment?" Reynolds asked. "And could I have permission to tell Arcanum your story?" She nodded wordlessly, looking down at the ground where a trail of ants was shredding a leaf rather aggressively. I followed the sergeant away, keeping one eye on her and the other on the clearly pissed-off policeman. We stopped by his patrol car, where the man had to visibly restrain himself from slamming his hand against the door. "I'll keep it short." That young lady was shoved into a lock filled with, rotting, used feminine hygiene products. She was left there for hours, and when she was finally released, not a single person knew what happened, he explained, taking a deep breath before he could continue. The whole school somehow saw nothing, despite the poor girl having shredded her vocal cords screaming for help. Now, we had hardly even started wading into the investigation when the PRT stepped in and took over. Detective Cheryl was ordered to drop it and move on. That was horrific. For a long while, I stared at the police officer at an utter loss of words. It was almost too horrific to imagine. I could feel Alia pull in close around me for a moment, comforting me as best she could. It took a minute for me to calm down and think logically again. "Sergeant, what is the likelihood that this is just an innocent mistake? Someone put the wrong file in the wrong pile, and somehow it all got missed?" I asked, quickly holding up my hand to stop him from shouting his response. "I need to know before I start smashing down doors and demanding explanations." "Oh, well, it's not very likely," he responded, pulling back his first reaction, nodding in understanding. Unless someone was completely incompetent, there should have been things in place to prevent someone from being overlooked. At the very least the case should have been released back to us if no para-human involvement was uncovered. I nodded in understanding, turning to look around, watching as the other police officer helped the first of the high schoolers into the back of the police van. It must have arrived while we were talking to Taylor, because I completely missed it. The situation had also spiraled way past that by this point. I could feel the quest pushing me on, not that I needed the incentive. Whatever the fuck was going on, something was rotten, and I wasn't about to drop it at this young woman's feet. Okay. First off, I need to get in contact with Taylor's parents, I said, giving him a look. Is that something that can happen? You think we would just let her walk away without contacting them? He asked, shaking his head. That's the next step, after I finish getting her statement. If you happen to stick around long enough for that to happen. He finished his sentence with a shrug, and I nodded. We went back to Taylor, and Sergeant Reynolds finished getting her statement. This time, she opened up a bit more, revealing the names of the people she assumed had instigated this. Usually, I would say Sophia Hess. She is the one to get physical, she explained. But she hasn't been in school lately. I thought that might mean I could get some peace, but Emma is just doubling down to fill the void. Emma Barnes. That statement seemed to have some sort of weight to it, like admitting it had taken a toll on the young woman. She shook her head, her long black curly hair hiding her face, though I could still see the tears falling to the ground. It doesn't matter though. Nothing will change. Sophia will come back, those guys will come back, and... She wiped her face, pushing her hair back out of her eyes to look up at me. Then they'll make me regret trying to get them in trouble. I could feel a rage bubbling in my chest, one that I quickly had to stamp out. I needed to keep my head calm if I wanted to do this right. Taylor. I don't know everything that is happening here, I admitted, the girl looking at me with large eyes and dirt smudged on her face. I can't promise you that everything is suddenly going to go your way. Sometimes, the world is unfair, and sometimes, it just doesn't work out like it should. But I can promise you I will get to the bottom of this. I will not stop until I know exactly what is going on. For a long moment, she looked up at me silently, her expression shifting to the same calculating look that it had been before, her emotions blanking out completely. Eventually, she nodded. Okay. But I won't hold my breath. I nodded in return before stepping back, letting Sergeant Reynolds finally finish the statement, capping it off by taking pictures of her legs, both the torn pants and the bruises underneath. He also helped her get in contact with her father, something easier said than done, as neither of them had a cell phone. The sergeant ended up getting in contact with him through the station, dispatch calling a number Taylor provided, which was then routed through the phone in his vehicle. Both Taylor and Sergeant Reynolds talked to him, explaining the situation. I stepped back for a moment so I could talk to Alia without them hearing her, but I could still make out a few frantic words from the man. Fortunately, Alia had very little to say, reporting what the boys had talked about while we were waiting for the police to first arrive. It wasn't anything he could use since no one knew Alia existed yet, but it did confirm Taylor's assumption that Emma and Sophia were responsible. Apparently, the plan had been Sophia's, but with her absence, Emma had been the one to convince the boys to chase her down and rough her up. They had all been eager to do it for some cash and a few vague, sultry promises. By the time Taylor's father arrived, the van was long gone, and Sergeant Reynolds had sent his junior officer back with them. The rushing man pulled up, going a bit faster than he probably should have, his beat-up old truck jumping the curb with one wheel before coming to a stop. He nearly jumped out of his truck, rushing around to sweep Taylor up in a deep hug. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I could see Taylor's expression shift to one of, not quite disgust, but unhappiness. After a minute or so, Danny stood, stepping closer to us, giving me a good look at him. He was a lanky man with thinning dark hair and glasses that made already large eyes stand out even more. I could feel the calluses on his hand as he shook mine right after shaking Sergeant Reynolds. I can't believe. Thank you for stopping them, he said, a rising anger coloring his face. Those bastards insisted that they would keep an eye on her. He took a deep breath, glancing over at Taylor with a frown. Then again, I was also under the impression they were, he admitted, shaking his head and looking at the both of us. Sergeant, you mentioned something wrong with the police investigation. Sergeant Reynolds explained what he knew about the process, as well as what should have happened. Danny Hebert confirmed that no one from the PRT had ever contacted him, which to the sergeant all but confirmed that something was going on. What possible reason could the PRT have for burying something like this? Danny asked, now pacing back and forth on the broken, abandoned sidewalk. There doesn't have to be some grand conspiracy, sir, I pointed out. It might be as simple as passing a bribe or owing someone a favor. He stopped, leaning back against the stair railing, nodding ruefully. After a moment of collecting himself. What should we do? He asked, looking from Taylor to Sergeant Reynolds and then to me. I signed a deal with the school to stay quiet in exchange for them covering the medical expenses. Sir, I'll admit it's not my expertise, but if I'm reading what your daughter has been hinting at correctly, anything you signed is worth about as much as the ink you used to sign it, I pointed out. Your daughter appears to be the victim of some sort of situation involving the PRT and the school itself. Now, she hasn't said exactly what has been going on, but I get the feeling this is not something you can sign away the right to talk about. You said you didn't think it was a conspiracy, but now you think they are working together. I didn't want you to latch on to the idea that Arms Master and Miss Militia are cackling in a dark room somewhere, pulling strings to make your daughter's life hell, I explained, putting my hand on his shoulder. But it could very well be a PRT agent working with someone at the school for some sort of racket. What type? I have no idea. But it's possible. He let out a long breath, eventually nodding. All right. But that doesn't answer my question. I know. But before we can do that, I want to hear everything, I said, looking at Taylor, who winced and looked away, unable to meet my eyes. Once I know the whole story, then I can set up a meeting. With who? Danny asked, glancing at Sergeant Reynolds in confusion. Someone who will listen to us and will take us seriously, I responded confidently. I may not be a member, but I have enough pull to make that happen, at least. Even if I didn't, I have enough of a reputation that if I claim to know something corrupt or broken inside of their system, they will at least pay attention. You're really going to make something happen? Taylor asked, looking up at me with wide eyes. Of course I am, I said with a nod. I already promised I would, remember. Chapter 44. In the end, we decided that just sitting out by the sidewalk was not the best place for Taylor to tell her whole story. She was obviously struggling enough as it was, so going somewhere that she felt less exposed would make it a lot easier for her. Unfortunately, I couldn't exactly just show up at their house. Thankfully, rather than attract more attention to the situation, Reynolds suggested the police station. We could take separate routes to avoid further attention, and it would give Taylor a chance to get her thoughts in order. By the time we reconvened at the police station, it was late afternoon. Taylor and her father had returned to their home so the young woman could change and have something to eat. I had sent Troy back to the docks community and rode shotgun with Sergeant Reynolds to the station. It didn't take long for Sergeant Reynolds to find us a conference room to borrow, though, in the end, he didn't join us. Instead, Detective Cheryl, the woman who had been originally assigned to Taylor's case, took his place. The detective was an older woman with gray and brown hair and a weathered, stern face. When Taylor arrived, her father was in tow. Cheryl sat her down at the head of the conference table with a cup of tea and recorder, ready to copy Taylor's story. The young woman still seemed confused, like she couldn't comprehend what was happening or was surprised that it still was. It was a slow start, with the young woman stumbling and halting at the beginning of her story, which started a shockingly long time ago. I wasn't surprised to see her struggle, considering how closely she had kept all of this to her chest. Talking about it was the exact opposite of what she had been doing for 2 years, meaning she was struggling against her own instincts. Thankfully, once she got going, it became easier and easier until it was nearly a non-stop story deluge, the young woman seemingly unable to stop. The young woman told a tale of suffering, bullying, and damn near torture. It was hellish, a near-perfect storm of betrayal, isolation, parental failure, and system corruption. It was almost like someone had fine-tuned her life to create the poor girl's perfect hell. Just about as disgusting as the bullying itself was the complete and utter failure on the part of the teachers and principal to do anything about it. It was obvious they had to know something, as the hell that Taylor was describing was too overt, too chronic for someone not to notice. This was a full-blown cover-up. It was just a matter of finding out how deep it went and why it existed in the first place. I could see Taylor's father struggling to comprehend what his daughter had experienced, going through guilt, shame, anger, disgust, and quite a few combinations of each over and over again, each one painted clearly on his face. Of course, while the what and how might have been disturbing and horrifying, the truly sad part was just how solvable all of it was, how small it seemed to myself and, no doubt, Detective Cheryl. Taylor was a teenager, and as it was for many of them, their lives started and ended with the world they saw on a daily basis. To Taylor, it seemed like the entire world was against her because, as far as she could see, it was. Never mind that a 5-minute talk with any police officer in the city, any person above Principal Blackwell in Brockton Bay's school system, a lawyer, a reporter, hell, just about anyone with basic human decency and an internet connection, would have seen this whole situation blown open, just like what was happening now. Instead, to her, it seemed like she was lost in a sheer-walled pit, surrounded by monsters and demons who, at best, ignored her suffering and, at worst, reveled in it. Thankfully, that sense of complete isolation and walled-off nihilism was fixable. In fact, I could see it happening in her eyes, every time she said something new. She would look at us, waiting for us to accuse her and say that we didn't believe her, or to brush it off and insist it was her imagination, or that she was merely seeking attention. She had been trained to assume all authority figures or adults existed to keep her in her pit, and when we didn't, a little bit of life returned to her eyes. The life in her eyes grew and grew, lighting up her features. A fire was smoldering inside of her, and as she desperately told her story, it burned brighter and brighter. Even as she was reduced to tears of relief, it shone through. It was hope. Hope that this was finally it. That we would finally do something. That someone had seen her pit and was determined to get her out. As she held on to her father, both of them crying, both of them apologizing to each other, Detective Cheryl and I stepped out of the conference room to give them some time. So, who do you think should I call? I asked as the detective used an absolutely archaic coffee machine to make herself a drink. I desperately wanted one as well, but I couldn't drink with my mask on. Who could you call? I could call Assault or Miss Militia directly, or I could ask one of them for a number for a more specific person. Or I could just call Director Piggott. Why do you have the director's number? The older woman started, only to shake her head and wave the question away. Doesn't matter. Call Director Piggott. You want to go straight to the top? I asked. This would all get to her hand eventually. It's too big of a deal not to. She explained. At a minimum, this is someone using PRT resources to cover up a crime. Trust me, I've met her too. She would just resent the wasted effort. Fine, I'll contact the director. What happens after that? We go into the PRT. I asked. Should I be there? Or should I? You should absolutely be there, the woman said, spinning around to focus on me with a glare. You ain't looking to pass that poor girl along, are you? I met her gaze rather easily, staring straight back at her. I'm going to let that accusation slide because, after everything that's happened, you have the right to be paranoid, Detective Cheryl, I said, shaking my head, my mask hiding my scowl. But please refrain from assuming the worst of me, especially when I haven't done anything to deserve it. She let out a long breath, running her hand through her white hair, but eventually nodding in understanding. I was asking if I should come because I wanted to make sure I didn't make the situation harder than it needed to be, I explained. Fine, fair, she said, taking a big sip of her coffee. You should come with us because it gives us legitimacy. If it's just us, I'm worried they might brush it under the rug. I frowned, chewing the inside of my cheek as I considered her words. My first few interactions with the PRT and the Protectorate had been less than optimal. While things had settled down a bit, I couldn't deny that an attempt to sweep everything away before it could do any damage to their rep didn't feel very far-fetched. I didn't think they would do anything too crazy, but then again, anything but the truth was unacceptable. Then I'll be there, I said with a nod. We waited another 15 minutes before Danny eventually stepped out of the room, motioning for us to come back in. Once we were settled, I floated the idea of going directly to Director Piggott. I've met her before, I assured them. She isn't the easiest person to get along with, but she takes her job seriously. If someone is messing around with PRT resources, she will be on them like white on rice in a snowstorm. We discussed our options for a bit before I finally pulled out my cell phone and dialed the number that Director Piggott had used to contact me to negotiate healing while Panacea was taking her break. It rang once before a voice I didn't recognize answered. Hello, Office of PRT Director Piggott, how may I help you? Hello, my name is Arcanum, and I'm trying to reach Director Piggott, I explained, the voice giving a slight start. I talked to her previously at this number. Of course, Arcanum. One moment while I contact the director. Before I could say anything, hold music started to play, and I couldn't help but groan. We waited patiently for 5 minutes before the phone clicked over again, this time to the no-nonsense voice of Director Piggott. Arcanum, it is good to hear from you, she said. My secretary said you wished to speak to me. Yeah, I did. I think I might have uncovered something nefarious going on in the PRT, I said, the line going silent for a good 30 seconds. Hello. I'm finding myself less glad to hear from you, Arcanum, she responded. But yes, I am here, Arcanum, waiting for you to elaborate. I quickly gave the stern woman the rundown of the situation, giving her the names Taylor had told us, the circumstances, and other details we thought might be important. The entire time, Director Piggott was silent. When I was done, it took a full 30 seconds for her to finally respond. Arcanum, thank you for bringing this to my attention, she said, her voice tight, like she was barely holding her anger and frustration at bay. You mentioned that Danny Bear is with you. Could you hand him your phone? Sure thing, here he is. I said, pulling my phone away from my ear and holding it out to Taylor's father. For a moment, he looked at it, making no move to take it. Then, he seemed to settle up, reaching out and grabbing it. We watched the one-sided conversation, which eventually ended with Danny passing me back my phone. The director thanked me again before asking me to come in the following day so I could sit in with Danny and Taylor in some sort of meeting. I agreed but stopped her before she could end the conversation. Director Piggott, I don't want to end with anything as crude as a threat or ultimatum, I admitted, letting out a long breath. But you need to understand that I will not be letting this go until Taylor and her father are satisfied with the information and recompense. Please don't make me prove how far I am willing to go. We will see, Arcanum, she responded calmly. I will see you tomorrow. I folded my phone closed as the call end beep sounded, sliding it back into my pocket and leaning back in my chair. What did she say? Detective Cheryl asked, leaning on the conference room table. She wanted time to investigate what we told her, Danny responded. She seemed genuinely angry at the possibility and I also got the feeling that she knew something. Like after a point, she wasn't surprised. She agreed to a meeting tomorrow afternoon, at 4 p.m. She wanted me there as well, I added. Did I do the right thing? Danny asked after a long moment, looking at his daughter, who at this point looked tired and drained but still somehow better than when I first met her. My gut was telling me she was telling the truth, that they did just want to investigate, but what if they just wanted time to wipe everything clean? Then they are going to have a bad time when I go to the press, explaining what I heard and what she said to me, I explained with a shrug. Maybe the next director will have some basic human decency. But I don't think that will be a problem. Director Piggott may be shrewd, but she didn't come off as purposely corrupt or negligent. And I'm sure if she does try something, a mysterious copy of my report and investigation could show up on someone's doorstep, someone who could use it to show it the PRT did, in fact, take over the investigation, Detective Cheryl. There are options. For now, I think it's time for you guys to get home. I think some quiet time and a nice meal will do both of you some good, I said with a smile, reaching out to pat Danny's shoulder. I'll be waiting for you outside the PRT. Danny nodded, looking down at his daughter, who also nodded in agreement. Detective Cheryl escorted the two of them from the building while I snuck out the back, making my way to the docks community to pick up Troy. While I was there, I spent some time checking in on everyone, helping out around the place, and making sure the orchard was stable and charged. I was making my way across the city, doing a half-assed patrol on my way to the forest and home, when Alia pulled in close. I was thinking about something, she said, her tone hesitant, as if she wasn't sure she should be telling me something. At least one of us was, I commented, shaking my head a moment later. Sorry, I'm still in a funk from listening to Taylor. What is it? It's about her, or, at least, something she said, she admitted, pausing for a second before continuing. She explained that her more physical tormentor has been absent from school for some time now. Danny also commented that Director Piggott wasn't surprised by some of what she was hearing. Like she had expected more bad news. I don't think he worded it that way, but sure. William, what happened a few weeks ago? She asked. Having to do with an overly physically aggressive minor and the PRT. Overly aggressive? Wait, Shadow Stalker? I asked, my mind reeling a bit from the connection. That's a hell of a stretch. I considered the idea, turning it over in my head a bit. There was no doubt that what little facts we had did fit, but only because we had so few. After all, the fewer points plotted, the easier it was to place them on a common plane. The chances of those particular coincidences lining up were beyond small, but damn if they didn't fit. I can see why you drew that conclusion, but I doubt it's actually true, I pointed out. And even if it is, we can't do anything about it. There are some pretty serious restrictions and laws about wards, specifically about their identities. Either way, we can't use it to our advantage. Maybe, but it does answer a few questions, she pointed out. Yeah, and raise a dozen more, I added with a snort, guiding Troy through a shortcut through an alleyway. Like I don't have enough already. Despite having saved Taylor from being chased and having spent so much time with her afterward, my reward for the quest had not come through. Instead, it just hung there, open, like it was waiting for me to complete every aspect of it before deciding what it was worth. I could only hope I would gain some understanding of how it worked when it finally made up its mind. Chapter 45. I spent the rest of the day at the forest compound, finishing the alterations and additions to the absorption ritual necessary to make it permanent. I still needed the materials, 5 pounds of mercury, titanium, tungsten, copper, and nickel, but once I had them, I was ready. In all honesty, I could have finished the design much quicker, but I wanted there to be a level of customizability in the ritual. There was a good chance that I would, at some point, offer this ritual to other people, and there was an equally good chance I would want to give them a version that was slightly below my own. It might have cost me a few hours now, but having an advanced version that I could easily slot in and pull out metals as I needed would come in handy. The following morning, I went about my usual routine, starting with a quick, simple meal made by Kelly. When I was clean and fed, I made my way out of the forest and to the hospital. At this point, the hospital workers knew the deal and had finally stopped pressing me to heal more than I agreed to. I didn't necessarily think that they were mean-spirited or purposely being cruel or trying to maliciously take advantage of me. Instead, I was pretty sure they just saw how easy it was for me to help people, so they immediately assumed there was no reason for me not to spend more time healing. I wanted to help, after all, didn't I? If it hadn't been for Alya keeping my head on straight, I could absolutely see myself giving into peer pressure, which I could only imagine must have been much worse for Amy. She was already struggling with questions of self-worth thanks to the bitch who raised her. Having people constantly push those particular buttons must have been horrible. Again, I didn't think anyone in the hospital was being intentionally malicious or aggressive, but they clearly saw her as an asset to be used first, and a person second. While I was at the hospital, I paid extra close attention to who was healing from the PRT. They weren't hiding them per se, but I had a sneaking suspicion they were purposely not advertising them either. It wasn't until I healed a kid with a torn rotator cuff that I realized that they were probably worried about the identities of their agents and heroes. They needed their people healed as quick as possible, but it wasn't hard to connect the person who broke their arm to the hero who just had their arm broken. I made a mental note to talk to Director Piggott when we were meeting later. I had assumed she understood I was happy to make accept-ions for heroes, but there was a chance she misunderstood. Once I was done with my rounds, I made my way to the docks community. At this point, the excitement and novelty of combining two communities, as well as mixed parts from a third, had seemed to wear off for their members. People had rebuilt their own little chunks of space, ranging from single tarp homes that barely counted as such, to much more complicated structures, usually built from customized tents and tarps. I walked around for a little while, healing and chatting with people, before ending up in an empty corner with Olivia, John, and Charles. It was under the guise of lunch, but really, I wanted more information about something I heard during my rounds. So I heard you got some people poking their noses in. I asked, repeated. Everything all right? Yeah, it was the ABB, trying to sniff out any competition and stamp them out, Charles said, shaking his head. It's nothing, really. Just the small-time guy in charge of our neighborhood. He likes to stop by every once in a while, rattle us up, show that he is in control. Is he? I asked. Did he do anything different this time? He was wary of the golems, which we kept to the side and out of his way, Charles explained. Other than that, nothing new. As for control, he is in charge of the neighborhood under the ABB, but it's not like this neighborhood is important to them. We are the biggest group here, and we don't exactly have the free cash to buy drugs. Though there are a few here who wish they did. So he is a vassal who got handed the crap chunk of land, I equated, John nodding in agreement. Well, as long as he isn't going to stir up trouble. Let me know if stuff starts to change. I have an alternative if something goes wrong. What, gonna make the whole place disappear? Olivia asked with a teasing smile. I could probably do something like that, I admitted, getting a surprised look from my friends. I could also set something up elsewhere, someplace out of the way. It wouldn't be any less illegal, but it would be safer. Where? Charles asked. I know you disappear into the woods most nights. At least that's what everyone says online. More or less, I confirmed with a shrug. I might have the starting of a base of operations out there. Part of me wanted to keep where I live and where you guys live separate, so you guys aren't caught in the crossfire if someone tries to run me down, but I think, for now, we are good where we are, John said, with Charles nodding in agreement. You'll get accused of being a master if a good chunk of the homeless population just walks into the woods, Olivia pointed out rather bluntly, though not incorrectly. Better keep things how they are for now. Great. Okay, that sounds good, I said with a nod. And you guys don't think the ABB is a threat? Of course they are a threat, Charles said, shaking his head. But they aren't going to start trouble, not for no reason. Not even over me. Believe it or not, you haven't come up, Charles responded with a shrug. He didn't mention you or your trees, just kept a close eye on the golems and walked around, trying to sound big. His boss is probably hoping you take out more of the empire, John pointed out, Charles reluctantly agreeing with a gesture. You already killed one of them, even if he was more of a nuisance than anything. It's in his best interest to let you guys fight it out. And he will just let that happen? In his front lawn. Lung tends to rule from the back, Olivia explained with a shrug. He doesn't step out until something needs to be stepped on. Oni Lee might get sent out to send a message occasionally, but that's only if you go against them. You don't plan on hitting ABB assets or getting involved with their work anytime soon, right? I frowned and shook my head. The truth was, at some point, I did plan on hitting ABB assets, but not until I could stamp out the after effects, and guarantee the people I was responsible for would be okay. That meant I couldn't do anything without gaining more power or allies, preferably both. Knowing Olivia was around to help defend the community was a massive weight off my shoulders, and with a few more people to work with, I was pretty sure I could finally start taking down some of the gangs. We talked a bit more about how everything was going before I left to head to the PRT headquarters. I was a bit early, but I figured doing a few loops of a patrol would burn plenty of time. 2 hours, a mugging and a purse snatching later, I arrived at the PRT office. At the direction of a waiting agent, I rode Troy down into the parking area, where Assault was waiting. I jumped off Troy, who sat down in a parking spot, before making my way to the hero. "Good to see you, Arcanum." He greeted me, reaching out to shake my hand, suddenly freezing when he did. It took a moment for him to shake his head and release my hand. "Hey, well, you certainly earned that Trump rating, I suppose," he said, looking at his hand and then back at me. "I didn't get anything from that." "What do you mean?" I asked, the Protectorate member turning to lead me to the elevator upwards. "My powers are all about manipulating kinetic energy, at least when it's applied to me," he explained. "I can feel it on me constantly, every little touch is kinda like an access point. I don't think I can affect you at all, though. Like something is blocking me." "Ah well. I did warn you guys I am a tinker of sorts," I pointed out. "Though I didn't mean to counter your powers specifically. If you're up for it, when this is all done, we could do some testing." "Wait, really?" he asked, sounding surprised, his eyes wide. "Yeah, I would rather know how it interacts with your ability now than when we are working together in the field," I pointed. "Plus, I get to try out something new. Not gonna show off everything, but yeah, I'll probably have an hour or two." He nodded enthusiastically, agreeing happily to the idea. Apparently, he had no idea what I was actually here for but had volunteered to come down and guide me before going out on patrol. He admitted he would have to run it by a few people first, but he was confident they would agree. We shook hands again outside a conference room before he jogged off to find his partner for the day. After saying goodbye, I stepped inside to see the Heberts already there, sitting inside on one side of a conference table. Both of them looked tired and drained, and yet they also looked healthier and happier. "Hello," I said, sitting down along the edge of the table opposite the father and daughter pair. "Have you been waiting long?" "No, we arrived a few minutes ago," Daniel responded. "Listen, Arcanum. Before things get started, I wanted to thank you again for everything you've been doing. Not just stopping those kids from chasing Taylor, but making sure that this meeting happened." "I was happy to help," I assured him. While a lot of heroes seem to think that getting power seem to mean they should challenge the world to a fist fight, I've found that helping on a smaller scale can be just as important, if not more so. As pretentious as that might sound. "I wouldn't say so. I asked some of my friends, and it seems like you have been doing a lot of good around this city," Danny said with a smile. "I know a few people living with Charles's group. He seemed to think you've earned the right to give that advice." "I'm flattered," I said with a smile before looking at Taylor. "How are you feeling?" "I'm okay," she said, looking up from her hands. "I got to skip school for today. Sharing everything has made it seem lighter. I got a full night's sleep for the first time in a while." "I'm glad to hear that," I said. "I hope." Before I could continue, the door opened, and Director Piggott immediately stepped inside, quickly followed by Miss Militia. I nodded to both of them, standing politely before sitting down with them. Unsurprisingly, Director Piggott took the head chair, with Miss Militia sitting to her right. The director, simply put, did not look happy. "First, Arcanum, I want to thank you for bringing this issue to our attention. I have no doubt it would have gotten out anyway, as once you informed the police that the investigation had halted without any investigation or conclusion reached, it was inevitable. However, by bringing it directly to me, I can do this." She passed a stack of papers to Miss Militia, who leaned over to hand them to Danny. She then slid an identical stack to me. "This is an NDA. This does not concern the entirety of why you are here," she explained as Danny and I read through the pretty straightforward legal document. "This covers a very specific piece of information that will make explaining this situation significantly easier. If you do not sign this, then this meeting is over. I will remind you that NDAs cannot enforce silence on acts that are illegal." "Jesus Christ," I said, shaking my head. "I can't believe. I will also ask you to keep certain thoughts about what you may or may not think this NDA is designed to cover to yourself until all of us can legally discuss it," the large woman added, giving me a harsh look. "Please, sign the papers if you are willing." I snapped my mouth shut, nodding and looking back down at the papers. It didn't take long for me to read and sign them, and Danny quickly followed me. Once Director Piggott double-checked each of them, she slid them into her folder. "Good. Now that you are all signed, Arcanum, I assume you figured it out." "I think so. The fact that there's an NDA involved sealed it for me," I explained. "Sophia Hess is Shadow Stalker, isn't she?" "Sophia Hess was Shadow Stalker," she corrected quickly. "Officially, she retired after your incident to focus on herself and her issues. Unofficially, Shadow Stalker is a burned ward, and Sophia Hess is now prisoner number 7628P568. Before this incident came to light, she was likely to get out in several years, where she would get the opportunity to join the Protectorate. With what is likely going to be at least an attempted murder charge, she will be getting considerably more jail time. Sophia is a ward. The cold, empty tone that Taylor spoke in sent shivers down my spine, and everyone snapped to look at her. Her face was blank, utterly devoid of any emotion, and I had to fight the urge to lean back. Everyone, including her father, was shocked by her new tone. She was Ms. Hebert, Piggott explained. And now, she is in juvenile detention. Danny reached out and put his hand on Taylor's shoulder, giving his daughter a reassuring squeeze. She remained rock solid and cold, but Danny wasn't looking at her. How could this happen? He asked, focused on the director. How could she be a ward while she was putting my daughter through hell? The blame for that catastrophe falls at the feet of Sophia Hess's handler and Principal Blackwell, she responded, pulling open another file before elaborating. When a ward goes to a public school, that school is given a rather large grant of money every year. This is supposed to be used to increase security, hire more personnel, and generally help with the difficulties and issues that stem from covering for the identity of a ward. As she spoke, it was easy to see the frustration she felt. Taylor, in particular, seemed to appreciate it, though her cold demeanor only defrosted the slightest amount. Both Principal Blackwell and Sophia Hess's handler were scheming a significant portion of that grant for their own use, Director Piggott continued, locking eyes with Taylor. As long as Sophia Hess continued to go to Winslow High, they would both get a significant cut of that money. As such, they both covered for her. Her handler was responsible for getting the PRT to claim jurisdiction on the investigation and subsequently burying that investigation, while Principal Blackwell buried your complaints and kept outside sources from investigating your assault. Chapter 46. It took a full minute for Taylor to internalize what Director Piggott had said, her mind clearly struggling to come to terms with it. After the long moment passed, she finally spoke up. She is in prison? She asked. No trail or? For her previous crimes? She was already found guilty of those, so when she broke her probation, the charges were already waiting for her, Piggott explained as gently as she could manage. What happens to her next depends on what kind of evidence we can bring against her for what she did to you. We. Both Danny and Taylor reacted to that comment. Yes. This is the kind of para-human crime that the PRT was designed to stop. Just because the criminal involved is a little closer to home does not mean we hang up our hats and leave. However, there is a catch, Piggott admitted, Miss Militia wincing slightly beside her. Sophia issues need to be kept out of the public eye. She has already hurt our reputation enough, anymore and we will see serious backlash from the public, backlash we cannot afford. What about her handler? And Principal Blackwell? Taylor asked, leaning forward. And Emma and Madison, and Julia and... The agent in charge of Sophia Hess has already been arrested, this morning, in fact, when she came in for work, Miss Militia responded. We found plenty of evidence to put her away for a long time, even beyond her work covering up Sophia's crimes against you. She is going to see significant time in prison for all of her crimes, that I can assure you. As for Blackwell, well, we passed on the information we have on her to the FBI and IRS. They will most likely pick her up in the next few days or so. They certainly have enough evidence to convict her of a few federal crimes, Director Piggott added. As for your peers, the case will be returned to BBPD in the next day or so, but we may have gotten them on the right track already. Expect updates from A. Detective Cheryl, in the next day or so. Piggott glanced down at her papers for the name, which we all already knew. Meanwhile, Taylor seemed to have returned to us, her emotions running through her body as she leaned back against her chair, looking stunned, absolutely shocked at how this was going. I never expected anything to ever work, she admitted. I thought the best I would ever get was to wait it out, to be the bigger person and just endure it. I am glad we can finally bring your long-deserved justice, Ms. Hebert, Director Piggott admitted, Miss Militia nodding her head in agreement. But we still have to discuss you and your father's silence. We already signed an NDA, Danny said. That was simply concerning the connection between Sophia Hess and Shadow Stalker, she explained. What we want is your verbal agreement that you will keep the rest of the connection silent as well. Technically, we cannot force you to sign an NDA involving the handler or the ward grant, since it is possible to explain that connection without immediately exposing an ex-ward's identity. Why is it so important to protect her identity now? I asked. You said yourself that she isn't going to be coming back. Because the safety and security of the wards and their secret identities must remain bulletproof, Director Piggott explained clearly and concisely, meeting my eyes and staring back. It has to be one of our highest priorities. They put their trust in us, after all, it's only right that we do our best to protect them. Even if they don't deserve it anymore. I could see that while she didn't like it, Taylor could at least understand the sentiment, which was ultimately where I was as well. Danny just squinted at the director. What's the catch? He asked. You're asking us to verbally agree, and that's it. No. We have a sizable settlement ready as well, she assured him. All we ask is that you leave the PRT assets to us. We will assist your case against the others as best we can. Hell, we can even sign off on using one of our lawyers, pro bono. Just as long as you leave Sophia and her handler to us. We will keep their arrest and case internal. What about assurances that this will never happen again? I asked, Director Pickett looking over at me. What's to keep this from happening to someone else? Oh, trust me, this has already sparked changes, Director Pickett assured me. The amount of dust Sophia kicked up by first attacking you, to only turn up again? With the amount I was able to put together for your settlement, other departments are already scrambling to check their wards and other departments for similar issues. As for preventing this from happening in the future, the idea of a report line for ward or protectorate corruption has been floated around, as has the idea of assigning someone as an internal watcher of sorts. I can't guarantee these ideas are going to be instituted quickly or at all, but I can guarantee something will be put in place here and that it is likely many other protectorate and PRT locations will as well. Danny and Taylor continued to ask questions, wanting to know what else was being done, what they were expected to not say, and several other minor questions. About an hour later, when the conversation was over, they shook hands with the director, and she handed them a check. It was none of my business how much was on it, so I didn't ask, but judging by how Danny had almost tripped and dropped it when he read it, it was probably a lot. The father and daughter pair said their goodbyes, Danny once again shaking my hand while Taylor actually gave me a hug. Judging from her father's reaction, this was a rare event, which didn't surprise me with how much trauma she had withstood. I patted the tall girl's back before they both left, escorted out by Miss Militia. Arcanum, thank you for agreeing to come in today, Director Pickett said as she packed away her papers. While it only minorly concerned you, you helped keep Taylor and Danny calm, which was exactly why I asked you to come in. I'm just glad this all came to a relatively tightly wrapped ending, I admitted. This, fucking hell, it's a clusterfuck, I don't envy you. She snorted, closing her last folder and stacking them together before leaning back in her seat. Was there something you needed? She asked, picking up on my intent. A few things, yes. Our healing agreement. I wanted to amend it slightly, I admitted, holding up my hand to keep her from assuming the worst. I was being unreasonable before in demanding you move your people to a public hospital when you have to deal with things like secret identities and security issues. As long as you have everyone ready in the morning for me to stop by and heal, I will agree to come here and heal them. I see. I appreciate the courtesy, it will make keeping my people safe much easier, she admitted, leaning forward and steepling her hands. Why the sudden change of heart? Now that the hospital has everything streamlined, and they stopped trying to bully me into healing more than I agreed to, it only takes about an hour every morning, I explained. And I realized you are dealing with wards and protectorate members, meaning secret identities are involved. It's just easier for everyone involved if we do it here. And are you looking for anything in return for this convenience? No, not really, I responded with a shrug. Although, if possible, I would like payment for the next few people I heal to come in materials. Or at least access to somewhere I can buy materials. What kind of materials? I need 5 pounds of tungsten, titanium, nickel, copper, and mercury, I explained, chuckling when she gave me a look. What? I told you guys I am a tinker. Those should be easy to source. Could I ask what you are using them for? Part of what makes me tougher can be changed and mixed up by using other materials. I want to add a bit of variety. She seemed a bit surprised at my easy admission, before breaking down the sentence in her head and realizing that while I had technically answered her question, it didn't exactly give her much to go on. Very well, 2 days of healing for free should cover that. She suggested, and I nodded. With the reduced cost they were paying me, that wouldn't be too much. Good. I could have them ready for you after your testing with Assault. I nodded before standing from my seat and holding out my hand. Pickett stood as well, shaking my hand before sitting back down. Knowing a dismissal when I saw one, I left the room only to be waved down by an agent. He guided me down through the building, with the obvious destination being wherever Assault was. We had barely made it down a floor before I could feel the marvelous Mage system finally stirring. It seemed like it was finally satisfied with the status of the quest to assign me my reward. I politely asked the guard to lead me to a bathroom, before locking myself inside a thankfully clean stall, closing my eyes to wait. It didn't take long for the charges to reveal themselves. The first filled easily, and I got the feeling that I had earned that by simply stopping the chase from happening. The second charge filled slower, and I could feel that I had earned this one by cutting through bureaucracy and making sure that Taylor got her chance at justice. The third and final charge was even slower to fill, giving the sensation that I almost had not earned it, but by participating in the meeting and helping to keep something from happening, I had technically earned it. Judging by the fact that I had no idea what I had prevented, which meant it was avoided through pure chance, I couldn't exactly argue with that feeling. My mind was racing, all three of the charges sitting in my mind, ready to be used. As much as I wanted to rush and invest them, I knew that would be stupid, especially considering where I was. I needed to get out, to get some time to think. I quickly left the bathroom, washed my hands, and let the guard complete his task, leading me to a large padded gymnasium-like room, with a raised platform in the middle. There, Assault and Miss Militia were waiting. "Hello again," I greeted, waving to the two heroes. "Long time no see." "You joke, but some patrols feel like a lot longer than they actually are," Assault pointed out, shaking my hand. "How was your meeting?" "It went about as well as one might hope," I said vaguely, the hero pouting. "Sorry, it's not my story to tell. Plus, your boss probably wouldn't like me spreading it around." Fine, keep your secrets." "So, what's up with your new digs?" the hero asked, gesturing to my jacket. "It's the only part of your costume that's changed, so I gotta assume it is the source of whatever is new." "Alright, Sherlock, well done. It adds a bit of ablative shielding around my body that slowly recharges," I explained, patting my chest. "Which apparently messes with your powers. Considering we are on the same side, I don't want it messing with us in the field." Beyond experimenting with Assault's powers, I was also happy to run more tests on the shield itself. I had already done some minor experimenting when I first made the jacket, but I really had no idea of its true limits. This was an excellent opportunity to really put it through its paces, even if it meant revealing some of its quirks. "Well, let's start out with the basics," Assault suggested before tapping his chest and spreading his arms open. "Go ahead and hit me. Somewhere in the realm of a normal person's strength, please, just in case my power doesn't activate again." I looked at him with a raised eyebrow before giving Miss Militia a look. When she confirmed his words, I shrugged and fired a simple, low-energy punch to his chest. The kinetic energy manipulator took it simply, not moving an inch. "Interesting, that felt like a pretty standard attack," he admitted. "Got the usual feedback from it and everything." "Well, let's try." For the next hour or so, Assault and I messed around in the gym, throwing each other around and testing out my ablative shield's ability to block his kinetic manipulation. We figured out very quickly that if he was hitting me, his power struggled to connect. When I attacked him, however, his power clicked on easily, without issues. I had to assume it had something to do with how the shield interpreted damage or impacts. When something hit me, it hit the shield first, whereas when I hit something else, the shield let me hit him directly. We also tested things like catching me from a fall, which worked fine, or me trying to push him out of the way, which didn't work in the slightest. Her could let himself be pushed, of course, but my armor didn't override his instinctual absorption of impacts to let me shove him around. It was all interesting, and I'm glad that we got the chance to experiment a bit, but we didn't discover anything groundbreaking. When we were done, however, I convinced Miss Militia to shoot me with a couple non-lethal options like tasers, beanbag rounds, and rubber bullets, all of which she could create with her glowing green, transforming weapon. After pointing out that I was bulletproof underneath the already impressive ablative armor, she agreed. That experiment had some interesting results as well, as the taser round was stopped by my shield, preventing the little nubs from shocking me at all. On top of that, as far as we could tell, my shield could stop all of the non-lethal rounds she knew about, including some rather large rubber bullets. The shielding would drop a lot when it absorbed the impacts, but I never even felt them. I unfortunately could not convince her to actually shoot me, the experienced heroine drawing a hard, and not entirely unexpected line at real bullets. I couldn't exactly blame her, so I dropped the idea pretty quickly. She did point out that there was testing equipment that could safely measure the strength of my shield in the power testing facilities, but I denied the suggestion. The ablative shield was a backup against powers that functioned weirdly, like shadow stalkers. The fact that it reacted to assaults was proof of the pudding, that it added a layer to my protection that was not just pure durability. When we were finished, Assault led me down to the parking lot, where my materials were already waiting, a pair of agents standing there, several packages. I carefully fed each chunk of metal into Troy before putting the two separate glass containers of mercury into my pockets. I made a final farewell to the government hero before finally leaving the PRT at a trot. Chapter 47. I made it exactly 10 feet down the road, the PRT motor pool entrance behind me, before I heard Assault calling out for me. I tapped Troy on the side to get him to stop, turning to look back as Assault closed the distance. He approached sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. "So listen, I forgot to mention, my boss is pretty worried about the golem things you made," he explained, gesturing to Troy. "Especially since you handed a bunch out to civilians." I sat up a little straighter on Troy's back, concerned he was about to ask me to hand over the golems at the docks community, thereby leaving it undefended. She would appreciate receiving a copy so our tinkers could evaluate it. I tilted my head to the side with a frown. That wouldn't necessarily be a problem since I could whip up a simple, dumb golem in an hour, after all. And who is going to pay for the materials? I asked. And what style would she want? Style? Assault asked, confusion coloring his voice. Living tree, stone, metal, clay, I listed off. Hell, if you give me some time, I could probably make an ice one, though I don't know how long it would last. Winter in Brockton Bay is weirdly warm. We were not aware there were different types, Assault admitted. Okay, I need to talk to the director about this. I will get back to you about the specifics. Yeah, you do that. Assault nodded and retreated, a bit of frustration leaking out of his mannerisms as he walked back to the motor pool entrance. I watched him disappear, shaking my head before tapping Troy to continue. Putting the new PRT request from my mind, I focused on the obvious elephant in the room, one I had ignored since I was busy inside the PRT and couldn't exactly drop everything to pace back and forth. The quest had awarded me 3 points, a shocking amount compared to the single point I received for helping Dinah and her aunt. I could feel pretty easily why I had earned the first 2, one for completing the word of the quest and the second for making sure that Taylor got the justice she deserved. I just couldn't figure out what the third point was for. I spent a few minutes explaining to Isla what had happened, and she immediately understood what I had prevented. Taylor a bear is a cape, she explained. You prevented her from having an utter meltdown and probably from attacking the PRT with her powers. What? I asked, pulling myself back in surprise. How did you figure that out? I'm sure you notice her bouts of coldness. Yeah, it was like she was replaced by a machine or something, I responded, unable to fight a shiver that ran up my spine. She did it a few times that I can remember. Well, as I was observing the area, I began to notice that the bugs were acting strangely within a certain area, just inside my maximum capacity. How exactly were they acting strange? I whispered as we trotted along the bike lane. For one, they were far too orderly, she explained. It took a moment for me to pick up on it at first, but it was pretty obvious once I did. All around us, almost past my range, the bugs were all acting too orderly, too in sync. There was no way it was natural. It had to have been a para-human. But that could have been one of the boys, I pointed out. Hell, it could have been one of the police officers or just someone watching. Maybe, but there's also that cold, blank face. Every time she did that, it got worse, she explained. Massive swarms of distant bugs would become agitated, buzzing and flying around aggressively. Then, when we were in the PRT, and Director Piggott revealed that Sophia was Shadow Stalker, the insects began to fight, tearing each other to pieces by the thousands. It was horrific, and if it had been anything other than insects. So she is a master, specifically for bugs? I asked, scratching my cheek. That is. Well, it's not a pretty power, is it? I suppose she could be more than that, Alya admitted. But that was all I observed. And that coldness, was she using her powers to work out her emotions? Or offloading them completely, Alya added. That is what it looked like to me. Like she was switching off her emotions by loading them into the swarms around her. I nodded, agreeing with her theory. Masters were a messy subject at the best of times, and controlling bugs was about as dirty as you could get without controlling people. On top of that, we had no idea what her limitations were, if she was stuck to bugs, or if she could control other stuff as well. Maybe bugs were just the easiest to control? How many bugs was she controlling at once? I asked. You were watching a considerable area at once, so how far and how many? Countless, she responded, sounding unsure. As insane as it sounds, I think she might have been controlling all of the bugs inside her range, which was just within mine. That would very easily be billions of bugs under her control. Fucking hell. Okay, I need to make some master protection gear, I said, shaking my head. I've been putting that off for long enough, and it should be more than possible with rituals. Then wait. What is it? Alya asked after I stopped for a moment before slapping my face and rubbing my eyes. She went super cold inside the PRT, I reminded her. So she must have been offloading her emotions during the meeting. Inside a building that probably has more internal security than any other building in the city. Oh, so they definitely know she is a cape, then. Assuming competence, nearly 100%, I responded. Assuming mediocrity, they probably know that either Danny or Taylor is a cape. Assuming incompetence, well, they probably wonder when I learned to control bugs. The worst is that I'm kind of hoping they are incompetent. If they assume it's me, then they won't start pestering her. I could feel her approval of that comment, though she wasn't exactly happy with my casual self-sacrifice. Okay, well, there isn't much we can do about it now, I said, shaking my head. Let's keep an eye out for a bug controlling master or something similar. Both her and her father have my number, which means they can call me if they need help or advice. She looked like a good kid, so maybe we can shake hands with a new hero sometime soon. She certainly isn't likely to join the wards, not after all she went through, Alya pointed out, and I nodded with a sigh. By the time we were finished talking about Taylor and what we could or couldn't do about her being a para-human, we were already pushing through the center of town. I found a secluded alleyway with Alya's help, climbed off his back, and quickly changed into civilian clothes. Once I was changed and armed with my backpack and duffel bag combo, I set Troy home, carrying my costume and gear. I would play the overnight hiker again to make my way back into the forest once I was done shopping. At this point, my main goal was an anti-master item, something I could use to keep from being mind-controlled. I didn't think I had anything to worry about from Taylor specifically, though mostly only because all signs pointed to her powers being about controlling bugs. Teenagers were hard to predict at the best of times, and while Taylor seemed like a good kid with frankly excellent self-control if she had powers and hadn't used them to permanently fix her tormentors, having powers made that already present unpredictability even worse. I spent a few hours shopping, visiting random shops and stores, and buying anything that I found interesting. At this point, I started to realize that the concepts I was reinforcing with rituals could be extremely flexible, and while it would absolutely affect the resulting look and feel of the creation, it would still do what I designed the ritual to do. Though, leaving things more open, like I had for Olivia's cloak, did lead to some exciting results. As I shopped, I spent some time considering the 3 points I had sitting in my head. The temptation to slap them into something was strong, but I managed to hold back. With my new cycle so close, it made way more sense to wait to spend them. If I did, I would start off the new cycle with 9 points, plus whatever random branch of knowledge that my power decided to give me. Plus, it also gave me some time to consider what I really needed. I returned home 2.5 hours after sending Troy on his way. As I entered the compound, I spotted him immediately, sitting in the sun by one of the clearing's larger boulders. I could also feel Callie as I approached, the powerful spirit greeting me with a comfortable sensation of being welcomed back into my home. Okay, so first, I plan on performing the permanent geomancy ritual, I said, explaining my thoughts to Alya and Callie as I put most of what I had purchased away into my storage. Then I'll spend the rest of the night trying to puzzle through some anti-mind control gear. Worse comes to worse, I'll design it tonight and perform the ritual first thing in the morning. It didn't take me very long to set up the ritual for permanent absorption since I had already finished the design, and a good chunk of it was already done with slate-carved partial. I quickly set the slate partial in the middle of the ritual platform, sinking it down into the wood with a spell. I then drew the rest of the ritual out of chalk before finally placing all of the new metals out in their specific spots. The only material that needed any special attention was mercury, since it was a room temperature liquid. To keep it from pouring out into the ritual, I used druidcraft to grow a small bowl out of the platform, just big enough to contain all 5 pounds of liquid metal. The rest of the ritual was simple, just making my way into the center and feeding it magic. It took a lot longer than most absorptions, but that was good because it gave Callie more time to fiddle and play with the magic as it grew, streamlining and making the whole thing more potent. When the ritual finished, about 20 minutes after the start, I slowly made my way off of the ritual platform, careful not to use too much force or move too fast. When I was far enough away from anything fragile, I slowly started to experiment, stretching and jumping around, lifting up rocks and smashing them with my bare hands. I ran around the compound several times, marveling at my new increased speed. It was hard to tell exactly how much faster I was, but I was pretty sure I was now running as fast as I did when I used the vaulting run. I could feel my reflexes were faster as well, as I ran around with Collie's wolves, playing tag through the forest. I was also considerably tougher and stronger, both the titanium and tungsten making it easy for me to hurl rocks as big as my torso halfway across the clearing. I could also crack them in half with my bare hands. On top of that, not only was the copper making me much more flexible, but I was now at least partially immune to electricity. It would enter my body and pass through me with little resistance and little damage. Of course, dumping enough through me would override that, but after casting a few spells on myself to confirm, I was confident that I was safe from any of my basic level lightning spells. The nickel was also doing its job, giving me a solid amount of heat resistance. It wasn't enough to call it an immunity, but judging how I could pick up red-hot coal from a fire and crush it in my hands without feeling anything but a little burn, it was a good solid start. All these improvements, and I don't even need to replenish them every 8 or 9 hours, I said, finally sitting down along the storage trees, looking out over the ritual platform. And just in time for me to run out of steel and iron. It is well done, Alya said encouragingly. I am glad to see your survivability so well increased. As I sat down to take a break, I could feel Callie brushing over me. She had been watching as I was experimenting, like a mother watching her kids at a playground. Now that I was done, she got closer, her presence reaching out to tap me high on my sternum, through my clothes. For a long moment, I was confused at what she wanted, opening my mouth to ask when she expressed the same hunger and concern as she had not long ago. Oh. Yeah, okay. You want me to make that necklace thing to help you grow? I asked, feeling her happiness confirm my question. Sure, that should be easy. Then I can start the anti-mind control stuff. I pulled out my notebook and spent half an hour designing the ritual. It was a straightforward ritual that I stabilized with a few drops of my blood, some of Kali's essence, a veil of contained sunlight, and an empty containment vial, specifically without a cap. The necklace, which gave off a light glow, would constantly drain my magic, dispersing it to the surrounding area. Normally, without Kali, this would be incredibly stupid, as dispersing that much mana into the air for such a long period of time could have massive unintended consequences, not the least of which was rogue magical reactions. But with the genius loci around, she could control and absorb the magic faster than I could release it, keeping the area clean and safe. When it was finished, I put the simple, lightly glowing necklace around my neck, tucking it under my shirt. I could immediately feel it, the sensation of my mana just being slightly drained tugging at the corner of my mind. I kept expecting it to start refilling, but it never did. It wasn't anything majorly debilitating, but more like a vague soreness that got worse the more I focused on it. I was used to it enough to ignore it within an hour of sitting down in my living space, my notebook out, as I worked on designing a ritual to protect me from mind control. It took an hour of me smacking my head up against the stubborn problem before I finally came to the conclusion that there was no real answer. There were many ways to control someone's mind. Illusions, pheromones, memory alteration, ambient consciousness manipulation, nervous system overrides, and who knows how many more. Hell, even outside magic, my research into parahumans had led to several dozen ways that masters worked, with more than half of those labeled as people just do what they said, with no discernible physical reason why. When it came down to it, the issue was that with so many ways to control someone's mind, there had to be just as many ways to protect someone's mind from being manipulated. Preventing my memories from being altered was something I could probably do, but it would be useless if someone with the power to control my nervous system popped up. After a few hours of attacking the problem from different angles while trying to figure out the best combination or solution, I realized that my best bet was ritualizing an object to make my brain tougher and more resistant to manipulation. There were a lot of holes in that sort of protection, but it was the best option I had. I designed it all up in another 2 hours, but by then, it was getting late. I had been pushing myself over the last few days, staying up way too late and running all over the place, so with some encouragement from Alya and Kali, I headed to bed relatively early, with plans to perform the ritual the following morning. Chapter 48. After a simple breakfast of fruit and hot coffee, I buckled down and put together the ritual for my mind protection circlet. In the end, it was not nearly the grand, perfect anti-mind control creation that I was envisioning, but until I found something that worked, it would have to do. Part of me really considered, dumping my 3 points into some sort of anti-mind control magic subject, but I honestly didn't think the answer would change. Not even locking my brain in some kind of protective stasis would prevent things like puppeteering my body or in-depth illusions. In order to protect myself from all forms of mind control, at least without covering myself with a few dozen ritualized creations, I would need to invoke the concept of mind protection or something in that vein. The problem was, from what I could gather and from what I knew, something like that was incredibly powerful magic. Invoking direct concepts or even close to that was only a step or 3 below directly affecting the soul, which was so far above what I could do that it would likely take dozens of levels into a very limited and specific knowledge tree in order to do it. Even then, I might not have the actual power to do so anyway. When I finished the ritual, the result was a simple circlet, just a band of silver that fit perfectly and comfortably on my head, unsurprising since I had used my blood as an ingredient. Most of it was hidden under my hair, but it was visible around my forehead. As much as I was worried it would make me look too much like someone cosplaying an elf, it actually didn't look half bad. Okay, it looked pretentious as all hell, but that doesn't mean it looked bad. Besides, it's not like I had much of a choice. Unless I wanted to start wearing a crown around, there weren't many more pieces of jewelry you wore around your head, which really helped in its effectiveness. Thankfully, for my current costume, I could pull my hat down over it to hide it, but even if I couldn't, I would still wear it. I could feel it weaving a bit of protection over my mind, giving me subtle resistance that I was hoping would be enough to break myself free of any mental manipulation. I idly made a note to see if it helped me break out of Glory Girl's influence without Alya's help. When I was done getting ready for the morning and with my ritual, I finally left the compound behind, making my way through the forest and back to Brockton Bay. Kali escorted me to the forest's edge with her wolves, her actual presence being kept back as her influence had not spread that far. My first stop was, of course, the hospital, followed by PRT headquarters. I healed just over 24 people between both stops. Before I could make it out of the PRT headquarters, however, Assault managed to catch up to me. He dismissed the agent escorting me and took the job himself, guiding me to a side entrance. In the process, he explained that the director wanted a sample of my standard golems so that they could examine it. Standard does not clear up what kind she wants, I explained with a frown. But at this point, I can guess that she wants a living wood golem. It's not what I would call standard, but I find them easier to work with since I can already manipulate wood. Yeah, fair, that's right. I can make something small and easy tonight, I explained. I can drop it off in the morning. To be clear, it is going to be very simple, with no frills or extras. It will follow orders simply, and it's not going to be much stronger than a person. That said, I'm open to doing business if the PRT would like to purchase more advanced versions. You would sell them? What about maintenance? He asked, tilting his head. You seem too protective of your secrets to just sell them to people. I would require some assurances, as I would with anything I make, I explained, keeping just what kind of assurances I would need to myself. But the golems could heal themselves, and most of my stuff doesn't require maintenance very often. I mean, could you make armor for us like you overcoat? He asked, suddenly sounding very interested. Well, kinda. To really get the most out of what I make, I require blood samples from the people they are intended for, I explained, waving off his words before he could say them. Yes, I realize how insane and suspicious that is, which is why I don't go around offering people custom creations to everyone. I could make lesser items that work for everyone, but to really get the most out of them. Your power is a weird one, man, Assault said, shaking his head. Like Dauntless and Ed Island had a strange child. You're not the first person to tell me that, I responded with a shrug. Not much I can do about it. If my power wants to pretend it's magic, all I can do is roll with the punches. Assault guided me out of the building and waved goodbye as I jumped up onto Troy with ease. I made my way further into town, doing a lazy, concentric patrol, mostly thinking about what I was going to do next. My overall, short-term goal was to invest my points into something that could tip the scale of power in my favor, allowing me to really start shaking things up in this city. Considering just how many points I would have access to at the start of this cycle, that goal was not nearly as far-fetched as it might have been not too long ago. Honestly, the options were a bit overwhelming. I could bring 3 subjects up to the same level as ritual crafting. Alternatively, I could bring up a new subject to that same level while bringing 1 subject up as well. I could even get started on 3 new subjects, getting each of them to level 2. They wouldn't be massively powerful, but as long as I was careful like I was with lighting and healing spells, I would likely get quite a bit of flexibility out of it. Of course, I could always dump everything into ritual crafting, bringing it up to level 5. Considering what sort of information and power I got from levels 1 through 3, adding 4 and 5 could potentially be incredibly potent. Unfortunately, I wasn't sure if it would be that simple. Assuming that ritual creation went up to level 5 in the first place, the fundamental weaknesses of ritual crafting, that being time, ease of application, and accuracy of creation, would still be present, reducing the usefulness in actual combat. If I were still home, if there wasn't the constant threat of endbringers in the distance, if the world I found myself in wasn't one where direct combat was the norm, then rituals would no doubt be incredibly potent on a grand scale. But here, I needed to be able to fight. I needed to be able to take down people who were actively harming others. I let out a long breath, letting the building anxiety drift away as I put my mind to other things. I had time to work out what I wanted, and even if that wasn't true, with no idea what sort of extra little bit I would be getting, there was no reason to set up concrete plans. By the time I had pulled myself out of my impromptu planning session, I was working my way down the general line between downtown and the docks. Things were relatively quiet, but that didn't mean much in Brockton Bay. Sure enough, about 15 minutes later, as I made my final cross of the city, I heard the distant sound of sirens, enough of them that there must have been something going on. Alia? I asked, looking around. Smoke to the north, she said, prompting me to turn. Sure enough, to the south was a rising pillar of smoke. Judging by how dark it was most likely a building. For a moment, a sliver of fear raced through me, and I wondered if the Empire had finally retaliated for the death of Alabaster. It's not the community. That's a bit more west, Alia said, relief flooding me before I cursed under my breath. I'll guide you there. I nodded and leaned down over Troy, pushing my magic into his body, feeling it begin to glow as we took off down the street. My golem steed's horseshoes sparked and clanged against the ground as my partner kept me on the right track, crossing the city in record time. As we came around the corner, I could see the fire, which was now tearing through the first and second stories of a multi-story building. The first floor was a convenience store of some sort, though you could hardly tell through the flames. The rest of the building appeared to be an apartment complex, if the people leaning out of the windows were any indication. I cursed again, louder this time, kicking Troy to go faster, jumping off of him as we got to the street in front of the building. There, Firefighters were wrestling with a hose, spraying into the fire on the first floor. I made a beeline for the one controlling the flow from the fire truck. "What's the situation?" I asked, the man whirling around to face me. "I'm here to help. What can I do?" "Oni Lee firebombed the first floor," he explained, turning back to the side of the fire truck, tapping a gauge. "The fire spread too quickly, and the building doesn't have an external fire escape. We need the ladder truck, but it's at least another 2 minutes out, getting held up by who knows what. By the time it gets here, we are going to start losing people." I turned back to the fire, then to the road and sidewalk in front of it. Reaching inside my pocket, I pulled out a single acorn. "If I can build you a ladder now, could you start evacuating?" I asked, the firefighter looking at me oddly. "Well, yeah, as long as it's safe." I nodded and walked closer to the fire, just alongside the 3-man crew working the fire hose. I kneeled down and, with all my strength, punched downward into the asphalt. My fist punched a good way through the relatively soft material, and 2 more punches drove my fist completely through. A 4th and final punch let me place the acorn into the gravelly dirt below, promptly buried by the collapsing hole. I quickly chanted out the spell for rapid growth, and in a moment, a tree pushed out of the ground, growing faster than any other tree I had grown, yet since I didn't care in the slightest if it survived, as long as it stayed in place. The asphalt bulged and cracked as it grew, roots expanding and digging into the ground to stabilize the still growing tree. I didn't bother growing leaves since they wouldn't serve a purpose and would only get in the way. Instead, I dumped every erg of mana I had into the tree, watching it grow up and up until it reached the 3rd floor, the first without fire. Even as it grew taller, I shifted the branches and growths to form a ladder downward and away from the building. I turned to look at the nearby firefighter team, still controlling the hose, though they were looking at the massive altered tree growing up alongside the building. "Hey!" I shouted, catching their attention. "Spray the tree to keep it from burning." It took a moment for them to nod and follow my suggestion, but by then, I was already vaulting upwards, throwing myself up the rungs of the thick, sturdy tree ladder. I was inside the smoke-filled building seconds later, Alya working hard to keep me surrounded by cleaner, breathable air. I had entered, luckily, into a hallway with doors along either side. "Everyone! Come to the sound of my voice!" I called out loudly, even as people were already opening their doors. Plenty of people had seen me grow the ladder tree and were now rushing to use it. "Hey! Don't rush! Take it slow and steady, and we can all get out of here alive." That got through to most people, even with the thick billowing smoke starting to fill the hallway. One older man ignored my words and tried to shove past a woman crouching low with her daughter. I slammed my hand out across the hall right in front of him, putting a fist-sized hole in the drywall. He let out a yelp as I stared him down. "Slow. And steady," I repeated, the man nodding his head rapidly, continuing on at a much slower, more respectful pace. I watched and helped people climb out of the building, Alya warning me as the temperature began to rise. People were climbing down on both sides of the tree ladder, both from the floor I was in and the floor above. Even as the smoke became thicker and thicker, I stayed behind, relying on my partner to keep fresh air coming from outside, as well as keeping an eye on the rest of the building. I ended up walking further into the building, slowly leading an older lady to the window. As a firefighter climbed up to help her down, Alya shouted at me. "Oni Lee! He is across the street!" She shouted in my ear, causing me to look up. Sure enough, there he was. Dressed in an all-black ninja costume, he was adorned with 2 bandoliers filled with grenades. At his hips were multiple knives strapped tightly to his body. His face was covered by a Japanese-style mask, red with horns and a demon's grin on its mouth. After a moment of watching him, his body fluttered away into ash. I almost let out a breath of relief when Alya shouted again. "Behind you!" She shouted as the old woman and firefighter descended the tree ladder. I whirled around, turning to find that Oni Lee had teleported inside the building, only a few feet behind me. I barely had time to react before he dropped a grenade at my feet. Even as his body ruined to dust, the grenade detonated, blowing me backward through the window. I fell past the tree all the way to the asphalt below, slamming into it hard enough to leave a small but noticeable dent where my head smacked off of it. Luckily, I was only a little rattled. My ablative armor was gone but had absorbed a good bit of the explosion before it did, with my own increased durability absorbing the remaining damage. Before I could even start to stand, the ABB demon appeared again, this time standing above me, one hand holding a rather dangerous-looking Tonto, the other reaching for a grenade on his belt. Chapter 49. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I shouted, still on my back, now holding up my hands. "What are you doing? Lung doesn't attack capes unless they get in his way." The demon paused, his fingers just touching the clip of a grenade. As I lay there, I could hear the cops trying to move people back, the crowd only sluggishly responding, rubbernecking the whole time. "What Lung Sama does is no business of yours," the teleporting demon said, his voice low and drawn, like tearing cloth, a crisp Japanese accent coloring his words. Sure, all right, I assume that's the nature of people with that much power, I agreed, flicking to the side to see a pair of firefighters peeking out from behind the pump truck. But that doesn't change his usual MO. Why target me? You interfered, he stated simply, gesturing back to the flaming building. Only to save civilians. I pointed out. I have no interest in fighting you or Lung, especially not with all these people. Before I could finish, he grabbed a grenade and yanked it off his vest, flicking the pin away with a practiced hand. The spoon flicked away from us as he dropped the explosive device before exploding into a cloud of white ash. With a shout, half exclamation of fear, half cursing at the villain, I managed to reach up and catch the grenade, my increased reflexes and speed working hard as I moved in a blur. With the lethal explosive in my hand, I quickly gripped it tightly, holding the base in one hand and gripping the top with the other. With a grunt of exertion, I tore the top from the bottom, the treated steel brittle enough that I could wrench my fingers through it. I hurled the top end into the air before rolling over and laying on top of the other. Seconds passed, 1, 2, 3, until a popping sound echoed from above me, the sound of the grenade's blasting cap going off, far away from the actual explosives in the heart of the grenade. I rolled over and looked down, brushing off the grenade's explosive dust from my chest. Thank you, Mythbusters, I muttered before jumping up to my feet and looking around. People were still dangerously close by, though the few police officers present had managed to get them back a dozen feet or so. Alya? Where is he? I asked, looking around frantically. He. Before she could respond, something slammed into my back, hard enough to force me to take a step forward. I whirled around, my hand out, managing to slap a clone across the head hard enough to turn him to dust, the broken remains of a Tonto falling to the ground. Before I could even finish spinning, Alya shouted again, barely getting a sound out before a katana slammed over my shoulder, snapping over my tungsten-reinforced skin. This time, I didn't spin, I just lashed out with my elbow, a cloud of white ash flowing over me as he disintegrated. Gran. A pair of metal bombs slapped into my chest, and for the first time, I could see Oni Lee standing on the sidewalk, his back to the fire before he disintegrated away. I barely managed to catch the grenades as they flew at me before quickly throwing both of them into the third story of the apartment, the grenades exploding just as they smashed through a window. The concrete and brickwork of the building stopped any shrapnel from coming down at civilians, but a few nearby windows still broke. Suddenly, I could feel something pull at me from behind, and I whirled around, jabbing my finger out to fire off a spark of magic. The minor bolt of electricity slammed into Oni Lee as he was standing on an ambulance roof just as he was about to toss another grenade. For a moment, I thought I had caught the real one, but as he dropped the grenade at his feet, my attack burning through his outfit and damaging his arm, he exploded into dust. Then the grenade went off. The roof of the ambulance was torn to pieces by the explosion, but it thankfully blocked a good amount of the shrapnel in the process. However, it was clearly not all of it, as plenty more tore into the crowd. Even with the dozen or so feet the cops had managed to push back the crowd, the shrapnel still managed to hit them, people screaming as shards of metal tore into their skin. All at once, people seemed to realize that, yes, this was a very dangerous place to be. People started running, a few people getting trampled as they tripped or caught shrapnel. I barely had time to curse, feeling Alya pull my attention again. I whirled around, letting her guide me, launching another quick spark, this time catching the ABB demon before he could pull off another grenade. 3 more times this happened, and each time I was getting closer and closer to the point where he would be landing when he first arrived at his new location. On his 4th attempt, I spun to find him landing on a police car, turning to look at one of the nearby buildings when my spark slammed into his shoulder blade. He stumbled, nearly falling off the car, shouting and cursing in Japanese as his shoulder was burned by my lightning. I jabbed again, this time chanting the full spell, the power-boosted spark slamming into his stomach. A second later, he exploded into dust. Seconds passed, and I waited for Alya to pull me again. Instead, I heard her voice again. He is running, she said, excitement in her voice. You got him, the real him. His shoulder is burned badly enough to spook him. He is going north, towards ABB territory. I chewed my lip for a moment, considering the idea of chasing him down, before I looked around at the area. I could hear people, several voices calling out for help, including a few that sounded young. The building was still burning, and people needed help. I need to stay, I explained, shaking my head. But keep an eye out for him coming back. I quickly rushed to the nearest injured person, who was bleeding profusely from their leg and had quite a few cuts and bruises from the running crowd. With their permission, I healed them up before moving on to the next person and then the one after that. In total, 15 civilians had been injured bad enough to need my help, and by the time I was done, the firefighters were once again working to put out the fire. By now, the building was at a complete loss, and their main concern was keeping the fire from spreading to nearby buildings. As I healed, I could see more and more cops showing up to handle the scenario, and I knew the Protectorate and PRT weren't far behind. Okay, Alya, I'm getting out of here, I explained, watching the last healed person get carried off by an EMT. I don't want to wait to get dragged into a PRT debriefing right now, we have bigger problems. Guide me out and get Troy to follow behind until we are clear. Of course. I quickly charged a spell and leaped up to a lower building, my strength and spell enough to clear 2 floors. From there, I jumped from rooftop to rooftop, only sometimes enhancing my jump to clear streets or jump up higher onto taller buildings. Eventually, I spotted a clearing far enough away from the fire. I quickly jumped down and waited for Troy. After a long few seconds of silence, Alya spoke. What's the plan? She asked softly. We need to get back to the community, I explained, chewing my lip as I impatiently waited for Troy. There's a pretty big chance we just put them in the crosshairs of the ABB too. What about after that? My first priority is the community. If they get targeted, it's my fault. Beyond that, I'm going to try and get stronger, probably through rituals and ritualized items, I explained, closing my eyes, feeling the adrenaline from my fight slowly fade away. After that, try to figure out what I'm going to invest my next cycle of points into. First things first, though. I need to get to the community and warn them about what's happened. I could feel a sense of understanding coming from my bounded partner. Finally, I spotted my golem mount coming into the clearing from a nearby alley. I whistled for him to come closer before hopping on him when he did. After settling in on his back, I urged him forward, the large golem taking off through the streets. Despite having built him for speed, at this point, I was actually probably faster than him. He would likely beat me in a flat-out straight line, but between my Mercury speed enhancement and the spell to boost my speed and stamina and my own inherent agility, I would likely beat him through the complicated streets of the city. That said, I had no plans to stop using him. Not only did he cut an impressive and intimidating visage, one that had gotten a few lesser criminals to surrender just by showing up, but he had been indispensable in carrying things for me. Just the ability to shove my civilian clothes into his torso was extremely useful, but that was just the lowest level. At the moment, rituals were my most powerful branch of knowledge, and I had had some serious success creating ritualized objects of power. Between Olivia's cloak and my overcoat, it was clear that ritualized objects stood a good chance of greatly increasing my abilities, even if I never increased it past 3. However, there were only so many things I could hold at once. I had a few ideas for what to do with my boots and my mask, as well as one other piece of equipment, but everything else would probably be layered with more passive effects so that I wouldn't be overwhelmed by choice. However, while my everyday carry might be basically set, assuming my rituals go as planned, that didn't mean I couldn't create a whole lot of other things, just in case, and store the inside or as part of Troy. He could be my walking arsenal, filled with whatever I might need. It was a long-term project for sure since each item I needed to make would take time to design, plan, and ritualize, but it was definitely something to consider. Despite going a bit slower than I could on foot, we quickly made our way to the docks community, ordering Troy to sit down in a corner off to the side. It didn't take me long to find John and Charles, and I quickly pulled them aside to explain what had happened. Damn it, John said, shaking his head, leaning back in his chair. I understand why you did it, Ark, but god damn it. Yeah, I know, I responded. I can't say I would do anything differently, those people needed help. But I'm not happy about stepping on Ab's toes. What can we do? Charles asked. Actively, what can we do to stop this from blowing up here? I don't know, I responded, shaking my head. There are a few things I could do here, but, in the long run, I think they would just make things worse. The idea of setting down some rituals to create the same protections that the compound had did cross my mind, but laying down the effects in the middle of the city was a recipe for issues. Even if I did manage to set up enough to keep the ABB or Empire away, the side effects of cutting off a sizable chunk of the docks and making them inaccessible to anyone but the people I allowed. That wasn't going to go over well with anyone. I think, for now, our best bet is to let everyone know what happened, John suggested. They are going to find out sooner rather than later. Being prepared is just about all we can do. Ark, just how effective would your golems be against Lung? I don't know. They are strong, stronger than a normal person by a considerable amount, but I've never seen Lung fight, I pointed out. My suggestion is to send the stone golems at him first, then have the wood golems pepper him with their knockout wands. All of that together will, well, should at least slow him down. If you're so confident, then, John said, shaking his head at my vague and unhelpful answer. Anyway, you could make a few dozen more. I could make a few more, but not a dozen, I responded, partially agreeing to his request. They will be equipped with knockout wands too. I can make them tomorrow when I head back home. For tonight, I'm going to stick around and keep my eyes open for anything. If Lung wanted to get back at me, he would likely do it as soon as he could rather than put it off. They both agreed that staying over for at least the night was a solid plan, so I made my way up to the same rooftop I had stayed on before. It gave me a good view over most of the community area, and with my enhancements, I could easily jump down and quickly make my way to any of the entrances. Even as I walked across the community space, John and Charles started to explain what had happened. I could feel the tension beginning to rise, with people whispering and muttering to each other. Quite a few people sent me looks, even as I climbed up to the roof. None of them looked angry or accusatory, but I couldn't help but wonder if they were feeling that anyway. I didn't regret what I did, those people needed help, but I did feel like crap for dragging the community into more para-human danger. The Empire was bad enough, now they had to worry about the ABB. I was up on the roof for about half an hour, sitting on the edge with my feet dangling over, the sun slowly setting when Olivia faded out of a shadow. She was wearing a basic form of her cloak, which immediately flowed back into her shadow as she approached. Her cloak really had turned out well, if a bit less predictable than I had hoped. But that was the consequence of making such a powerful ritualized object, you can't control the results nearly as well as you'd hoped. Heard you had a bit of a scuffle with the demon, she said, making her way over and sitting beside me. You're looking pretty good for going toe-to-toe with Oni Lee. I wasn't really in danger, to be honest, I admitted. I mean, getting blown out of a building by a hand grenade wasn't exactly fun, but I'm tougher than I look. I was more worried about the civilians getting caught in the blast. In all honesty, I wasn't entirely sure if the grenades would have been an issue for me or not. My ablative shield took some of the first blast, but at this point, I was pretty tough, so it might have been entirely unnecessary. Or the second grenade that went off near me would result in serious and potentially life-threatening injuries because I thought I could take the hit. It really wasn't worth the gamble, which was why I was so eager to throw them away or disable them. You tend to do that, she said, tossing me an apple before taking a bite of her own. Put other people before yourself. Don't get me wrong, it's noble and everything, but haven't you heard of helping yourself before you help others? You know, like strapping on your own oxygen supply before making sure everyone else is alright as well. Yeah, I know. If I was smart, I would be hanging out in the woods, making stuff and getting stronger, I admitted with a frown. But people needed help, and I could help them. I couldn't exactly stay back and do nothing. Nobody is saying you should, Will, she responded, patting my shoulder. You wouldn't be you if you could just ignore the people you could help. Chapter 50. We sat there for a while, mostly in silence, as I looked over the community. There was a lot of activity going on, and I could see that John had brought out the golems, keeping them around in more accessible places, though the stone ones were still hidden. I was still sitting on the edge of the roof while Olivia was sitting a bit further back, leaning against an old air conditioner unit. So, how was it, really? She asked. Fighting Oni Lee. I'll be honest, it was over so fast that I hardly had time to register it as a fight, I answered with a frown. At first, I was struggling to keep up with him since each time I spotted the bastard and attacked, he was moving again, and his clone would just explode into dust. But after a bit of focusing, I managed to find a rhythm and start catching up. I get the feeling blasters with quick reflexes are generally his weakness. After I caught him once, he left immediately, not surprising considering he hadn't left a scratch on me so far. Can you really tank a grenade? She asked, a bit confused. Didn't Alabaster mess you up with his pistols? First, he was shooting some big pistols, I pointed out. But comparing a grenade to a gun is like comparing apples to oranges. They just work differently. That isn't to say I could survive a grenade. I should be able to shrug off a big pistol pretty easily at this point, though. I've gotten tougher. Fair, not exactly my strong suit, she admitted. Damn. Can't imagine brushing off an encounter with the ABB demon ninja. Like I said, I was more concerned about the civilians, I explained. Once he was gone, I focused on healing everyone that the fucker caught in that grenade blast. Then, I left before the PRT could pin me down. I needed to get here, just in case. Not worried about your relationship with them. If they can't figure out where I am after getting stuck fighting Oni Lee, there's no reason for us to have a relationship, I pointed out. Plus, they have my number. If they really need me, they can call. She scoffed and chuckled, nodding in agreement. With nothing else to say, I looked back out over the community. By now, quite a few people were packing up and leaving, not willing to risk the wrath of Lung. I shook my head, wondering if I had just destroyed the community with my actions. Before I could spiral too much, Olivia stood and peered over the edge, spotting what I was looking so intently at, namely a pair of people quickly leaving with worn and weathered backpacks on their shoulders. They'll be back, she assured me. If there is something to come back to, they will at least. The first instinct for a lot of us, when things get hot, is to run until the heat dies down. It happened before, and it will happen again. Why didn't it happen with the Empire? I asked with a frown. Who said it didn't? It just got washed a bit cause we moved and joined up here, she explained, gesturing to the buildings around us. A few people came back over the last week or so. Some will stay away until the Empire draws its revenge or maybe, or at least another month or so. I nodded in understanding, feeling a bit better as I watched another person quietly make their way from the community. We sat there for a few more minutes before the boredom started to settle in and, with it, frustration. Here I was, sitting here, waiting for Lung to decide whether he wanted to attack us or not. I needed to stay here because Lung might decide the best way to hurt me was to attack the community I had been working to help. But staying here also put them at risk because if Lung goes looking for me, he would have to come here, and the ABB dragon isn't exactly known for his self-control and low casualty count. But if I left, I would have no way of helping them if Lung decided to send Oni Lee to blow them all up as punishment. I couldn't win. Staying put the community in danger, and leaving put them in danger, too. Staying was marginally the better option since I would at least be here to defend them, even if I was the reason they showed up and attacked in the first place. Goddammit, I cursed, rubbing my face. This is bullshit. Just waiting here to see. I cut myself off, squinting slightly as an idea came to me. I rolled the idea around in my head, trying to formulate it into something more concrete, when Olivia spoke up. I know that silence. That's the silence of a bad idea, she said, throwing a pebble at my back. What dumb idea did you just come up with? What if I did the same to him? I asked, chewing on my lip. I don't want him to show up here because the collateral damage would be terrible, and I don't want him targeting everyone to get back at me, but what if I went somewhere he wasn't willing to destroy? Somewhere, he wasn't willing to turn into an ash pile. And do what exactly? She asked. Ambush him? I'm pretty sure if Lung had to choose between his life or freedom and whatever property you're hoping to hold hostage, he would always choose to stay out of jail. No, I'm not confident enough that I could defeat him at the moment to try, I admitted. Slow him down enough to let people escape, maybe. But I hold no such illusions of doing that myself. So then, what the hell do you plan on doing? She asked, sounding confused. Besides getting yourself killed. Negotiating, I said with a smirk, quickly standing up from my spot. I'm going to negotiate. What? Are you insane? She asked, standing up with me, following after me as I started making my way to the ladder, grabbing my arm as I did. You're going to get yourself killed. Maybe, but at least that means they won't take it out on anyone here, I pointed out, stopping as she held me back. Olivia, I don't have a choice. Even if he never comes here, I can't afford to be fighting the Empire and the ABB at the same time. If I can get the Lung off my back, I can focus on taking down the Empire. And if they don't agree? She asked. If they attack you after meeting you? You'd be handing yourself up like a silver platter. You just said that you can't take down Lung by yourself, how would you take down both and Oni Lee? I know it's a risk, but it's also the best chance I have to get ABB from coming here and harassing you guys, I explained, looking back at her hand on my arm, then up at her. I need to take responsibility for this. I refuse to sit back and let Lung decide my fate, not when I can choose to take a step forward and make my own choices. Olivia stared into my eyes for a long moment before groaning and shaking her head. You fucking bastard. Fine. But I'm coming with you, she said. Absolutely not. I countered, shaking my head vehemently. I need you here to watch over everyone, to make sure Lung doesn't try something crafty. That's what the golems are for, she responded, waving me off. When she saw me trying to figure out another reason, she laughed and poked my chest. Yeah, that's what I thought. So quick to put yourself at risk, but it starts looking a lot worse when someone else sticks their hand in the hive, too. I just don't want to put anyone else at risk, I responded with a frown. And what about you? Do you think we want you to get yourself killed? To sacrifice yourself? She asked, poking me in the chest again. Do you think any of us want that on our heads? It's better than facing off against Lung. You'd be surprised, Olivia responded. You'd be surprised how heavily something like that sits on you. She looked at me, her eyes hard and determined. Something in them spoke of older, harder pain, something she endured and was maybe still enduring. When she spoke again, her voice was quieter but no less insistent. What if Lung doesn't even show up? She pointed out. I mean, you killed Alabaster, and the Empire hasn't done anything. Yet, I added with emphasis. The E88 hasn't done anything yet. I fully expect them to be a problem at any moment. But you don't plan on walking into one of the stupid mead halls to negotiate with them. Because it wouldn't work since I've already killed one of them. Lung is much more direct with his problem solving, I explained. No plans, no grand strategies or campaigns. I kicked his shit, so now he is going to come to kick mine in twice as hard. But you don't know for certain when, or how, or anything like that. No, of course I don't, I admitted, letting out a long breath and pulling off my hat so I could run my fingers through my hair. Olivia, I can't just do nothing. But you could also not throw your life away, she pointed out. Stay here, where I am, where your golems are. You stand a much better chance of fighting Lung and Oni Li here than anywhere else. And what about everyone else? Everyone else understands how this works, Will, she responded, stepping closer to say my name softer, her hand on my shoulder. You think you're the first hero to step on someone's toes? You've stuck by us, helped us, and saved us. We know what all of this means, and those who want to leave are already on their way out. Everyone else knows the risks. For a long moment, I looked into her eyes, green emeralds that were locked onto mine. I let out a long breath, sagging slightly. Fine, all right, no walking into the dragon's lair, I agreed, Olivia letting out an aggrieved thank you. Before slapping my shoulder. But if I can't go there? I need you to help me get ready. Of course. What do you need? First, I need you to go on a shopping trip, I explained. It's going to be a big one, so you might want to take some people you can trust. Seriously? A shopping trip? She asked, rolling her eyes. What do you need? I quickly pulled out a small notebook from my coat and wrote down around 24 ingredients. When I handed her the list, she gave me a look before shaking her head. Yeah, I'll find someone to help, she agreed. Give me an hour or so, and I'll be back. I assume you have cash. I handed her a stack of cash, and she quickly climbed down from the roof. I watched her rush to talk to John, who looked up at me. I gave him a thumbs up and a nod, the latter of which he returned. A few minutes later, I watched Olivia and a few guys leave, walking fast and looking like they were on a mission. After they left, I quickly opened my notebook and got to work. My first project was actually just me recreating the ritual to make the stun wands. I did most of it from memory since I couldn't exactly leave and grab my stuff. In all honesty, I should have immediately gone back to the compound and grabbed some materials before setting up shop at the community. Unfortunately, I did not anticipate I would be doing rituals anywhere but secluded, safe areas. Once I was done recreating the wand ritual, I got to work on my second project. I wasn't exactly happy about working rituals in public, but I figured if I was gonna break my rules, I might as well go big. It was an hour and 45 minutes later when Olivia returned. Her and the two guys helping her quickly climbed up the ladder to the thankfully flat, smooth roof of the building I had been keeping watch from. The guys dropped off their stuff, I tipped them as a thank you, and they left. Before they were gone completely, I asked them to tell John and Charles to find at max 20 people who wouldn't freak out in a fight that they could trust. So, does that mean I get to watch you make stuff? Olivia asked, now sitting on top of the air conditioning unit. Cause I've heard Tinkers use weird stuff to make their gear, but that list was a little insane. PFF, Tinkers wish they were me, I said with a smirk. I rifled through the bags, finally finding and grabbing the chalk before getting to work. Step 1 was making a proper purifying chalk ritual, then I could start making actual useful stuff. Olivia watched silently as I quickly drew out the chalk ritual in my blood, placing the sticks of chalk in the center and feeding it my magic. When it was complete, I grabbed one of the chalk sticks and immediately got to work writing out the wand-making ritual, kneeling down on my hands and knees to draw. Wait, what the hell did I just watch? Olivia asked. What sort of satanic bullshit did you just do to make some pink chalk? It's not pink, I said, consulting my notebook as I continued to work. That's the wrong thing you should have commented on. I pushed myself up straight on my knees and looked at Olivia, who was looking at me waving a purified piece of chalk, gesturing to it with concern. Look, I've told you before that my powers are weird, I pointed out, Olivia giving me a you think. Look as I did. But now is not the time or place to be asking about its theming choices, alright. Right, okay, she admitted. Not like I can judge. Anything I can do to help? Get me the ruler you bought, I asked, nodding back to the bags before once again returning my focus to the ritual. It took me 40 minutes to finish putting together the ritual, with Olivia helping where she could. When it was done, I quickly rifled through the bags again, finding a bunch of thick, sturdy branches cut from an oak tree. They were all straight, relatively clean of branches, and all just over a foot long. When I had them all together, I loaded them up with branches at the center and several sacrificial ingredients along the outside. A quick channeling of magic later, and the wands were done, with 23 in total. I gathered them up and placed them by the bags before nodding. Right, step 1 complete, now we have weapons, I said, nodding as I looked at Olivia, who was a bit stunned by my second display of ritualistic magic. You ready for round 2? Yeah. Good. Because we only have about 5 hours to sundown, and I have a feeling that's when Lung is going to strike, I explained, Olivia tensing up considerably. We don't have much time, and I want to make use of every second we have. We have caught up with the last chapter, last update November 15, 2024.